The arrival of the demonic seed of the apocalypse. This is a tale of an antagonist, a formidable Dark Lord, who unexpectedly transforms into a loyal, pitiful companion after his rebirth. Chu Qianxun finds herself reincarnated at the onset of the apocalypse, vowing to lead a better life, to endure longer, and to distance herself from perilous individuals and circumstances. One fateful day, she inadvertently rescues an immortal man. After cleansing him of his previous aura, Chu Qianxun is horrified to discover that he is none other than the infamous Dark Lord, notorious for his cold-heartedness and the dread he instills in the strongest of humanity during the latter stages of the apocalypse. Whenever Chu Qianxun contemplates discreetly extricating herself from the clutches of this Dark Lord, he invariably seizes the hem of her garment, looking woefully up at her and pleading, "Are you, perchance, thinking of abandoning me again?" The male lead endures a tempest of tribulations, repeatedly exploited, while the female lead remains devoid of any extraordinary abilities, embodying independence and resilience. Chapter 1: The Apocalypse. What will ultimately bring about humanity's demise? The fiends descending from the heavens, or the sinister seeds planted within the hearts of men? The demonic seed of the apocalypse. March 17th, 2019. How is the chassis? Inquired Chu Qianxun. "Everything is fine," responded a male voice from beneath the vehicle. Chu Qianxun checked off items on her recording card. Oil levels? Brake fluid? A grimy hand emerged from under the lifted hood, signaling an OK gesture. Brake pads? A voice echoed from the disheveled interior of the modified off-road vehicle. They're still functional. Chu Qianxun diligently noted the information, bending down to personally check the tire pressure, meticulously inspecting the condition of each tire. A decade has passed since the apocalypse began, and the fact that they can still rent a vehicle at their encampment is nothing short of fortunate. Meticulous checks before departure are essential. When pursued by those malevolent creatures, a high-performance automobile could very well be the difference between life and death for an entire group. Chu Qianxun rose, closing her notebook. She appeared weary, her hands stained with grease, and her frame gaunt. Prolonged hunger and exhaustion had aged her far beyond her actual years. Like most survivors in this desolate world, she felt numb and dazed, her entire being shrouded in a gray pallor, devoid of vitality. Over the past decade, the struggle for existence had been exceedingly harsh for survivors, yet their desire to live burned fiercer than ever before. Each individual fought with every ounce of strength to endure another day in this realm overrun by monsters. "We shall rent this one, Jibe," Chu Qianxun said respectfully, presenting a bag of provisions to the elderly man seated nearby, engrossed in a newspaper. Yes, a newspaper. Without lifting his gaze from the page, Jibe turned another leaf, indicating his acknowledgement. The front page bore several striking headlines. Unimaginable horror. City A has fallen, a metropolis reduced to a deserted grave overnight. The footsteps of hell, humanity's funeral bell. More terrifying than demons, the man Yi Fei Tian. Chu Qianxun clicked her tongue. In Wardlethier, he was again. That devil. How many lives had he taken this time? Fortunately, City A was far from their current location. In response, an unsettling silence enveloped her. Ah Wu, Xiao Chun. A sense of foreboding stirred within Chu Qianxun. Beneath the vehicle, a pool of vibrant crimson blood quietly seeped into the ground, while in the shadow behind the wheel, a pair of glowing red eyes emerged. A creature. Chu Qianxun's pupils constricted, and she instinctively recoiled several meters away. Her fists clenched tightly, and the air around her began to compress rapidly, forming two crescent-shaped blades of wind. A sound, reminiscent of a soft sigh, resonated through the night. It was a voice that seemed to emanate from the most tender-hearted of women, imbued with a peculiar tremor, whispering directly into Chu Qianxun's ear, "Ah, it has been so long since I last savored the flesh of a young woman." In an instant, those blood-red eyes shifted from beneath the vehicle to her side. A chill ran down Chu Qianxun's spine, and every hair on her body stood on end. An overwhelming sense of dread seized her. "It's over for me," she thought. "It is too powerful. Even in the face of such adversity, I still yearn to survive." This was the final thought that flickered through Chu Qianxun's mind before the specter of death loomed. Human civilization had crumbled for a decade, and the nights within the camp were typically primal and silent. Chu Qianxun had not heard such cacophony in many years. Distant car horns, the rhythmic tapping of fingers on keyboards, the laughter of girls, the incessant background music of television dramas, the repetitive recitation of English words, these fragmented, faint sounds intertwined, both near and far, rendering her sleep restless and uneasy. Suddenly, Chu Qianxun's eyes flew open. She sprang up, her palm pressing against the edge of the bed, executing a graceful somersault as she flipped down from the upper bunk, landing firmly on her feet. With one hand firmly planted on the ground and her toes poised for action, Chu Qianxun vigilantly surveyed her surroundings. A mixture of astonishment and suspicion filled her heart. That seemingly trivial movement had made her acutely aware of the sluggishness and frailty of her new form. Simply descending from a bunk bed that stood 2 levels high had caused an inexplicable ache in her feet and palms. Chu Qianxun realized she was not dead, yet she had lost her strength and found herself in an unfamiliar environment. This place appeared to be a girls' dormitory, furnished with 4 bunk beds, with a lower level served as a study desk, and the upper level concealed a sleeping area behind curtains. To Chu Qianxun, the room felt vaguely familiar. Suddenly, a disheveled head emerged from behind the cartoon-themed curtain of one of the upper bunks, locking eyes with Chu Qianxun. The two exchanged a moment of wide-eyed surprise. The head, belonging to someone whose voice was hauntingly familiar to Chu Qianxun, exclaimed, "Chu Qianxun, are you trying to kill yourself? Jumping down from such a height, you wish to scare me to death?" It dawned on Chu Qianxun that this was her dormitory head from university, Han Xian. However, Han Xian had died a decade ago, right before Chu Qianxun's eyes. Stunned, Chu Qianxun turned her gaze towards the window. The dormitory window faced the school's main gate, where a bustling street outside was filled with the sounds of honking cars. A group of boys on bicycles zipped past the willow trees near the entrance. Beneath the trees, a couple from an unknown department held hands, whispering sweet nothings to each other. On the desk before the window, a computer screen glowed with a soft blue light, its screensaver clearly displaying the time. March 17th, 20XX, only 5 days remain until the arrival of the demonic seed. Fu Guoshu epitomizes the archetype of a wealthy, second-generation heir, or perhaps a third-generation official. His father is a businessman, while his uncles and ancestors are prominent figures in society, with his own grandfather holding a significant position in a military district. Currently a junior at H University, enrolled in the School of Economics and Trade, he has a brilliant and expansive future awaiting him upon graduation next year. For him, indulging in romantic pursuits and reveling in the comforts of university life are the most pressing matters at hand. Today, Fu Guoshu finds himself dining at a steakhouse near the campus, where his attention is captured by a second-year female student from his department. This young lady, named Chu Qianxun, seems to have garnered a modest reputation within the college. With her long hair cascading down her shoulders and her delicate features complemented by a slender figure, she embodies the essence of a pure beauty. In the eyes of her peers, she could be considered a top contender for class beauty, albeit with a touch of exaggeration. However, Fu Guoshu typically refrains from pursuing girls who exude such a strong aura of propriety. These types often carry an air of superiority, as if their disdain for the wealth of second-generation heirs elevates their own noble character. Once they are pursued and won over, complications arise as they demand both emotional and material investment in equal measure. When Fu Guoshu first entered university, with youthful naivety, he engaged in what many deem a simple campus romance. Yet, when it came time to part ways, the girl caused an uproar, making the experience tumultuous and painful. However, the breakup fee was received without any hesitation, accompanied by a scathing denunciation of him, which has left the stain of his notorious reputation lingering for 3 years. Yet, the undergraduate before her possesses a certain intrigue from her attire. It is evident that she does not hail from an impoverished background. Nevertheless, she bears the semblance of one who has not dined in a decade, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she voraciously devours the steak before her, finishing it with a whirlwind efficiency. She even raises her slender arm, calling out, "Waiter, another portion, please." Fu Guoshu settled across from Chu Qianxun, propping his feet up and adopting a pose he deemed suave, initiating a conversation with, What a coincidence, Junior. Have you encountered some trouble? Is this your way of transforming sorrow into appetite? The young woman, momentarily diverting her attention from her culinary battle, cast a sidelong glance at him. That glance caused Fu Guoxiu to instinctively straighten his posture as a shiver ran down his spine. His family is a well-established lineage, with numerous cousins serving in the military. From a young age, he has mingled with various martial arts experts. Fu Guoxiu understood that only those who have faced true battle and witnessed bloodshed can evoke such an unsettling sensation in others. Surely, it must be an illusion, he thought. After all, she is merely a second-year student from the finance department. Chu Qianxun observed the male classmate before her, who had a slightly plump figure and a rather flamboyant hairstyle, contemplating for a moment. It has been a decade, and her memories have become somewhat hazy. Many individuals from school are now scarcely recognizable. Fortunately, she quickly remembered that this was a senior, a well-known scion of wealth in their college, who had garnered the unflattering nickname Foolish Fu due to his perceived foolishness and abundance of money. Whispers circulated within the department, suggesting that he was not only lewd, but also notoriously unfaithful, relying on his family's affluence. Thus, despite occasionally encountering him during club activities, Chu Qianxun had always regarded this senior with disdain. However, the reason she was able to recall his name so swiftly at this moment stemmed from a distinct memory. On the day the apocalypse descended, she had blindly fled with the panicked throngs within the school. In her frantic state, Chu Qianxun tripped, and at that moment, a terrifying creature loomed less than 10 meters away from her. Weakness overtook her limbs, rendering her unable to rise. She screamed for help, but no one paused to offer assistance. Just as she resigned herself to her fate, it was this portly senior, panting heavily, who rushed to her side and pulled her up. "Quick, run!" Junior Fu Guoxiu was drenched in sweat, his hair disheveled, and his complexion pale with fear, a stark contrast to his current well-groomed and nonchalant demeanor. Though she had not seen him since that day, Chu Qianxun still vividly remembered his appearance. He represented one of the few moments of warmth she had experienced during those harsh times. With a soft smile, Chu Qianxun tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and extended her hand forward. "Senior Fu, it has been a long time." Fu Guoxiu, momentarily flustered, adopted a facade of seasoned composure and shook hands with Chu Qianxun. The delicate, pale hand gently pinched his for a fleeting moment before withdrawing. "Goodness, I truly misjudged her," Fu Guoxiu thought to himself, recognizing that this young woman was undoubtedly someone of the world. His female companion, sitting opposite him, straightened her posture, dabbed her mouth with a napkin, summoned the waiter to clear the dishes, and slightly furrowed her brows. "I realize this may seem rather abrupt, but I find myself in a predicament and would like to ask for your assistance, Senior," Chu Qianxun stated candidly. "A relative in my family is gravely ill, and I urgently need some funds. Could you lend me a sum of money?" Fu Guoxiu internally frowned. Remaining silent, he was aware that many referred to him as Fu the Fool behind his back, but he was far from foolish. Chu Qianxun opened her backpack and retrieved a red booklet, sliding it across the table. "This is the property certificate of my family, registered in my name. Please take a look. I can provide you with a promissory note, using the house as collateral." Fu Guoxiu scoffed. "What would I do with your property certificate? I'm not a loan shark. How much do you need?" 100,000. Fu Guoxiu hesitated. That amount was rather precise and coincidentally within his easily accessible pocket money. If she had requested more, he would have likely walked away without a second thought. The young woman's brow furrowed further, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears, gazing at him with a heartbreaking vulnerability. "I am truly in a desperate situation and have no other options left. Please, Senior, I implore you to help me." When Fu Guoxiu exited the steakhouse, he felt somewhat dazed. He gazed at the inexplicably received transfer notification on his phone, beginning to doubt whether he had once again fallen victim to deceit. Although he had previously indulged in purchasing luxury bags and watches worth tens of thousands to please his girlfriend, this particular junior possessed a visage that seemed untouched by the world's harsh realities, yet simultaneously exuded the aura of someone seasoned in the ways of life. With a juxtaposition of a gentle demeanor and an undeniable commanding presence, this contradictory impression intrigued Fu Guoxiu. Hence, he raised his hand, curious to discern her intentions, reassured that she would not escape. He shook his head, dismissing the trivial matter of having squandered 100,000 on frivolous expenses from his mind. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun sat in a taxi en route to the airport, fervently scrolling through her phone's Taobao app, racing against time to procure various items. Her finances remained insufficient, and the pursuit of additional funds was paramount. Glancing at her watch, she noted it was 1 p.m. on March 17th, with merely 5 days remaining until March 22nd. The plane would depart from Huacheng and land on Lai Island. With a modest backpack slung over her shoulder, Chu Qianxun traversed the coastal city, where the air was subtly laced with the scent of the sea. Her steps halted before an aging building, and she raised her gaze to the sixth-floor balcony. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she lowered her head and entered a local real estate agency within the community. Producing a property deed and its photocopy, she placed them on the table. "I wish to sell my house," she declared. A young agent welcomed her with enthusiasm. Upon verifying the authenticity of her property certificate and identification, the agent's demeanor shifted to one of heightened enthusiasm. "So, it turns out this is a residence within our community. Based on recent transaction prices, your 100 square meter property, depending on its condition, could fetch between 400 to 450,000. I am only selling for 300,000, pardon? I am only selling for 300,000, but I require a deposit of 100,000. Whoever pays the deposit first will secure the purchase." The agent paused momentarily, having encountered clients in dire need of funds throughout his years in real estate. He requested that Chu Qianxun wait and proceeded to the manager's office to explain the situation. "We must retain this client. We cannot allow her to leave our premises," the manager declared, suddenly invigorated. "If she exits our establishment and approaches a competitor, we may very well lose this opportunity." Simultaneously, he swiftly made several phone calls. "Hold on, I will contact to verify the status of her property," the manager instructed his subordinate. "As long as the property is clear of any issues, such as liens or disputes, we will promptly gather 100,000 to secure this property." The current real estate market is flourishing. Securing this property with 100,000 would enable a sale at a fair price within a week or two, and the entire contract process would conclude within a month. In just a month, a profit margin of 1 to 200,000 could be realized, prompting the manager of the agency to smile with satisfaction. "Hey, little sister, what brings you to call me today?" "Haha." When the voice of her cousin, Chu Xianxun, came through the phone, Chu Qianxun could not help but feel her eyes welling up momentarily. She realized that it had been many years since she had truly shed tears. Of course, the tears she had feigned during her arduous struggle for survival did not count. "Xiangyang, I need to talk to you about something." Chu Qianxun quickly regained her composure. "Ah, go ahead, I'm listening," came Chu Xiangyang's seemingly casual but actually tense voice from the other end. In the background, the sounds of cooking filled the air, accompanied by a middle-aged man's voice saying, "Whose call is it? Is it Qianxun? Dear, Qianxun is on the line." Soon after, there was a clatter of furniture, and the other end of the line fell eerily silent. Chu Qianxun could envision her aunt and uncle hurriedly gathering around Chu Xiangyang's phone, the three of them holding their breath in anticipation, eager to hear what she, their younger relative, had to say. Over a year ago, Chu Qianxun's parents tragically perished in a car accident. At that time, she had just begun her university journey and found it nearly impossible to accept such devastating news. Regrettably, she had misdirected her sorrow onto her aunt's family, who had always treated her with kindness. Her aunt's family was not particularly well off. Her uncle and cousin operated a small aluminum alloy shop within their community, struggling to make ends meet, often taking on renovation jobs to supplement their income. Her aunt was merely an ordinary housewife. Following her parents' untimely demise, Chu Qianxun inherited a modest apartment and a sum of 4 to 500,000 yuan in cash. Some malevolent relatives often whispered insidiously in Chu Qianxun's ear, leading her to believe that the various attentions and kindness from her aunt's family were merely ploys to seize the meager inheritance left by her parents. Despite the fact that after her parents' passing, her aunt and uncle busily managed their affairs, efficiently handling the intricacies of property inheritance and the transfer of assets, she remained unable to shift her perspective. She consistently presented a cold demeanor towards these relatives who genuinely cared for her. Her aunt's family attributed her peculiar attitude to her lingering sorrow over the loss of her parents, showing neither resentment nor frustration, but instead an increased compassion and affection for her. As the end approached, her classmates were preoccupied with contacting their families. As an orphan, Chu Qianxun received only 2 phone calls. Qianxun, is it chaotic over there? Don't be afraid, your aunt and uncle will come and get you. Qianxun, stay at school and don't wander off. I'm driving to Huacheng to find you right now. These were the last words she heard from her aunt and cousin, and to this day, they remain her greatest regret. Hello, Qianxun, why aren't you speaking? Where are you right now? Her cousin's voice echoed from the other end of the line. She yearned to ascend the stairs to see her cousin's family, yet she was burdened with too many tasks, leaving no time to spare. Chu Qianxun glanced at her watch. It was now 8:30 a.m. on March 18th. 4 days remained until the arrival of the apocalypse. Dear cousin, I have a classmate whose family possesses a villa on Ludo Island, and they wish to install some aluminum alloy security doors and windows. I suggested that you and Auntie could assist him. Chu Qianxun began to set her plan into motion. This villa was, in fact, rented by Chu Qianxun immediately after selling her house yesterday. The villa's owner resides abroad and has entrusted it to a real estate agency. Chu Qianxun promptly paid a month's rent, a security deposit, and the agency fee, signing a 3-year lease with the sole stipulation that she could renovate and reinforce the doors and windows. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Luda Island, being an isolated overseas island with a sparse population, experienced relatively few magical creatures within its confines, especially during the initial phase when the unevolved creatures from outside could not traverse the sea. Nearby, a significant military force was stationed, and the troops quickly responded, using their formidable firepower to suppress the creatures on the island. They destroyed the bridges, thus controlling the situation on Luda Island, transforming it into a sanctuary for survivors in the early days. However, this also led to the island's eventual downfall. She recalled that during the early stages of the apocalypse, the security in this area was relatively stable, and the indigenous residents had not faced eviction. Her intention was to lure her cousin's family to that villa district, where they could take refuge in the villa she had rented. At the very least, at the moment the apocalypse erupted, she could ensure they remained in a fortified dwelling. Cousin, you must go today. No, it is best to leave immediately, urged Chu Qianxun, not allowing Su Xiangyang any time to ponder. This task is not extensive. It merely requires the installation of aluminum alloy security windows on a few openings, reinforcing the main door, and adding a perimeter of high-voltage anti-theft wire along the courtyard walls. They are offering 200,000 in compensation, with the sole stipulation being the need for expedience. It must be completed within 4 days. 4 days? Why the urgency? Xiangyang, I made a promise in front of my classmates to secure this job for you. You must go. I have already collected a deposit on your behalf, amounting to 100,000. I will send you the photographs of the villa now. Before Su Xiangyang could respond, the call was abruptly terminated. Shortly thereafter, a notification chimed on his WeChat. It was a series of photos sent by Chu Qianxun. The images depicted a 2-story, standalone villa, surrounded by a high-perimeter wall, with no more than a dozen windows in total across the entire structure. Finally, she included a screenshot of a text message confirming the transfer of 100,000 from a certain individual, dated yesterday. Su Xiangyang shared the photos with his father, Su Maokai, and they deliberated on the matter. Su Maokai then called Chu Qianxun. Qianxun, it warms your uncle's heart to know you are considering both your cousin and me. However, while earning money is secondary, my foremost concern remains your safety. It is not a matter of distrust. The nature of this job requested by your classmate raises some apprehensions. In conversing with his rebellious niece, Su Maokai, despite being an elder, carefully measured his tone. You see, this villa is quite magnificent, yet the security window they requested must be both tight and sturdy, which is utterly incongruous with the villa's aesthetic. Moreover, the compensation seems rather excessive, and with such a pressing timeline, might there be underlying issues with this family? Annie, you need not worry that my classmate hails from a military background. Her grandfather is a high-ranking officer in a certain military district, so her roots are impeccable. There is no cause for concern. Perhaps the leaders simply prefer this particular style of decor, she reassured him. Upon hearing this, Su Maokai felt a sense of relief. He had never engaged with such high-ranking officials, and perhaps they indeed favored this style. If he executed this project thoroughly, he could earn at least 100,000 yuan, which is a substantial amount. Furthermore, since his niece had already received the deposit, it would be unwise to let the child down. My classmate's parents are out of town, leaving this house unattended, and there's hardly anything inside. Annie, when you and cousin arrive at the community, just bring your ID and go directly to the property management to collect the keys. My classmate has already informed them of your name. Shall we proceed directly then? Su Maokai, a man of integrity and honesty, felt a desire to commence the high-paying job promptly, aiming to execute the work to perfection. Very well, I shall prepare the materials and head over shortly. Su Maokai felt somewhat bewildered. His impression of this niece was that she had a rather introverted character. How had she suddenly transformed into such a decisive and efficient individual, orchestrating arrangements without a moment's pause? Annie, you must remember, it is imperative to ensure everything is as sturdy as possible. Rest assured, Chu Qianxun, we cannot afford to lose face in front of your classmates. Moreover, they're paying quite a sum.by the way. Annie, can I transfer the money after 4 days? My classmate will settle the remaining balance with me then, and I would prefer not to make 2 trips to the bank while I am busy with exams. Chu Qianxun was reluctant to hand over the renovation funds to her aunt's family at this juncture. It was crucial for her to retain as much money as possible. Fortunately, her uncle had immense trust in her. Nearby, her aunt swiftly seized the phone. Chu Qianxun, your exams are of utmost importance. Do not waste time queuing at the bank. It matters not when you transfer the money to your uncle. He has sufficient materials at his shop. Chu Qianxun pressed her lips together, gazing out of the window of her aunt's home for a brief moment before resolutely hanging up the phone. She stood in the shadows of the community corner, and before long, she saw her uncle and cousin descending from the building, bustling into their small shop, busy loading long strips of aluminum alloy onto their little pickup truck. After observing for a moment, she suppressed the urge to approach and left the community. At present, she lacked the ability to protect her aunt's family, remaining there held no significance. The only advantage she possessed was the memory etched in her mind. After the apocalypse, when demonic seeds fell from the sky, humans implanted with these seeds could transform into monsters or perhaps become saints. In her quest to evolve into a saint endowed with extraordinary powers, Chu Qianxun found no shortcuts. The only path lay in confronting the monstrous beings hidden, seizing their magic seeds, and becoming one of the earliest humans to transcend their limitations. Aware that her innate abilities were not particularly remarkable, she had learned through a decade of apocalyptic existence that evasion only rendered one weaker. The last time she fled from Huaqing to Luda, the chaotic escape filled with stumbling and mishaps had now transformed into her present opportunities. In a time-honored noodle shop, she savored a generous bowl of sauté noodles that had been her childhood delight. As she indulged in a spicy seafood noodle dish, an air of profound resentment seemed to envelop her. In 4 days, this familiar taste would become a fleeting memory. The elderly chef could not help but wrap the pot's edge with her iron ladle, exclaiming, "Take your time, beautiful. If you need more, just ask. Extra noodles are on the house." With her cheek stuffed, Chu Qianxun replied, "Yes, please add another serving." Arriving at the airport ahead of schedule, she glanced at her watch. An hour remained. Entering the airport gym, she commenced a light workout regimen. The condition of her body was alarmingly poor. After only a few paces, she found herself gasping for breath, and additional stretching and squats left her limbs weary. Yet, no matter the exhaustion, it was preferable to perishing on the path of flight. Since her rebirth the previous day, Chu Qianxun seized every moment to engage in physical training. She was determined to acclimatize her untrained body in preparation for the imminent escape that awaited her in 4 days. Upon the arrival of the aircraft in the City of Flowers, Chu Qianxun, freshly disembarked, received a call from her cousin. "Chu Qianxun, I have reached the villa. The property management has handed me the keys. It is indeed a bit far from home. My father has summoned my mother to join us, to lend a hand. We intend to settle here for the next few days, as you suggested. I have assessed the workload, and it appears we will be able to complete it in time." "Very well. You may reside there with peace of mind. Once the work is finished, send me photographs from my classmates to review. Once they have no objections, you may depart. By the way, there will likely be numerous packages arriving at the villa in the coming days. Cousin, could you kindly assist in receiving them? Just place everything in the basement upon arrival." As Chu Qianxun sat in the taxi, she relayed her instructions while simultaneously engaging in a flurry of online shopping on her phone. Rice, instant noodles, biscuits, a generator. She scarcely examined the details, desperately procuring all essential supplies within a quantity that would not attract undue attention, with all delivery addresses directed to that villa. This way, she could harmoniously arrange her future life alongside her aunt's family, steering clear of perilous individuals and situations, striving for a more favorable existence. Chu Qianxun glanced at her watch. 3 p.m., the 18th, she entered a private lending center. Everything remained within the confines of her meticulously crafted plan. Only 4 days remained until the impending apocalypse.
As Chu Qianxun emerged from the private lending center, her account had swelled by an additional 300,000 yuan. Although she was still a student, the possession of her own fixed assets ensured that this small loan would be credited by the end of the day. Chu Qianxun briefly calculated the funds at her disposal. An unexpected loan of 100,000 yuan from Fu Ersha, a deposit of 1 million from a property transaction, 300,000 from private lending, and nearly 500,000 from her parents' savings, all converted into a demand deposit, totaling 1,800,000 yuan. This sum was neither extravagant nor meager. She had less than 4 days to procure everything she needed and to expeditiously spend the remaining funds. Upon opening the dormitory door, she was greeted by a multitude of large and small delivery boxes, accompanied by the excited shrieks of her roommates. "Asun, have you gone on a shopping spree?" One exclaimed, who swore last week that they would cut off their spending. Another chimed in, and all delivered by express. Such extravagance. What a spendthrift. Don't mind them, Qianxun. What have you bought? Let's take a look. Using a utility knife, Chu Qianxun opened the delivery boxes to reveal 4 identical sets of tactical jackets. "One for each of us, choose your size," she announced. Suddenly, the chattering dormitory fell silent. "Are these for us?" The dormitory leader, Han Xian, asked in astonishment. "What's going on? You suddenly bought us clothes?" He Mingyan, from the neighboring room, also expressed her surprise. "A relative of mine works at a garment factory, and they have provided samples for us, all quite affordable. Each of you can take a set," explained Chu Qianxun casually. "This brand seems somewhat familiar." Another roommate, Gan Xiaodan, an outdoor enthusiast, remarked that she recognized the logo, realizing that it belonged to a prestigious international brand specializing in outdoor gear. She quickly pulled out her phone to investigate further, and upon discovering the truth, she exclaimed, "Wow! This is a professional shell jacket by XX, and a single set costs at least over 2,000. Chu Qianxun interjected, "Calm down. These are not authentic products. Merely original order goods. You scared me to death," Gan Xiaodan replied, patting her chest. With newfound excitement, she tore open the outer packaging of the jacket, examining it closely. "The craftsmanship is impeccable. It looks just like the genuine article. What kind of jacket costs over 2,000? Han Xian tried it on and said, "Room leader Mingyan, you have no idea. This is the most exceptional brand for outdoor gear. This shell jacket boasts remarkable abrasion resistance, quick-drying properties, and excellent insulation, making it perfect for extreme conditions. You'll understand once you wear it during a trip." Gan Xiaodan began to flaunt her limited knowledge. Chu Qianxun then revealed 5 backpacks, distributing one to each person. "Wow, there are also backpacks." Gan Xiaodan cheered, eagerly accepting one. "This is a functional pack? Durable, waterproof, and comfortable for extended wear. Why are there 5? One must belong to Lu Zhihan, right?" inquired Han Xian. "It's undoubtedly Lu Zhihan," she mused. "Who else could it be?" Gan Xiaodan, having accepted favors, was now fawning all over Chu Qianxun, effusively expressing her gratitude. "Oh, Qianxun, you're so wonderful. I absolutely adore you." "Thank you, Qianxun," He Mingyan chimed in, her voice as gentle as her appearance was fair. "I feel bad that you're spending so much money." Dorm head Han Xian, who shared a close bond with her, patted her shoulder and said, "Thanks, Sun," without further ceremony. Chu Qianxun remained silent, gazing at the 3 vibrant, smiling faces around her, faces she had once witnessed tragically lifeless before her very eyes. This time, Chu Qianxun wasn't sure if she possessed the ability to save them, but she wanted to do what little she could to help. In the crisp morning air of the campus, vitality surged. Students engaged in their morning exercises on the athletic field. A young woman jogging along the track captured the attention of several male students. Her fair complexion, slender limbs, and high ponytail swayed behind her as she moved. "She's stunning," one of the boys whispered. "Should we approach her? I wonder what department she's in," another added. Their murmured remarks failed to reach Chu Qianxun, who, after running approximately a kilometer, felt she had reached her limit and was compelled to stop. Catching her breath, she glanced at her watch. It was 6:45 a.m. on the 19th, leaving only 3 days until the end of the world. She made her way towards the large supermarket and pharmacy outside the school. After a moment of contemplation, she recalled that he must be Lu Zhihan, her newly minted boyfriend, whom she had just agreed to start dating. At this moment, her former boyfriend appeared both gentle and considerate, reaching out with concern to assist her. Lu Zhihan, tall and handsome, sported a refreshing short haircut, exuding the charm of a truly competent partner. Yet, Chu Qianxun knew that beneath this facade lay nothing more than a spineless individual. When the apocalypse struck, she was paralyzed by fear, overwhelmed and weeping, instinctively running to the boyfriend who had vowed to protect her forever. Lu Zhihan indeed grasped her hand, guiding her through the throngs as they fled. Amidst the chaos, Chu Qianxun stumbled and fell, desperately reaching out for her boyfriend's assistance. Had it not been for Fu Ersha's timely intervention, she might have met her demise there. With a fleeting smile, Chu Qianxun evaded the hand Lu Zhihan extended towards her. For someone like her, who had grown accustomed to the depths of human depravity in the wake of the apocalypse, Lu Zhihan's actions held no significance. However, this did not imply her willingness to squander her precious time on such a person. "I'm sorry, Zhihan. I believe we are simply incompatible." Lu Zhihan's expression contorted in disbelief as he grasped her hand tightly. "Why? There is no reason," she replied, prying his fingers away. "Let us part amicably, Lu. Please don't make this more unpleasant than it needs to be." With a sullen countenance, Lu Zhihan watched as Chu Qianxun walked away without a shred of mercy. In just 2 or 3 days, it seemed as if this girl had transformed entirely. Her demeanor radiated a newfound strength. Early on the morning of the 20th, a young woman, still a university student, approached Xiao Lu at the car rental shop. Having obtained her driver's license less than a month prior, she had called 2 days earlier to reserve a Hummer H1 for 3 days. According to company policy, as long as the customer could provide a license, a deposit, and a credit card, there was no valid reason to decline the request. However, Xiao Lu remained apprehensive. Upon meeting the young client, he earnestly attempted to persuade her to reconsider, suggesting a more stable and female-friendly vehicle. The female student was dressed in a simple casual shirt and light-colored jeans. She effortlessly hopped into the driver's seat, flicked her long hair, ignited the engine, engaged the clutch, and shifted gears with remarkable ease. With one hand on the steering wheel, she executed a clean and swift reverse maneuver, coupled with a slight drift. Amidst the Hummer's rugged engine growl, her youthful and innocent face emerged from the cabin. "What did you suggest I switch to?" With a powerful roar, the imposing Hummer sped away from the rental shop, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Lu's colleague patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "That was impressive. She drives like a pro, probably a seasoned driver, right? What vehicle did you suggest she rent?" Xiao Lu raised his folder, attempting to shield his flushed face. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun drove the rented Hummer to a small warehouse she had previously booked by the roadside on the outskirts of Huaqing. She opened the trunk and neatly arranged boxes of compressed biscuits, bottled water, and canisters of gasoline that she had previously stored in the warehouse. In the wake of the apocalypse, traffic within the urban area would soon become congested, rendering it nearly impossible to drive out smoothly. The highways would rapidly succumb to paralysis, leaving only the national roads, cleared by the military forces, as a feasible passage. Consequently, Chu Qianxun prepared a vehicle at the exit of the national road. Whether she would manage to reach this exit or, upon arrival, utilize the vehicle was beyond her contemplation. For someone who had survived for a decade after the apocalypse, the early days of the catastrophe were surprisingly accommodating to survivors. During that time, most food had not yet spoiled, various essential supplies remained intact, and vehicles and gasoline were almost universally accessible. The newly emerged monsters possessed relatively low combat abilities, and humanity still retained some semblance of order and morality. The only lament was her current frail physique. Chu Qianxun sighed and pinched her limbs, which ached painfully after only a few workouts. With such a body, her survival would indeed hinge on a modicum of luck. Suddenly, her phone rang. She answered it, and her cousin Chu Xiangyang's voice came through, rambling in an eccentric manner. I say, little sister Chu Xiangyang was crouched in a corner of the villa, one hand covering the phone's microphone to slightly muffle the sharp noise of a chainsaw. Is this family extraordinarily wealthy, buying things in pairs, one for use and one for disposal? What's the matter? Did you know? This morning, workers delivered 2 generators, the kind used in hotels. They said one was to be installed and the other kept as a backup. Chu Xiangyang exclaimed in an exaggerated tone. Generators worth over 200,000. How many power outages can they possibly have? And they bought one as a backup too. The generators have arrived. Are they being installed? Absolutely, several technicians came. They said the rich owner paid extra with the only demand being speed. TSK. Chu Xiangyang deeply felt that the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension. By the way, I have no idea what they're using this house for. Since yesterday, there's been a constant stream of deliveries, rice, instant noodles, biscuits, quilts, you name it. It's all piled up like a mountain. My mom has been busy all day helping them receive the goods. Cousin, Chu Qianxun interrupted him, speaking in a serious tone. When the goods arrive, just help store them properly and don't go around gossiping. My classmate's family is from the military, and this might involve some confidential matters. Chu Xiangyang immediately hushed up. Qianxun, don't scare me. What kind of secrets could there be? Do you know something? Tell me a bit. Brother Xiangyang, don't ask anymore. Just focus on doing your job well. Remember, it doesn't matter how it looks, it must be sturdy. For Chu Qianxun, there was really little she could do. On the day the demon seeds descend. In such chaotic circumstances, whether her aunt's family can survive remains uncertain. My classmate possesses a plethora of Doomsday films in his villa's DVD player, along with several novels concerning the apocalypse. Cousin, would you and your aunt and uncle care to peruse them this evening? That is untenable. My mother would be petrified by such monstrous visages. Qianxun, what is amiss? Why are you silent? Very well, I shall observe them. I shall bring my parents along this evening. Brother. Yes, I am here. 12:10 p.m. on the 20th. Merely 2 days remain until the advent of the apocalypse. Upon the 21st, the penultimate day before the cataclysm, Chu Qianxun is engaged in performing a plank exercise on a yoga mat laid upon the dormitory floor. Perspiration cascades from her brow, each droplet impacting the tiled surface. The computer screen upon the desk is illuminated, displaying a series of download progress bars in constant flux. Subsequent to the download, the computer shall synchronize these materials with 2 newly acquired, high-capacity mobile phones situated upon the desk. At the time of the apocalypse, all satellite communications and fiber optic networks shall cease to function. Mobile phones shall no longer possess communication and localization capabilities. However, in the later stages of the apocalypse, smartphones retain considerable utility as compact and portable repositories of information, thereby serving as mobile compendiums of knowledge for their users. In the wake of widespread network paralysis and the destruction of major server stations, the loss of vast quantities of human civilization's information precipitates a near in the transmission of human knowledge. Information readily accessible today shall become exceedingly precious and difficult to obtain in the post-apocalyptic epoch. Chu Qianxun prioritized downloading a wealth of technical knowledge related to medical first aid, chemical engineering, agriculture, animal husbandry, metallurgy, construction, and other fields that may prove beneficial to her, storing this information on her mobile phone for easy reference at any time. Simultaneously, she equipped both of her phones with the most detailed maps and several practical applications, not forgetting to pack a car charger and a portable power bank. Rising from her yoga mat, she wiped the sweat from her brow and casually opened her WeChat. The first thing that caught her eye was a barrage of messages from Lu Zhihan, which she dismissed without a glance, promptly blocking the man. Next, there were messages from her cousin, Chu Xiangyang, accompanied by an array of exaggerated emojis and photographs. My dear sister, look at this madman. He has purchased 100 boxes of instant noodles. A full 100 boxes. Observe how neatly I've arranged them, each flavor in its own vibrant hue, stacked with artistic flair. You must persuade the boss to give us an extra moving fee. Ha. The security doors and windows are nearly finished, and the high-voltage lines outside the yard have been installed. I'll send you the photos. Have your classmates take a look and see if they have any suggestions. Dad says he will tidy up tomorrow, and if there are no objections, we should be able to withdraw soon. Chu Qianxun set down her phone and resumed her exercises, performing 50 sets of deep squat jumps. When Han Xian entered the dormitory, she was startled to find Chu Qianxun engaged in her workout. Qianxun, what on earth are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be in class today? We have a calculus lecture, and if you continue like this, you might risk failing your finals. 49, 50. Chu Qianxun ceased her deep squats and frog jumps, bending over to catch her breath, waving her hand dismissively. It's nothing. I'll attend the advanced math class the day after tomorrow. If she could still attend class by then, she would go with great enthusiasm. After taking a shower and changing her clothes, Chu Qianxun emerged, slinging her arm over her best friend's shoulder. How about a spa? My treat. Near H University, there was a spa center, reasonably priced with skilled technicians, highly favored by affluent female students. The girls in Chu Qianxun's dormitory were from ordinary families, usually reluctant to frequent such places, only indulging during special promotions. The two arrived at the beauty center, and Han Xian lay down on the massage bed. The beautician attending to her was gentle and applied just the right pressure, performing an essential oil back massage. Han Xian felt so comfortable she almost moaned. She glanced at Chu Qianxun on the next bed. Qianxun's long hair was wrapped in a pristine towel, her small face resting on the head of the bed, eyes closed, thoroughly enjoying herself. Han Xian looked at that delicate face, sensing something subtly different about the familiar visage. Soon, Han Xian asked with concern, have you encountered something troubling recently? Chu Qianxun, with her eyes still closed, let out a soft, questioning hum. If there's anything, just say it. I can help you, Han Xian said sincerely. The eyes across from her opened slightly, veiled with an inscrutable mist. Do not inquire further, Xian. Simply savor the moment. In that instant, Chu Qianxun's expression appeared both desolate and indifferent. She mumbled indistinctly, this is the last day. Han Xian shivered slightly, convinced she must have misjudged. How could the ever-gentle Qianxun wear such a countenance? What shall we have for dinner tonight? The carefree voice of Chu Qianxun chimed in. Anything. I'm fine with whatever you desire. It's on me. I want to eat grilled fish. Very well, grilled fish it shall be. Han Xian exhaled in relief. She had overthought it. Xian remained her usual self. No matter how fervently Chu Qianxun wished for time to slow, the midday of the 22nd arrived as scheduled. The midday sun cast its glow upon the willow leaves lining the campus pathways, their vibrant green shimmering with vitality. Students meandered beneath the shade, having just concluded their classes. The sweet voice of the school radio host resonated through the air, and the midday campus buzzed with the same lively and harmonious atmosphere as any other day, imbued with a sense of joy. Chu Qianxun sat at her desk by the dormitory window, engrossed in devouring an extravagantly priced, calorie-laden takeout meal. She relentlessly shoveled food into her mouth, yet her gaze remained fixed upon the clock before her. 11:57, 11:58, 11:59. As the final numeral transitioned from 9 to 0, the melodious campus broadcast abruptly faltered, as if someone had grasped its throat, producing a jarring sound that swiftly succumbed to silence. The entire world seemed to collectively pause for a fleeting moment. Chu Qianxun closed her eyes, acknowledging that what was destined to come would inevitably arrive. The light surrounding her dimmed, and a low-frequency hum faintly resonated in the air. Without warning, a colossal celestial body emerged in the cloudless azure sky, occupying nearly a third of the heavens with its immense arc, silently suspended above. The resplendent, luminous entity towered aloft, gazing down upon the myriad creatures on the ground. It loomed so close to Earth that people could easily discern the peculiar green patterns swirling across its surface, shimmering with an eerie radiance that evoked a strange yet terrifying beauty. The sun was obscured by this titanic orb, barely managing to cast a crescent-shaped glow from behind its vast curvature, weakly comforting the terrified inhabitants of the planet below. What is that? Such a massive moon? No way. It must be a trick. Who would believe it? How could this be fake? Hey, come out. Don't stay cooped up in the dorm. Look at the sky. Mom, something's happened at school, sob. Is it the same over there? What is this? I'm so scared. After a brief moment of initial silence, the campus erupted into chaos. Some were filled with exhilaration, while others were gripped by fear and anxiety. Screams and discussions erupted in a cacophony, mingled with the incessant ringing of mobile phones. Chu Qianxun fixed her gaze on the green planet hanging in the sky, pursed her lips, and rose to her feet. She raised her pale, unblemished hand, devoid of any calluses, and gazed at it silently for a moment. With an almost imperceptible yet resolute motion, she extended her hand out of the window, palm open. A tiny emerald-like green gem descended from the heavens, trailing a delicate, luminous green thread behind it, gentle and exquisite. It swayed in the air before landing softly, like a seed slipping into the earth and vanishing without a trace. One after another, countless such tiny green crystals, each accompanied by a slender green glow, descended leisurely from the sky. What is this? It seems rather beautiful. Should we touch it? Could it be dangerous, perhaps radioactive? Oh, it fell onto my clothes and disappeared. Where did it go? People murmured in confusion. At this moment, perhaps only Chu Qianxun in the entire world understood what this truly signified. March 22nd, 2000 noon, the day of the demon seed's descent. The colossal celestial body that had suddenly appeared in the sky, after releasing the enigmatic crystals later known as demon seeds, vanished as abruptly as it had come. Most lives invaded by these green crystals would be demonized within hours, losing their human intellect and becoming creatures driven solely by the desire for flesh and blood. However, a rare few humans, upon being invaded by the demon seeds, would escape the fate of becoming monsters and instead evolve physical strength and supernatural abilities capable of opposing the demons. These individuals would later be revered as saints. Subsequent research has revealed that on the day of the demon's descent, the initial cohort of saints awakened directly under the influence of the demon exhibited the highest awakening rate, with a 30% chance of survival and awakening. In the aftermath, the awakening rate for those indirectly affected by demonic entities will significantly diminish. A beautiful green crystal, trailing a long filament, descended from the heavens and landed in the palm of Chu Qianxun. Her hand trembled slightly as a wave of uncontrollable fear washed over her. She had merely a 30% chance of survival. Nevertheless, she bit her lip firmly, resisting any instinct to withdraw. She watched wide-eyed as the eerie crystal penetrated her fair palm and vanished into her body. She understood that the demon seed had entered her being. Within 24 hours, fate would reveal whether she would become a demon or a saint. Regardless of the outcome, she was resolute in her determination to become a saint at the earliest opportunity. This would enable her to leverage the advantage of rebirth, seizing the chance to strengthen herself into a true powerhouse before others could react in the tumultuous early days. The apocalypse had arrived as foretold, yet she refused to endure the hardships and suffering of the past, living a life of helplessness and insignificance. She aimed to ensure a better existence for herself and her loved ones amidst the chaos. From this moment onward, there would be no turning back. Chu Qianxun clenched her fist tightly. Qianxun, the world is ending, yet you still have the leisure to sit here and play on the computer. Gan Xiaodan and Han Xian entered the dormitory, each carrying a shopping bag. Amidst their jesting pronouncements of impending doom, a subtle thrill permeated their beings, an anticipation for extraordinary occurrences disrupting the monotony of their mundane existences. Save for the colossal lunar orb suspended in the firmament and the descent of a gemstone rain, the world remained ostensibly unaltered. Chu Qianxun acknowledged with a hum, her hands diligently engaged in downloading potentially indispensable data as the final moments dwindled. Her cellular device was nestled between her ear and shoulder, facilitating a conversation with her maternal aunt's family. Qianxun, dear, remain in your dormitory. Your aunt and I shall embark forthwith to Huaqing to retrieve you. The voice on the other end echoed the precise dialogue of her previous existence. Aunt, I implore you, secure all portals and windows immediately, drawing the curtains. Remain within the confines of that abode, and under no circumstances should you grant ingress to any individual. Is that comprehended? I shall journey from Huaqing to your location. Qianxun, what nonsensical utterances are these? Your elder cousin shall drive. Su Xiangyang, her cousin, seized the telephone. Cousin, It is imperative that you bear in mind, in the cataclysm, the most formidable entity is not the monstrous fiend, but the depravity of the human heart. Qian. Soon, a cacophony of static emanated from the device before the signal dissipated. Chu Qianxun lingered in silence for a moment, then relinquished her grasp on the telephone. Han Xian deposited shopping bags upon the table. Qianxun, why do you exude such nonchalance? Everyone is discoursing about the apocalypse. Are you oblivious to the pandemonium that reigns within the supermarkets? Xiaodan and I exerted considerable effort to procure these meager provisions. Should you venture forth now, I surmise you shall find nothing remaining. She rummaged through her bag, extracting a package of instant noodles containing 5 servings. She unwrapped 2 and extended them to Chu Qianxun, saying, "Here, have some." I nearly brawled with an old woman to snag these. Gan Xiaodan grinned as she produced several apples. I was more successful. I even managed to grab apples. Here, let's each take 2. Chu Qianxun accepted the apples, wiped one on her clothes, and took a bite with a crisp sound. Hey, those were meant to be saved in case we run out of food. Why are you eating them now? Eat up. The fruit is too heavy for you to carry, Chu Qianxun replied, munching on the apple. She pulled back the curtain of her bed, retrieving 4 large bags from underneath. Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan curiously rummaged through the bags Chu Qianxun had given them. Oh, there are medications and compressed biscuits. When did you go out to buy these, Qianxun? Good heavens, such a sharp knife. I wouldn't dare use this. And a small blanket too. Qianxun, you're awesome. While they were chattering and discussing, Chu Qianxun had already finished the apple in a few bites. Methodically, she donned a windbreaker, laced up a pair of military-style boots, and put on black gloves and a sports watch. She gathered her smooth, dark hair, tied it up, and, without hesitation, snipped off the ends with a pair of scissors, leaving only a short tuft tied at the back of her head. As He Mingyan entered, Chu Qianxun had one foot propped on the edge of the bed, tying her shoelaces. Oh, Qianxun, why did you cut your hair? He Mingyan touched the short ponytail at the back of Chu Qianya's head, resembling a rabbit's tail. This won't do, we need to go to the barber shop to get it trimmed. Have you bought anything, Mingyan?
Gan Xiaodan inquired.
Not at all. There are simply too many people. I couldn't squeeze in, He Mingyan replied with an embarrassed smile, gently brushing her long hair aside. Han Xian generously offered, "We'll share some with you. Qianxun has prepared something for everyone. Please take it." "Oh no, thank you. Xia Xiaoban mentioned he has plenty of food. I'll just take some clothes over to him." He Mingyan's complexion flushed slightly. Xia Xiaoban was her boyfriend, a year her senior, from a well-off family, and he rented a house off campus. He Mingyan gathered a few articles of clothing and placed them into a pink leather embroidered handbag, heading towards the door. Chu Qianxun grasped her arm, saying, "Stay in the dorm, Mingyan. But Xiaoban is waiting for me downstairs." He Mingyan displayed a conflicted expression, nudging Chu Qianxun's hand to decline her insistence. After a prolonged moment of observation, Chu Qianxun finally released her arm. "All right, but take these with you." Chu Qianxun picked up the sports backpack she had purchased for everyone, packed it with a portion of supplies, zipped it up with a swift motion, and handed it to He Mingyan. "Take care, Mingyan." Chu Qianxun patted her shoulder, adding sincerely, "Remember to rely on yourself when it matters most. Don't depend on others." Though Chu Qianxun's words were heartfelt, they struck He Mingyan with an uncomfortable resonance. As she prepared to leave the dormitory to cohabit with her boyfriend, a sense of awkwardness lingered in her mind. Hearing Chu Qianxun's remarks made her wonder if her friend was mocking her for leaning on a man, leaving her with a sense of unease. He Mingyan pouted slightly, carrying her belongings as she descended the stairs. Her boyfriend, Xia Xiaoban, stood outside the dormitory, tall, handsome, and fashionably dressed. Seeing her emerge, he considerately stepped forward to help her with her things. Mingyan linked her arm with her boyfriend's, feeling a wave of sweetness. Even if the apocalypse were to come, Xiaoban would surely protect her. There was nothing to fear. Qianxun and the others must be envious, left alone in the dormitory with no one to rely on, hence their spiteful remarks. "Yan, are you hungry? Shall I take you out to eat? What would you like?" Xia Xiaoban asked tenderly. "I'll leave it to you," He Mingyan replied, leaning affectionately against him. "How about Japanese cuisine? I feel unusually hungry." Suddenly craving sashimi, Xiaobin said, licking his lips. Strange. Why am I so hungry? Xiaobin thought to himself. I'm ravenous, craving something fresh, something with a hint of blood. As he looked at his girlfriend, her cheeks flushed, a peculiar desire welled up within him. Under a willow tree on campus stood a tall young man. He wore a simple white shirt and black trousers, his hair slightly disheveled, breathing heavily as he leaned against the tree trunk, seemingly unwell. Two female students nearby noticed him and nudged each other. Look, it's the heartthrob from the civil engineering department. So handsome. Does he seem unwell? Should we go and ask? They approached him hesitantly, pulling at each other's sleeves. Are you feeling unwell, senior? Should we take you to the infirmary? The dashing figure of the civil engineering department's heartthrob lifted his face, revealing a look of utter bewilderment as he fixed his gaze upon the female classmate before him. Senior? What is wrong with you? A girl reached out, waving her hand in front of him. Through the gaps between her elegantly manicured fingers, she beheld a horrifying spectacle. The senior's handsome visage suddenly inflated like a balloon, his features being pushed to the periphery, while several fissures split open in the center of his face. His head resembled a peeled orange, divided into 5 segments that unfurled outward, emitting 2 fleshy tendrils that writhed as if reaching for her. A piercing scream reverberated through the campus. Chu Qianxun and others rose in unison, crowding by the window to gaze downward. Beneath a nearby willow tree stood a figure, no, a monster. The creature donned a white shirt and black trousers, possessing a human form, but atop its head sprouted 5 grotesque, claw-like petals, from which 2 elongated tongues extended, ensnaring the head of a nearby girl clad in a skirt. Another girl, paralyzed by fear, collapsed to the ground, weeping uncontrollably as her anguished screams filled the air. On the pathway, a couple strolled hand in hand, and upon hearing the distant cries, the girl turned her head toward her boyfriend, asking, "Darling, what is happening up ahead?" Her paramour cast a sidelong glance at her, abruptly disengaging his hand from hers, and recoiled several paces in a most ungainly fashion, as if beholding some grotesque specter. He pointed a trembling digit in the direction of her visage, his entire frame convulsing. Thou must not approach. What ails thee? She inquired, perplexed. Is there something amiss with my countenance? She extended a hand to touch her face, and the sensation was most peculiar. Her fingers encountered a yielding patch of skin, which she peeled away to reveal a viscous, viridescent fluid beneath. Terrified screams reverberated from every corner of the campus. The once serene and joyous grounds were rapidly transforming into a scene of carnage and despair. What is transpiring?
Han Suan stammered. Her teeth chattering.
I know not, responded Gan Xiaodan, her legs trembling so violently that she could no longer support herself. She slumped against the wall beneath the windowsill. It must be a dream, a mere figment of our imagination, she muttered, her brow slick with perspiration. Only Chu Qianxun remained unmoved, standing impassively at the window, her gaze fixed upon the unfolding horror with a mixture of indifference and sorrow. This is no dream, she murmured softly. This is our reality from this moment forth. The campus was rife with cries for succor, yet none could offer salvation. Those slain by the monstrosities soon rose again, shambling and transformed into new fiends. Within the dormitory, the air was thick with terrified shrieks and the frantic sounds of escape. Chu Qianxun secured the dormitory door, reinforcing it with 2 desks, and drew the curtains closed. Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan sat helplessly on the floor, tightly embracing each other, their faces pale and trembling, as they watched Chu Qianxun methodically carry out her tasks. Soon. Aren't you afraid? Han Xian stammered, shivering. Of course I am afraid, Chu Qianxun replied, dismantling 3 packets of instant noodles and pouring boiling water over them. But fear is of no consequence. If you wish to survive, I advise you to acclimate yourself sooner rather than later. She retrieved an apple purchased by Gan Xiaodan and leisurely began to peel it at the table, skillfully slicing it into neat, attractive pieces. Perhaps influenced by Chu Qianxun's composed demeanor, Gan Xiaodan gradually regained some strength, her lips pale as she managed to utter, "Qianxun, can you still eat?"
Chu Qianxun,
already holding her portion of noodles, began to eat them alongside the fruit. Casting a glance at the 2 of them, who lay helpless on the floor. She inquired, "Are you going to eat? These cannot be taken with you, and it will not be so easy to obtain them again." Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan mimicked Chu Qianxun's demeanor, fully dressed as they lay on the bed. They had been frightened throughout the previous day. During the night, amidst the intermittent screams echoing through the campus, they had been terrified for most of the night, finally managing to doze off briefly just before dawn, only to be awakened by a sudden rumbling sound from outside the window. Han Xian bolted upright in bed, exclaiming, "What is happening?" Across from her, Gan Xiaodan exchanged bewildered glances, mirroring her own fear and confusion, utterly at a loss. Chu Qianxun lay on the bed fully clothed, her shoes still on. At this moment, she had already descended from the bed and stood by the window. She lifted a corner of the curtain and gazed outside for a while, then remarked, "The troops have emerged. Let us grab some food and take our bags. We will follow behind the army." Across from the main gate of H University, separated by a road, there lay an ascending slope, the entrance of which bore a sign that read "Military Restricted Area. Unauthorized personnel prohibited." Inside was the garrison of a certain military unit. After the apocalypse descended, the military was the first to respond, swiftly organizing humanity's initial counteroffensive against the monstrous entities. However, as the demonic species rapidly spread and evolved, human forces soon found themselves overwhelmed by the increasingly formidable adversaries. At this moment, the tanks and armored vehicles of the Marine Corps rumbled ahead, clearing the path. Occasionally, the sound of fighter jets soaring overhead pierced the sky. Following closely was a lengthy convoy of transport vehicles, each carrying soldiers clad in full battle gear. Many of the vehicles bore traces of blood, yet the expressions of the soldiers remained solemn and composed, devoid of any undue panic. The morning city seemed to awaken to the thunderous sound of the rolling wheels. Those who had been in a state of disarray for an entire day and night cautiously emerged from their hiding places. Gradually, a considerable number of individuals, some with luggage, others driving, began to trail behind the slowly advancing military. This gradually formed a long line of people. "Major General, the civilians are following." A subordinate relayed via radio to the leading Major General. "Let them follow, though we have yet to receive the command for rescue. We cannot abandon the populace. If they can accompany us, let them do so, particularly the students from H University. We must protect them as best as we can." The resolute Major General made his decision, yet, upon discovering any signs of corruption, there is no need for a report. Immediate execution is warranted. Chu Qianxun splashed cold water on her face in the restroom, lifting her head as her damp palms pressed against the mirror. The reflection revealed a young, delicate, fair-skinned visage, untouched by the trials of life, entirely devoid of her former self from before her rebirth. Only her eyes betrayed the presence of a soul that had endured countless hardships, faintly overlapping with the image of herself a decade hence. The path she had traversed in the past now beckoned her to walk it anew. Emerging from the restroom, Chu Qianxun donned her gloves and inquired, "Are we ready? It is time to depart." Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan hurriedly finished the morsels of food in their hands. They had scarcely eaten since noon yesterday and were only now managing to consume a bit of warm noodle soup at Chu Qianxun's insistence. Standing on the windowsill, she retrieved a set of descent ropes, securing the safety hooks to the window before casting the rope spool out into the void below. Subsequently, she tossed a backpack from the upper floor while fastening another tightly onto her back. The extra pack was prepared for Fu Ershao. Should their paths cross, it would serve as a small gesture of goodwill, provided that circumstances mirrored those of her former life. "When did you purchase this rope, Qianxun? Are we to descend through the window?" Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan were utterly astonished. Their dormitory was on the 3rd floor. Chu Qianxun gestured with her chin towards the door blocked by a table, implying, "Do you really intend to exit through the door?" A large pool of filthy blood had seeped through the gap beneath the door, now half dried, making it impossible to imagine what horrors had transpired outside the previous night. Pale-faced, Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan shook their heads in agreement with Chu Qianxun's plan. Standing on the windowsill, Chu Qianxun was clad in a windbreaker, military boots, and black gloves, with an outdoor sports bag slung over her back. A long-handled bone cleaver in a leather sheath hung at her waist, and a dagger was strapped to her thigh. Given her current arm strength and reaction speed, the rate of weapon damage and loss would be exceedingly high. Perhaps with a single strike, the blade embedded in a monster's body would become irretrievable, necessitating constant replacement on the run. Therefore, she did not obsess over her weapons, opting only for a lightweight, sharp cleaver as her primary initial weapon. Got it? I'll go down first, you follow. Qianxun, I'm scared. Gan Xiaodan nearly cried out. Chu Qianxun glanced at her, lifting her wrist to check her watch. I'll wait for you downstairs for only 10 minutes. If you don't come down, I'll leave first. With that, she pushed off the wall, gripping the rope with practiced ease, and slid down the building without hesitation. Landing on the ground floor, Chu Qianxun first cautiously surveyed her surroundings. Fortunately, no monsters had appeared nearby yet. Han Xian grasped the rope loop, clenched her teeth, and secured it around her waist. A Xian. Gan Xiaodan trembled, calling out to her, Are you really going down? Xiaodan, Qianxun is right. No one can assist us. We must rely on ourselves. Han Xian responded, stepping onto the window ledge. She wiped away the tears that betrayed her resolve, gritted her teeth, closed her eyes, and descended from the windowsill. The descent was gradual. As Han Xian passed the window below, she glanced inside. The door to the dormitory on the second floor stood wide open, clutter strewn haphazardly across the floor. There lay a young corpse, face up, amidst a large pool of blood, its neck arched, and wide-open eyes fixated on the outside world. It was a junior she often encountered while ascending and descending the stairs. Unable to bear the sight, Han Xian turned away, tears streaming down her face. Just as her feet were about to touch the ground, a sudden noise erupted from the first-floor security window. A few blood-red fingers emerged through the narrow gaps of the security grate, and a bloodied, skinless creature reached out towards her through the window. Just as Han Xian was about to scream, a gloved hand covered her mouth and gently pulled her back a few steps. Don't be afraid. It can't come out, Chu Qianxun reassured her from behind. Gan Xiaodan, trembling, stood on the windowsill, gazing down at the 3-story height and the monsters that wandered in the campus below. Overcome with fear, she could not bring herself to jump. Chu Qianxun observed her, raised her arm, and silently pointed to her wristwatch. If you don't come down, we shall leave, she mouthed. Tears welled up in Gan Xiaodan's eyes, and she dared not utter a sound, biting her lip desperately. At last, she closed her eyes, grasped the rope, and leaped down, the descent device gently lowering her to the ground. When Han Xian caught her, she was still gasping for breath, sobbing uncontrollably. Let us go. Chu Qianxun drew the bone knife, holding it in her hand, and cautiously approached the school gate, crouching low. In the distance, the sound of fierce gunfire echoed, accompanied by the thunder of artillery. Many monsters were drawn to the large-scale operations of the military, converging there and subsequently facing a brutal assault. This significantly reduced the number of monsters within the campus. Some daring students, like Chu Qianxun and her companions, stealthily peeked out from various dormitory buildings and rushed toward the gate. With a few leading the way, more students followed suit, and the survivors gradually formed a makeshift group. Chu Qianxun and her 2 companions moved along with the crowd. Suddenly, screams erupted from the rear of the group. Several grotesque creatures, lured by the commotion of the fleeing students, staggered out from the shadows, dragging their decayed bodies in pursuit. Chaos ensued as the crowd surged forward, students desperately fleeing. At the back of the throng, a plump girl tripped and fell, rolling onto the ground. The nearest monster was merely a dozen steps away from her. Terrified, she was paralyzed with fear, unable to rise, and could only scream for help. Hurry! Get up! He himself was frightened, his face turning pale. Chu Qianxun sighed, realizing that even if she hadn't fallen this time, Fu Ersha would still have made the same move to assist someone. Perhaps due to the excessive corpulence of the female student who had fallen, Fu Guoshu's attempt to pull her up proved unsuccessful. The sanguinary monstrosity had advanced to within a mere 5 steps of them. Help! Help! The girl shrieked hysterically, tears streaming down her face, clutching at Fu Guoshu as if he were her last lifeline. In her frantic grasping, she inadvertently pulled Fu Guoshu down to the ground, using the momentum to rise to her feet and scramble away. Fu Guoshu stumbled, and as he turned over, a terrifying visage loomed above him, gazing down upon him. The upper portion of the monster's face belonged to a beautiful female student, with neat bangs, long, straight black hair, and large, vacant eyes. However, the area below her mouth appeared to have been ravaged, leaving a mangled void, dripping with blood. Thick, viscous gore even splattered onto Fu Guoshu's face. This is the end for me, Fu Guoshu thought as he sat on the ground, his body rigid and immobile. Suddenly, a black ankle boot materialized before him, delivering a kick to the gruesome, half-destroyed face, sending the monster sprawling. Fu Guoshu recognized the junior classmate who, just 5 days prior, had borrowed money from him with a pitiable demeanor. She stood before him now, having kicked over the monster, her pale arms wielding a long-handled cleaver, which she brought down with unwavering resolve in 7 or 8 savage blows. The monster's neck was hacked to pieces, and it ceased to move. The lithe and fair junior, with a delicate countenance, planted a foot upon the monster's shoulder, forcefully extracting the blade embedded within its flesh. Brandishing the gore-stained knife in one hand, she extended the other towards her senior, who was slumped on the ground, imploring, "Arise, senior." Chu Qianxun seized Fu Guoshu and fled, finding themselves at the rear of the throng, pursued by several staggering monsters. Upon exiting the campus gates, a hastily constructed barricade bisected the road, manned by a dozen fully armed soldiers positioned behind the entrenchments. The cataclysm had erupted with abruptness, causing severe gridlock throughout the city, impeding the army's advance. Their mission was to intercept the approaching fiends, thereby preventing the main force from being caught in a pincer movement and providing succor to the trailing civilians. The squad leader, rising to his feet, gesticulated and shouted, "Hurry! Hurry!" Chu Qianxun and Fu Guoshu dashed through the gap in the trench, the echoes of intense gunfire erupting behind them. 2 or 3 of the pursuing monsters, impervious to the heavy barrage, continued their advance for several steps. Fortunately, they finally succumbed, collapsing askew before the trench. The squad leader spat, exclaiming, "Curse it! Where did these monstrosities come from? So resilient, riddled with holes, yet still lunging forward." The soldiers guffawed, "Careful with your language, Chief. This is H University's entrance. The students are watching." The squad leader smiled, glancing towards Chu Qianxun and the others, offering a salute. Chu Qianxun, with composure, cast an admiring glance at the Type 95 semi-automatic rifle in his grasp, harboring a sense of longing. She too yearned for a firearm. However, unless she could remain with the troops, the ammunition would inevitably prove insufficient. The weight of an empty weapon would only sap her strength. Thus she relinquished her thoughts of acquiring a gun along the way. Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan stood watch not far behind the trenches, and upon witnessing the creatures dispatched effortlessly by the soldiers' bullets, they breathed a collective sigh of relief and approached Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun accepted the backpack that Han Xian had been carrying and handed it to the empty-handed Fu Guoshu. As he observed the identical backpacks slung over the shoulders of the 3 girls, he realized that this additional pack had been specially prepared for him. Most of the boys at school lacked the habit of hoarding supplies. Fu Guoshu, known for his generosity, had seen the only 2 packets of instant noodles and a box of snacks in his dormitory devoured by several friends the previous night, and he had lost the bottle of mineral water he had taken with him in the ensuing chaos. Coming from a well-off family, his friends were more inclined to take than to give. Yet, in this perilous moment, he received a gift from a junior whom he had merely assisted in passing. Fu Guoshu was filled with profound emotions. The pack contained food, water, some essential medical supplies, a dagger, and a blanket. At this juncture, such items were not easily purchasable, and the debt of 100,000 that he owed seemed to have been settled. Chu Qianxun tossed the bag into his arms. Fu Guoshu fumbled to catch it, exclaiming, "What does that money matter? I owe you my life. You owe me nothing. We are even," Chu Qianxun thought to herself. As the first light of dawn touched the ravaged streets, the aftermath of chaos was starkly visible. Shopfronts on either side lay in ruins, their shelves overturned, merchandise strewn about. Within some establishments, desperate individuals engaged in violent struggles over the remaining goods. The recent forceful sweep by the military had purged the road of nearly all demonic entities. Occasionally, a straggler would emerge from the shadows, only to be met by a united front of emboldened men, who, with combined effort, would hack the creature to pieces. The The situation, though dire, seemed to teeter on the edge of salvageability. Chu Qianxun and her companions, burdened with their packs, silently navigated the avenue, giving wide berth to the fallen bodies that littered the roadside. Suddenly, Han Xian tugged at Chu Qianxun's sleeve, her finger trembling as she pointed ahead. Qianxun, she whispered, her voice quivering with fear. Following her gaze, Chu Qianxun noticed a stylishly dressed man crouched in the dim recess of an alleyway, his back turned towards them. A distinct, crunching sound suggested he was consuming something. Before him, on the ground, lay a woman. Her body was mostly concealed by the alley's shadows, but her exquisitely long and shapely legs were exposed to the sunlight. Near the man's polished leather shoes, a delicate, pink sheepskin handbag, embroidered with flowers, rested silently in a pool of blood. It was He Mingyan's bag. Is that? Han Xian choked, her sobs stifled by her hand. Chu Qianxun paused, a moment of silence hanging in the air. Then, she spoke, her voice resolute. Let's go. She gently urged Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan forward, and the four of them continued their journey on the opposite side of the street, their footsteps hushed and discreet. As they crossed the alleyway, Chu Qianxun gripped the dagger in her hand, while Fu Guoshu tightened his hold on a fire axe he had acquired midway. They vigilantly observed a figure in the corner across the street that bore a resemblance to a human. Though they could not fathom what it would look like upon turning, it was certain that it would not be the familiar Xiaoban they once knew. Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan pressed their hands tightly over their mouths as tears streamed down their cheeks. The four had traversed for several hours before arriving at a gathering place teeming with people. Not far from this assembly, a line of soldiers had erected a makeshift barricade, preventing any further passage for pedestrians. The thunderous sounds of gunfire echoed clearly in this vicinity, indicating that a significant force was likely engaged in battle with the monsters nearby. Chu Qianxun and her companions blended into the crowd, finding a corner to rest. A considerable portion of the individuals gathered here were students from H University, among whom were a few familiar faces. Qianxun, should we go over there? It seems like some of our classmates are present, Gan Xiaodan inquired. Chu Qianxun shook her head. No, I will remain here. If everything unfolds as it did in my past life, the first wanderer will soon appear in this vicinity. It is a creature of remarkable speed, classified as a low-tier monster. Following the descent of the demonic species, the majority of infected humans and animals are likely to transform into initial-level monsters. Despite their terrifying appearance, these low-tier creatures possess limited offensive capabilities, and slaying them yields no rewards. After the colossal celestial body vanished from the sky, the monsters began to evolve at an astonishing pace. People discovered that the evolved creatures bore within them a certain crystalline substance. The size and hue of these crystals varied according to their rank, and they would become akin to an opiate for the powerful among humanity. By consuming crystals of the appropriate grade, one could swiftly enhance their abilities, with a certain probability of aiding the saints in transcending their limits and ascending to a higher tier of strength. However, excessive consumption of these crystals, or the reckless ingestion of higher-tier crystals, carried a significant risk of corrupting the saints, transforming them into formidable and cunning fallen beings. Nonetheless, it is evident that few could resist the allure of the crystals, leading to their gradual emergence as the currency of future societies. The higher-tier crystals became the coveted treasures fiercely contested by various factions. The last time a wanderer appeared in this vicinity, Chu Qianxun, like most, fled in a panic, scarcely getting a glimpse of the monster-esque form. Now, she stood vigil at the exit of the gathering place, awaiting the emergence of that creature. She yearned to obtain that crystal. In the early days of the apocalypse, first-tier monsters were elusive. With the memories of her past life, Chu Qianxun was aware of the locations where evolved monsters had appeared along her path, which constituted her sole advantage. She intended to leverage the knowledge she possessed to seize the initiative, striving to grow formidable and become a paragon among the saints. She understood deeply that in times of chaos, only the strong could attain true safety, freedom, and dignity. Fu Guoshu had traversed an entire morning's journey. Now settled, he felt an overwhelming thirst and hunger. He opened the backpack that Chu Qianxun had given him and rummaged through it, retrieving a bottle of water and a pack of compressed biscuits. After gulping down several large mouthfuls of water, he felt slightly better. Upon entering H University, due to his affluent background and generous nature, his classmates often took advantage of him, which he dismissed without concern. However, as time passed, they began to perceive him as Na'vi, even going so far as to nickname him Fu Ursha behind his back. Today, he found a peculiar sense of satisfaction in this moniker. After all, they were all cunning in their own right. How many of them could be fortunate enough, in such dire times, to receive life-saving provisions prepared specifically by a junior? Fu Guishu thought to himself with a sense of pride. He offered biscuits to Chu Qianxun and Han Xian, but Chu Qianxun waved her hand, indicating that she had provisions of her own. Indeed, not every hurried escapee was as well prepared as they were. Many in the square were empty-handed and hungry, casting envious glances at the four of them as they sat together, nibbling on biscuits and sipping water. It had only been a day since the demonic seeds had descended, and most people still adhered to societal norms, so no one dared to approach and seize their supplies. I wondered why you suddenly wanted to break up with me. Turns out you've latched onto a wealthy man. A mocking voice rang out before Chu Qianxun. She looked up to find her former boyfriend, Lu Zhihan, gazing at her with disdain. He described himself as disheveled, having lost the refined and handsome demeanor he once possessed. His clothes were caked in mud, his hair was unkempt, and a tear marred the leg of his trousers. Since the previous night, he had consumed nothing. At this moment, hunger gnawed at him as he observed the woman who had once been his girlfriend sitting beside another man, indulging in food and drink, stirring a sense of indignation within him. How could she choose such an inferior companion as Fu Ursha? Lu Zhihan scoffed, pondering how a man of his girth could possibly keep pace in such a situation. No matter how much wealth he possessed, it was futile here. The memory of his once gentle girlfriend did not match the flushed fury he had anticipated. Instead, she merely shook her head and smiled before lifting her gaze towards him. Her smile conveyed a sense of condescension, reminiscent of a powerful beast regarding a weaker one, akin to a lion's disdainful amusement towards a rabbit. She restrained Fu Guishu, who was ready to confront him in anger, merely twisting the bloodied knife in her hand, sending an icy shiver down Lu Zhihan's spine. However, his gnawing hunger compelled him to gather his courage and utter a desperate plea. We once shared good times. Could you spare me a morsel? At this, Chu Qianxun genuinely laughed, raising an eyebrow as she internally berated herself for having been so blind as to have chosen such a man. Then her expression hardened, and with an emotionless tone, she uttered a single word. Scram. Lu Zhihan was incensed by the disdainful dismissal emanating from his former girlfriend. At this moment, he was both famished and infuriated, discarding his pretense of civility from the past. He reached out with the intent to seize the food and water from Chu Qianxun's hands. Should he succeed, he would hurl a few scornful invectives, branding her with terms such as shameless gold digger, thereby diverting attention from his act of thievery and directing it towards her. Chu Qianxun, casting aside her food, stood up defiantly. With agility, she swiftly hooked her foot around Lu Zhihan's heel, using her right hand to grasp his arm and twist, sending the taller and stronger man crashing to the ground. Though her slender arms and legs lacked strength, the combat skills etched in her mind had been honed through a decade of life and death struggles, rendering her more than capable of dealing with an ordinary male college student. Before Lu Zhihan could react, he found himself disoriented and sprawled on the ground, as the woman twisted his thumb and forcefully bent his arm behind his back, her knee pressing against his lower back, rendering him immobile with pain. It hurts. Let go. You mad woman. A sharp dagger was unsheathed with a chilling sound, dancing dangerously close to his face, the cold blade's wind brushing against his nose and embedding itself into the earth before him. Overwhelmed by fear, Lu Zhihan was brought to tears. After a moment of observing the sniveling man before her, Chu Qianxun compassionately sheathed her dagger and rose to her feet. Scram, and do not make me repeat myself. This time, Lu Zhihan truly fled in a state of utter panic. Fu Guishu, Han Xian, and Gan Xiaodan stared in stunned silence at the instantaneous turn of events, utterly bereft of words to articulate the emotions swirling within them. Fu Guishu initiated a round of applause, which Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan mechanically joined, their minds still struggling to process the scene. When did Qianxun acquire such skills? Could it be that she had been concealing her abilities all along? Nearby, some individuals had been eyeing Chu Qianxun and her companion's superior equipment and provisions, harboring designs of their own. However, witnessing the recent display, they promptly abandoned their intentions. Several soldiers stationed outside were also observing the commotion from a distance. "Lin, did you see that?" one soldier remarked, gesturing towards the group of people. "Not bad at all. She's still a female student." The platoon leader, a man surnamed Lin, narrowed his eyes and responded, "Not just not bad. That kind of skill can only be honed through actual combat. This girl must come from a family of some influence." As they were conversing, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. "The moon is gone," someone exclaimed. "No, the giant green moon is gone. It's gone. How could something so massive just vanish without a trace? Could this be the end? Will the monsters no longer appear? Let's hope so. We're saved." People pointed and gesticulated towards the sky, their voices filled with discussion and speculation. The colossal celestial body that had loomed in the heavens had vanished as silently as it had appeared. In a single day, it scattered seeds of destruction from the skies, potent enough to obliterate all life on Earth, forcibly ushering in a new epoch in human history. Posterity would forever remember this day, etched in the collective consciousness of humankind, as the day of the demonic inception. Chu Qianxun remained aloof from the jubilant crowd, ensconced in her seat, mechanically satiating her hunger. From her vantage point, she had an unobstructed view of the road they had traversed. As twilight began to descend, the stream of people converging upon this place gradually dwindled. The distant cacophony of gunfire also became increasingly sporadic, suggesting that the battle ahead was drawing to a close. Those who had spent the entire day in a state of mingled terror and trepidation began to experience a modicum of relief. Only Chu Qianxun, her gaze fixed upon the road's terminus, felt a bead of perspiration trickle down her clenched fist, which gripped her weapon tightly. The desolate streets were swept by a gentle breeze, carrying a few plastic bags that danced among the towering buildings. "Something is amiss. Heighten your vigilance and do not relax," the platoon leader surnamed Lin cautioned his troops. Xue Jifeng, a squad leader renowned for his combat prowess, was his exemplar. A sense of unease settled upon platoon leader Lin. They were soldiers who had undergone rigorous training, but they had lived in an era of peace and had never truly experienced the agony of losing comrades in arms. Several staccato gunshots echoed from the far end of the street. A group of soldiers sprinted towards them, firing behind them as they retreated. "They are here. Prepare to provide cover," the platoon leader declared. The soldiers swiftly raised their weapons, secured their positions behind cover, and a small detachment of soldiers hurried towards the crowd, ready to evacuate the civilians if necessary. "Retreat! Quickly retreat!" It was Xue Jifeng, the class leader who had saluted them as Chu Qianxun exited the gates of H University. At this moment, his face was smeared with blood, as he wildly fired behind him while screaming frantically. "Ah!" Xue Jifeng's eyes were bloodshot as he unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Fire support. Lin, the squad leader, also felt tears welling in his eyes. The soldiers raised their weapons but exchanged uncertain glances, unsure of the monster's location. Before Lin could finish his sentence, Xue Jifeng's gun suddenly fell silent. He turned his head, staring blankly at his squad leader just a short distance away, coughed up blood, and slowly collapsed to the ground. The place where he fell was alarmingly close to the square where the crowd had gathered. The sudden turn of events sent the crowd scattering like water in hot oil. What happened? What is going on? The monster? Where is it? Ah, there. The monster, the monster. This time, everyone clearly saw the creature's form. Clinging to the tempered glass of a nearby office building was a grotesque being with greenish skin. This creature bore a humanoid shape, entirely naked and devoid of hair, its skin pallid and resembling a lifeless gray-blue. Its bulging eyes were extraordinarily agile, capable of swiveling in a full 360 degrees. It possessed limbs reminiscent of a human's, yet they folded at 90-degree angles like those of a spider, enabling it to glide effortlessly across the smooth glass surface. A long tongue dangled from its mouth, the tip ensnaring a blood-soaked heart. A sigh, reminiscent of human satisfaction, resonated through the air. Fire! Fire! The commanding voice of the squad leader erupted simultaneously with the cacophony of gunfire. Enraged warriors unleashed a torrent of fire upon the monstrous entity. The trajectory of bullets carved fiery arcs as they converged upon the office building, shattering glass with resounding cracks. As the smoke dissipated, the creature's presence had vanished, prompting a wave of panic that sent people fleeing in disarray. Amid the chaos, a young girl defied the fleeing crowd, making her way to the lifeless body of Xue Jifeng. She picked up the fallen soldier's weapon, unabashedly rifling through his tactical vest for ammunition, and tenderly closed his unseeing eyes with a gentle stroke across his face. The shadow re-emerged within the throng, retreating swiftly before anyone could react, leaving behind 2 bloodied corpses. Stay calm. Take cover. Beware of stray bullets. The soldiers attempted to impose order, but their efforts were in vain. The phantasmal figure flickered in and out of sight, each appearance claiming several lives. It struck with precision and vanished into the towering edifices. Among the fallen were both soldiers and ordinary civilians, their screams piercing the air, plunging the scene into utter chaos. What shall we do, Lin? The creature is too swift, and there are too many people. My brothers cannot fire their weapons. Helpless, they watched as the monster mercilessly harvested lives before them, unable to ensure even their own safety. Then came the staccato of gunfire. A cerulean beast plummeted from the building above, crashing onto the street. It had been hit. Despite the apparent assault, it seemed unfazed, swiftly inverting its slick physique. With a grimace and a snarl directed at the shooter, it promptly vanished into the storefronts lining the roadside. Squad leader Lin turned his gaze toward the origin of the gunfire. The same female student who had been brandishing a blade moments ago was now kneeling on one knee, a Type 95 automatic rifle firmly positioned with the buttstock against her shoulder. With composure, she unleashed a volley of bullets into the shop where the monster had disappeared. There was a jarring incongruity about this woman. Her limbs were slender, her skin fair, and her physique lacked any sense of firmness, bearing little to no muscle tone. A quintessential, unexercised female student. She had even secured a towel to her shouldering arm with a strap, as a buffer against the weapon's recoil. Yet her handling of the weapon, her firing stance, mirrored that of a seasoned veteran who spent his days familiar with firearms. Indeed, were she under his command, she would be an elite soldier, possibly even a king of soldiers, the seasoned squad leader mused. The soldiers, galvanized by Chu Qianxun's point of attack, responded by saturating the storefronts with a dense barrage of fire. Before long, with a resounding crash, the azure monster was forced out, fleeing into the distant alleyways, disappearing within moments. He observed her right hand maintaining a firm grip on the weapon as her left hand retrieved a magazine from her pocket. Simultaneously, with a deft motion, she nudged the magazine release on the firearm with the fresh magazine, ejecting the empty one forward and seamlessly replacing it with the new one. A one-handed magazine change. It seemed implausible that she was merely a student. Her capabilities were indicative of a highly trained female special forces operative, mused platoon leader Lin inwardly. The woman in question, as if to dismiss such notions, massaged her aching shoulders and gestured towards him, a silent command to maintain vigilance. As twilight gradually enveloped the scene, heightening the tension, the elusive creature remained unseen, its intentions ambiguous. Then, the piercing glare of headlamps heralded the arrival of several camouflaged military vehicles. A contingent of fully armed soldiers swiftly dismounted, their movements fluid and purposeful. Each one was a paragon of physical prowess, their faces adorned with war paint, clad in camouflage uniforms, protected by body armor, and equipped with tactical gloves. Night vision goggles were affixed to their helmets. Upon disembarking, they seamlessly established a perimeter, securing all avenues of approach. Leading the detachment was a lieutenant who presented his credentials to platoon leader Lin. Special Operations Detachment Wu Hao, he stated succinctly, before inquiring about the situation. Sir, we encountered an exceptionally swift and dangerous creature, resulting in significant casualties, reported platoon leader Lin. Lieutenant Wu Hao's brow furrowed. His unit had recently engaged a formidable entity distinct from the common aberrations. Its hide was impervious, its strength unparalleled, overwhelming the average soldier and necessitating considerable sacrifice to neutralize. In the battlefield ahead, a particularly formidable creature has emerged, which we have successfully vanquished. The path is now cleared. and the commander has ordered an acceleration of our march. You are to ensure the swift evacuation of the civilians here, while we provide cover for your retreat. It is truly fortuitous that comrades from the Special Operations Unit have arrived to lend their support. Lieutenant Lin shook hands with Wu Hao, feeling an immense sense of relief wash over him. He began to deploy soldiers to organize the scattered crowds, urging them to commence their retreat towards safety. The creature they had just encountered moved with astonishing speed, rendering it impossible for him and his soldiers to track its movements, let alone eliminate it. Their only advantage lay in the assistance of that remarkable female student. Lieutenant Lin scanned the crowd and spotted the adept marksman, who was cautiously gripping her firearm and gradually making her way towards them. Chu Qianxun approached the newly appointed commander of the Special Operations Team and succinctly articulated the characteristics of the creature. It was swift, with limbs capable of adhesion, allowing it to traverse vertical surfaces with remarkable agility. Its defenses were not particularly robust, as ordinary ammunition could penetrate its skin. Currently injured, it had not yet retreated, and a preliminary assessment suggested that its vulnerability lay in the neck region. She recalled the lieutenant's earlier remarks and suspected that they were confronting a first-tier magical beast known as the Dullwalker. The Dullwalker, with its tough hide and immense strength, bore a weakness in its abdomen, which was entirely different from the creature they had just faced, the Wanderer. Should they employ tactics designed for the Dullwalker against the Wanderer, could prove to be a costly miscalculation for these soldiers. The adage goes, a master reveals their skill with a single move. As this team disembarked, with just a few coordinated actions, Chu Qianxun realized that capable allies had finally arrived. She shared information regarding the monsters while simultaneously seeking to ascertain the whereabouts of the corpse of the blunt walker they had dispatched. She coveted the crystals within. Wu Hao observed the female university student before him. She approached with a firearm, her steps unsteady and pace languid, clearly indicative of someone frail and lacking in strength. She struggled to manage the recoil of the weapon, requiring a towel to cushion her shoulder. Thus, Wu Hao mentally categorized her as a weakling. At that moment, irrespective of gender, he had no need for the feeble, and he frowned as he admonished, "Students, do not create chaos." Chu Qianxun fell silent, swiftly branding the soldier in her thoughts as a fool. Before the squad leader Lin could interject, Wu Hao turned to issue orders. "Are there not many students from H University here? We have been tasked with locating a junior majoring in economics named Fu Guoxiu. Organize a search." Chu Qianxun bypassed him and called out to the crowd, "Fu Guoxiu." Suddenly, Fu Guoxiu, who had been crouched behind a flower bed, stood up. "Did you call for me, Junior? What's the matter?" He felt a surge of joy at being summoned by Chu Qianxun. However, to his astonishment, her expression darkened abruptly. She raised her weapon and without hesitation, fired a shot. With 3 resounding bangs, Fu Guoxiu felt a splash of a viscous substance on his face. He reached up to touch it and found his hand smeared with a pale yellow liquid. A sleek, grotesque creature fell at his feet, its azure body curling as it rolled on the ground, leaving a trail of pale yellow liquid. The low-tier wraith was thoroughly incensed. It emitted a horrifying shriek reminiscent of a baby's wail and lunged at Chu Qianxun with astonishing speed, driven by the pain of its previous injuries. Chu Qianxun began to retreat rapidly while maintaining her composure to fire her weapon. Even amidst her swift movements, each shot found its mark, striking precisely at the creature's neck. Different varieties of monsters possess distinct weaknesses. For the speed-oriented wraith, the vital crystal lay hidden in its neck, a fact that had become common knowledge in the post-apocalyptic world. Yet at this moment, only Chu Qianxun was aware of this truth. The Special Forces team members reacted promptly. Their dynamic vision and predictive abilities were exceptionally superior, allowing them to keep pace with the creature's speed as their formidable firepower concentrated on the swiftly moving beast. Under the barrage of relentless attacks, the creature's ferocity was provoked, and it charged toward Chu Qianxun with an unbelievable velocity, reaching her in just a few leaps. The fearsome monster lunged at the frail female student, poised to rend her apart in an instant. The hearts of all present tightened with dread. Yet, the girl herself exhibited not a trace of fear. Her eyes remained fixed, unwavering, on the approaching creature as she coolly discharged her weapon until it was almost upon her. Only then did she discard her gun, swiftly drawing the dagger from her thigh and positioning it defensively across her chest. Nearby, Wu Hao let out a furious roar as he unsheathed his dagger, rushing forward to provide assistance. Fortunately, the creature's defensive capabilities were significantly weaker than those of the one they had encountered previously. By the time he reached Chu Qianxun, the monster was already near its end, collapsing softly against her face before finally succumbing to the ground, motionless. With a decisive command, Wu Hao led his special forces team to encircle the immobile beast, their weapons drawn yet hesitating to fire for fear of harming the student beneath it. "Are you all right? Classmate? Classmate?" The creature's limp body stirred slightly as a frail female student pushed aside its ashen arm and crawled out from beneath it. Seemingly intent on confirming the monster's demise, she probed at its ravaged neck, unperturbed by the yellow fluid oozing from its wounds that stained her hands. With a joyful leap, she tucked her hands into her pockets, exclaiming, "It's dead! What incredible luck!" Wu Hao observed this girl, whom he had hastily labeled as fragile, feeling a wave of embarrassment wash over him. In the face of such a sudden and terrifying creature, even his finest soldiers lacked the composure she had displayed. It was only at that moment that Fu Guoshu grasped the gravity of the situation and rushed forward. "Are you all right, Junior?" Wu Hao turned to him. "So you are Fu Guoshu?" "Yes, yes," Fu Guoshu replied, his round face reflecting a state of bewilderment. Wu Hao retrieved his mobile phone, compared it with a photograph, and nodded affirmatively. "Commander Fu Jinxiong has instructed us to take you along. You may board the vehicle with us." Fu Guoshu exclaimed in surprise, his spirits lifting, for the commander Wu Hao referred to was none other than his grandfather. "That's wonderful. May I bring my classmate along?" Wu Hao glanced at Chu Qianxun and nodded in acquiescence. Chu Qianxun's fingers were nestled in her pocket, gently manipulating a small crystal she had just extracted from the neck of a drifter. The crystal, no larger than a jujube pit, was subtle and difficult to detect. Had she not practiced this countless times before, it would have been nearly impossible to discreetly pocket it amidst the throngs of onlookers. Though she yearned to carve her own path, her thoughts lingered on the corpse of the blunt wanderer Wu Hao had mentioned, hoping to glean its location from their conversation. "Where are Han Xian and Gan Xiaodan? Where have they gone?" Fu Guoshu searched the crowd, the earlier chaos and the encroaching darkness rendering it challenging to locate the two girls, who may have been swept away by the crowd. A resounding thud echoed from a distant street corner, each reverberation causing the ground to shudder slightly. Wu Hao's expression darkened. He recognized the sound. They had just encountered such a creature. Its hide was thick and resilient, nearly impervious to blades and firearms, and it possessed immense strength, making it exceedingly formidable. Yet, in contrast, excitement sparked in Chu Qianxun's eyes. It seemed that what she desired was manifesting before her. A first-tier sluggish walker has arrived, a creature characterized by its lethargic movements and diminished intellect, with its vulnerabilities glaringly apparent. At this moment she wields a firearm, surrounded by a cadre of special forces operatives ready to serve as her unbidden allies. What better circumstances could one hope for? Chu Qianxun nearly succumbed to the urge to laugh aloud amidst the terrified gazes of those around her. From the corner of the street emerged a colossal figure, reminiscent of an abnormally corpulent human, towering at a height equivalent to that of a three-story building. The immense giant advanced with deliberate slowness, his body quivering with excess flesh as he approached, his eyes unnaturally wide-set, nearly reaching the sides of his forehead, and his oversized lips dripping saliva like a persistent rain. "Team 1, lead with Fu Guoshu and this young lady," Wu Hao swiftly commanded. "Squad leader Lin, organize the evacuation of civilians. Teams 2 and 3, follow me." Chu Qianxun rubbed her shoulders and declared, "I will stay. I will fight alongside you, Junior," Fu Guoshu implored, eager to persuade her otherwise. However, Chu Qianxun had already raised her weapon, aligning herself with the special forces, gesturing with her back for him to proceed. "You go ahead." Fu Guoshu bit his lip, rendered speechless. He understood that remaining would only render him a burden. Once, his cousins had mocked him for his perceived weakness, for being unable to even grasp a chicken. He dismissed their jeers, believing his brothers to be foolish, brainwashed by the antiquated values of their family, for shunning the vibrant world outside in favor of enduring hardship in military camps. At this moment, He hastily scrambled into a vehicle, safeguarded as he was whisked away from the battlefield. One could only gaze through the modeled car window, observing the statuesque figures bravely confronting the apparitions amidst the throng. Profound sense of remorse surged within Fu Guoxiu. The once vibrant thoroughfare had lost its radiant glow, now appearing ominous and dim. The buildings flanking the road loomed silently, their darkened windows resembling gaping maws of monstrous entities, with shards of shattered glass swaying precariously. Amidst the heavy footfalls, fragments occasionally fell, crashing onto the street where lifeless bodies lay sprawled. Behind, the crowd, guided by soldiers, fled in disarray. Conversely, the Special Forces team moved against the tide, resolutely advancing towards the pale, terrifying creature at the street's end. Under Wu Hao's command, the team swiftly concealed themselves within the buildings and alleys on either side. At the entrance of a pitch-black alley, Wu Hao steadied his weapon, aiming at the slowly advancing fiend. The creature's hide was impervious, rendering conventional ammunition ineffective. It possessed immense strength, capable of shattering concrete with its fists. Previous observations indicated that its abdomen, particularly the navel, was likely its sole vulnerability. Caution was paramount. Despite its sluggish movement, a strike to its weakness would provoke an instantaneous and formidable sprint. He elucidated the creature's characteristics to Chu Qianxun. Within their elite squad, Mu Chong bore a heavy heart. In their ranks, strength was the sole criterion for acknowledgement and respect, regardless of age or gender. Although Chu Qianxun had just demonstrated formidable combat prowess and voluntarily remained to assist, she was, after all, not a regular soldier. Wu Hao kept her close, partly with the intention of offering her some care. A sense of admiration arose within Chu Qianxun. Having experienced the apocalypse and grasped the characteristics of monsters was not surprising for her. However, it was indeed remarkable that this special operations team leader could discern the creature's weaknesses with such accuracy after only encountering a single stumbler. In the darkness, a dozen gun muzzles held their breath, meticulously aiming at the enormous and grotesque monster. Under the moonlight, the creature's pale skin quivered as its bloated belly moved forward step by step, emitting a prolonged, singular sound, hungry, hungry. Its thundering footsteps reverberated through the earth, resonating in the hearts of the soldiers. Wu Hao, with his tactical glove-clad hand, extended from the alley, signaling 3, 2, 1. As his finger drew downwards through the air, a barrage of bullets streaked through the night, all targeting the creature's abdomen. The colossal beast raised its head, letting out a pained roar. Suddenly it crouched, unleashing a speed that belied its massive size, kicking up a cloud of dust as it charged directly toward Wu Hao and Chu Qianxun's position. In that split second, as it crouched, Chu Qianxun shouted, "Retreat!" swiftly stowing her weapon and backing away. Wu Hao lagged behind her by half a step, yet his speed surpassed that of Chu Qianxun by a considerable margin. The two of them retreated into the depths of the alley, where a thunderous crash erupted at the entrance. Countless concrete and steel fragments, mingled with dust, cascaded down and accumulated at the very spot they had just occupied. A massive, corpulent figure obstructed the alley's mouth, unable to advance further. The creature emitted a deep, resonant roar, demolishing the surrounding structures with a series of resounding impacts, attempting to force its ample form into the narrow passage. Gunfire erupted from the rooftop of a nearby 3-story building, as Special Forces members aimed to divert the creature's attention. Despite sustaining numerous shots to its back, the monster seemed impervious to the pain. It merely paused for a moment, releasing a low, guttural sound before deliberately turning around. Suddenly, it accelerated once more, crashing its bloated body against the opposite building, causing the entire structure to tremble. 2 soldiers atop the roof were jolted loose. One plummeted to the street below, spitting blood and gravely injured, while the other managed to grasp an iron bar, barely preventing his fall. The lumbering entity lifted its hefty hand and, with a resounding slap, struck the bloodied body hanging against the wall. The pale exterior of the building was grotesquely stained by the remnants of a young life. Wu Hao exclaimed in frustration, "Damn it!" as he brandished his weapon and charged outward. "I'll draw its attention, you save the others." A clear female voice rang out beside him, as a young woman leaped over the debris and hastened toward the street. The lumbering creature slowly turned its gaze toward the fallen Special Forces soldier. Chu Qianxun dashed out onto the street, skillfully maneuvering along the building's edge while precisely firing bullets into the creature's vulnerable navel. The dull walker, wincing in pain, abandoned the injured warrior on the ground and charged towards Chu Qianxun. At the moment it crouched to gather strength, she executed a swift roll to the side, finding refuge inside a nearby shop. The creature's sprint was swift, yet its cumbersome size rendered it unable to halt, crashing directly into the building ahead. Leaning against the alley's entrance, Chu Qianxun observed the battle unfolding outside, her hand gently massaging her shoulder, which had begun to swell and redden from the recoil of the gun, a burden too great for her current state. "How are you?" Wu Hao inquired. Upon uttering those words, both paused momentarily. In Chu Qianxun's experience, unless gravely wounded or near death, comrades seldom express concern for one another's well-being. Such a question typically pertains to ammunition reserves or the status of one's abilities in relation to the ongoing combat. Wu Hao tossed her 2 magazines. Noticing her gesture of bringing 3 fingers together and slicing them towards the front right, she indicated her intention to guard the 3 o'clock position, coordinating with Wu Hao. Watching her crouched figure dart away, Wu Hao felt a profound sense of dissonance, reminiscent of his strong feelings for squad leader Lin. This young woman exhibited poor physical fitness, running sluggishly with feeble arm strength, evidently lacking in exercise for an extended period. Yet, her shooting skills, combat prowess, and keen predictive abilities were astonishingly formidable. Her familiarity with the battlefield and her calm demeanor were such that even Wu Hao felt a sense of inadequacy in comparison. Such composure cannot be feigned. It is the product of relentless refinement on the true battlefield. She evokes the image of a veteran, one who has laid down arms for a decade only to retrieve them once more. Thus Wu Hao concluded. Impossible, he mused, dismissing his own preposterous notion. She is merely a student, scarcely 20 years of age. He cast aside the thought and immersed himself in the intense fray. With a resounding crash, the behemoth known as the stroller finally succumbed, its fall sending plumes of dust billowing through the streets. Yet victory brought no elation to those present. Warriors emerged slowly from their concealed positions, gathering in somber silence. The battlefield was a scene of desolation, with mangled, unrecognizable remains strewn across its expanse. To vanquish this single monstrosity, they had lost no fewer than 8 comrades, their brothers in arms. Their deaths were gruesome. Some were entombed beneath fallen steel and concrete, while others were unable to evade the monster's crushing blows, leaving them beyond recognition. Wu Hao, his face taut with grief, stood in the heart of the street, silent for a long while, before finally gesturing to his men and ordering a retreat. "You will accompany us," he said to Chu Qianxun. To Wu Hao's surprise, Chu Qianxun demurred. "I think not, our paths diverge." Chu Qianxun's thoughts were preoccupied with the crystal embedded within the stroller. Its immense size made it impossible to extract the gem discreetly in the presence of others. "You intend to travel alone?" Wu Hao inquired, his brow furrowed. "Indeed. If I am not mistaken, you are bound for the north? My home lies in Egret Isle. I shall journey eastward." Wu Hao remained silent, discerning that Chu Qianxun was a person of resolute will. With several of his comrades injured, he had to rejoin the main force without delay, and thus ceased his persuasion. Chu Qianxun returned the Type 95 semi-automatic rifle to Wu Hao. "Keep it for self-defense," Wu Hao offered. He sensed many secrets about this girl, but in this tumultuous moment, he lacked the energy to delve into extraneous matters, remembering only that she was a comrade who had fought alongside him. Chu Qianxun smiled wryly. "It's too heavy. I can't carry it." Wu Hao procured a pistol, several magazines, and 2 grenades, handing them to Chu Qianxun. "Take care," he said, shaking her hand before turning to board the vehicle. As she watched the convoy depart, Chu Qianxun swiftly mounted the massive form of the marauder. The pallid moonlight illuminated the dim streets. The wide road was strewn with the mountainous corpses of demonic creatures. A young woman sat atop the high, distended belly of one such monster, gleefully playing with 2 faintly glowing crystal stones in her fingers, bathed in the moonlight. "There's no obvious reaction in my body yet, but in any case with these 2 crystals, I should be able to advance to the first tier. I wonder what abilities I'll gain this time." Chu Qianxun mused with delight. This was the entrance to the national highway on the border of Huaqing. Not long after the army had departed with a large number of civilians, the road was still dotted with pedestrians fleeing the city. It was evident that a fierce battle had recently taken place here. The shops on both sides were blackened by artillery fire, cars were haphazardly pushed to the roadside, and amidst the bloodstains lay mutilated corpses, both human and monstrous. Few dared to walk alone in such an environment. People moved in small groups, cautiously navigating through the smoke and debris. "Bro, check out that chick," a young man with a crew cut said to his companions. The men turned to look. A young woman, seemingly a student, walked alone with a backpack. She was slender, with fair skin and delicate features, exuding an air of innocent purity. The men whistled in unison. The woman glanced at them, her gaze sweeping past without the disdain of an intellectual or the coquettish smile of the women they usually encountered. "What a babe! I'm gonna try my luck," the crew-cut guy said, rolling up his sleeves. "Don't." A man in his 30s, wearing a gold chain, stopped him. "She's not someone you can mess with." He even held back his companions, deliberately slowing their pace to keep a distance from the woman. He saw clearly what she was holding in her hand. The man whispered to his subordinate, explaining that it was a pistol, not the standard police issue, but a high-grade weapon. The blade at her waist had already tasted blood, though it was unclear whether it had cut down a human or a monster. Her clothes were stained with the fluids of creatures. This was no ordinary woman. They should tighten their belts and not cause trouble for their leader. The young man with the crew cut shrank his shoulders, not daring to speak further. Chu Qianxun walked slowly along the road, which was in the most fiercely contested area, marked by the aftermath of another rampaging blunt walker, leaving behind numerous soldiers' corpses. However, she did not find the body of the blunt walker, which should have been conspicuous. Clearly, only the military had the capability to transport the entire monster's body at this time. They would organize researchers to conduct a comprehensive dissection of this special demon, perhaps leading to the discovery of the secrets of the demon seed. No wonder, in later times, the first powerful saints mostly emerged from the military. After the disintegration of the global state machinery, various large, medium, and small camps appeared everywhere, and the fragmented former military forces gradually evolved into various factions. Initially, large refuge camps were controlled by these military groups, which held lethal weapons and had a large number of saints. It wasn't until the rise of the Civilian Research Organization, the Divine Love Group, and the emergence of some powerful individual mercenary organizations that this pattern was broken. If it weren't for the appearance of the terrifying demon Yi Peition, who used his despair-inducing yellow sand to obliterate countless towns of the Divine Love Group. Before Chu Qianxun's rebirth, the Divine Love Group, which boasted of its commitment to the welfare of all humanity, had likely extended its influence throughout the entire Central Plains. Even now, the mere thought of that ruthless demonic figure sent a shiver down her spine. It is all right. Yi Peition, that fiend, operates primarily in the north. I merely need to steer clear of him, Chu Qianxun mused to herself. She arrived at an inconspicuous warehouse, confirming that no one had tampered with the lock to gain entry. With determination, she lifted the roll-up door and slipped inside the modest space. Within the warehouse sat a well-functioning Hummer, its trunk brimming with practical supplies. Chu Qianxun switched on her flashlight to ensure the warehouse's security, secured the roll-up door, and settled into the back seat of the vehicle. She sat quietly in the darkness, awaiting her moment. Previously, around this very time, she had discovered her extraordinary ability to manipulate the airflow around her palms. In that moment of exhaustion, her weary limbs suddenly surged with vitality. Her vision sharpened, allowing her to see farther, and her senses became remarkably acute. At that juncture, feeling cornered, she experienced a blend of astonishment and elation. As time passed, Chu Qianxun once again felt the sensation of her body being rejuvenated in a remarkably short span. Her aching arms and legs regained their strength, and her entire being was infused with vigor, with all her bodily functions visibly improving. However, unlike the last time, she did not experience the same warmth, nor could she exert control over anything. She was utterly unaware of any discernible change within herself. A normal person, upon their initial encounter with extraordinary abilities, often experiences various pathological reactions, such as fever, nausea, and dizziness. The more potent the ability, the more pronounced the evolutionary response. At precisely noon yesterday, a batch of demonic seeds descended from the heavens. Regardless of whether they landed on humans, plants, animals, or the earth itself, they would immediately integrate, becoming inseparable. In that moment, many people, gripped by fear, instinctively recoiled. However, a belief emerged in later generations, claiming that those who received this initial batch of demonic seeds possessed the most unique and formidable powers. In pursuit of superior abilities, Chu Qianxun deliberately reached out to grasp the very first batch of seeds that fell from the alien realm. Yet, it was evident that she did not attain what she desired. Her powers were so feeble that they had yet to manifest. Disheartened, Chu Qianxun hesitated for a moment, unzipped her pocket, and retrieved 2 crystal-like seeds, each the size of a jujube pit. Utilizing the beam of her flashlight, she meticulously cleaned them with bottled water. The translucent crystals emitted a faint green luminescence, resembling the most exquisite gemstones, and no one could fathom that they were, in fact, the source of all calamity. For all future individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities, the demonic seeds represented a perilous temptation, eliciting both love and hatred. They relied on these seeds to enhance their powers, yet harbored fears of being transformed into monstrous beings. The saints could only consume seeds that matched their own level. Should they attempt to ingest a higher-tier seed, the inevitable consequence would be the loss of their consciousness, resulting in a grotesque metamorphosis. As one ascends to higher levels, transcending the boundaries of rank becomes increasingly arduous. At the precipice of advancement, ingesting a higher-tier demonic seed presents a substantial probability of successfully ascending to an exalted state. Consequently, many, upon reaching the zenith of their abilities, succumb to temptation and hazardously consume a demonic seed of the next echelon. Thus, a tacit agreement has been established. When a saint ingests a demonic seed to advance, they must enlist their intimates to safeguard them. This safeguarding transcends mere protection. Should the consumer fail to advance and instead succumb to demonic corruption, those safeguarding must, before complete metamorphosis, sever their head. Even so, instances of saints degenerating into demons during advancement persist, known as the fallen. Low-tier fallen are eradicated by their comrades within the encampment. High-tier fallen, bearing the formidable powers of their former lives, become formidable fiends, posing a grave threat to humanity. In Chu Qianxun's possession was a first-tier demonic seed, one she could safely ingest. She resolved to consume one, to further stimulate her latent abilities, to discern the nature of the power fate had bestowed upon her. Chu Qianxun closed her eyes and swallowed the diminutive verdant crystal. Shortly thereafter, she began to experience a chilling sensation, a typical reaction to ingesting a demonic seed. She draped a blanket over herself, curled into a fetal position in the darkness, and reclined on the rear seat of the off-road vehicle. Alternating between chills and fever, she gradually drifted into slumber. In the inky blackness, she vaguely perceived a glimmering, luminous green light. She descended gracefully, drawn by a flicker of light, until she finally alighted softly upon a verdant meadow. Qianxun, Qianxun, a familiar and affectionate voice called her name. Gradually, the world before her illuminated. Tears welled up in Chu Qianxun's eyes as she beheld her parents, whom she had not seen in ages. Father, mother, where have you been? It feels as though an eternity has passed since I last saw you. Long enough to have lived a lifetime, she thought to herself. Silly child, your father and mother are always with you. Right here by your side, came her mother's voice, both distant and intimate. Her father smiled gently, just as he always did, taking her hand alongside her mother's, as they strolled slowly across the sunlit grass. Ahead stood a magnificent gate radiating a resplendent golden light. Chu Qianxun halted, instinctively gripped by trepidation. Do not fear, my child, you are capable. This time, you will surely discover what your heart desires. I am here, watching over you. Her father gently nudged her shoulder. Yes, I can do this. There is nothing to fear. With her head held high, Chu Qianxun stepped boldly into the circle of bright yellow light. Awakening in darkness, she touched her face, which was streaked with tears. Since losing hope in life, she had not experienced such dreams for many years. Yet her parents, though long departed, continued to offer her the same gentle encouragement as when they were alive. As her parents gazed at her, Chu Qianxun reassured herself that regardless of the peculiar abilities she might acquire, She was determined to navigate her life with purpose this time. She extended her hand, and a hazy yellow aura enveloped her palm. A prayer. A supplicant? Chu Qianxun was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a seemingly trivial gift of power. With the sun rising and daylight breaking, she drove her car swiftly along the tree-lined avenue. Upon exiting the bustling urban sprawl of Huaqing, the towering edifices and throngs of people gradually faded from view, replaced by the swiftly retreating green grass and the expansive azure sky outside her window. Inside the car, with reddened eyes and a tightly pressed mouth, Chu Qianxun gripped the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator to the floor. The sound system blared the stirring composition strength of 1,000 men by 2 steps from hell, filling the air with a grand and poignant melody. The screech of tires echoed as her rugged SUV came to an abrupt halt by the roadside. Chu Qianxun released the hair tie binding her hair, ran her fingers through her locks with force, and rested her forehead against the steering wheel, closing her eyes. Having been granted a second chance at life, she had meticulously devised plans and prepared extensively, all in the hope of becoming stronger. She longed to avoid the struggles of her previous existence, where she had fought to survive in a quagmire, living a life of humility and suffering. Yet fate had played a cruel trick, bestowing upon her this prayer devoid of any offensive capability. Must she live her life in a state of perpetual humility and indignity, forever concealed within the depths of the fortress, reliant on the charity of others for survival? The extraordinary abilities awakened in humanity by the demonic species are as varied as they are wondrous, compounded by the unique interpretations and applications of these powers by each individual. In that era forged from iron and blood, an array of formidable abilities shall shine brilliantly. In the early days of the apocalypse, Meng Rongshuan, the most powerful saint of Luda Island, wielded his renowned technique, thunderclouds concealing the moon, single-handedly repelling a multitude of demonic creatures that besieged the city, thereby saving the lives of all within the fortress. On that fateful day, the skies above Luda Island were cloaked in thunderclouds. The resounding roars of thunder and the serpentine dance of silver lightning left an indelible impression on Chu Qianxun. Not to mention the later rise of the infamous demon-human hybrid, Yi, whose notorious yellow sand tomb could transform the land within 100 miles into a hellish nightmare with a single strike, annihilating myriad lives in an instant. Yi is a grotesque anomaly, possessing both sand manipulation and immortality as his dual abilities. Countless individuals in later generations harbor deep-seated animosity toward him, and the Divine Love Consortium has devoted immense resources to hunt him down. Yet he continues to act with impunity, wreaking havoc upon the world. This exemplifies the advantage of the powerful in the apocalypse. As long as one is formidable, they possess the capacity to single-handedly save a city or bring ruin to an entire fortress. However, many abilities serve merely as support, condemning such saints to a life dependent on the care of others for survival. Healing, control, and lifestyle saints seldom venture beyond the fortress and generally avoid contact with demonic creatures. This is not to say that these saints lack value, but they face considerable challenges in their advancement. Firstly, they lack the capability to confront the monstrous entities on the front lines, rendering them fated to remain distant from the scarce high-level magical species. Secondly, beginning from a low tier, they can only rely on consuming magical species to ascend, resulting in a precarious elevation that becomes increasingly difficult to transcend the boundaries of higher ranks. Through extensive experimentation, it has indeed been confirmed that those saints who barely elevate themselves through the consumption of magical species can, at most, attain the 4th tier. Of course, for healing and life-oriented saints, a 4th-tier ability suffices. As long as the fortress remains unbreached, they can live in relative tranquility within its sturdy walls. However, for Chu Qianxun, possessing the ability of prayer is akin to having the most superfluous of abilities. The sole capability of a prayer practitioner is to emit a faint holy light, which can stabilize the emotional fluctuations of other saints as they attempt to transcend their limits, thereby reducing the probability of their corruption. While this may sound like a desirable ability, repeated validation has shown that to ensure a saint does not succumb to corruption while breaking through, the prayer practitioner must possess a level at least 2 tiers above that of the one being prayed for. This implies that a prayer practitioner, who cannot engage in battle and can at most ascend to level 4, can only safeguard the boundary breaking of saints up to 2 levels lower. In the decade following the apocalypse, when humanity began to mass-produce saints, the prayer practitioners held some utility. However, in the earlier stages, it would be inconceivable for individuals or teams to utilize precious magical species to cultivate a practitioner of prayer with limited significance. This led to the lamentable absence of defenseless supplicants during the early days of the apocalypse. Perhaps they did exist, yet their survival capabilities were utterly lacking. In this moment, Chu Qianxun longed to perish once more, even if it meant wielding the wind blade as she did in her previous life. That would certainly be a far superior ability. Frustrated, she tightened her grip on the steering wheel, which emitted a sharp crack as a small fissure appeared. A moment of realization struck her. Regardless of the circumstances, she was now a first-tier saint, her physical strength significantly surpassing that of an ordinary individual. Saints, endowed with extraordinary powers, experience a comprehensive enhancement of their bodily functions with every elevation in rank, strength, speed, auditory and visual acuity, and recuperative abilities, each tier far exceeding that of lower-ranked saints. Having attained the status of a first-tier saint, consumed a magic seed, and participated in 2 combat scenarios, her overall physical prowess should have already surpassed that of the majority in this nascent phase of the apocalypse. Chu Qianxun's vehicle gradually resumed its movement. Although in her anger she expressed a desire to die again, in truth, she cherished this life immensely. For her, even the direst circumstances were preferable to death. With one hand on the wheel and the other gently cradling the remaining magic seed in her pocket, she pondered silently. Most of the magical creatures had yet to advance. Even among the few first-tier creatures, they were merely at the initial stage, posing no greater threat than herself. Even without offensive abilities, given her current physical condition and her wealth of experience, she could still manage to hunt and eliminate the existing monsters with a little determination. In this apocalyptic world, her only means of survival lies in swiftly capturing as many monsters as possible before they evolve, leveraging her slight advantage in level to enhance her powers and acquire monster essences. Time is of the essence. Chu Qianxun retrieved a monster essence from her pocket and swallowed it whole, striving to surpass the creatures and outpace most others in her ascent. This is my sole path to survival. A burly man in his 30s stood by the roadside, cradling his 5- or 6-year-old daughter in his arms, with nothing but his own presence to stop passing vehicles. At such a moment, very few would readily halt to assist a stranger. The little girl nestled against her father, her small face flushed, clearly unwell. The father, filled with desperation, repeatedly extended his hand, pleading for someone to stop and lend a hand. Chu Qianxun pulled up her vehicle in front of them and lowered the window. "Miss, my daughter is ill. Do you have any water? Just a little bit will do." The man spoke urgently, aware that water had become an invaluable resource in these times. He had already approached countless passers-by without success. Yet, for the sake of his ailing daughter, he felt compelled to make one more attempt. Chu Qianxun unlocked her car door and tilted her head slightly. "Come in." The man was taken aback. When he noticed that the driver was a young, single woman, he instinctively felt that she would be unwilling to take the risk of transporting him and his daughter. He only hoped that this seemingly student-like woman would have a soft heart and perhaps share some water or food with his daughter. Hastily, he opened the rear door, got into the car, and repeatedly expressed his gratitude, introducing himself. "I am Feng Junlei, and this is my daughter, Feng Qianxian. She has a fever, and I've lost our food. Thank you so much." Chu Qianxun nodded, surprised to encounter an acquaintance so soon. In her previous life before rebirth, during a gathering at the square, the same wanderer had appeared. At that time, Chu Qianxun had fled in panic with the crowd onto the national highway, stumbling and terrified. As the sky darkened, more and more men with malicious intentions eyed her along the road. She wept, trudging unevenly on the highway until she developed a low fever in the car, gained supernatural abilities, and survived the toughest initial days of the apocalypse, only then parting ways with this kind father and daughter. Feng Junlei was momentarily stunned, wondering how this girl knew he had a car, but he didn't have time to ponder further. Overjoyed, he accepted the water and medicine, fed his daughter, and carefully cradled her, rocking her to sleep. Who would have thought that halfway through, when I accompanied Qianxian to relieve herself, that old man drove off with our car, stealing everything we had left in it, Feng Junlei said through gritted teeth. Chu Qianxun smiled slightly. So this time you picked up an old man. With a touch of embarrassment, Feng Junlei expressed, "Thank you so much, young lady. I am deeply grateful. If Qianqian were to remain ill, and I had lost our provisions, I truly wouldn't know what to do." He gently touched his daughter's feverish forehead, his countenance etched with worry. "She will be all right. She will recover swiftly," Chu Qianxun reassured him. She vaguely recalled the time she was in a vehicle, developing a mild fever in the middle of the night, and after the fever subsided, she awakened her wind-based ability. Young Feng Qianxian, despite being only 6 years of age, developed a high fever early the next morning. After burning for the better part of the day, she awakened her metal-based ability, a potent power that allowed her to manipulate the form of all metallic substances around her, using them to strike at her adversaries. In the later days of the apocalypse, most metal-based ability users ascended to become high-ranking paladins. To think that, after being reborn, the bonds of fate had brought them together once more in a different form. After traveling for half a day, Feng Qianxian's high fever indeed subsided. She opened her eyes in Feng Junlai's arms, reaching out her tender little hand to touch the rough stubble on her father's chin. "Daddy, I dreamed of Mommy," she murmured. Feng Junlai's eyes reddened, and he lowered his head, placing a poignant kiss on his daughter's forehead, his heart aching with thoughts of his wife, who had passed away 2 years prior. The metallic necklace hanging around his neck levitated into the air, gently drifting away from his neck and into his daughter Feng Qianxian's hands. Feng Qianxian opened the pendant on the necklace, caressing the photograph of her mother inside, softly whispering, "Mommy." The young girl, lost in her longing for her mother, was entirely unaware of the remarkable feat she had just accomplished. Feng Junlei was taken aback by his daughter's sudden manifestation of extraordinary abilities, momentarily at a loss for words. The Hummer sped past pedestrians along the roadside. The girl lifted her gaze upon seeing Chu Qianxun and immediately burst into tears. "Qianxun," sob. It was none other than Chu Qianxun's roommate, Gan Xiaodan. Chu Qianxun regarded her with disdain. "Why have you only just arrived here? Did you lose your bag? How careless." Gan Xiaodan climbed into the passenger seat, her clothes caked in mud and dirt, her face streaked with tears mingled with grime, utterly unrecognizable from the sunny university student she had been just 3 days prior. The moment that creature appeared, chaos erupted among the crowd. "I was with the dorm leader at first, but then some soldiers came and drove us towards the national highway. In the surge of people, I lost sight of the dorm leader," Gan Xiaodan recounted, weeping. "I followed the crowd until I was utterly exhausted and desperately wanted to sit down and eat something. To my surprise, 3 men came up and snatched my bag, and they even pushed me into a ditch." Chu Qianxun glanced at her disdainfully. "Stop crying. It's pointless. Anyone who knows would assume you fell into a ditch, but those who don't might think you've encountered something far worse." At that, Gan Xiaodan ceased her tears. Strangely, since the apocalypse, the once gentle and considerate Chu Qianxun had transformed into a resolute and bold individual, exhibiting a hint of coldness as well. Yet, it was a relief to have such a resilient Qianxun by their side. Upon seeing Chu Qianxun, Gan Xiaodan appeared to have found her anchor, and her entire demeanor settled into tranquility. Had it not been for Qianxun compelling her to descend from the window and join the others, she might still be clinging to a few apples, helplessly trapped in a campus overrun by monstrous entities. The vehicles lining the roadside gradually increased in number, and Chu Qianxun pulled her car to the side. A distinct rumble emanated from Gan Xiaodan's stomach, causing her to cast an awkward glance at Qianxun, though she refrained from voicing her discomfort. Despite having endured merely 2 days and 1 night of flight, it was sufficient for her to grasp that the world had irrevocably changed. Food was no longer a trivial commodity to be casually shared among roommates. In the back seat, Feng Qianxian clung to her father's neck and whispered, "Daddy, I'm hungry." Chu Qianxun maneuvered the car into the concealment of an unassuming tree's shade and alighted. Although she had prepared extensively, her regard for the provisions within the vehicle was rather minimal. The journey from Huaqing to Luda Island spanned nearly 1,000 kilometers, fraught with the potential for severe traffic congestion or landslides. Based on her experience, no vehicle, regardless of its quality, could traverse far without ultimately being abandoned along the way. Regardless of how abundant the supplies in the car might be, she could not carry them all. Presently, they still resided in a time of material abundance. Having survived in an era marked by scarcity during the latter days of apocalypse, Chu Qianxun harbored little concern regarding her immediate survival. She distributed a box of self-heating rice and a bottle of mineral water to each person in the car. Carefully unwrapping the self-heating rice, one places the heating pack in the lower compartment of the box and pours the water from the sachet over it. Soon, the heating pack emanates a generous amount of warmth, effectively warming the meal. At this moment, indulging in a steaming bowl of food, concerns about preservatives fade into insignificance. What was once deemed junk food transforms into a delectable feast that ignites the appetite. Even Feng Qianxian, recently recovered from illness, devours her meal with gusto. After glancing at her father for approval, she graciously accepts, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Sister Qianxun." Chu Qianxun affectionately ruffles her hair. With a benevolent father and such a gentle, obedient child, one might wonder how they would fare in a world fraught with adversity, even with newfound abilities. Yet, these thoughts are of little concern to her. She remains resolute in her desire to forge her own path and live her life on her terms. Turning her attention back to her meal, she eats with diligence, leaving not a single grain of rice in the now pristine box. Regardless of the abundance of food reserves, the principle of cherishing every morsel has become deeply ingrained in her daily habits. Gan Xiaodan takes the initiative to collect the empty meal boxes, stepping out to dispose of them. Along the roadside ahead, a number of vehicles have parked, and people disembark, gathering in small clusters. A young and elegant woman approaches a group of men with cautious steps. She possessed a striking beauty, her figure exquisitely graceful. Adorned in a loose-fitting t-shirt on top, she wore an exceedingly short pair of hot pants below, revealing a pair of long, fair legs. Her words were imbued with flirtation, her charming smile carrying a hint of the worldly. It was evident that she was endeavoring to flaunt her feminine allure, hoping to barter it for sustenance. Unfortunately, the men present seemed devoid of any inclination for flirtation, rebuking her harshly and brusquely, pushing her away. Undeterred by this setback, she spat on the ground after distancing herself from the group, scanning her surroundings in search of her next target. Her eyes alighted upon Gan Xiaodan, who had just disembarked from a vehicle, discarding a takeout box. The sight invigorated her, and she approached with purpose. Gan Xiaodan harbored a profound disdain for such women. Upon noticing her approach, she hastily entered the car and shut the door with a decisive thud. The woman, donning a smile, rapped lightly on the window. Upon realizing that the interior was filled with women, she promptly suppressed her alluring demeanor. She was acutely aware that the demure, studious girls inside the vehicle typically looked down upon individuals like her. Thus, she bit her lip gently, lowered her gaze, and adopted the guise of a vulnerable supplicant. Having gone 2 meals without food and uncertain of what lay ahead, she was resolute in her quest for sustenance. "Do not engage with her. It's clear she is no good," Gan Xiaodan declared indignantly. However, Chu Qianxun rolled down the car window and exclaimed, "Sister Yan?" This woman was all too familiar to her, more so than anyone else in the vehicle. Gao Yan was indeed not a person of virtuous character. Yet, good individuals seldom survive until the latter stages of the apocalypse. Even a formidable expert like Meng Rongshuan, endowed with extraordinary lightning abilities, fades into obscurity due to an overwhelming sense of integrity and compassion. Gao Yan, who once shared a battle team with Chu Qianxun for several years, possesses a power level just half a tier above that of Chu Qianxun. However, her fortunes have far surpassed those of Chu Qianxun, as she is not only shrewd and ruthless but also adept at navigating complex social situations, displaying a certain level of audacity in various aspects. In their day-to-day interactions, there exists a semblance of camaraderie between the two. Yet, in the face of peril, Chu Qianxun firmly believes that Gao Yan would not hesitate to abandon her and flee, and if necessary, would even push her towards a monster to buy herself some time. On the battlefield, Chu Qianxun would never entrust her back to Gao Yan. However, in moments of desperation, she has sought assistance from this Sister Yan for a loan of demonic seeds. Although the repayment entails substantial additional interest, it still represents a rare flicker of humanity amidst the apocalypse. Perhaps due to her early entry into society, Gao Yan has honed her exceptional social skills. Upon entering the vehicle, She promptly identified its owner, Chu Qianxun, and expressed her gratitude with heartfelt yet unembellished words. Simultaneously, she subtly praised the others in the car, lauding their kindness and declaring them to be exceptionally rare good souls. Following this, she succinctly recounted her own unfortunate background and tragic circumstances, crafting a clever persona of a resilient individual battling against the adversities of fate. In the end, she did not forget to present a crystal pendant she carried with her to Feng Qianxian, instantly winning the favor of both Feng and her father. Even Gan Xiaodan, who initially found her displeasing, quickly warmed up and began addressing her as Sister Yen. Gao Yen, having successfully managed a car filled with individuals of all ages, felt a slight sense of relief, silently acknowledging her good fortune. As she savored the food shared by Chu Qianxun, she discreetly stole glances at the young woman behind the wheel. The occupants of the car were as transparent as glass, easily read at a glance. Yet, this girl driving eluded her understanding. What puzzled her further was that this university student, Chu Qianxun, seemed to know her, even inadvertently displaying a familiarity that baffled Gao Yen, for she could not recall ever having met this girl. Logically, within her social circle, such a pure and innocent student would not have escaped her memory. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Qianxun noticed Gao Yen stealing glances at her and let out a derisive laugh. "Hurry and eat, Sister Gao. Once you finish, it will be your turn to drive. I need to catch some sleep. We will need to take turns keeping watch tonight." All right. I'll handle the driving this afternoon. I have several years of driving experience. You just rest, Qianxun." Before Gao Yen could finish her sentence, the car came to a sudden halt, nearly causing her to spill her meal. Vehicles ahead were making U-turns and reversing. Some, unable to adjust, simply stopped, and the passengers abandoned their cars, fleeing towards them. Inside a van, occupied by about a dozen individuals, a grotesque entity clung to its exterior, its hand grasping a woman's arm, attempting to forcefully extract her. The occupants tenaciously held onto the woman, locked in a stalemate with the creature. A man in the passenger seat flung open the door and leaped out, brandishing an axe as he charged towards the fiend. "A defiler," Chu Qianxun muttered, a frown creasing his brow. Defilers were a peculiar type of monster, their skin bearing an unsettling resemblance to human flesh, an attribute that amplified their repulsiveness. This particular monster was devoid of fur, stood over 2 meters tall, and possessed thick, elongated limbs with razor-sharp fingers. The upper portion of its head was a blank expanse, lacking eyes or a nose bridge, with only 2 small, bloody orifices where the nose should have been. Its mouth, however, was grotesquely large, stretching all the way to its ears, revealing a chaotic array of sharp teeth, the gaps between which were stained with remnants of flesh. While it lacked the swiftness of a lurker or the resilience of a shambler, the defiler possessed a cunning intellect, surpassing that of all other low-level monsters, making it a particularly loathed species. Initially, this intelligence was not readily apparent, but as its magical power evolved, the defiler would exhibit a level of cognitive ability far beyond that of its mundane counterparts. The man who had emerged from the passenger seat swung his axe at the defiler, which nimbly evaded the blow, but was forced to release its grip on the woman's arm. It dropped to all fours, extended its neck, and unleashed a menacing roar from its blood-soaked maw at the man. The desecrator let out a roar, its powerful hind legs propelling it to knock the man to the ground. The man desperately braced the handle of his axe against the creature's massive jaws, tumbling together with the beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Qianxun drew her blade and exited the vehicle. To her astonishment, a desecrator was present, albeit in its initial stage of development, with its intelligence yet to fully awaken, a most fortuitous discovery. Another crystal stone to add to her collection, she thought with a quiet exhilaration. "Qianxun, don't go. It's dangerous." Gan Xiaodan attempted to pull her back but was unsuccessful. She could only watch helplessly as Chu Qianxun, armed with her knife, charged towards the monstrous entity. "This Sister Qianxun is truly so brave," Gao Yen stammered, taken aback. "I was not mistaken. She is indeed a rare gem of a person." Before the apocalypse, Meng Rongshuan was merely an ordinary department manager, overseeing a team primarily composed of young, predominantly female sales representatives. Shortly after the sudden appearance of that colossal celestial body in the sky, terrifying creatures began to emerge within the confines of the company's building. Meng Rongxuan managed to seize a business vehicle and, with a few of his younger subordinates, embarked on a tumultuous escape from Huaqing. At this moment, he found himself pinned to the ground by an immensely powerful beast, its smooth head devoid of eyes and nose, a gaping maw stretched to its ears, which he desperately held at bay with the handle of his axe. He could see the creature's jagged teeth, interspersed with remnants of human flesh. This monster was extraordinarily formidable, far more challenging than the one he had slain in the company parking lot. Its potency and velocity were matched by its uncanny intelligence. It had adroitly blockaded the thoroughfare with vehicles, ambushing its quarry as they dismounted to investigate, felling one of Meng Rongxuan's comrades with a single, fatal bite. Now, it cunningly evaded his assault, maintaining a relentless subjugation. Meng Rongxuan, feeling his strength wane, turned his head, imploring his compatriots for aid. Behind the sealed windows and locked doors, their faces, pallid with terror, were pressed against the glass, yet none dared to offer assistance. The monster's maw descended ever closer, its rancid, viscous ichor dripping onto Meng Rongxuan's countenance. At this critical juncture, his peripheral vision caught sight of a maiden, brandishing a honed blade, sprinting towards them. Lithe and swift, she ascended the vehicle's hood with a resounding thud, launching herself into the air. With a crystalline exclamation of evade, Meng Rongxuan instinctively recoiled, as the maiden, blade in hand, descended from above. Harnessing her momentum, she plunged the keen edge into the creature's hindbrain. The blade pierced the monster's cranium with a swift, tearing sound, the point emerging from its gaping maw, splattering Meng Rongxuan with gore. The fiend, writhing in agony, emitted a protracted shriek, thrashing wildly in a desperate attempt to dislodge the figure clinging to its back. The girl, gripping the hilt, tenaciously maintained her position upon the monster's spine, twisting the blade with brutal force before being thrown clear. She landed, skidding back a dozen meters before regaining her footing. The blade was embedded in the monster's head. Without hesitation, the young woman knelt on one leg and, with both arms raised, discharged several rounds from a handgun into the monster's skull. The monster convulsed, struggling to dislodge the blade piercing its head, and resorted to fleeing in the opposite direction on all fours. Meng Rongxuan stood up, wiped his face, and before he could utter a word, the girl's figure darted past him, snatching the fire axe from his grasp. Her speed was astonishing, nearly surpassing the limits of human velocity, as she pursued the monster relentlessly. Heavens! Heavens! That monster is coming this way, Gan Xiaodan exclaimed anxiously from inside the vehicle. The monster with the blade protruding from its head was sprinting towards them on all limbs. I'll drive. We must avoid it. Gao Yan hurriedly scrambled from the back seat to the front. Sister! It's Sister Qianxun, Feng Qianxian cried, pointing out the window. The flustered occupants of the car then noticed a figure chasing after the monster, moving with incredible swiftness, relentlessly pursuing the creature. It was Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun hurled the fire axe, which spun through the air with a resounding whoosh before striking the desecrator's spine. The desecrator's fleshy body rolled on the ground before Chu Qianxun finally caught up. Drawing a dagger from her thigh, Chu Qianxun parried the desecrator's sharp claws and, with a lithe movement, rolled behind it. She stepped onto its back, using the axe handle as a foothold, and retrieved the blade she had plunged into the desecrator's skull. The blasphemer, with blood-red hands, reached out and seized Chu Qianxun's leg, flinging her to the ground. With remarkable agility, Chu Qianxun swiftly rolled over, brandishing her knife to parry the descending claws. A sharp, ear-splitting clash of blades reverberated through the air. Inside the carriage, Gan Xiaodan, Gao Yan, and others peered anxiously through the glass, observing their petite companion entwined in a fierce struggle with the towering monster. Qianxian, wait for Daddy. I'm going to help Sister Qianxun, Feng Junlei said, gently ruffling his daughter's hair before entrusting her to Gan Xiaodan. He scoured the vehicle and eventually found a stainless steel wrench, which he grasped firmly before exiting. Daddy! Feng Qianxian pressed her small hand against the window, her heart heavy with worry as she watched her father outside. Feng Junlei circled around to the rear of the beast, which appeared even more terrifying up close, with grotesquely thick limbs and skin devoid of fur, evoking a sense of dread. A gaping wound on the back of its head oozed yellow blood, cascading downwards. Feng Junlei marveled at the courage displayed by the young girl, Chu Qianxun, as she stood defiantly against such a dreadful creature. Clutching a sharp bone knife, she held firm against the monster-esque claws, her eyes ablaze with the fervor of battle, showing no sign of retreat. "Daddy!" Feng Qianxian cried out in alarm from within the carriage. The axe upon the back of the desecrator suddenly trembled and, as if by magic, detached itself from his form. It swayed and ascended into the air, only to come crashing down with a resounding thud, striking the gaping wound at the back of the desecrator's skull, cleaving open his barren head. The desecrator, arms outstretched and neck craned towards the heavens, attempted to utter a cry, yet no sound emerged. His tongue lay stiff, quivering within his mouth. Finally, with a thunderous crash, he collapsed to the ground. Chu Qianxun, brimming with excitement, stepped forward and plunged her dagger into the fissure of the desecrator's skull, prying it open with force, as if extracting some resplendent treasure. The object shimmered momentarily in the air before she deftly pocketed it. A smile of triumph graced her face, as though she had uncovered a rare gem. She approached Feng Junlei, extending her hand. "Are you all right?" "Thank you." Feng Junlei, still shaken, rose to his feet with the aid of Chu Qianxun's pull, feeling his legs weaken beneath him. This girl was astonishingly formidable. He observed her as she efficiently gathered her weapons, her demeanor exuding an air of practiced ease amid such brutality, as if she had been raised in this very environment. Feng Qianxian suddenly leapt into her father's embrace, and Feng Junlei tenderly stroked his daughter's head, planting a fervent kiss upon it. Chu Qianxun took her seat in the passenger side, declaring, "Sister Yen, you drive. I'm exhausted and need to rest." All right, I'll drive," Gao Yen replied, taking her place in the driver's seat, igniting the engine while stealing glances at the poised Chu Qianxun beside her. The young girl rested her delicate, fair arm upon her chin, gazing out at the world beyond the window. Had it not been for her own eyes witnessing the scene, Gao Yen would scarcely believe that such a slender limb could possess strength rivaling that of a fearsome monster. She resolved to focus her efforts on winning the girl over. Securing Chuxin's favor would provide her with a safeguard in this perilous world overrun by malevolent beings. Ahead, the occupants of a business vehicle had disembarked and were clearing a path through the obstructed traffic, now preparing to embark on their journey. The man who had just battled the desecrator saw Chuxin's vehicle pass by and stood at the roadside, fervently waving in gratitude. As their vehicles brushed past one another, Chuxin caught a glimpse of him, noticing an inkling of familiarity in his features. Memories from a decade ago had become rather hazy, rendering it quite normal not to recognize certain individuals. She dismissed the thought, allowing it to drift away as they continued on their way. As the sun dipped below the horizon, rain began to fall from the sky. Initially gentle and serene, it soon intensified into a torrential downpour. The Hummer, carrying several passengers, arrived at a gas station along the national highway, where numerous vehicles were already parked. Adjacent to the station, a convenience store stood, its shelves stripped bare, accommodating a gathering of people seeking refuge from the rain. Chuxin and her companions turned off the engine, exited the vehicle, locked the doors, and entered the store. Inside, various corners of the convenience store were occupied by groups of individuals, a diverse mix of men and women, young and old. They lifted their eyelids and cast a glance at the few individuals entering, only to find that aside from a man accompanied by a child, the rest were women, and thus they paid no further heed. Gao Yen sought out a vacant space and beckoned Chu Qianxun and the others to join her. Having dined in the vehicle, they merely wished to endure the night in this shelter from the wind and rain. Chu Qianxun handed a spare thin blanket from the car to Feng Qianxian, while she herself embraced a knife, wrapped herself in another thin blanket from her backpack, and leaned against the wall to sleep, disregarding the others. Gao Yen had no choice but to huddle with Gan Xiaodan, seeking warmth and comfort as they drifted into slumber. Gan Xiaodan fared somewhat better, clad in a well-insulated windbreaker. However, Gao Yen was a woman who valued elegance over warmth, donning a pair of shorts in spring that exposed her smooth thighs. In the chill of the countryside night, she found herself nearly frozen. As darkness deepened, The sound of heavy rain outside resonated, intermingled with hushed conversations and the soft sounds of snoring within the dimly lit room. Two bright car headlights pierced through the curtain of rain, followed by the sound of a vehicle pulling up. A group of young men and women, wielding flashlights, hurried through the convenience store's entrance. They were the same individuals from the business vehicle encountered at noon, carrying an unconscious man, their voices a cacophony of urgency, urging, "Quick, help Brother Meng lie down. His fever is worsening." This was all a consequence of their encounter with a monster, which had left them injured. Chu Qianxun opened her eyes for a fleeting moment and recognized the people from the earlier encounter. Wait a moment, what has happened to this man? In the dim recess of the room, several burly figures stood up. The leader, with his hair cropped short, wore nothing but a black tank top and held a half-burnt cigarette between his lips. He approached the group of young individuals, and as the smoke from his cigarette flickered, he pinched it between his fingers. "This man cannot enter," he declared, exhaling a cloud of smoke while pointing at the unconscious man. "Why? On what grounds can you deny our Brother Meng entry?" One of them protested. "Indeed, what is your justification? Our Brother Meng is burning with fever. Have you no conscience?" "Conscience?" The tank-top-clad man scoffed. "What is the time for conscience now? Have you seen the wounds on this man? They are from a monster's grasp, aren't they? And he has a fever. Have you ever watched an apocalyptic film? How do you know he isn't about to transform into a creature? He cannot enter this place. If he turns into a monster in the dead of night, you may not value your lives, but we do." The men behind him joined in with shouts of agreement. "Yes, throw him out. Otherwise you shall not enter either." The others within the room, upon hearing this, began to murmur among themselves. "Indeed, he cannot come in. What if he turns into a monster? I have children to think of. Yes, you must take him away." Exchanging glances filled with uncertainty, the young men hesitated. After a moment, two of them silently lifted their feverish department manager and stepped out into the heavy rain, walking distantly across to the other side of the road. A few young girls remained indoors, their faces pale as they exchanged glances, ultimately choosing silence and retreating to a corner to sit in quietude. "Have you just left Meng outside? It's pouring rain out there. And he..." One girl finally broke the silence. "What else could we do? Meng suddenly developed a high fever, which is indeed rather peculiar. Who can assure us he won't transform into a monster? If you're so concerned, why not go out and care for him? After all, Meng Rongxuan risked himself to save you, and was injured by the monster while trying to help." The girl who initially spoke shrank her neck, falling into silence. When the name Meng Rongxuan reached Chu Qianxun's ears, she finally recalled when she had encountered this individual. By then, the name Meng Rongxuan had become renowned throughout the island. He had once been hailed as a hero, a figure upon whom countless hopes were bestowed, only to be sullied by his own brethren, cast down from his pedestal, and left to meet a tragic fate. At that time, Chu Qianxun was still quite vulnerable, and the disputes of the powerful held no relevance for her. She only remembered the day when colossal monsters traversed the strait, besieging Lu Island. Chu Qianxun had cowered in a dim, damp corner of the fortress, trembling as she beheld a monstrous head looming over the high walls, fervently praying for the hero standing upon the ramparts to emerge victorious. That day, the skies above the fortress were shrouded in dense storm clouds, with silver serpents of lightning darting about, while the low, eerie growls of the monsters echoed throughout the city. Chu Qianxun raised her head from the corner where she had been hiding, catching a glimpse of Meng Rongxuan atop the towering city wall, illuminated by a flash of lightning that accentuated the contours of his profile. At that moment, he was the beacon of hope for the entire city. Chu Qianxun had only seen Meng Rongxuan once. Shortly after, she learned of his demise at the hands of his own brother during a power struggle. In the fleeting light of day, she found it impossible to reconcile the image of the neatly dressed office worker, with his tailored suit and meticulously groomed short hair, with the legendary hero who once commanded great respect on Egret's Island. Rising to her feet, she made her way towards the door. "Qianxun, where are you going in such heavy rain?" called out Gan Xiaodan. "Don't mind me," replied Chu Qianxun, her silhouette vanishing into the curtain of rain. Although she had no personal connection with Meng Rongxuan, he was undeniably a hero who had once safeguarded the lives of countless individuals, of which she was one. Without jeopardizing her own safety, She could not bear to witness Meng Rongxuan discarded by the roadside in the torrential downpour. Even his enemies, after taking his life, had refrained from desecrating his remains, bestowing upon him a grand funeral. Venturing into the rain-soaked night, Chu Qianxun found Meng Rongxuan by the roadside, far from the convenience store. He lay abandoned beneath a promotional board that offered little shelter from the relentless rain, his body submerged in water, unconscious and unresponsive. Resolutely, she retrieved her backpack, gently moved the man to a corner away from the crowd, and sat beside him. In the gloom, the ember of a cigarette flared, illuminating the displeased visage of a man. He gestured subtly, and two men arose, advancing directly towards Chu Qianxun. Listen here, girlie, don't meddle. Our leader, Wei, has made it clear that this person is not to enter, one of the men stated. Chu Qianxun remained silent, producing a handgun and twirling it between her fingers before audibly disengaging the safety. A gun? Boss Wei, the dame's got a gun. A real one. Wei took a deep drag from his cigarette, pursed his lips, and extinguished the butt forcefully on the ground, exhaling smoke through his nostrils. Forget it, let's observe for now. A modishly dressed, middle-aged woman, past her prime, approached Chu Qianxun. Young lady, she began, it's not that we're unsympathetic, but your actions are unacceptable. If this man transforms into a demonic entity, we'll all be in peril. The other patrons of the establishment echoed her sentiments. Indeed, we mustn't jeopardize everyone's safety for the sake of one individual. If you're so keen on playing the Samaritan, take him outside and care for him yourself. A young girl like you carrying a grown man, TSK. Emboldened by the support of the crowd, the middle-aged woman reached out to seize Chu Qianxun. It's not about age, dear. You must take him elsewhere. I cannot permit you to endanger us all. Her words were cut short as she felt an icy sensation on her forehead. The frigid barrel of a firearm was pressed against her brow. Chu Qianxun remained silent, merely regarding her with a frigid gaze. The elderly woman hurriedly waved her hands, adorned with crimson nail polish, exclaiming, "This is not good. This is not good. Do not be angry, I shall take my leave." In an instant, the lively chatter of the convenience store fell silent. The patrons near Chu Qianxun quickly gathered their belongings and distanced themselves from her, leaving a wide berth around her. Unfazed, Chu Qianxun shed her drenched coat, wrapped herself in a blanket, and, with her firearm cradled confidently across her chest, leaned against the wall, shutting her eyes. Meng Rongxuan lay beside her, unconscious, soaked to the skin, burning with fever, occasionally muttering incoherent phrases. The heat radiating from him was so intense that wisps of steam rose from his drenched garments. Chu Qianxun cocooned herself in her blanket, ignoring him, yet her heart simmered with jealousy. His elevated temperature surely indicated he had acquired formidable abilities. How fortunate he was, though his intellect seemed lacking, squandering a promising hand of cards and ending up in such dire straits. She hoped he might gain some wisdom in this lifetime. Yet, what concern was it of hers? With the dawn they would part ways. As for the entangled grievances of such formidable figures, Chu Qianxun intended to distance herself as much as possible. In this life, her desire was to steer clear of troublesome and dangerous individuals, seeking instead a tranquil existence with her aunt's family. When the first light of day broke, Meng Rongxuan awoke. It felt as though he had traversed the depths of hell that night, alternating between the scorching heat of molten lava and the chilling embrace of an ice cavern. The soul experienced a harrowing detachment from the body, acutely aware of the agonizing process. All suffering abruptly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort and joy. Deep within his spirit surged an intense yearning, a profound craving for sustenance, a desire for something fresh and sanguine. It was unclear how much time had elapsed before this inhuman torment finally ceased. Meng Rongxuan opened his eyes to behold an ant traversing the ground before him, adorned with dark brown stripes, its 6 legs moving deftly, while 2 delicate antennae quivered slightly atop its head. In the post-rain morning, the distant chorus of various insects and birds resounded with remarkable clarity in his ears. Meng Rongxuan found himself bewildered by the events. Despite having just recovered from a grave illness, why had his senses become so extraordinarily acute? He noticed a figure seated beside him. It was merely a frail young woman. Suddenly, the sleeping maiden opened her eyes, her gaze in the morning light resembling a cold, icy pool, indifferently sweeping towards him, rendering his words of gratitude lodged in his throat. Awake, Chu Qianxun remarked with a neutral tone. She observed faint arcs of electricity flickering across the man's form. A true powerhouse, indeed. While everyone else retained their abilities from before, she felt diminished. Chu Qianxun retrieved a bottle of mineral water from her bag and placed it before Meng Rongxuan, then rolled up her blanket and departed. One by one, the patrons of the convenience store gradually stirred to consciousness. Some, upon seeing Meng Rongxuan unharmed, displayed expressions of awkwardness. The middle-aged woman, who was insistent on expelling Meng Rongxuan, muttered softly, "A few days ago, when the green moon appeared, the young man across the street from my house was struck by fever. He was consumed by scales that spread all over his body, even devouring his own father. Oh, how terrifying! I speak no falsehood." Outside, Chu Qianxun sat in the passenger seat of the car, stifling a large yawn. She had been on guard against everyone the previous night, daring not to truly sleep. Now, fatigue overwhelmed her, and she instructed Feng Junlei and Gao Yan to take turns driving, planning to catch some rest on the road. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the car window. Chu Qianxun rolled it down, gazing at the figure outside. The youthful Meng Rongxuan, lacking the formidable aura that would later envelop him, appeared somewhat inexperienced. His face bore a faint flush. His eyes sparkled with gratitude as he extended his hand towards her. "Thank you. You have saved me twice. I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. My name is Meng Rongxuan." Chu Qianxun politely shook his hand. "Chu Qianxun," she replied, glancing at the nearby business vehicle and the unruly crowd outside. She added, "Take care of yourself, mind your own affairs, and strive to live a little longer." The window rose, the Hummer's engine roared to life, and it kicked up dust as it departed. Meng Rongxuan felt a pang of wistfulness. He believed he possessed some experience in battling monsters and wished to inquire if he could hitch a ride with Chu Qianxun, yet he ultimately lacked the courage to voice his request. His colleagues jostled their way toward him, pushing a girl out from the throng. She was the very girl whom the defiler had nearly dragged from the car, forcing Meng Rongxuan to take the perilous step of rescuing her. He was also personally mentoring a new salesperson. The girl took a step forward, timidly saying, "Mengo, I am truly sorry. We had no choice. The people in that room were so fierce, and we were frightened." Her eyes welled with tears, as if she were the one wronged, and she tugged at Meng Rongxuan's sleeve, pleading, "Please forgive us, Mengu. Yes, we made a mistake. Please pardon us. We heard rumors that you might transform into a monster, and we were momentarily terrified. It will not happen again." A chorus of voices chimed in, each expressing their remorse. Their leader, Meng Rongxuan, was known as the most accommodating manager in the entire sales department. Regardless of the mistakes made by his subordinates, as long as they approached him with sincerity and humility, he was always willing to forgive and smooth over the situation. Surely this time would be no different. Meng Rongxuan gazed at his companions for a moment. Some had been with him for several years, while others were new to the company, all having been trained under his guidance. They affectionately called him Mengu, which made him feel somewhat older and responsible for bearing the burdens that should have been shared. It was only now that he realized age was not an excuse. In moments of life and death, one's true nature is revealed. When faced with genuine danger, was it not the younger woman who had saved him? As the girl departed, her expression resembling that of a bewildered onlooker, a sense of discomfort settled in his heart. He withdrew his sleeve from her grasp and stated, "The car is yours. Take care of it." What airs? To presume upon one's former station as manager, oblivious to the present exigencies. A departure is of no consequence. Indeed, the reduction in numbers shall afford greater comfort. I harbor no doubt that our journey shall proceed apace, unencumbered by his presence. Murmurs, faint yet discernible, echoed in his wake, striking a poignant chord within Meng Rongxuan's heart. With newfound resolve, he lifted his gaze and strode forth, his sole companion a humble bottle of mineral water. In that moment, a palpable sense of liberation washed over him, as if a great burden had been cast aside. The sun, a sanguine orb, rested upon the shoulders of the mountains, casting elongated shadows of the roadside trees. An off-road vehicle stood stationary, its occupants alighting to stretch their weary limbs and attend to personal necessities after a day's arduous travel. The thoroughfare was in a lamentable state, strewn with the detritus of abandoned vehicles and the remains of humanity. Progress was necessarily slow, often requiring the tedious task of clearing entangled vehicles. A day's journey yielded but a meager distance. Tragically, the wounds that claimed the lives of many bore the unmistakable mark of human agency, rather than the depredations of monstrous entities. In a mere handful of days since the advent of the demonic scourge, the struggle for survival had eroded the moral foundations of society. Thus, an era of unfettered predation and the ascendancy of the strong had been forcibly inaugurated. Chu Qianxun, perched atop the vehicle, scrutinized the map on her mobile device, endeavoring to ascertain their precise location. A food processing plant, situated a mere score of kilometers hence, was her intended destination. In her previous existence, it was approximately 3 months after the cataclysm. Chu Qianxun was stranded at a nearby base when a shocking event transpired. A search team discovered a food processing plant and stumbled upon a warehouse that had been securely locked from the outside, rumored to have remained sealed since the onset of the apocalypse, with dust accumulated upon the padlock. The team, brimming with excitement at the prospect of abundant food supplies within, forcefully breached the lock and swung open the warehouse doors. To their astonishment, as the doors creaked open, 2 formidable fourth-tier monsters surged forth from the darkness. These creatures tracked the injured back to the base, nearly leading to its annihilation under the onslaught of their overwhelming power. Fortunately, numerous adept members of the Divine Love Group were stationed at the base, and despite incurring heavy losses, they united to defend their stronghold. Just as human saints can accelerate their level progression by consuming demon seeds, monsters too evolve more swiftly after devouring a significant number of humans or high-ranking saints. The emergence of 2 monsters surpassing the then-existing levels in such a confined space remains an enigma. After the fierce battle, it is said that the Divine Love Group organized researchers to investigate the warehouse. Rumors suggest that they uncovered crucial scientific leads within. Shortly thereafter, the Divine Love Group developed a miraculous recovery potion known as Sacred Blood, claiming it was a divine act of compassion, offering their flesh and blood to alleviate the suffering of humanity. Regardless of any exaggeration, the panacea possesses the remarkable ability to snatch life from the clutches of death. No matter how grievous the injury, a single dose ensures rapid convalescence. Despite its exorbitant cost, the Elixir of Saints is highly sought after in the market, making it exceedingly difficult to procure. On the brutal battlegrounds, who wouldn't desire a life-saving potion? Thus, the Divine Grace Consortium has risen swiftly, transforming from a religious research organization into a formidable power. Chu Qianxun mused to herself, if she were to venture to that warehouse now, even if she couldn't obtain the formula for the Elixir of Saints, the 2 high-level demonic entities would likely be inside. Of course, they couldn't possibly be at the 4th tier yet, but they would at least be at the 1st tier, wouldn't they? Chu Qianxun smiled. Having consumed 3 crystals, coupled with her battles against demonic entities along the way, she had vaguely touched the threshold. If she were to obtain 2 more 1st-tier crystals, she would likely break through the barrier. Even if she couldn't reach the 2nd tier in one go, she could reach the critical state of the 1st-tier peak. Now that the apocalypse has only just begun, most people haven't even activated their abilities yet. If she could reach the saturation state of the 1st tier, her strength and speed would surpass all the devout followers, even rivaling those speed and strength ability users who have just activated their powers. Chu Qianxun memorized the location of the food factory and put away her phone. Feng Qianqian had become familiar with Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yan in recent days, and they were currently running and playing at the rear of the vehicle. Feng Junlei, on the other hand, remained vigilant, gazing around and constantly observing the surrounding environment. Chu Qianxun observed the group before her, formulating a plan in her mind. Once they reached the food factory and dispatched a couple of monsters, she intended to escort them to the nearby base, a place she remembered as one of the earliest and relatively stable sanctuaries established during the initial days of the apocalypse. The Shinai group, under the banner of unity and overcoming adversity together, had once been a beacon of hope and positivity, a stark contrast to the authoritarian and brutal entity it later became. Had it not been for her concern for her aunt's family on Lu Island, Chu Qianxun might have stayed longer at that base, ensuring Feng Junlei, Gao Yan, and the others reached a secure base was her way of fulfilling her duty as a friend. As a dozen men disembarked from their vehicle and approached, Feng Junlei tensed up, discreetly gripping his weapon and positioning himself protectively in front of the women. Feng Qianxun sought refuge behind Gan Xiaodan, who clutched a dagger given to her by Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun herself leaped down from the vehicle's roof, her gaze icy as she scrutinized the approaching figures. The leader, whom she recognized from a recent encounter at a convenience store where he was referred to as Brother Wei, bore a menacing demeanor. His face was rugged, his expression defiant, and his clothes bore faint traces of bloodstains, unmistakable signs of his dubious character. Despite their seemingly friendly smiles, Chu Qianxun unhesitatingly released the safety on her pistol. They advanced against the backdrop of the setting sun, their elongated shadows stretching ominously ahead. The smile vanished from the countenance of the man named Wei, his face darkening as he advanced, his shadow stretching to envelop Gan Xiaodan. Suddenly, Gan Xiaodan realized her hand was moving of its own volition. "What's happening? What's wrong with me?" she exclaimed in dismay. Her body had become an instrument beyond her control, abruptly seizing Feng Qianxun by the shoulders. The blade, concealed and intended for their adversaries, was now mercilessly poised against Feng Qianxun's delicate neck. "Qianxun!" Feng Junlei, who had been shielding them, cried out in alarm. "Xiaodan, what are you doing?" I don't know. My body isn't obeying me," Gan Xiaodan said, tears welling up. Helplessly, she tightened her grip on Feng Qianxun's neck, her legs carrying her inexorably toward the group of men. "Ha! Didn't expect that, did you?" Wei chuckled, casting a glance at Chu Qianxun, who had adroitly evaded him. "So quick. You've awakened a superpower too, haven't you? I surmise it's a speed-related ability. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Chun Wei. As you can see, my power is shadow manipulation." He gestured toward a man beside him. "This is my brother, Wei. His ability is pyrokinesis." The slender man named Wei snapped his fingers, and a tiny flame materialized in his palm. These extraordinary abilities, which would have astonished ordinary people, were merely the crude and laughable parlor tricks of newly awakened disciples in Chu Qianxun's eyes. She confronted Chun Wei with a grave expression for a moment, then abruptly changed her demeanor, breaking into a smile. When Chu Qianxun wore a solemn expression, she exuded an air of indifference, as if she had traversed countless worldly affairs and experienced the vicissitudes of life. "Wei Gu," she said with a beaming smile, as though the individual before her was not a ruthless figure wielding a knife against children. "Is this really necessary? We harbor no enmity, so why must we be so tense?" Chu Qianxun holstered her firearm, gesturing with open palms to indicate her lack of weapons. "If you have any requests, please state them directly. We will comply with what we can. Do not come any closer." Chun Wei instinctively retreated 2 steps, pulling Gan Xiaodan along with him. Initially, he had contemplated recruiting this extraordinary woman to his side, but his years of navigating societal complexities had instilled in him a keen intuition that this woman was not as naive as she appeared. In an instant, he resolved to abandon that notion. To avoid losing face in front of his subordinates, he altered his demand. "Hand over your vehicle and its contents, and I shall not trouble you further." Without hesitation, Chu Qianxun tossed the car keys to Chen Wei, maintaining her smile while harboring a murderous intent within. For the sake of Feng Qianxun and the other's safety, she was willing to part with the vehicle and its belongings. However, if Chun Wei persisted, she would no longer be able to hold back. A few men seized the keys and jumped into the car to inspect it, excitedly exclaiming upon discovering a half-box of food in the trunk. Chun Wei, ever vigilant, kept his gaze fixed on Chu Qianxun, gradually stepping back until his elongated shadow was about to detach from Gan Xiaodan, at which point he turned and entered the vehicle. A few vehicles stirred up dust, splattering it onto Chu Qianxun and her companions, as they drove away with an air of arrogance. Gan Xiaodan finally regained her freedom and immediately embraced Feng Qianxun, examining her for any injuries. Feng Qianxun burst into tears, being comforted by her father. Gao Yan, infuriated, stamped her feet, disregarding the composed demeanor she had maintained for several days, and let out a few expletives. Subsequently, she slumped despondently to the ground, pondering their predicament. What should they do now that their food had been taken? Her gaze fell longingly upon the backpack Chu Qianxun carried. She knew it always contained some provisions, water, and medicine, but how much could such a small bag sustain them all? Gao Yan's mind began to wander with other thoughts. Those men had seemed even more formidable than Qianxun, wielding flames and manipulating shadows, and their vehicle must surely be stocked with ample supplies. If only she had considered following them. Stealing a glance at Chu Qianxun, she buried this idea deep within her thoughts. Chu Qianxun appeared unfazed by the loss of their vehicle and provisions. She surveyed their surroundings, noting the expansive fields of carrots flanking the national road, the underground carrots yet to mature, while the surface flourished with lush, resilient foliage. "Let us move on and find a place to rest," she suggested, pointing towards a small earthen shed deep within the fields, where farmers stored their belongings. The group approached the dilapidated structure, rummaging around only to be disheartened by the realization that it contained no food whatsoever. Only a single clay pot was found. Beside it lay a water reservoir, where the faucet still functioned, allowing me to fill a little water. Feng Junlei approached, carrying a large clay pot. Chu Qianxun had already skillfully dug a pit in the earth and encircled it with a ring of stones, constructing a rudimentary earthen stove. She ignited a bundle of dry grass with a lighter and began inserting dry twigs into the stove one by one. Once the fire blazed, she clapped her hands and stood up, urging everyone, "Don't just stand there. Gather some dry twigs to stoke the fire and boil a pot of water." Subsequently, she rummaged through her backpack and produced a small bundle, which unfolded into a large net woven from transparent fishing line. Chu Qianxun stretched the net between two tall trees at the edge of the field and picked up a long branch, venturing into the dense carrot patch. With the branch in hand, she began to strike the ground from one end of the field. Moments later, a brownish-gray pheasant burst forth from the earth, flapping its wings in a frantic attempt to flee. As it soared low, it collided with the transparent net, its head slipping through while its body became ensnared, rendering it helplessly flapping in the air. Amid the astonished gazes of those around her, Chu Qianxun seized the lively pheasant, swiftly twisting its neck before tossing it to the waiting Gao Yan. "You know how to kill a chicken, right?" Chu Qianxun inquired. "Why, yes, I can," Gao Yan stammered. "I can use boiling water to pluck the feathers." In truth, she had only witnessed the process twice and felt unprepared to appear incompetent in front of Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun nodded slightly, repositioned the net, and continued to delve into another patch of carrot field. By the time nightfall enveloped the land, 2 mountain chickens were simmering in the earthen jar in front of the mud house. Beneath the stove lay several sweet potatoes that Chu Qianxun had harvested. A group of people gathered around the bonfire, inhaling the rich aroma wafting through the air, their admiration for Chu Qianxun boundless. Eagerly, they finished their meal, planning to slaughter the remaining chickens later to prepare shredded chicken for the journey ahead. At this moment, Chu Qianxun ceased her labors, content to sit on the sidelines and command the others with an air of authority. It seemed that, as long as Chu Qianxun was present, the loss of food was truly inconsequential. The advent of the apocalypse had rendered all modern conveniences obsolete. Without the detritus and optical pollution, the night sky had become remarkably clear. Up above, the celestial bodies danced in their eternal waltz, stars shining with their unchanging brilliance, serenely observing the joys and sorrows unfolding on earth. Wrapped in a blanket, Chu Qianxun leaned against the wall of the mud house to rest. She had enveloped Feng Qianxian within her embrace. In her previous life, before her constitution had been enhanced by the demonic seed and clad in unreliable, flimsy garments, she would shiver with cold at night. Feng Qianxian would often curl up in her arms, seeking warmth and offering the tender excuse, "Since my mother ascended to heaven, I haven't slept with a girl." At that time, she would nestle her warm little body against Chu Qianxun's icy frame, uttering those words. Chu Qianxun gently caressed the sleeping little girl, feeling the same warmth as in her previous life. Gazing up at the myriad stars above, she reminisced about the fragments of her past decade. Once, she believed her former existence was fraught with despair and darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. Yet, like the stars that punctuate the night sky, though diminutive, they are far more unforgettable than the vast expanse of inky blackness. She realized that even during times of hunger and hardship, when she collapsed in the muddy streets, She had once received a flatbread from a kind doctor. There were moments when she resorted to theft and narrowly escaped death, only to find assistance from a stranger. Reflecting on this, Chu Qianxun mused that not everything was as dreadful as it seemed. Feng Junlei sat beside the fire, busily slicing some steamed sweet potatoes into chunks, laying them on a bamboo mat to roast, preparing to transform them into provisions for their journey. Gao Yan and Gan Xiaodan were gathered around a clay pot, diligently cooking the remaining chicken, shredding it into fine strands to stir-fry into chicken floss. Is this how it's supposed to be stir-fried? Am I doing it right? Qianxun pondered. It seemed so. The meat appeared to be loosening, taking on a semblance of form. The two girls leaned in closer, peering into the pot filled with the softly tossing strands of meat. To avoid disturbing the weary Chu Qianxun, they whispered cautiously to each other, "You and Qianxun are alike, both university students. How is it that she knows everything while you seem to know nothing?" Gao Yan complained. What relevance does this have to one's education? Schools do not teach such things. If you are capable, why not give it a try? Gan Xiaodan, feeling disgruntled, passed the wooden spatula over. No. I am not capable. I am particularly inept at cooking. It would be better if you, Xiaodan, took the lead. What if I burn it and have nothing to eat on the journey tomorrow? Chu Qianxun closed her eyes, listening to the murmurs of her companions, feeling an inexplicable sense of ease. The last time she traversed this road, she was weak and nearly at the lowest rung of society, witnessing the darkest and most brutal facets of humanity. Now, she has grown significantly stronger. Those around her regard her with awe and gratitude, and even unfamiliar villains dare not act excessively in her presence. Thus, walking the same path now brings more warmth and comfort than the previous panic and disarray. In the distance, a faint rustling emanated from the thicket, accompanied by a violent shaking of the foliage. Chu Qianxun opened her eyes, placing the slumbering Feng Qianqian into Feng Junlai's hands, and cautiously drew her knife to investigate the source of the sound. The blade parted the bushes, revealing a rudimentary trap on the ground. A branch was inserted into the soil at one end, while the other end was frozen by a small chunk of ice. As the ice melted, the branch sprang up, disturbing the surrounding grass and foliage. Ice? Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow at the remnants of ice on the ground. Feng Junlei reacted swiftly, using the edge of his knife to block and shatter the ice spear that was launched toward them. Gao Yan swiftly dodged the ice spear aimed at her, while Gan Xiaodan was a moment too late and was struck on the arm. A faint ache coursed through her arm as the ice cone shattered with a sharp crack, startling her but inflicting no substantial harm. Seizing the moment amidst their evasion, the boy swiftly picked up 2 roasted sweet potatoes from the ground and darted back in the direction from whence he came. However, Gao Yan, quick-witted and agile, seized him firmly, exclaiming, "You shan't escape, you little rascal. The food I toiled for is not yours to take." Without hesitation, the boy sank his teeth into Gao Yan's hand. She winced in pain, releasing her grip, a bloody bite mark already forming on the back of her hand. Yet, there was one whose speed surpassed his own. Chu Qianxun grasped his arm with one hand while the other tightened around his throat, pinning him to the ground. "Teach him a lesson, Qianxun. This little thief is no good." Gao Yan fumed. The boy thrashed in desperation, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Instinctively, Chu Qianxun tightened her grip around his neck. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, she typically showed no mercy to those with abilities who harbored animosity towards her, regardless of whether they were children or the elderly. Youngsters of such age, in this brutal era, warrant greater caution. Their worldview is shaped amidst the harshest conditions, granting them the capacity for harm without a moral compass, often rendering them more ruthless and vengeful than adults. Struggling for breath, the boy's face flushed crimson, his hands clawing at Chu Qianxun's palm, a plea for mercy etched across his features. "Qianxun, please don't. You'll suffocate him. Sister Qianxun, stop. He is still just a child. Sister Qianxun." Chu Qianxun slowly released her grip, sensing that her heart no longer bore the rigidity it once did. In this moment, she found herself unable to deliver a fatal blow. Since she could not eradicate the threat entirely, she preferred not to offend him too deeply. This was a prodigious ice elemental awakener, who, despite appearing harmless with his feeble ice spikes, would undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force, one not easily trifled with. Given time, even if he was still but a child. The boy turned on his side and began to cough violently, gradually retreating, yet his gaze lingered wistfully on the crushed sweet potatoes scattered upon the ground. Gao Yen gritted her teeth, touching the bite mark on her hand, and irritably remarked, "Take them away, you little beggar. They are of no use now." The boy fixed his eyes on them intently, cautiously crouching down to retrieve the 2 flattened sweet potatoes. He then retreated to a hidden corner, devouring them hungrily. It was evident that hunger had gnawed at him for quite some time. He swallowed too quickly, nearly choking several times, straining his neck to force the morsels down. Feng Junlei presented him with a bowl of sweet potato water, found in the earthen dwelling, placing it before the boy. The boy accepted it gratefully, gulping down several mouthfuls, casting furtive glances at Feng Junlei, gradually losing the initial wariness that had enveloped him. "What is your name? Where are your parents?" Feng Junlei inquired. "Shao Jie, Jiang Shao Jie. My father is a gambling addict." When the green moon appeared, he remained at the gaming table, unwilling to leave, and his opponent transformed into a monstrous being, leading to his demise. The boy began to speak, his gaunt face bearing eyes that glimmered with a hint of red. "And what of your mother?" Feng Qianxun inquired, peering over her father's shoulder, her small face emerging. "Do you, like me, lack a mother?" The red hue in Jiang Shao Jie's eyes quickly receded, leaving behind only dark circles indicative of sleepless nights. He spat downwards. "That woman never cared for me. When the apocalypse struck, she hastily fled in her lover's car, ignoring my desperate calls as I chased after her. Feng Junlei, a man who single-handedly raised his daughter, cherished her more than his own life. He found it incomprehensible that there existed parents who neglected their offspring." Feng Qianxun rummaged through her pocket and produced a half-eaten piece of chocolate. The little girl, with her delicate hands clutching the brown confection, extended it forward. "Brother, this is for you. It's from Sister Qianxun. It's delicious. If you eat it, you won't miss your mother." At dawn the following day, the group rose and consumed the sweet potatoes steamed the previous night, accompanied by the water used to boil them, treating it as breakfast. They also stored the prepared meat floss and dried sweet potatoes in a clay jar. Feng Junlei found a vine, threaded the jar through it, and slung it over his back. Before departing, he divided his remaining half of sweet potato, offering it to Jiang Shao Jie, who observed them from a distance. The pilferer was in pursuit. Our provisions were meager, and the uncertainty of replenishment loomed, thus precluding any further distribution, as Hai Yen warily instructed the others. Perhaps due to the early loss of her mother, she exhibited a maturity beyond her years, understanding the importance of not burdening adults during such circumstances. Chu Qianxun discovered a van parked by the roadside. After tinkering beneath it for a brief period, she swiftly unlocked the vehicle, extracted the deceased driver from within, and assumed the driver's seat, igniting the engine. The 7-seater afforded ample space, allowing for comfortable seating and the option to alternate naps in the rear. The onlookers were both astonished and delighted, eagerly boarding the vehicle. "Qianxun, your competence is truly remarkable. Is there anything you can't do?" Hai Yen said, keen to praise Chu Qianxun. The boy is still following. Gan Xiaodan observed through the rearview mirror, noticing Jiang Xiaojie chasing after the vehicle. "What is he doing? Does he desire to join us?" "Surely not. Already becoming attached? Had I known, I wouldn't have shared the sweet potato with him." He stood no chance of matching the vehicle's velocity, the distance between them rapidly increasing. The diminutive figure stumbled onto the roadway, promptly regaining his footing and resuming the chase. Before long, he fell once more. This time, he remained prostrate in the dirt, motionless. He had finally relented. In this world, many are unable to subsist. Chu Qianxun remarked icily. The dust kicked up by the wheels splattered Jiang Xiaojie's face. He lifted his head from the haze, staring blankly at the van that had halted before him. The driver's side window descended, revealing a frigid countenance. A woman whose power was palpable, capable of snapping his neck with a single hand. Yet Jiang Xiaojie desperately hoped she would take him along. The car door swung open, and the man and little girl within the passenger compartment extended their hands to him with smiles. Chu Qianxun gazed at the grimy boy who had joined them in the back seat, her feelings oscillating between disdain for the boy and self-reproach for her overflowing compassion. "Oh well, One more won't make a difference, she mused, resolving to ferry them all to the forward base and deposit them there en masse. The van surged onward, veering off the national highway and into a sprawling industrial park. Qianxun, are you sure we're on the right path? Gong Xiaodan asked, consulting the map on her phone, which she had neglected to download beforehand, leaving her unable to access the area's roads. This is a food factory. I'll see if there's anything to eat, Chu Qianxun replied, halting the vehicle and concocting a justification for her actions. She alighted from the van, leading the group through a grove of trees within the factory grounds. Beyond the grove lay a significant drop in elevation, where a large reservoir had been constructed. The reservoir, once covered, was now damaged by some unknown force. It was empty, the bottom littered with desiccated silt. They traversed the reservoir and crossed a concrete road within the factory grounds. On the opposite side stood several expansive steel-structured warehouses. The warehouse doors stood ajar, revealing yawning, impenetrable darkness. Gazed silently at the warehouse for a moment before turning to gather supplies. She discovered a truck parked within the factory premises and siphoned gasoline from its tank, pouring it all into the bottom of a reservoir. Next, she erected several flexible aluminum-plastic strips above the pool, with a sturdier wooden beam positioned in the center. From the factory, she dismantled a large sheet of sunshade film and draped it over the aluminum-plastic strips, finally sprinkling some dried leaves atop the film, transforming the area into a colossal trap. Who knows what kind of monsters lurk within? It would be wise not to venture there, Qianxun, Gong Xiaodan remarked, glancing apprehensively at the eerily silent factory. Without uttering a word, Chu Qianxun tightened her shoelaces and inspected her gear, affirming her resolute stance. She handed 2 grenades and a lighter to Feng Junlei, instructing, should any creature follow me out and fall into this trap, you must quickly toss the lighter and grenades inside. Rising to her feet, she concluded with a solemn warning. If I do not return, you must leave without me. Feng Junlei hesitated, wanting to insist on accompanying her. Yet, as a father, he was genuinely uneasy about leaving his daughter alone outside. I will accompany you, sister, Jiang Xiaojie suddenly interjected. Since boarding the vehicle, he had displayed an unusual eagerness towards Chu Qianxun, bustling about like a diligent assistant, quite uncharacteristic for someone of his tender years. Chu Qianxun perceived his enthusiasm as a manifestation of a weaker individual seeking refuge from a stronger one. However, she had not anticipated that Jiang Xiaojie would be willing to join her in this perilous endeavor at such a moment. Chu Qianxun suddenly realized that she had been overly reliant on her preconceived notions to judge an individual. She patted Jiang Xiaojie's shoulder and said, "You wait for me here. I shall return shortly." Chu Qianxun stealthily entered the warehouse. Inside, chaos reigned. Discarded debris was strewn haphazardly across the floor, and darkened bloodstains marred the surfaces. Gripping her handgun, she cautiously advanced step by step. Faint sounds reached her ears, as if something was consuming its meal, accompanied by the sporadic, muted moans of a human. She arrived at a large door secured from the outside, encircled by a thick chain, which had accumulated a layer of dust, indicating it had remained undisturbed for several days. Peering through the slightly ajar door, she caught a glimpse of several shadowy figures swaying within. The room was shrouded in dim light. High on the wall, a small window allowed a trickle of murky illumination to spill into the room, casting a half-lit glow upon a shelf. On that shelf appeared to be a corpse, tethered by iron chains, its head drooping pitifully over its grotesque body, disheveled hair obscuring its features, rendering its gender indiscernible. In the depths of darkness, furtive rustling could be heard. 2 grotesque creatures were vying for their share of the remains. The obscurity of the light rendered visibility poor, and Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow, sensing an unsettling dissonance in the atmosphere. Generally speaking, monsters exhibit little interest in corpses. Their fervor lies solely with fresh flesh and blood. Once a body has lost its vitality, these creatures swiftly abandon their desire for the lifeless remains. This is a sealed warehouse, the lock on the door coated in dust, indicating it has been secured from the outside for quite some time. Yet, why do the monsters inside still display an avid interest in a corpse that should have long since perished? The door has been struck from within, slightly warped in consequence. Chu Qianxun held her breath and cautiously approached the cracked door, eager to discern the type and rank of the creatures within. In her line of sight, The corpse was riddled with jagged bones, evidently dead beyond any doubt. Suddenly, the body stirred slightly, emitting a low, guttural sound. Startled, Chu Qianxun inadvertently made a faint noise. The monsters inside abruptly ceased their movements and turned their gaze toward her location. Two pairs they moved with astonishing speed, capable of traversing walls as if they were flying. At this moment, she had dashed out of the warehouse's grand entrance. Sister Qianxun has emerged, Feng Qianxian exclaimed, pointing toward the doorway. Despite her youth, Feng Qianxian, now endowed with extraordinary abilities along with Zhang Shaojie, demonstrated the quickest reflexes among the group. Simultaneously, Zhang Shaojie rose, anxiously glancing towards Chu Qianxun's position. He was acutely aware that he possessed a unique power unlike others. However, it was evident that both Sister Qianxun and this young girl had also acquired extraordinary abilities akin to his, especially Sister Qianxun, whose prowess could easily render him powerless in an instant, instilling a sense of trepidation within him. Zhang Shaojie had always admired the strong since childhood. Although his father was a despicable gambler, he never hesitated to fight fiercely, ensuring that Zhang Shaojie was never bullied in his presence. Growing up in such a chaotic environment, Zhang Shaojie learned early on how to curry favor with others to obtain what he desired. At this moment, he aspired to present himself favorably, hoping that Chu Qianxun would choose to keep him close rather than abandon him carelessly. Beside him lay a barrel of diesel extracted from a truck, and following Chu Qianxun's instructions, he was using his newfound abilities to freeze it into sharp ice spikes. Chu Qianxun dashed across the road towards the reservoir, her speed surpassing human limits, almost transforming her into a shadow. From behind her, two crimson figures surged forth from the dark warehouse door. Two diminutive creatures, smaller in stature than an adult, clawed at the doorframe, extending their blood-red heads to survey their surroundings. With a swift whoosh, they transformed into two crimson streaks, directly pursuing Chu Qianxun. Unfazed, she did not glance behind, focusing solely on her frantic escape. As she leapt over the reservoir, she deftly tapped the sole wooden pole concealed beneath the membrane, propelling herself past it. The bloodthirsty wanderers followed closely, only to step into a trap. The membrane collapsed, and the deep reservoir engulfed the two creatures. The bottom of the pool had been pre-filled with gasoline, rendering even the agile wanderers incapable of swiftly climbing the slick surface. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun had halted, turned around, flicked a lighter to life, and tossed it into the depths of the pool. A deafening explosion erupted within the reservoir as a brilliant blue flame surged forth, followed by an orange blaze shooting skyward. By the time Feng Junlei grasped the situation, the task of igniting the fire was no longer his to undertake. The pit echoed with the shrill cries of the monsters. Hastily, he pressed the safety catch and removed the pin, hurling two bombs into the inferno. The resounding detonations reverberated within the pit, sending fiery debris soaring into the air. Feng Junlei sheltered Feng Qianxian in his embrace, and as the cacophony subsided, the trap was left with nothing but the roaring flames, devoid of any further movement. Just as he sighed in relief and prepared to emerge from his concealed vantage point atop the high ground, a voice rang out, "Do not come out." Chu Qianxun commanded sharply, gripping the long iron rod she had prepared in advance, her gaze fixed anxiously on the edge of the fire pit. Indeed, moments later, a creature enveloped in blazing flames emerged from the inferno. It writhed in agony, its mouth agape, exhaling thick, dark smoke. Simultaneously, another monster crawled out. As it emerged from the searing pit, the flames engulfing its form extinguished at a visibly rapid pace. Its crimson body released wisps of black smoke, with its skin exhibiting a remarkable tendency to heal swiftly. Chu Qianxun thrust the rod towards it, but the bloodthirsty wanderer reached out, seizing the other end of the iron pole, resulting in a tense standoff. The strength of a second-tier monster was exceptionally formidable. With a determined push from her feet and gritting her teeth, Chu Qianxun exerted every ounce of her energy to gradually force it back. As the flames on the creature's body dwindled, she felt the pressure on the rod intensifying. The bloodthirsty wanderer halted at the precipice of the fire pit, stabilizing its stance. A yellow ice spike shot down from above, striking the monster. The ice, forged from diesel, melted rapidly upon contact with heat, splattering the creature with diesel and reigniting its form. The bloodthirsty wanderer emitted a shrill scream, eerily reminiscent of a human woman's cry, as several more ice spikes flew in succession. Flames roared back to life upon the creature, causing it to finally relinquish its grip on the iron rod. Seizing the moment, Chu Qianxun exerted her strength, casting it down into the burning pit. At that instant, the first monster, having been dislodged, peeked its head out once more from the edge of the fire pit. This time, before Chu Qianxun could make a move, a slender iron chain on the ground soared into the air, swiftly ensnaring the entire body of the demonic creature. Wounded and without a point of leverage, the beast once again plummeted into the roaring flames. Chu Qianxun remained steadfast at the edge of the fiery pit, and fortunately, no other monsters attempted to ascend. A cold sweat broke out on her back. She had misjudged the situation this time. She had not anticipated that the creatures within the warehouse had rapidly evolved to the second tier. Although they were merely in the early stages of the second tier, they were not something Chu Qianxun could handle alone. Thankfully, the monster had fallen into a trap, and with the assistance of her companions, they managed to prevail. Though they had utilized only a modicum of their latent powers, it had already pushed these two newly awakened novices to their limits. The girl leaned softly against her father's embrace, while the boy collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Yet, their eyes shimmered with the reflection of the flames, eagerly gazing at Chu Qianxun, their faces alight with anticipation. They yearned for praise, for affirmation. In truth, they did not wish to remain merely as objects of protection for Chu Qianxun. They aspired to become capable allies. A flicker of warmth ignited within the cold, unyielding depths of Chu Qianxun's heart. They traversed the same path with the same individuals, yet experienced an entirely different sentiment. The blazing flames consumed the afternoon, gradually extinguishing as twilight approached. Chu Qianxun vigilantly remained at the periphery, and once the temperature in the pit had slightly diminished, she descended along a rope. After a thorough search, she indeed discovered 2 green crystals, each roughly the size of a nut. Despite the inherent risks encountered during the battle, the rewards were indeed astonishing. 2 second-tier demon seeds. With a little more effort, reaching the critical state of the first tier would enable her to ascend to the second tier using these rare seeds. Even though her unique abilities lacked offensive power, the considerable enhancement in strength and speed would be more than sufficient to overpower those who had only just entered the initial phase of the first tier, whose abilities remained weak and feeble. Chu Qianxun, filled with satisfaction, climbed up and showcased the 2 green crystals she held aloft. I found this from the monster. I had heard from the special operations team that formidable creatures possess such items. Chu Qianxun glanced at Feng Qianqian and Jiang Shaojie, stating that consuming these could enhance their unique abilities. Eat? Consume it? Gao Yan and the others were utterly astonished. Could this truly be ingested? Would it not lead to unforeseen complications? I am not entirely certain. Of course, one should not consume it recklessly. I have heard tales of individuals who, upon ingestion, did not gain abilities but instead transformed into monsters. In any case, if you happen to acquire this, it would be wise to store it for the time being. In the future, the proper usage will surely reveal itself. Chu Qianxun retracted her hand, placing the crystals into her pocket. Transform into a monster? I wouldn't dare to consume it even under duress. Gan Xiaodan quickly shook her head in protest. However, Gao Yan appeared deep in thought, her heart yearning for the unique abilities akin to those of Feng Qianqian. Being well-versed in the ways of the world, Gao Yan understood that, in critical moments, one could rely on no one but oneself. The prowess of Chu Qianxun is undoubtedly attributed to some extraordinary ability she possesses. Unlike others who seek to ingratiate themselves, she stands before everyone with an air of freedom and grace, traversing the path she desires. Such a girl embodies qualities that Gao Yan can only envy, yet cannot emulate. At this moment, Chu Qianxun has resolved to no longer conceal the existence of the demon seed from everyone. However, for the sake of her own safety, she cannot divulge everything at once. Eventually, everyone at the base will gradually come to understand the role of the demon seed. Once they arrive at the base, Feng Qianqian and others will learn how to utilize it. The first-tier demon seed will soon lose its efficacy for Chu Qianxun. When the time comes to part ways, if she has an excess, she might consider bestowing some upon Feng Qianqian and Jiang Xiaojie to enhance their abilities. Chu Qianxun slung her backpack over her shoulder, harboring doubts about the sealed room, particularly regarding the nature of the living corpse within. She contemplated investigating further. I will go in once more to see if there is any food. Sister Qianxun, are you really going back in? What if 2 more of those monsters appear? Feng Qianxian grasped Chu Qianxun's arm with concern. After such a commotion, if there were any monsters, they would have emerged by now. I will be cautious. Chu Qianxun reassured her, gently patting Feng Qianxian's hand. She then glanced at Zhang Xiaojie and called out his name. Xiaojie, would you like to accompany me? Abruptly abandoning the sweet potato chip he had been gnawing on, Zhang Xiaojie leaped to his feet with elation and trailed after Chu Qianxun. He felt a surge of joy at being singled out by Chu Qianxun, as if he had earned her approval. Illuminating their path with flashlights, the pair cautiously ventured into the inky depths of the warehouse. The cavernous space echoed with their soft footsteps, devoid of any other sound or sign of demonic entities. Chu Qianxun made her way to the room she had visited before, shielding Zhang Xiaojie behind her as she cautiously shone her flashlight around. The room was empty save for a lone figure bound to a central rack. As the beam of light fell upon it, the figure stirred slightly. It was indeed alive, albeit seemingly on the brink of death. Chu Qianxun slowly entered the room, her flashlight tracing the contours of the battered form, confirming that it was a human and not some demonic creature. The figure even squinted and turned its head slightly at the intrusion of light, suggesting that its injuries were perhaps not as severe as Chu Qianxun had initially feared. Zhang Xiaojie began to rummage through the warehouse in search of supplies. Chu Qianxun, meanwhile, unfastened the iron chains that held the bound man to the rack and gently lowered him to the ground. Xiaojie, I'm going to search further inside, Chu Qianxun announced as she turned to head deeper into the room. Suddenly, a hand reached out from the floor and grasped her pant leg. In the gloom, the individual, their form a macabre tapestry of blood and gore, lay prostrate upon the ground. A pallid hand reached out, tenaciously grasping at the hem of Chu Qianxun's trousers. Release your grip for a moment, Chu Qianxun cajoled. We shall procure some provisions within, and upon our departure, we shall endeavor to bring you along. In her estimation, the individual was beyond the pale of resuscitation, for all intents and purposes deceased. She had, out of a sense of humanity, lowered him to the ground, yet entertained no intention of expending additional effort on his behalf. It was conceivable that by the time their search of the warehouse concluded and they were poised to exit, the individual would have breathed his last. However, the ashen fingers maintained their tenacious grip upon her trousers, resolutely refusing to relinquish their hold, even betraying a slight tremor. It rendered it, at the very least, uncouth to dismiss him with a brusque kick. Chu Qianxun sighed, lamenting the entanglement in which she now found herself embroiled. Qianxun, I have discovered a carton of biscuits, Zhang Xiaojie exclaimed, his voice brimming with elation, and sundry accoutrements for daily living. It would appear that someone once sought refuge within this chamber for a period of time. He approached, bearing a sizable cardboard box upon his shoulders, 2 backpacks suspended from his hands. His strength, augmented by his ascension to the status of a saint, had rendered burdens that were once insurmountable now manageable. Very well, this shall suffice. Let us convey these items hence, Chu Qianxun assented, perusing the contents of the box by the beam of her flashlight. What shall we do concerning this individual? Chu Qianxun tugged at her trousers, yet to no avail. Thus, she relented and crouched down, hoisting the man onto her shoulders. Alas, perhaps this individual merely seeks to avoid expiring within this chamber, to evade the solitude of awaiting death in this abyss, Chu Qianxun mused. I shall convey him hence, that he may meet his end with serenity. To be confined thus, it could not have been the work of a mere monster. Doubtless, it was a deed perpetrated by the hand of man. In these end times, not a few unscrupulous individuals have cast their comrades to the beasts for their own deliverance. Yet, to bind a man to a rack in such a manner, consigning him to a sealed chamber alongside a fiend, forcing him to witness the consumption of his own flesh in utter dread, is an act of unparalleled depravity. The man was of slender build, yet possessed considerable height. Chu Qianxun had no recourse but to hoist him across her shoulders. One of his arms hung limply, revealing a gaping wound where a sizable portion of flesh was missing, exposing the stark white bone beneath. Bearing the weight of a full-grown man upon her back, Chu Qianxun felt no strain, and even managed to accept the satchel from Jiang Xiaojie. Together, they emerged from the warehouse, laden with supplies. Gan Xiaodan, Gao Yan, and others hastened to assist, relieving them of their burdens. What befell this man? His injuries are grievous. Is he yet alive? The instant she laid the man upon the verdant sward, Chu Qianxun observed that the wound upon his arm seemed to have mended considerably since their departure. Where bone had been visible moments before, flesh now covered the area. Albeit still a severe wound, it was undeniably healing at an unnatural pace. Chu Qianxun's brow furrowed in consternation. Outside the depot, under the still brightening sky, she could distinctly discern the man's features. Despite the dishevelment and grime of bloodstains, it was evident that he was a man still in his youth. His physique was rather slender, with limbs that were elongated and straight. His disarrayed hair, slightly curled, was matted with filth and blood, obscuring his countenance. His injuries appeared grave, yet Chu Qianxun sensed their rapid amelioration. Even without reaching the advanced stages of the apocalypse, the effect was akin to the visibly swift restoration achieved by certain healers. It was, to say the least, astonishing. Upon her initial, fleeting glance at the entrance of the depot, his condition had undoubtedly been far more dire. Otherwise, she would not have readily dismissed him as a corpse. This individual was presumably a saint. However, in these nascent days of the apocalypse, regardless of how rapidly he had advanced, such potent healing capabilities were improbable. An eternal? The word flashed through Chu Qianxun's mind. Saints possessing immortality-type abilities were exceedingly rare, referred to as eternals. These individuals possessed formidable self-healing prowess, rumored to be capable of regenerating severed limbs. Even after their life force was extinguished, given time, they could revive. However, they generally lacked defensive capabilities, nor could they assist others like healers. Thus, it was an ability of little use beyond self-preservation. Moreover, the so-called immortals are not truly indestructible. Severe injuries can still lead to their demise. As the apocalypse progressed, these rare saints ceased to appear, save for one individual. The fearsome demon, Yi Pei Tian, possessed the grotesque dual abilities of immortality and sand manipulation. It is said that, in the later stages, even if Yi Pei Tian had his head severed and his body dismembered, cast to the farthest corners of the earth, he would ultimately resurrect. Thus, regardless of the multitude of adversaries, none could genuinely extinguish his existence. Chu Qianxun shuddered at the mere thought of the demon's visage. As Gan Xiaodan and her companions organized the supplies salvaged from the warehouse, they were delighted to discover, in addition to a whole box of biscuits, 2 backpacks filled with 2 blankets, 4 or 5 articles of clothing, half a bag of salt, and various other odds and ends. A wave of happiness washed over them. With these provisions, their immediate survival concerns would no longer appear so dire. They shared the burden of the gathered items and prepared to depart. Chu Qianxun hesitated for a moment, deciding to take the immortal she had initially intended to leave behind. As she hoisted the figure onto her shoulder, she heard a low, indistinct sound from the drooping head, almost resembling a whisper of gratitude. The vehicle journeyed onward, halting in a desolate wilderness. In this era, places devoid of human presence were relatively safe, with fewer monstrous creatures lurking about. The business van came to rest beside a natural pond. The girls slumbered within the confines of the vehicle, while 3 men laid out makeshift bedding on the grass before the car, utilizing foam mats collected from the factory premises. Except for Feng Qianxian, the remaining individuals were obligated to take turns keeping watch throughout the night. Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yan formed one watch, while Feng Junlei and Jiang Ziage constituted another, with Chu Qianxun assigned to a solitary post. The nocturnal countryside exuded an unusual stillness, where the chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves resonated with remarkable clarity. Perched atop the car, Chu Qianxun attentively listened to every sound emanating from the shadows, remaining vigilant despite the distance from the gathering. The moon hung resplendent in the night sky, casting a silvery frost upon the ground and creating a shimmering reflection upon the water's surface. From the grassy expanse in front of the vehicle, noises began to emerge. The man, who had appeared on the brink of death just hours earlier, was now slowly managing to raise himself under the moonlight. Chu Qianxun observed him from her vantage point, silently watching as he extended a hand to steady himself against the vehicle and gradually stood upright. He seemed to struggle with his strength, stooping slightly with a sluggish gait, his bare back adorned with fresh skin that glistened with a translucent pallor in the moonlight. Supporting himself with his bloodied arm against the car, he lifted his gaze in a hellish environment. He has perished and been reborn countless times. It is no wonder that he can recover so swiftly. His repeated experiences of death and resurrection have inadvertently enhanced his extraordinary abilities. This enhancement has accelerated his revival, ultimately amplifying his suffering. The reason the creatures within the warehouse have ascended to such extraordinary heights is precisely due to their access to a saint capable of providing them with flesh and blood repeatedly. Contemplating this horrifying scene, even Chu Qianxun felt a chill run through her pores. She gazed at the silhouette of the man beneath the moonlight. It is difficult for any ordinary person, confined in such a brutal hell, to retain their sanity. Can this man truly maintain a human heart? Chu Qianxun recalled an ancient fairy tale, where a demon king was imprisoned within a tiny bottle, languishing in solitude and despair at the bottom of a dark sea. Every century, he would wish to reward anyone who might rescue him from his confinement. After painfully waiting for centuries, the hatred that had festered within him due to his suffering led him to vow to kill the one who freed him from the bottle. In her past life, the door of this warehouse was only opened 3 months after the apocalypse had befallen the world. This man had been cruelly locked away in that warehouse all along. A sudden chill swept through Chu Qianxun. She could not fathom why those individuals would imprison one of their own alongside these monstrous beings. Having weathered a decade of apocalyptic tribulations, she had witnessed the depravity of the human heart countless times. Indeed, the wickedness of humankind could plumb depths far more terrifying than any demonic entity. The man before her slowly disengaged his arm from the carriage, attempting a step forward, only to falter with unsteady gait. A hand emerged from the roof of the vehicle, firmly supporting him. He turned to see a girl perched atop, her slender arm extended, yet resolutely bearing his weight. It was the same arm that had carried him on her back, rescuing him from that harrowing hell. "Do not push yourself. Rest a while longer," the girl said, her eyes reflecting the moonlight as she offered a packet of biscuits and a half-empty bottle of water. The man's eyes, obscured by matted, blood-stained hair, met hers. His pallid lips parted slightly, but no words escaped him. After a long pause, he raised a pale hand to accept the offering. The following morning, Chu Qianxun awoke from her slumber on the carriage seat, emerging with bleary eyes. Feng Junlei and his daughter were kindling a fire for cooking, their faces smudged with soot, yet they had managed to ignite the flames. Zhang Xiaojie had retrieved several fish from the pond, and was now excitedly wielding a dagger to prepare the lively catch. Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yan were occupied with preparing the morning meal. All seemed serene and secure. A splash broke the silence as an unfamiliar man emerged from the water, making his way to the shore. A remarkably youthful man stands tall, his skin pale and his damp hair slightly curled. As he walks, he sweeps the dripping locks back from his forehead, revealing a smooth brow. His eyebrows are faint, slightly furrowed at the front, while his long eyelashes, adorned with crystal-clear droplets, glimmer enchantingly in the morning light. The elongated corners of his eyes droop gently, complemented by a straight nose and a slouched back, exuding a peculiar beauty of desolation. The once bloodied and half-dead immortal from the previous night has cleansed himself in the cool waters of the pool, transforming into a striking young man who elicits gasps from the girls. Gao Yan, taken by surprise, nearly cries out upon seeing this drenched figure clad only in tattered trousers. She shakes Gan Xiaodan's arm, urging her to look. "Quick! Look! He is so handsome!" Gan Xiaodan turns, her face flushed, and lowers her gaze. "I'll go find him something to wear." The girls are nearly circling around the freshly emerged beauty from the bath, offering warm greetings and inquiring about his name. However, Chu Qianxun quietly retreats behind a large tree. Pressed against the trunk, she grips the blade in her hand, her hair standing on end from an overwhelming sense of dread. What kind of demon have I unleashed? What sort of devil is this? Concealed in the thick shadows of the tree, Chu Qianxun's eyes widen, her pupils constricting as she fixates on the knife in her grasp. Yi Peitian. Unbeknownst to her, the man was none other than Yi Peitian, a notorious figure with blood-stained hands. At that moment, cowering behind dilapidated walls, Chu Qianxun desperately clutched her head, holding her breath, praying not to be discovered by the passing slayer. Yi Peiqian was not as callow as he appeared now. His hair, longer then, was drawn back. His hands were buried in his pockets, and he ambled through the vast desert like a specter of carnage. A loose coat with a large fur collar draped over his frame. The hem of the coat was saturated with blood, dripping with each step. Just as Chu Qianxun thought the terrifying presence had departed, the earthen wall behind her abruptly dissolved into sand, crumbling in an instant. Caught off guard, Chu Qianxun tumbled from the sand, rolling before the crimson robe. Chu Qianxun still remembered how the man cast an indifferent glance upon her, a faint, mirthless smile playing on his lips, as if deeming her an insignificant fly not worthy of his attention. With a listless expression, he nonchalantly sauntered away, leaving Chu Qianxun trembling in the sand. From that day forward, Chu Qianxun steered clear of Yi Peiqian's domain, never again encountering the brutal fiend. Allow me to introduce myself. What is your name? Yi Peiqian. Slay him, while he is still so vulnerable. Chu Qianxun gripped the hilt of her blade. However, this individual is an immortal. Who can fathom the extent of his capabilities? Should he prove unkillable, I would have needlessly incurred the wrath of a formidable adversary. Qianxun, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaojie inquired, materializing beside her and offering a grilled fish. Nothing, it's nothing, Chu Qianxun responded, startled by his abrupt appearance as she was engrossed in her thoughts. Zhang Xiaojie glanced at Chu Qianxun's hand gripping the knife hilt, then turned to observe Yi Peiqian. Do you dislike that brother? Do you wish to strike him in vent of your anger? Shall I assist you? No, I do not know him. Why would I dislike him? Do not speak nonsense, Chu Qianxun retorted, patting Zhang Xiaojie's shoulder and accepting the grilled fish. You do not dislike him? Zhang Xiaojie persisted, his eyes darting about. But I distinctly perceived a palpable malice in your expression when you beheld that brother, and you even surreptitiously drew your weapon behind his back. During the meal, everyone noticed Chu Qianxun's unusual demeanor. The typically aloof and composed woman inadvertently overturned several items, seemingly agitated by something. Even Yi Peiqian, the newest addition to the group, raised his pallid face and silently observed her on multiple occasions. I must remain composed and betray no hint of suspicion, Chu Qianxun mused internally. Treat Yi Peiqian kindly, and display no trace of animosity. Nay, not too kindly either. It would be best if he did not notice me, nor take heed of Chu Qianxun. Having resolved her course of action, Chu Qianxun's heart gradually settled, and she discreetly cast a few glances at Yi Peiqian. During this epoch, the demon was not yet the grotesque embodiment of despair that would emerge in the later stages of the apocalypse. His visage, youthful and untainted, bore little resemblance to one who had recently endured such harrowing trials, save for a hint of reticence. Upon noticing Chu Qianxun's gaze, he managed to muster a faint, albeit strained, smile. Chu Qianxun sighed inwardly. Yi Peiqian had been confined alongside the demonic entities in the warehouse for 3 long months. It was likely that he was subsequently discovered by the Divine Love Group, yet the nature of their treatment remained a mystery, transforming him into a figure driven to madness and vengeance against the very organization that had once ensnared him. It became evident that the terror-inspiring demon was, in fact, a creation of humanity itself. E-City, a bustling metropolis with a permanent population exceeding 5 million, thrived economically and housed numerous expansive industrial parks. Following the onset of the apocalypse, one such vast industrial zone nearby, characterized by its sparse population and encircled by formidable walls, became a refuge for many, evolving into one of the earliest large-scale sanctuaries. In time, this base underwent extensive renovations and fortifications, culminating in the construction of towering walls, thereby transforming into the renowned E-City Fortress during the initial days of the Cataclysm. Strategically positioned between Flower City and Lai Island, Chu Qianxun envisioned a plan to escort Gao Yan, Feng Qianxian, and others to the relatively secure E-City base en route to Lai Island, thus paying homage to old acquaintances. Upon reaching E-City, she could continue her journey eastward towards Lai Island, achieving 2 objectives in one endeavor. Originally, the distance from Flora City to Goose City was less than 200 kilometers. Even with leisurely stops along the way, they should have arrived shortly. However, ever since they inadvertently gave Yi Pei-Tian a ride, everyone in the vehicle sensed Chu Qianxun's sudden and inexplicable urgency. Regrettably, as they approached Gu City, the more densely populated counties and cities they encountered, the more the roads were obstructed by wrecked vehicles, making the journey increasingly arduous. We can't drive any further. Let's disembark. Chu Qianxun brought the vehicle to a halt. The group alighted from the car and expertly loaded all the usable supplies onto their backs. Upon reaching a clear stretch of road, Chu Qianxun would invariably employ her proficient lockpicking skills to procure another vehicle for everyone to ride in. A roadside sign, severely deformed from some kind of impact, still bore the remnants of an unidentified creature. The road ahead was deserted, with various damaged vehicles huddled together. The open car doors occasionally creaked in the wind, while the interiors were completely empty. Shattered windows and cabins stained with dark brown fluid indicated the tragedy that had unfolded here several days prior. The ground was littered with scattered debris and bloodstains, yet few bodies were visible. The absence of corpses suggested that the occupants of the vehicles had either escaped alive or transformed into demonic entities. The likelihood of encountering demonic creatures in this vicinity was high. Armed with an assortment of weapons gathered along the way, the group cautiously navigated through the gaps between the vehicles. A figure, seemingly a woman, appeared to be standing in the roadside green belt. She donned a lake blue, floral mermaid gown, the hem swaying gently in the breeze, while above her neck blossomed 5 fleshy petals, wide open, revealing a ring of sharp teeth and 2 elongated tentacles within. The sudden sight of this creature jolted Gan Xiaodan's memory back to the day the demonic seeds descended, when she had witnessed such a monster devouring its prey beneath the dormitory building, causing her to retreat several steps in fright. Chu Qianxun placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder and said, "Do not be afraid. This is merely an ordinary magical beast that has yet to evolve, lacking in both speed and strength. You are capable of defeating it." On their journey, Chu Qianxun had ceased to engage directly with ordinary beasts. The more they confronted these creatures, the more they could enhance their own abilities, and it also facilitated the awakening of latent potential within ordinary individuals. Such a time, no one could safeguard another for eternity. If she overprotected them, it could inadvertently endanger her friends. Zhang Ziage, brimming with eagerness, boldly stepped forward, a hint of excitement curling the corners of his mouth, as 5 sharp ice spikes gradually crystallized in the air, swirling and hovering around him. Zhang Ziage's powers were visibly advancing at an impressive pace. Feng Junlei entrusted Feng Qianxian to Chu Qianxun and followed suit, wielding a fire axe. Gao Yan, her beautifully manicured nails tugging at her side, ultimately swung a sharp crowbar and charged ahead. "You should go too," urged Chu Qianxun, giving Gan Xiaodan a gentle push. "I cannot," Gan Xiaodan replied, her complexion paling. "When I am by your side, you dare not act. If I were absent, would you simply await your demise?" Chu Qianxun urged, propelling her forward. "Go now." Zhang Xiaojie had already engaged the fiend, which assailed him with crimson tendrils while manipulating human limbs in bizarre, disjointed motions. "Go." Chu Qianxun frowned with impatience. "If you fail to strike it even once today, I shall abandon you on the road." Tears welled in Gan Xiaodan's eyes as she brandished her cleaver and charged forward, weeping copiously. Besieged by the group, the monster sustained multiple injuries and emitted a piercing shriek. Gan Xiaodan, upon reaching its side, screamed even louder than the monster, wildly hacking at it with her blade. Feng Qianxian, unable to endure Gan Xiaodan's shrill cries, covered her ears. Several coins levitated around her, gradually elongating into slender, sharp needles. The elongated needles glinted in the air before piercing the silence with whizzing sounds, embedding themselves in the heart of the fleshy bloom and emerging from the monster's chest. Chu Qianxun observed the one-sided battle unfolding before her. The common monsters possessed meager offensive capabilities, and overcoming the fear they inspired rendered them easily vanquished. She cast a sidelong glance at Yi Pei-Tian, who stood silently, showing no inclination to join the fray. Naturally, Chu Qianxun would not concern herself with Yi Pei-Tian's affairs. She felt more at ease with his slower progress in ability enhancement. Thud, thud, thud. Colossal footsteps resounded. A behemoth of a plotter materialized at the road's end. The commotion piqued the interest of a formidable Tier 1 monster. Chu Qianxun unsheathed her blade and, with a crouched start, transformed into a streak of darkness as she confronted the massive creature. Among their group, she was currently the only one capable of facing a Tier 1 monster. However, someone followed closely behind her. Chu Qianxun's speed was nearing the peak of Tier 1, yet this person was only a few steps behind. "I'll assist you," a deep voice stated succinctly. "Be cautious. Its speed can suddenly increase, its strength is immense, and its weakness lies in its navel," Chu Qianxun cautioned. A peculiar sensation arose in Chu Qianxun's heart, realizing she was fighting alongside Yi Peitian. The black-clad girl lunged at the enormous, ungainly monster, accurately plunging her sharp blade into the blunderer's abdomen. The blunderer swung its obese hand, delivering a sweeping blow. A cloud of dust billowed into the air, momentarily obscuring the blunderer's vision. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Qianxun used its knee as leverage to leap into the air, repeatedly stabbing its navel. The blunderer emitted a deafening shriek, its legs abruptly buckling. "It's going to charge."
Chu Qianxun Replet CV Red Jet.
Dismay washed over her as she realized the blunderer's charge was directed toward Jiang Xiaojie and the others. The ordinary individuals among them were no match for the blunderer. Its charge could easily turn them into a pulp. The blunderer assumed its signature charging stance but was unable to proceed. Beneath its legs, the ground was ensnared by two enormous hands formed from yellow sand, which grasped the ankles of the sluggish wanderer. Yi Peitian clasped his palms tightly before his chest, his gaze fixed on the wanderer, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. In a fleeting moment, the sandy hands crumbled. Yet that brief instant caused the wanderer to stumble, his colossal body crashing thunderously onto the roadway. With its immense girth and bulging abdomen, once down, it struggled to rise. It rolled along the path, toppling trees and road signs in its wake. Chu Qianxun refused to relent, closely trailing behind, seizing every opportunity to strike at its abdomen. After an arduous struggle, they finally subdued the enormous first-tier monster. Jiang Xiaojie and Feng Qianxian, who had come to assist, had long since exhausted their extraordinary abilities and were resting mid-battle. Only Yi Peitian remained with Chu Qianxun, steadfast to the end. He utilized his still feeble sand manipulation skills to deftly aid her. Chu Qianxun ascended the massive corpse of the wanderer, deftly extracting the green demon seed. From her elevated vantage point, she gazed down at Yi Peitian, who appeared pale, his forehead drenched in sweat, bent over as he gasped for breath. Chu Qianxun had to concede that, viewed apart from his affiliations, Yi Peitian was indeed a prodigy in combat. Lacking significant battle experience and possessing only nascent control over his powers, he nonetheless exhibited an uncanny ability to rapidly hone his skills mid-fight, instinctively seizing fleeting opportunities and adeptly wielding his abilities. No wonder he instilled fear across the globe. As twilight descended, Chu Qianxun relocated to a secluded spot by the roadside, where she parked a small truck for the night. The day's exertions had left everyone weary. Chu Qianxun volunteered for the initial night watch. Seated atop the vehicle, she ingested the demonic seed acquired earlier, experiencing a subtle stirring within her, which soon subsided into tranquility. "I'm on the cusp," Chu Qianxun muttered, clenching her fist. She reached into the inner pocket of her windbreaker, her fingers brushing against the two second-tier demonic seeds concealed within. She began to contemplate the opportune moment to advance to the second tier. Advancing in rank was fraught with peril. Any saint risked succumbing to demonic transformation during the transition. While the initial tier posed a lesser threat, the probability escalated with each successive level. Should she transform into a demonic entity here, not only would she be doomed, but Gao Yan and Feng Qianxian would share her fate. Chu Qianxun gazed down from the vehicle's roof. In the stillness of the moonless and starless night, the men bivouacked before the truck were already deep in slumber, their gentle snores audible. Only a pair of eyes remained open in the darkness, fixed on the dim expanse above. "Why? Aren't you asleep?" Chu Qianxun inquired softly. Yi Peitian seemed to require little sleep, and she wondered what occupied his thoughts. During her watch the previous night, she had observed him sitting and gazing at the moon throughout the night. "There is no moon tonight," the man replied obliquely, his voice hushed, as if lost in a soliloquy within his own world. Chu Qianxun leaned her head out from the top of the car and met a pair of eyes shimmering with fragmented light in the darkness. A deep fear gripped me, as I worried that all of this might merely be a figment of my imagination, and upon awakening, I would find myself still ensnared in that sunless room. Yipei spoke softly. Chu Qianxun felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. She was acutely aware of the label she had unconsciously affixed to this man, perceiving him as a creature of darkness and instinctively recoiling from him, unwilling to engage. Yet, in truth, he had not yet committed any wrongdoing. Today he had exerted all his strength to assist her in slaying the demon and acquiring the demon seed. Chu Qianxun rummaged through her backpack and retrieved a tactical glow stick, snapping it to activate its luminescence before tossing it to Yipei. If you fear the dark, take this to sleep with. It will illuminate the night. Yipei caught the glow stick in silence, grasping the slender rod that emitted a soft yellow light, gradually retreating into the warmth of the blanket. The warm yellow glow seeped through his fingers, dispelling the shadows and illuminating the space within the blanket. He pressed his hand against his forehead. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel the brightness. Finally, Yipei slowly shut his eyes. He was uncertain how long it had been since he had last experienced a genuine slumber. Aside from moments of death, it seemed he had never been granted the luxury of rest. Amidst the torment of those harrowing days, he had come perilously close to the brink of collapse on several occasions. Was it possible that he was still trapped in that dark warehouse, having completely lost his sanity and conjured the semblance of warmth? Before succumbing to slumber, he pondered in his heart. When Yipei awoke, a surge of terror gripped his heart, causing him to hesitate in opening his eyes. Each time he roused from darkness, the only sight that greeted him was an abyss of inky blackness, perpetually accompanied by two pairs of blood-red eyes within the suffocating eternal night. In the silent room, two creatures emitted laughter reminiscent of humanity, a sinister giggle, as if they relished the prospect of indulging in another feast. They would swiftly crawl towards him, their sticky tongues coiling around his newly awakened form. With this dread weighing upon him, Yipei gradually opened his eyes. Before him glimmered a faint warm yellow light. A glow stick lay quietly in his line of sight, still emanating a weak glow after a night's passage. The fresh morning air, tinged with a coolness, brushed against Yipei's face as he rose in the dawn's light. A butterfly, resting upon the grass, startled by his movement, unfurled its delicate wings and glided gracefully through the dew-kissed blades, ascending towards the cerulean sky in the gentle radiance of dawn. Nearby, a boy of 14 or 15 lay on a mat, snoring soundly in deep slumber, while a little girl, perhaps 6 or 7 years old, sat on a tree stump not far away. She extended a chubby, fair finger, levitating several coins in the air, transforming them into long needles and then into thin flakes, seemingly engrossed in her game, delighting in her amusement, and even breaking into giggles. The girl's father was bent over nearby, gathering dry twigs from the ground. Two young women were whispering around a pot over the fire. Is that snake? Can it really be eaten? Of course it can be eaten. Is there anything Chu Xian catches that is inedible? The pot bubbled and steamed, releasing a peculiar fragrance that wafted through the lush wilderness. In the midst of this lively scene, Yipei felt as if the world before him had emerged from a veil of mist, finally becoming tangible. He opened his palm to support his forehead, realizing he had truly escaped. Do you want to eat this? Someone spoke to him. Yipei, momentarily bewildered, lowered his hand to find Chu Qianxun standing before him, her clothes glistening with dew, cradling a handful of golden loquats. With her mouth stuffed with fruit, she spoke indistinctly, tossing a branch laden with loquats into Yipei's embrace. Everyone gathered around with a cheer, eagerly admiring the vibrant fruit in Chu Qianxun's hands. After snacking on biscuits and sweet potato chips, the fresh fruit was immensely tempting. There is a grove of loquat trees just beyond that forest, half of which are ripe. You can go pick some, Chu Qianxun pointed out, urging them to gather as much as possible, for they might not encounter such an opportunity again. With a cheer, several girls dashed off with tools into the orchard, and Feng Junlei had no choice but to follow suit. Just waking up, Jiang Shaojie rubbed his eyes, preparing to join them. However, Chu Qianxun stopped him, saying, Shaojie, wait a moment, I need your help. Whenever Chu Qianxun requested Zhang Xiaojia's assistance, he was elated, as if bestowed with a great honor, and promptly ceased what he was doing. Yi Peitian also halted his actions. You should go as well, Chu Qianxun urged him. Help gather some, we can eat them on the way. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Peitian followed the others. Once they were out of sight, Zhang Xiaojia asked eagerly, Tell me, Sister Qianxun, what did you want me to stay behind for? Chu Qianxun gazed at the young boy, who was only 13 or 14 years old, and paused. Xiaojia, although you are young, you are the bravest and most capable among them, she began solemnly. Whenever a demonic creature appears, you are always the first to charge forward. This matter can only be entrusted to you. Zhang Xiaojia straightened his back. Chu Qianxun grasped his shoulders, looking into his eyes. I want to ask you to watch me. If I transform into a demonic creature, you must sever my head before I am completely corrupted. A sharp cleaver was placed into Zhang Xiaojia's hands. Chu Qianxun felt that her request was somewhat cruel to the boy, but in the apocalypse, it was something every paladin faced frequently and had to become accustomed to. Those who could not adapt did not survive long. She gripped Zhang Xiaojia's arm, forcefully placing the handle of the blade into his grasp. If any part of my body begins to transform, Chu Qianxun extended a finger, placing it against her fair neck. Strike here without hesitation and behead me with a single blow. Zhang Xiaojia desperately endeavored to liberate his arm from Chu Qianxun's grasp. No, cannot do it. The grip on his wrist suddenly loosened, and he tumbled to the ground. Before him stood his formidable and aloof sister, her gaze from above reflecting a profound disappointment. Cannot do it? Chu Qianxun sighed, her fingers trailing down from his neck to indicate the direction of the distant loquat grove. Then you shall leave, depart from my presence. The verdant crystal at her fingertips glimmered faintly. Consuming it could either enhance one's strength or lead to a loss of self, descending into monstrosity. Countless saints had encountered failure during their ascension, and Chu Qianxun had witnessed the transformation of humanity into monstrosities more times than she could count. She had once severed the head of a comrade, even if that person had recently been a trusted friend. Yet she hesitated not. The greenish glow illuminated the air momentarily before vanishing into her mouth. She had only one path to pursue, the relentless pursuit of strength. Zhang Xiaojia abruptly flung open the carriage door. One hand gripped the door while the other clutched a sharp blade, veins bulging from his neck, his face etched with resolve. I will watch you, Sister Qianxun, he declared through clenched teeth. Chu Qianxun managed a slight nod. Do not be afraid. A surge of intense agony coursed through her, tormenting her will. This suffering was not unfamiliar to her, yet she had never grown accustomed to it. Zhang Xiaojia's inquiries began to fade into indistinctness. Chu Qianxun could not help but clutch her head, curling her body into a tight ball. She felt as though every blood vessel in her body had been stretched to the point of rupture, bursting painfully. In an instant, her limbs and bones seemed to be torn apart, the agony so intense that it made her very soul quiver. She sensed herself enveloped in a chaotic space, endlessly plummeting into an abyss of deeper darkness. In that profound blackness, a faint, grim green luminescence flickered, its glow branching into countless tendrils that entwined around her form. Deep within her heart, a powerful yearning arose, a desire to escape this boundless torment. An indescribable voice echoed from all directions, softly tempting her, urging her to relinquish her resistance and embrace the promise of complete liberation. She felt an unprecedented hunger, a gnawing emptiness that hollowed her out. Every cell within her cried out, longing to satiate her ravenous belly with sustenance, preferably fresh, steaming flesh. No, Chu Qianxun whispered within herself, I refuse. A warm, golden light began to emanate from within her, faint yet resolute, gradually expanding to envelop her entirely in its embrace. The green tendrils were repelled by the yellow glow, slowly dissipating into the void. The tumultuous blood within her body began to calm, each pulse settling into a tranquil rhythm. She floated in the vast, endless darkness, safeguarded by that gentle circle of light, feeling an unprecedented sense of serenity and warmth. As Chu Qianxun opened her eyes, she beheld the anxious yet caring visage of Zhang Xiaojia. She revealed a faint smile, nodded gently at Zhang Xiaojia, and slowly sat up, wiping the beads of sticky sweat from her forehead. I did it, she declared. Chu Qianxun sat at the rear of the carriage, gazing outward. Sunlight filtered through the tender green leaves of spring, casting specks of golden light. The entire world appeared particularly vivid and resplendent in her eyes, awash in vibrant colors. She felt an infusion of strength coursing through her body, a qualitative leap in both the power of her limbs and the agility of her movements. Chu Qianxun extended her right palm, and with a mere thought, a faint circle of yellow light began to shimmer in her palm. This aura was so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible to others in the bright sunlight. This was her ability, a supernatural gift designated as holy light by a religious organization that had come to dominate humanity in later times. It was said that this ability offered little aid unless one had advanced beyond 2 levels. Yet, during her recent breakthrough, Chu Qianxun distinctly sensed the advantage this ability conferred upon her. It was not without its merits, after all. She retracted her hand, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "Qianxun Jie, are you all right?" Zhang Xiaojie asked anxiously. Chu Qianxun lightly leaped from the back of the truck, giving Zhang Xiaojie a playful pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, Xiaojie." She seemed much like her usual self, yet there was an unmistakable air of transformation about her. Zhang Xiaojie keenly sensed that this sister had emerged stronger and more self-assured. In the loquat grove, Guan Xiaodan wiped the sweat from her forehead, pondering whether she had gathered enough. At her feet lay several large bags, each brimming with golden loquats. Both she and Gao Yen hoisted a bag each, the weight proving somewhat burdensome for the 2 women as they trudged along. Yi Peition passed by them, effortlessly transferring the 2 bags he was carrying into one hand, while extending the other towards Guan Xiaodan and Gao Yen. He was clad in a somewhat ill-fitting black t-shirt, the sleeves rolled above his elbows, revealing a strong, fair arm. "Is this all for you? Can you manage?" Guan Xiaodan inquired, a hint of embarrassment in her tone. Without uttering a word, Yi Peition took the loquats from their hands. He now carried 4 bags single-handedly, moving alongside the others with a lightness that belied the weight he bore. "Your strength is remarkable. Is it a result of that special ability you possess?" Gao Yen asked as they walked. "Qianxun, like you, has extraordinary strength and runs exceptionally fast." Yi Peition nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Xiaojie's power involves freezing water, while Qianxian can manipulate metals. Qianxun might simply be exceptionally swift." "What is your ability? Is it immortality?" Gao Yen inquired with curiosity, expressing a desire for such a gift, as it would free her from the fear of death. Yi Peition remained silent. "Actually, I've been meaning to ask, how did you end up confined in that warehouse?" Guan Xiaodan questioned. At that moment, even Feng Junlei turned his head, for this question had lingered in everyone's minds for several days. "After suffering severe injuries, I managed to survive, yet they warned that I might transform into a monster and decided to confine me first." Yi Peition's slightly curled hair fell over his striking brows and eyes. Subsequently, within the warehouse, someone metamorphosed into a creature of darkness, prompting the others to flee, locking the door from the outside. His words were succinct, yet they sent chills down the spine of those who listened. Gan Xiaodan inhaled sharply. "These individuals are truly excessive. Who are they? Do you know them?" Yi Peition pressed his lips together in silence and strode ahead. Chu Qianxun had already found a way to cleanse herself of the sticky sweat that coated her. She lay on a thick branch, basking in the sun, her damp hair cascading down her back, one foot dangling in the air, swaying gently. A sweet root was clutched between her lips, and she appeared to be in high spirits. "Let us go. After breakfast, we shall set off to Yi City," Chu Qianxun remarked, effortlessly lifting Feng Qianxian and spinning her in the air. "Qianxun seems particularly joyful today. Has something good happened?" Feng Junlei inquired. "Who knows? She has been tense and sullen these past days, yet today she suddenly brightens up. Truly a capricious woman," Gao Yen teased with a smile. As we approached Yi City, the buildings along the road became increasingly abundant. The once bustling streets and shops now stood desolate and dilapidated. A small truck halted outside a pharmacy. The store had evidently endured a thorough ransacking, with shelves collapsed and chaos strewn across the floor. Yet, some medications remained scattered about. Zhang Xiaojie and his companions entered the shop to search for any remnants of useful supplies. Chu Qianxun stood vigil near the vehicle. Adjacent to the pharmacy lay a narrow alley, at the end of which loomed a large building with a curved roof, likely a sports arena. In the early days of the apocalypse, many local governments organized shelters for the populace within such venues. However, as the situation spiraled out of control, these densely populated locations transformed into hellish realms, overrun by monstrous entities. At that moment, Chu Qianxun heard a faint rumbling in the distance, akin to a multitude of rapid footsteps converging. At the alley's end, several men stumbled out, and among them, Chu Qianxun recognized Chen Wei, the leader of the group that had previously commandeered her first vehicle. Monsters! So many monsters! They shouted in panic, desperately pushing their way out of the alley. One individual, lagging behind, tripped and fell. Countless monstrous heads emerged from the opposite end of the alley. This is bad. Time was running out, and a sense of urgency gripped Chu Qianxun. Hearing her exclamation, Gan Xiaodan and the others rushed out of the pharmacy, still bewildered by the unfolding chaos, hastily making their way toward the vehicle. By the time they reached the car and started the engine, the area would already be inundated by a tidal wave of monsters. The multitude of monsters proved insurmountable for Chu Qianxun. With her speed, as long as she avoided encirclement by the creatures, she could effortlessly secure her own escape. However, the lives of Gan Xiaodan and the others were beyond her protection. In a fleeting moment, the harsh reality crystallized in Chu Qianxun's mind. Perhaps she could still save one person to accompany her. Her gaze fell upon Feng Qianqian, then shifted to Gan Xiaodan, sliding past Zhang Xiaojie, Gao Yan and Feng Junlei, caught in a web of indecision. Naturally, her eyes instinctively bypassed Yi Peitian. Choose quickly. Select one, or you too shall be lost in this place. Anxiously, Chu Qianxun compelled herself. She could not fathom how, after a few days of relative ease, her typically resolute self had become so indecisive. Suddenly, a figure flashed to the mouth of the alley, their hands striking the ground. In an instant, a wall of earth surged upward at a remarkable speed. As the wall wobbled and took shape, the swiftest wave of monsters collided with it. The seemingly fragile barrier trembled violently yet remained standing, barely obstructing the initial onslaught. Yi Peitian pressed his hands against the wall, which gradually thickened and rose higher. The others finally clambered into the small truck. Gao Yan took the driver's seat, frantically starting the engine, and the vehicle roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away. Yi Peitian steadfastly maintained the earthen wall, feeling the tremendous force of impact from the other side, as his own powers began to dwindle rapidly. Bang! Tentacles of several monsters burst through the wall, piercing his shoulder in unison. Yi Peitian expelled a mouthful of blood, channeling his powers to constrict the yellow sand within the wall, severing the monster's appendages with an earthen barrier. How painful, Yi Peitian mused. The blood soaking through his garments stained half of his attire. Even though he would not perish, the agony remained excruciating. He felt a profound fear of death, more intense than that of anyone else. Despite his ability to resurrect time and again, he truly wished to avoid experiencing the taste of death once more. The sound of a small truck departing echoed behind him. Yi Peitian recalled the initial days of the apocalypse, when he could not even muster the strength to construct such walls, relying solely on his own body to shield against the approaching monsters, striving to secure an escape for his family. The sound of the vehicle grew louder as his father and stepmother, along with his younger brother, departed without hesitation. What had he been thinking at that moment? Had he not vowed to never again sacrifice himself for others? Never mind, Yi Peitian closed his eyes for a brief moment. This would be the final time. She saved me. Let this be a way to repay her. The yellow sand beneath his command began to dissipate, and the wall was on the verge of collapse. I will count to 3, and you shall release your hold. A cool, clear voice suddenly resonated in his ear. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, Yi Peitian's body soared off the ground. The earthen wall crumbled after he relinquished his grip, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The figure, swift as the wind, propelled him high above the debris, racing forward with unparalleled speed. In the air, Yi Peitian experienced an intense sensation of weightlessness. He had distanced himself from the ground, where a dirt wall had crumbled, unleashing a horde of grotesque demons that surged forth from the dust, their claws and fangs bared in pursuit. Strangely, he found himself less frightened than usual, his attention captivated by the arm encircling his waist. Someone had hoisted him onto their shoulder, propelling him forward with remarkable speed, and he could even feel the warmth radiating from that person's body. Before his eyes was a pair of legs racing with extraordinary swiftness, clad in black boots that pressed against the trunk of a large tree. Utilizing the tree's resistance, they leaped high into the air, tracing an elegant arc before landing amidst the resilient grasses below, sending blades of grass flying in all directions. The individual bearing him dashed onward, the scenery along the roadside blurring into a swift retreat. Gradually, they caught up with a small truck ahead. The rear doors of the vehicle were flung open, and a figure within called out urgently for them to hurry, stretching out their arms in desperation. In that moment, he thought he was already dead, only to awaken amidst a pool of blood. Severely injured, with a gaping wound in his abdomen and an arm nearly severed, he found himself inexplicably able to walk. Clutching his belly to prevent the chaotic contents from spilling out, he was overcome with fear, convinced that he could not sir. A small pickup truck approached on the road, its bed crowded with familiar faces from the factory, colleagues of his parents, and among them, a few neighbors who had watched him grow up. Yi Peition extended his hand in desperation, pleading for help. "I do not wish to perish." He chased after the vehicle, but not a single person reached out to him as the truck sped away without a hint of slowing. The faces crammed in the back were etched with horror, fixated on him and the monstrous figure that staggered behind. "Monster!" they exclaimed. It was only when Yi Peition was seized by the pursuing creature and pressed to the ground that he continued to stretch his hand forward, crying out, "Save me! Do not abandon me! I am not a monster! I am human!" Gao Yan gripped the steering wheel tightly, her palms slick with sweat, as she pressed the accelerator to the floor, driving the small truck at reckless speed. Faster! Faster! In the rearview mirror, long, flailing tentacles could be faintly seen, blood-soaked and grotesque creatures huddled together in pursuit. "Slow down. Qianxun hasn't caught up yet," Zhang Xiaojie shouted from the passenger seat. Gao Yan, panting and drenched in perspiration, could barely hear his words. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaojie conjured a sharp ice spike, pressing it against Gao Yan's neck. "I told you to slow down. Do you hear me?" Yes, I will slow down just a bit. Qianxun isn't here yet," she gasped as she spoke. Daring not to glance at the rearview mirror, accelerate at full speed. The commanding voice of Chu Qianxun resonated from the top of the vehicle. Within the confines of the driver's cabin, Gao Yan and Zhang Xiaojie, as well as those in the rear compartment, Feng Junlei, Feng Qianxian, and Gan Xiaodan, heard her words and, as if finding a pillar of strength, collectively exhaled in relief. Chu Qianxun, with Yi Peition securely at her side, landed gracefully atop the vehicle. She cast a glance at the pursuing monstrosities. Although numerous, most of these creatures were of the ordinary kind, their speed insufficient to keep pace as the vehicle surged ahead, gradually distancing itself from them. Only 5 first-tier monsters remained in close pursuit. Fortunately, none of them were the particularly swift wandering types, allowing for a temporary reprieve despite their inability to shake them off entirely. Setting Yi Peition down, Chu Qianxun observed him, drenched in blood, his powers depleted, rendered immobile atop the vehicle. The tendrils of the monsters had pierced through his shoulders and arms, severed limbs still lodged within him. The infamous Yi Peition, renowned for his ruthlessness, had willingly sacrificed himself to aid others? This revelation shattered Chu Qianxun's preconceived notions, leaving her momentarily stunned. She knelt on the vehicle's roof, turned Yi Peition's body, and with resolute determination, grasped the exposed portions of the tendrils embedded in his shoulder, swiftly extracting the severed remnants without hesitation. Yi Peition raised his head, emitting a pained and stifled sound from his throat. The legendary figure, part demon, part man, was said to be a creature devoid of flesh and blood, merciless to others but even more brutal to himself. It is said that one year, the Divine Love Group organized numerous experts to besiege this archenemy of humanity, Yi Peition. His arms were ensnared by supernatural forces, yet with an air of indifference, he severed them with swirling sands, laughing heartily as he made his escape amidst the swirling dust. Chu Qianxun watched the man, curled up in pain atop the car, and mused to herself, "It seems the rumors are indeed unreliable. He appears no different from an ordinary person." She rummaged through her backpack, retrieved a bottle of water, and cleaned the wounds on Yipetian's shoulders and arms, applying pressure with gauze to staunch the bleeding before bandaging him up. There's no need for concern. I won't die, Yipetian spoke, his voice somewhat feeble. Will not dying mean it won't hurt? Chu Qianxun skillfully tightened the bandage around his wound. I will escort you down. You should rest in the cabin. Yipetian stared blankly at the bandages on his shoulder, his expression revealing an indescribable sentiment. What's wrong? Chu Qianxun inquired. Yipetian turned his face away, pursing his lips. Nothing, it's nothing. Chu Qianxun helped him down from the roof of the car. Inside the cabin, Feng Junlei and Gan Xiaodan extended their arms to assist him in. How are you? Is the injury severe? We truly owe you our gratitude this time. Thank you so much. Do you need some water first? Feng Junlei offered him water and food. Perhaps you should lie down and rest. It's all because of us that you've been hurt like this, Gan Xiaodan said, her eyes reddening as she draped a blanket over him. Wrapped in the warm blanket, Yipetian lay at the back of the cabin. He was accompanied by companions, and atop the vehicle stood that person. A profound sense of security enveloped him, as the monstrous creatures pursuing the truck seemed no longer a cause for concern. The small truck surged forward, gradually leaving behind the numerous sluggish ordinary monsters, with only 5 first-tier creatures relentlessly pursuing from the rear. Not far ahead, a van was also hastily fleeing. Inside the van, a dozen men anxiously glanced backward. They are closing in on us and the monsters are gaining too. Our vehicle is no match for theirs. Chun Wei observed the small truck in the rearview mirror, along with the woman perched atop it. He had witnessed her speed firsthand. Bearing a man on her shoulder, she could outrun those monsters. She effortlessly leaped onto the roof of the truck, not even breaking a sweat. He regretted offending her over a mere vehicle. His gaze shifted to the woman crouched on the truck's roof not far behind. She was looking back at him as well. As their eyes met, the young woman coldly raised her pistol and, without hesitation, fired a shot in their direction. Damn! Chun Wei couldn't help but curse. The van's tire blew with a resounding pop, and the speeding vehicle emitted a screeching sound as it skidded a full 180 degrees, barely stabilized by the driver. The men inside the van scrambled to exit in a panic. The small truck sped past them, disappearing into the distance. The monsters trailing behind hesitated for a moment, abandoning their pursuit of the small truck and instead lunging towards the van. Quick! Upstairs. Chun Wei, unable to harbor resentment, swiftly assessed the situation and directed his companions to rush into a nearby residence. Chu Qianxun crouched atop the vehicle, observing their actions with keen interest. It must be said that despite Chun Wei's sinister nature, he possessed a certain intellect. In a brief span, he devised the most astute strategy. The building he selected was an ancient structure, 7 or 8 stories high, with exceptionally narrow corridors. The enormous monsters found themselves hindered within. Once one entered the hallway, it became stuck, leaving the others to congregate behind, unable to leverage their numbers for a collective assault. The rooftops of these buildings were interconnected, providing an alternative escape route should they be overwhelmed. Chu Qianxun patted the roof of the car, saying, "You all drive a bit farther. I'll go take a look." There were 5 first-tier demon seeds there. Although they had lost their efficacy for her, collecting these seeds would soon prove to be a valuable commodity in the market. Even if intended for Jiang Shaojie or Feng Qianqian to enhance their abilities, they could also benefit Yipetian. The small truck came to a halt, and Jiang Shaojie chased after it. "Sister Qianxun, I'm going too." Yipetian emerged from the rear compartment, his face pale. Chu Qianxun found herself amused. Could this truly be the legendary Great Demon? She began to doubt whether she had misidentified him. Yipetian remained silent, yet he stubbornly trailed behind Chu Qianxun and Jiang Xiaojie. "Dad, I want to go too," pleaded Feng Qianqian, wrapping her arms around her father's neck. "Qianqian, it's very dangerous there." Sister Qianxun said that one must continuously battle the monsters to grow stronger. "I want to become strong like her, so I can protect Dad in the future." Chun Wei stood guard in the corridor, sweat pouring down his face, nearly obscuring his vision. He exerted his power to control the monster charging ahead, feeling his energy rapidly deplete. This creature had evolved, rendering it several times more formidable than ordinary monsters. He could only barely halt its movements, incapable of directing it to engage with other monsters. Quick! Kill it now. I can't hold it for long. Brother Wei, this monster's hide is too thick. We've been hacking at it for ages without any success, and we have no idea where its weak points lie. Chen Wei's subordinates crowded before the monster, desperately striking it with an array of weapons, while the horrific creature remained motionless, its body rigidly controlled by Chen Wei's shadow. Only its blood-red eyes occasionally flickered, and a repulsive drool dripped from its mouth. What should we do, Brother Wei? My powers are ineffective. It shows no fear of fire. Wei, another ability user in Chen Wei's squad, was growing anxious. He could only conjure small fireballs, and after just a few attempts, his energy was exhausted, inflicting no tangible harm on the beast. Chen Wei felt a sense of foreboding, for monstrous entities obstructed the staircase before him. They were undeniably no match for these vile creatures. Stand aside. A chilling voice echoed from behind them. Two sharp ice spikes shot past Chen Wei, striking the monster's eyes with unerring precision. The creatures, seemingly struck at their most vulnerable point, emitted a horrendous, guttural roar, their rigid forelimbs breaking free from Chen Wei's control as one seized a man at the forefront and lifted him into the air. This is bad. I can't hold it any longer, Chen Wei shouted. A lithe figure leaped down the steps, utilizing the handrail for support. A crescent-shaped silver glimmer flashed through the air as the creature's gnarled arm was severed, tumbling to the ground along with the man it had grasped. The newcomer swiftly cleaved through the monster's limb, maintaining momentum as they stepped onto the shoulder of a man in the front row. In the confined space of the corridor, they pivoted gracefully, brandishing a short blade aimed at the creature's eyes. With a commanding shout, the figure deftly extracted a green crystal from the monster's eye with a flash of the knife. Chen Wei, subdue the next one. The beleaguered monster collapsed in the corridor, while the others attempted to scramble over its fallen body. Chen Wei recognized the individual approaching. It was the woman who had shot out their tire, leaving them stranded here. Damn it, this woman has us take the brunt of the attack while she swoops in for the crystal. She undoubtedly knows its significance. Chen Wei seethed inwardly, his teeth clenched in frustration. Despite being cognizant of Chu Qianxun's intentions, he found himself compelled to obediently comply with her directives. Chu Qianxun and her cohort ascended from an adjacent edifice, subsequently traversing the rooftop to descend the stairwell behind them. Were he to fail in subduing the fiends before him, both he and his comrades would face certain demise. Conversely, those trailing behind them possessed a plausible opportunity for a composed retreat. Chen Wei, while inwardly cursing, anxiously observed the second fiend. This particular entity exhibited a pallid, grayish-white complexion, a diminutive physique, lithe limbs, and a slick, elongated tail. It was in the process of surmounting the prone body of the first fiend, endeavoring to scale the wall. Chen Wei's shadow extended over the fiend, tenaciously restraining its movements. However, to his dismay, he discerned his inability to exert complete dominion over the creature. Albeit the fiend's form was intertwined with his shadow, it persisted in its gradual, incremental advance. The fiend craned its neck, its maw agape, exuding a fetid stench from its crimson gullet. Abruptly, its abdomen distended, as if on the verge of regurgitating something. The fiend's diminutive stature failed to obstruct the stairwell, and in its wake, another fiend extended its elongated tentacles, pressing towards the group. Hurry! Make haste! I am losing control! Chen Wei exclaimed in trepidation, the exigency of the situation precluding any further resentment towards Chu Qianxun. His sole aspiration was for the young woman to manifest her purported prowess and swiftly dispatch the fiends, lest she abandon them mid-mission and abscond. A chain, suspended in midair, fell from the staircase with a clatter, ensnaring the tentacled creature that sought to squeeze its way in, pulling it back forcefully. Sister Chuchin, its strength is overwhelming. I cannot hold it for long, a tender voice called from above the corridor. Simultaneously, the long-tailed beast expelled a large mass of foul, yellow liquid from its maw, prompting the crowd to hastily retreat in a flurry. A cloud of yellow sand began to swirl in the air, swiftly coalescing to shield them from the noxious spray. The sand settled to the ground, releasing a multitude of bubbles that emitted a sizzling sound. What dire consequences would befall a person if such a corrosive liquid were to splatter upon them? A wave of dread washed over the men in the face of the creature. They turned to see a young man standing atop the staircase, his shoulder tightly bound with pristine white bandages, his complexion pale. One hand gripped the banister, while the other extended steadily, commanding the yellow sand to intercept the toxic fluid spewed by the monster. "Burn its tail," Chu Qianxun commanded. Me, Awai, the fire-wielding adept, quickly grasped the situation and summoned his powers, conjuring a fierce flame aimed at the creature's slender tail. Chu Qianxun leaped into action, landing upon its back, her blade flashing as she deftly carved a green streak from the monster's tail. Casting aside her dulled weapon, she seized a new one from a nearby man, pointing it at the next beast. "This weakness lies in the throat. Let us target that together." 5 formidable monsters were indeed eradicated under the command of this woman. Exhausted from the exertion of his abilities, Chun Wei slumped in the corridor, gazing at the corpses of the monsters on the first floor, feeling a mixture of disbelief and trepidation. "Wei Gu," murmured Awei, equally drained, as he sat beside him, casting a glance. "The crystals have all fallen into their hands." Chun Wei managed a wry smile, shaking a cigarette from his pack and placing it between his lips. "And what of that? Can you contend with them?" "No, please don't confront them. I concede defeat," Awei replied, shaking his head vigorously. He felt a profound fear towards the remarkably swift young woman. She was not only ruthless but also incredibly fast, clearly a speed-type ability user, Awei pondered. At that moment, he could not produce even a spark and had to use his lighter to ignite his leader's cigarette. Along their journey, they had inadvertently discovered that within some particularly powerful monsters, there existed small green crystals that could enhance their abilities. After uncovering this secret, they sought ways to locate such monsters. However, these creatures were not only exceedingly challenging to deal with but also scarce, often lurking among throngs of ordinary monsters. Today, their group of over a dozen had armed themselves and traveled from the Iqing base to this location, hoping to find and slay one of these elusive monsters to acquire the crystals. Unfortunately, their efforts proved futile, leaving them to labor in vain for others' gain. In their usual routine, they were the ones seizing others' possessions. Now they were experiencing the taste of being exploited themselves. Chu Qianxun unceremoniously pocketed 5 crystalline stones and approached Jiang Shaojie and his companions, who were standing at the top of the stairs. Jiang Shaojie gazed at her with bright eyes, clearly impressed. "Well done, you've made great progress." Satisfied with the boy's need for praise, Chu Qianxun playfully flicked Feng Qianqian's nose, grasped her hand, and prepared to depart. Chun Wei removed the cigarette from his mouth and gestured towards the corpses of the magical creatures on the staircase and the injured comrades by his side. Chu Qianxun cast him a glance. In her weaker days, she often sensed the malevolence emanating from those around her. Now that she had grown stronger, people instinctively began to show her kindness, at least unwilling to offend her easily. With a flick of her finger, she sent a crystalline stone rolling towards Chun Wei. The stones from first-tier magical creatures had lost their significance for her, and their numbers would soon multiply. Since he had presented a friendly demeanor, Chu Qianxun was inclined to afford him a measure of respect. They would soon arrive at the Goose City base, where Feng Qianqian and the others might choose to settle. If possible, Chu Qianxun wished to avoid incurring a host of enemies for them. As dusk gradually descended, she declined Chun Wei's invitation to accompany him and instead found refuge for the night in an unoccupied small building, clearing out a suite for herself. In the kitchen of the suite, Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yen discovered half a canister of liquefied gas and some rice, quickly setting about to prepare a fragrant pot of congee. "Oh dear, it feels like ages since I last savored porridge. It seems like a memory from a past life. Today, I must indulge to my heart's content." Gan Xiaodan served forth a large pot of congee. Although there were no side dishes, everyone relished the dish with extraordinary delight. What was once an ordinary bowl of plain congee now felt incredibly precious. After dinner, they rummaged through the building and found some usable bedding, laying out warm sleeping mats in the bedroom and living room. After days of camping in the wild, they finally had a shelter from the wind and rain for the night, and everyone felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. Soon, silence enveloped the room as most of them succumbed to slumber. Chu Qianxun sat vigil on the sofa in the living room, She had secretly distributed one magic seed each to Feng Qianxun and Zhang Shaojie. Yet, at this moment, as she observed Yi Peition sleeping on the floor nearby, she hesitated, gently turning the remaining 2 first-level magic seeds in her pocket. Logically, she ought not to assist Yi Peition in enhancing his abilities. However, considering his significant contributions during the battle and the blood he had shed as the de facto leader, it seemed unjust for Chu Qianxun to allocate the spoils in such a manner. Ultimately, she withdrew 1 magic seed and crouched before Yi Peition. "You're not asleep yet, are you? Having trouble resting? Here, take this. Consuming it will enhance your abilities." Yi Peition looked genuinely surprised. He had witnessed Chu Qianxun tirelessly gathering such treasures multiple times, fully aware of their precious nature. He extended his hand from the bedding and gently declined, saying, "No, I shall forgo it." "Why not? Everyone is participating," Chu Qianxun replied, placing the magical seed into Yi Peition's palm, her fingers barely brushing against his, feeling the icy chill that emanated from him, a clear sign of excessive blood loss. She recalled how Yi Peition had sustained grave injuries during the day yet still persevered to combat the demonic entities alongside them. It was precisely due to his extraordinary abilities that they managed to eliminate 5 first-tier monsters without suffering any casualties. A sense of guilt crept into Chu Qianxun's heart. Yi Peition gazed at the glistening green crystal she had placed in his hand, wearing an expression of surprise and bewilderment. "I had thought you might harbor some disdain for me," he murmured, a faint blush tinging his cheeks. Chu Qianxun felt a pang of unease. This man was remarkably perceptive. Yet she firmly denied his assumption. "How could that be? We have fought side by side countless times. How could you think such a thing?" In the dim light of the night, the man's gaze darkened. "They label me a monster, foretelling that I will inevitably become like those creatures and begin to consume others. Even my own family, my parents and siblings, harbor doubts about me, locking me away. I thought you would also come to fear and loathe me." A sense of discomfort welled up within Chu Qianxun, as she realized that, subconsciously, she too had viewed Yi Peition as a monster. "Do not indulge in such thoughts. Your abilities are merely extraordinary, shared by all. How could that render you a monster?" She rummaged through her bag and retrieved a glow stick, snapping it to life before placing it beside Yi Peition's pillow. "Here, this is for you. Rest well." For safety reasons, the small room chosen for their temporary respite was modest in size. Chu Qianxun, possessing acute hearing, could almost discern the varied breaths emanating from every corner of the room in the stillness of the night. On the floor not far from the sofa, a small cluster of warm yellow light flickered gently at first. Gradually, it stilled, casting a serene glow in the corner of the living room, where the rhythmic sound of steady breathing finally broke the silence. He had finally succumbed to sleep. The renowned Yi Peition, it seemed, harbored a fear of darkness, enduring the night wide awake until dawn without any light. Chu Qianxun felt as though she had inadvertently uncovered a hidden chapter of this prominent figure's youth. She leaned slightly to observe. The faint glow illuminated a youthful and pristine profile. Chu Qianxun pondered what torment could transform a man, capable of blushing and willing to sacrifice for others, into a ruthless figure capable of such violence. In any case, once I reach the Goose City base, I shall part ways with him. No matter how he may change on the distant Lai Island, it will no longer concern me. Watching the silhouette framed by the glow, Chu Qianxun silently hoped that, in this lifetime, his fate might also be altered. 2 hours later, Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yan emerged from the bedroom with a flashlight to relieve Chu Qianxun. Gao Yan linked arms with her, affectionately settling beside her, and whispered, "Qianxun, you've worked hard. Please rest now. Xiaodan and I will keep watch here." Possessing a captivating allure, Gao Yan was blessed with both striking beauty and a melodious voice. Her radiant countenance was accentuated by a pair of remarkably expressive eyes. When she gazed upward with those eyes, a touch of enchanting allure would invariably grace her features. Adept at leveraging her innate advantages, she would invariably adopt a humble demeanor and speak in gentle, soothing tones when seeking assistance, thereby eliciting leniency from most individuals, regardless of gender. Chu Qianxun, finding herself in such close proximity to Gao Yan's delicate and fragrant presence, couldn't help but find the situation amusing. Having spent several years alongside Gao Yan in the same battle team, she was intimately acquainted with her true nature. In reality, Gao Yan was an exceptionally ruthless, sharp-tongued, and assertive woman. In her moments of fury, her invectives could reverberate throughout the entire building. It was only in the presence of those stronger than herself, or those who could prove beneficial to her, that she would manifest such a display of delicate charm and considerate attentiveness. Recalling Gao Yan's usual habit of rolling her eyes and berating her, Chu Qianxun found it difficult to reconcile this current persona with the one she knew. Very well, I shall make do here, Chu Qianxun declared, pulling a blanket over herself and settling onto the sofa. Gao Yan, sitting on the floor beside her, gently bit her lip. Sister Yan, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Chu Qianxun inquired from her reclining position. However, she could discern a sense of goodwill within Qianxun's familiarity. Consequently, she cautiously inquired, supporting herself on the edge of the sofa, Qianxun, do you believe it is possible for me to acquire an ability? Chu Qianxun comprehended her underlying intention. You desire the remaining crystal from me? Gao Yan clutched the hem of her clothing, assuring, I will repay you. If I acquire extraordinary powers, I shall certainly return it to you, doubly so if you will allow. In the past, it was always Chu Qianxun who sought Gao Yan for the reluctant borrowing of magic seeds. Gao Yan would roll her eyes and toss a few seeds her way, admonishing, do not forget to repay me and with interest. Chu Qianxun sat up, extracting a first-tier magic seed from her pocket. The ethereal green glow illuminated Gao Yan's anxious face. Do you truly desire this? Consider your decision carefully. I am not trying to frighten you. For those without powers, 2 out of 3 who consume this will transform into monsters. Gan Xiaodan grasped Gao Yan's arm, exclaiming, Sister Yan, are you out of your mind? We are fine as we are. Why take the risk of consuming such a thing? Chu Qianxun patiently awaited her decision. If Gan Xiaodan still held onto illusions about their current world, Gao Yan had already come to terms with the harsh reality. She understood that even the most beautiful woman must rely solely on herself to survive in a world overrun by monsters. Chu Qianxun recalled that, in her previous life, Gao Yan had paid a steep price to secure her first crystal. She felt certain that this time, Gao Yan would ultimately choose to take the risk. Under Gan Xiaodan's astonished gaze, Gao Yan trembled slightly as she extended her hand, grasping the magic seed from Chu Qianxun's palm. Before the apocalypse, she had once had a boyfriend, a scoundrel who, despite possessing a little wealth, often brought Gao Yan distress with his despicable antics. When the apocalypse arrived, he nonetheless remembered to frantically seek out Gao Yan, grasping her hand in an attempt to flee together. Gao Yan had witnessed firsthand how he lost his humanity, transforming into a grotesque, flesh-eating monster. Would I meet a similar fate? Her chest heaved as she suddenly tossed the magical seed into her mouth.
Gan Xiaodan gasped,
covering her mouth with both hands. What now? Am I becoming a monster? Gao Yan clutched Gan Xiaodan's arm, nervously feeling her own face. She touched her chest, sighed in relief, and was about to speak when a frown suddenly crossed her brow. My heart is racing so fast. Why is it so swift? She grasped her collar, bent over and retched violently. However, nothing solid emerged. Only a stream of yellow liquid dripped from her mouth as she continued to heave. Gan Xiaodan screamed, dropping the flashlight and collapsing to the ground, retreating several steps while trembling and pointing at Gao Yan. Sister Yan's face. Sister Yan's face. The commotion awakened the others, who rose, lighting their torches and converging towards the scene. Gao Yan bent over, clutching the sofa, retching incessantly. Her once delicate and beautiful face had swollen, with numerous green veins intertwining, crawling up from her neck and continually spreading towards her head. Feng Qianxian witnessed this and clung tightly to Feng Junlai's leg, bursting into tears. Jiang Shaojie gripped his knife tightly, nervously looking at Chu Qianxun and grasped Gao Yan's face firmly, reassuring her. It is all right, Sister Yan. Do not be afraid. Be strong. You can endure this. Just persevere through this trial and all will be well. Gao Yan's gaze shattered, tears streaming down her cheeks, her throat emitting a choking sound. I cannot go on. Just kill me, Qianxun, she managed to utter with great difficulty. I do not wish to become a monster. I do not want to transform into a flesh-eating beast like him. That will not happen. Look at me, Chu Qianxun said calmly, holding Gao Yan's head to ensure she focused on her. You must retain your sanity. I promise you shall not become a monster. A faint light emanated from her hands. Currently, while she was at level 2, Gao Yan remained at level 0. She should be able to safeguard Gao Yan's progression and prevent her from succumbing to darkness. Chu Qianxun steadied her mind, concentrating on wielding her powers. The warm, yellowish glow was feeble, nearly invisible amidst the surrounding flames. Yet, the green lines on Gao Yan's face gradually receded from her neck, and eventually, her once grotesque visage transformed back into its former tranquility. Chu Qianxun carefully lifted the unconscious Gao Yan onto the sofa and felt her forehead, discovering she was burning with fever. Is it really over? Gong Xiaodan felt her legs weaken, nearly unable to stand. The previous scene had terrified her deeply. She could not comprehend Gao Yan's thoughts and believed she could never bring herself to consume the terrifying crystal extracted from the monster. Chu Qianxun nodded. It was perilous. She almost succumbed to darkness. Fortunately, we have passed this trial. Ipation lay on the ground, quietly observing Chu Qianxun, who was seated on the floor. Chu Qianxun remained by the sofa, one arm draped over Gao Yan's shoulder. The room was dim, allowing a warm yellow glow to emanate from her palm. This hazy light reflected in Chu Qianxun's eyes, softening her usually indifferent expression. As dawn broke, they boarded the small truck, setting off towards E-City. Gao Yan's fever had subsided, though she still appeared somewhat weak. Feng Junlei was at the wheel, while Chu Qianxun took the passenger seat to catch up on sleep. The base was less than an hour's drive away from E-City. In the back of the truck, Feng Qianxian curiously inquired of Gao Yan, Sister Yan, what is your superpower? I truly hope yours is as fascinating as mine. She began to manipulate her coins, transforming the metal into slender lines that twisted in the air to form a charming little house. Her mastery of her abilities had reached new heights. Jiang Xiaojie remarked, Qianxian, your powers have grown impressive. You must have consumed the magic seed that Sister Qianxun gave you. Around him, water vapor began to shimmer, instantly crystallizing into sharp ice spikes that spun gently in the air. Feng Qianxian laughed. Brother Xiaojie, you have also become quite formidable. She turned to Yi Peition and asked, Brother Peition, did you receive a magic seed as well? Yi Peition's hand rested in his pocket, fingers caressing the hard demonic seed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he felt an inexplicable reluctance to consume it. He recalled the previous day in the corridor, where Chu Qianxun, brimming with determination, had mounted the creature's body and skillfully extracted the crystal. Although he had not voiced it aloud when he was rescued from the warehouse, his heart overflowed with gratitude. Yet, he could not shake the vague sense that Chu Qianxun harbored a subtle aversion towards him. The small truck continued its journey, with the number of pedestrians gradually increasing. In less than half a month since the apocalypse had begun, humanity seemed to have abruptly entered a new era. They were nearing the sprawling metropolis of E-City. Towering modern buildings still loomed on either side of the wide roads, albeit stripped of their former vibrancy. Tattered advertisements hung forlornly from their facades, silent sentinels of a bygone era. Various kinds of debris nearly blanketed the pavement, and occasionally, a gust of wind would stir up a few tattered plastic bags or scraps of paper, swirling them among the darkened windows of the skyscrapers. The establishment of civilization requires the passage of countless years, yet its destruction can occur in mere days. Most people on the road wore grimy, tattered clothing. Some had fashioned bizarre armor pieces to their bodies, wielding makeshift weapons, such as a sharpened, massive fang affixed to the end of a metal rod, or brandishing a jagged, serrated limb, the handle merely a strip of cloth wrapped at its end. Humanity has commenced the utilization of monstrous remnants to forge armaments and protective gear. Chu Qianxun comprehends that, as traditional industries decline, specialized factions will gradually emerge, dedicated to the crafting of weaponry and armor from the bodies of these creatures, ultimately giving rise to a highly lucrative industrial chain. As time progresses, the high-tier magical beasts, aside from their invaluable essence, possess various unique parts that are exceedingly sought after. Thus, despite their formidable and terrifying nature, a steady stream of monster hunters is willing to risk their lives and band together in pursuit of these creatures. Is this the sanctuary? This is the base, as previously mentioned by Chen Wei, This is the Goose City base. Within it reside numerous survivors. The individuals in the small truck engaged in spirited discussions, excitement palpable among them. Since departing from Flower City, the population along their route has dwindled, revealing a landscape of desolation and decay, strewn with gruesome corpses and the frequent sightings of fearsome monsters, instilling within them a sense of isolation, as if they were accompanied solely by these beasts. Ahead, a towering wall came into view. This area was once a newly constructed industrial park, its design imbued with an incongruous European aesthetic, surrounded by a formidable wall. In the wake of the apocalypse, this sparsely populated locale, encircled by such imposing barriers, has become a refuge for many. Gradually, crowds have gathered within the park, transforming it into an embryonic community of survival. From afar, the semi-decorative perimeter wall was now enveloped in scaffolding, with numerous individuals diligently reinforcing and elevating the defensive structure. The main entrance to the encampment was fortified with trenches, guarded by fully armed personnel meticulously registering those entering and exiting. While it could not compare to the grandiose, sprawling bases of the late post-apocalyptic era, it was a remarkable settlement for the early days of the cataclysm. A wave of relief washed over Gan Xiaodan, a non-gifted individual who had been perpetually anxious, scarcely managing a restful slumber. Living together like this, she mused, surely alleviates the constant fear of those fiends. Doesn't it? Perhaps we can finally rest without apprehension. A faint smile graced Feng Junlai's countenance. Also lacking extraordinary abilities, he was no match for the increasingly formidable monsters, often relying on his 6-year-old daughter for protection. Upon reaching such a stronghold, he hoped to find a manual labor occupation, fulfilling his paternal duties and providing for his child. There must be many gifted individuals within the base, he thought. It's bound to be safer than the wilderness. Chu Qianxun opened the partition between the driver's cabin and the rear compartment, turning to address them. Once we arrive, assess the situation and decide if it suits you. Living anywhere in this era won't be easy, so temper your expectations. Gao Yan discerned Chu Qianxun's underlying meaning. Qianxun, do you not intend to remain? Where do you plan to go? My relatives reside on Luda Island, and I must traverse a considerable distance to reach it. I shall rest here for a few days, but soon I may part ways with you all. In truth, had it not been for the anticipation of a specific moment, Chu Qianxun would have likely not lingered here at all. She is aware that in a few days, this base will face a collective assault by monstrosities. Although they will ultimately withstand the onslaught, the losses incurred will be significant. This is primarily due to the emergence of a second-tier creature amidst a horde of first-tier monsters. At present, what Chu Qianxun seeks are second-tier monster cores, which are exceedingly rare at this juncture. She cannot afford to miss any opportunity to acquire them. Sister Qianxun, I do not wish to remain in this wretched base. I long to accompany you, Jiang Shaojie declared, the first to protest as she rose and leaned against the window. You wish to follow me? You must consider this carefully. The journey ahead will not be easy, and the monsters we encounter may grow increasingly formidable. Chu Qianxun smiled, extending her hand through the window to tousle Jiang Shaojie's disheveled hair. She felt a flicker of joy at the thought of having a trustworthy and capable companion on the road ahead. I also. A voice emerged from the corner. Chu Qianxun turned towards the sound, momentarily caught off guard, her expression slipping.
Yepetian.
She had no desire to journey alongside him. Yepetian quickly realized that Chu Qianxun had no intention of inviting him to accompany her. He swiftly pressed his lips together, swallowing the remaining half of his sentence. She did not wish for me to remain by her side. Yepetian's heart ached as if pierced by a needle. Fortunately, at that moment, the vehicle had reached the entrance of the base, somewhat alleviating the awkwardness between the two. The soldiers at the checkpoint merely conducted a cursory inspection of Chu Qianxun and her companions, ensuring they displayed no signs of fever or severe injury, before allowing them to pass with ease. Due to the overwhelming crowd, vehicles were temporarily barred from entering the base. Chu Qianxun and the gatekeeper rented a flatbed cart, the rental fee being a single candy she casually produced. Nearby, some missionaries distributed pamphlets, preaching their doctrine. Their message was one of unity, urging people to stand together and face the challenges ahead. As they passed, Chu Qianxun cast a glance at the banner they had displayed. Holy Angel Charity Organization. She pondered in her mind, finding no particular recollection of it. It seemed to be an obscure, perhaps fleeting, religious group. The emergence of demonic forces had obliterated human civilization and upended humanity's inherent understanding. In such a challenging survival environment, many individuals began to feel lost and aimless, yearning for spiritual solace and redemption. Consequently, a multitude of religious sects emerged in response. Among them, some larger organizations even grew and solidified their power in later stages. Chu Qianxun and her companions continued to push the cart deeper into the base. The base lacked an effective management structure, appearing rather chaotic along the way. Some individuals set up stalls to exchange goods, while various groups unfurled banners to attract assistance. Others, clad in tattered garments and with vacant stares, sat by the roadside begging, their empty bowls and plates yielding nothing. In the shadowy alleys, scuffles broke out, with theft occurring openly and unsavory activities transpiring unabashedly. From those dark corners, brief, piercing screams and anguished cries occasionally pierced the air. Chu Qianxun and her companions pushed a cart, laden with blankets, jars, food supplies, and several large bags of fresh loquats. Along the way, countless malevolent gazes converged upon this cart, their intentions scarcely concealed as they began to murmur openly. This group appeared exceedingly vulnerable, comprised of young girls, boys, and a frail, pale man, alongside a few women who were youthful and strikingly beautiful. It was rare for such women to be found in this place. They still bore the vibrant spirit reminiscent of a time before the apocalypse, in stark contrast to the majority of women in this base, who exuded a sense of despair and lifelessness. Women and food. How intriguing, indeed. Those few girls appeared quite innocent, a rarity in this environment. The boys also possessed a certain charm, raising curiosity about how they had arrived here. Among them, only one man bore a semblance of strength. Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yen felt a twinge of fear as those men's unabashed gazes fell upon them. As women, they are all acutely aware of the implications behind such gazes. Initially, they believed that leaving the wilderness for the safety of the crowd would provide solace. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized that being vulnerable amidst throngs of people posed an entirely different peril. A group of men obstructed their path on the street. The leader, with a menacing glare and a lean physique, wore only a black short-sleeved shirt, revealing an expanse of tattoos from his neck to his left arm. Closely nestled beside him was a woman of exquisite beauty, her figure enchanting, features striking, and skin fair. Her delicate lips were slightly pursed, casting a wary glance at Chu Qianxun and Gao Yen. Hao Yu has appeared. It's futile now, with Peng Hao Yu's interest piqued. These women are no longer within our reach. The onlookers murmured a few words, gradually falling silent. A stout man stepped forward from the group, addressing them. New here. I see. The first thing you ought to do upon entering the city is to report to Brother Hao Yu and pledge your allegiance. Are you not aware of such basic protocol? He strutted around Feng Junlei, evidently considering him the most authoritative figure present. Jiang Shaojie felt the air around him shift, sharp icicles piercing through the mist. The man named Peng Hao Yu narrowed his eyes, pushed aside the woman beside him, and cracked his neck. Yaozu, show them what you can do. Don't let our new friends be the subject of mockery. A robust man, with a strong build and a thick mane of hair, stepped forth beside him. With a low growl, a ring of flames erupted before Jiang Shaojie. The fire blazed fiercely, generating waves of heat that challenged the chill surrounding him. A sharp metallic shard sliced through the air, hovering menacingly near the man's throat. Do not bully my brother Shaojie, Feng Qianchen exclaimed, her voice filled with indignation. Otherwise I shall. The blade-like piece of metal was poised at the man's neck, yet it was held at a distance, quivering slightly. Being merely a child, Feng Qianchen found herself unable to inflict true harm upon a real adversary. Peng Hao Yu extended his hand, grasping the metallic shard. In a few strides, he positioned himself before Feng Qianchen, applying pressure with his fingers to distort the once unyielding blade right before her eyes. Impressive. It seems we have a little sister with a metallic affinity, he remarked, extending his hand toward her. However, his gesture was thwarted mid-air by a female hand. When the apocalypse first dawned, Peng Hao Yu discovered his extraordinary ability, pure strength. While many others subsequently revealed their unique powers, He considered most of them to be ostentatious and lacking intangible offensive capability. For instance, his nemesis Chen Wei was only able to manipulate shadows to control others. As long as one avoided his shadow, a mere bullet or blade could easily dispatch him. Only his unique ability proved to be the most practical in real combat. While others struggled to unleash their elemental powers of fire and water, he could effortlessly shatter his opponent's skull with a single punch. He held a strong confidence in himself, having firmly established his position in the base, relying on this very capability. Yet, in that moment, he realized that the advantage he had once taken pride in had vanished. The woman before him, with her slender arms and fair hands, was able to firmly restrain his movements and suppress his strength. Cold sweat began to bead on Peng Haoyu's forehead, while the indifferent woman seemed to remain effortlessly composed. Peng Shouzi, when did our base become a place where you hold the final say? Do you think you can bully my friend Chen Wei? A mocking voice rang out from the end of the street. Upon seeing Chen Wei approach, Peng Haoyu took a step back, seeking to extricate himself from the situation. Chu Qianxun correspondingly released her grip. Chen Wei transformed his demeanor into a smile, rubbing his bald head as he extended a hand toward Chu Qianxun. Sister Qianxun, goddess, you come to E-City without a word? The brothers would have loved to give you a warm welcome. He shot a disdainful glance at Peng Haoyu, dismissing him as a mere self-proclaimed authority. Have you just arrived? You must not have a place to stay yet. Come to my place. I have plenty of room and everything you need. Chu Qianxun neither accepted his hand nor appeared particularly cold. She simply smiled and replied, "Thank you for your kindness, but we'll find a place on our own." Chen Wei maintained his cheerful facade, though inwardly he cursed under his breath. The woman appeared youthful yet possessed an elusive quality, difficult to engage with. It seemed rather challenging to win her over, especially considering her unfamiliarity with the surroundings. At that moment, Peng Haoyu felt a wave of regret as Chen Wei emerged. Within this base, numerous factions were vying for power, and he and Chen Wei were comparable in influence, often at odds with one another. Upon discovering that among the newcomers were 3 individuals with extraordinary abilities, he contemplated the prospect of forming alliances. However, with Chen Wei having taken the initiative, Peng Haoyu sensed impending trouble. As he observed Chu Qianxun rejecting Chen Wei's advances, he swiftly altered his demeanor and extended his hand towards her. There had been a misunderstanding. After all, one must engage to truly know another. Peng Haoyu retrieved a sleeve emblazoned with a winged emblem from his pocket and donned it. We are part of the Saint Angel charity organization, dedicated to maintaining order in this region. I merely wish to familiarize myself with our new friends. He scrutinized the attire of Chu Qianxun and her companions, deducing their respectable origins, and promptly transformed his image from that of a gangster collecting protection fees to a righteous individual committed to upholding justice. Chu Qianxun found the situation somewhat amusing. Both groups were eager to recruit her into their ranks. Such scenarios were nothing new to her. The sight of these factions, with 1 or 2 lower-tier saints among them, hastily forming alliances and claiming territory felt as trivial as child's play to her. She had witnessed countless power struggles between formidable forces. At times, conflicts erupt between the exalted saints, resulting in a nearly cataclysmic terror that has the potential to obliterate an entire fortress from within. Chu Qianxun offered a few perfunctory remarks, neither accepting nor offending either party, and signaled for her companions to depart independently. The entrance to the building was narrow, encircled by towering walls, enclosing a diminutive courtyard, which had once served as the dormitory for factory workers. Its proximity to the mountain behind the base allowed for convenient access to water for daily needs. Presently, the structure housed a sparse number of survivors, with numerous vacant rooms remaining. In such times, any unclaimed residence essentially belonged to whomever occupied it. They selected 3 adjacent apartments on the same floor. The Feng father and daughter occupied one, Chu Qianxun and her 2 companions took another, while Zhang Ziyage and Yi Peitian squeezed into the third. After a month of tumultuous wandering, the sudden establishment of a stable refuge elicited greater excitement from the girls than from the boys. Gao Yan and Gan Xiaodan rolled up their sleeves, vigorously tidying up the disordered rooms. Chu Qianxun could fall asleep anywhere, displaying little particularity regarding her living conditions. She ventured out with 2 bags of loquats, trading them for some food and essential supplies. Gao Yan, both astonished and elated, pulled her into the bedroom, exclaiming, "Qianxun, look!" Gao Yan extended her hand and, gritting her teeth, used a small knife to draw a shallow incision across her palm. Covering the wound with her other hand, she watched as the minor laceration formed a scab moments later. "Is this a special ability?" Gao Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she bit her lip tightly. However, after a brief moment, a hint of disappointment clouded her expression, pondering whether this power held any substantial value. "A healing ability?" Chu Qianxun remarked, taken aback. In her previous life, Gao Yan possessed the formidable power to manipulate air pressure, wielding an aggressive force that often led to bloody and brutal outcomes. It was astonishing that, due to her intervention in this life, someone with Gao Yan's temperament had acquired such a gentle capability. "This ability is quite admirable. You simply need to remain at the base and provide treatment to the injured. This lifestyle will offer you more stability, making it well-suited for a young lady. As your powers develop, an increasing number of people will come to recognize your worth," Chu Qianxun reassured her. In truth, healers were always in high demand, whether in combat teams or large organizations, which often provided support for such individuals. Given Gao Yan's beauty and intelligence, this ability should afford her a life of greater ease than in her previous incarnation. Chu Qianxun felt a sense of joy for her. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yan shyly inquired, "If this ability is indeed useful, may I still accompany you?" Chu Qianxun, who had been untangling her hair, paused, her fingers momentarily caught in the strands. "Sister Yan, what are you saying?" "Qianxun, you have always been my support, and I have taken note of your kindness. Now that I possess extraordinary abilities, if you do not find me a burden, I wish to accompany you on your journey." Gao Yan felt a rare moment of shyness. "I have inquired, and it seems that Xiaodan and Brother Feng wish to remain behind. Xiao Jie, like myself, desires to accompany you to El Island. As for Xiaoye." Gao Yan also sensed the subtle tension in Chu Qianxun's attitude towards Yi Pei Tian. Thus she chose to remain silent and not elaborate further. As they conversed, a knock resounded from outside the door. Gan Xiaodan, who was tidying up the living room, answered it. Yi Pei Tian stood at the threshold, a colossal plastic bucket resting before him. The bucket was half his height and brimming with water, far too heavy for any ordinary person to lift. Even a first-tier ability user like Yi Pei Tian broke a sweat while carrying it upstairs. "Did you bring this water for us? Thank you so much."
Gan Xiaodan exclaimed joyfully,
warmly inviting Yi Pei Tian inside. He exchanged no unnecessary words, silently bringing the bucket into the room. Before departing, he could not help but cast a glance in Chu Qianxun's direction, bidding farewell. Gan Xiaodan and Gao Yan wished to retain him, yet he slipped away. "He is undeniably handsome, but a bit too cold. He hardly speaks a word, which I find quite exhausting," Gao Yan teased. "Indeed, he hardly engages with us," Gan Xiaodan remarked, watching Yi Pei Tian's retreat with a tinge of disappointment. "However, I sense he holds a special concern for Qianxun. Do you think he may harbor feelings for her?" Gan Xiaodan jested about Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun was taken aback. "No, please don't, that is absolutely not the case. A bucket of water this large is enough for all three of us to bathe." Gao Yan shifted the topic. "Qianxun, would you like to take a shower first? Xiaodan and I are quite odorous. We plan to explore the space, familiarize ourselves with the surroundings, and see if we can procure a change of clothes." Once the others departed, only Chu Qianxun remained in the room. She consumed the remaining second-tier magic seed. Even with magic seeds of the same level, excessive consumption is ill-advised. A familiar, peculiar sensation coursed through her body, and Chu Qianxun distinctly sensed enhancements in various aspects of her physicality. However, she was still far from reaching the third tier. As one ascends to higher levels, the process of upgrading becomes progressively arduous. In addition to consuming magic seeds, engaging in close combat with magical creatures and repeatedly utilizing her abilities in times of crisis are also effective means of enhancing her powers. Even during the days of waiting within the base, Chu Qianxun was determined not to squander time. She resolved to frequently venture to the outskirts of the base to seek out magical creatures and elevate her abilities, refusing to allow herself to become complacent. Chu Qianxun drilled 3 holes in the rooftop, inserted her thumb, index, and middle fingers into them, and suspended herself from the ceiling, performing 100 pull-ups with one hand. Upon landing, she practiced a set of combat techniques, finally feeling a semblance of her former sharpness return. Afterwards, she used a small amount of water to cleanse herself of the warm sweat that had accumulated. The water, flowing down from the mountains, was both clear and slightly cool, providing a refreshing sensation as it washed over her face. Chu Qianxun couldn't help but think of the water-bearer. She never expected that Yi Peition could be such a considerate person, caring for others. Chu Qianxun felt a moment of distraction. This time, even Gao Yan's abilities had transformed, and she hoped that Yi Peition would also embark on a distinct path. After residing in the base for several days, everyone gradually became acquainted with the conditions there. The most prominent organization within the base was the Holy Angel Church, which they had encountered at the entrance upon their arrival. This organization operated a medical research center within the industrial park. Since the onset of the apocalypse, the medical staff and researchers inside had voluntarily stepped forward to assist and rescue those seeking refuge from outside. Consequently, they had garnered a high reputation within the base. They promoted a slogan of unity, mutual assistance, and overcoming adversity together, attracting numerous followers. The internal membership included about a dozen individuals with special abilities, subtly establishing themselves as the leaders of the entire base. Personal teams like Chun Wei and Peng Haoyu generally complied with the arrangements made by the Holy Angel Church. It was the presence of such a force that allowed the security situation within the base to be barely maintained, avoiding severe deterioration. Meanwhile, the news regarding the existence of demonic seeds within high-level monsters and the potential enhancement from consuming them had begun to circulate throughout the base. Various teams, both large and small, started organizing personnel to venture outside the base to hunt monsters. Each morning, the parking lot outside the base's entrance became a gathering place for hunter teams of varying sizes. As they set off in their vehicles, raising clouds of dust behind them, Gan Xiaodan was taken aback. "Qianxun, what happened to you? Are you hurt?" Chu Qianxun wiped away the blood that nearly obscured her vision. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." Jiang Xiaojie, with red-rimmed eyes, followed closely behind Chu Qianxun, lamenting, "It's all my fault for insisting on accompanying Sister Qianxun to hunt demons, causing her to get hurt." Chu Qianxun ruffled his hair, remaining silent. In the days to come, injuries would become a norm. She hoped Jiang Xiaojie could adapt quickly. Her gaze shifted to the bag in Gan Xiaodan's hand, which contained food, clothing, and even a weapon, items that had become precious commodities in these times. Chu Qianxun ventured out daily to hunt magical beasts, accumulating some magical seeds, which made exchanging for these goods relatively easy. However, for Gan Xiaodan, acquiring such items was no simple feat. Gan Xiaodan's face flushed. "These past few days I encountered Brother Haoyu a few times, the one who stopped us on our first day." She shifted on her toes, speaking softly. "Brother Haoyu is actually quite nice. He has taken good care of me and said that the incident that day was his fault and asked me to convey his apologies to you." Gan Xiaodan produced a long knife from the bag and handed it to Chu Qianxun. "He asked me to give this to you as a token of apology." The blade, forged from the sharp appendages of magical creatures, was complemented by a meticulously crafted leather handle and sheath. Compared to ordinary weapons that dulled easily, this was indeed a significant gift. Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow. At this moment, Gao Yan opened the door, her hair damp, clearly having just bathed. "Oh dear, how did Qianxun get hurt?" Gao Yan swiftly pulled Chu Qianxun into the room, pressing her down onto a chair as she retrieved the medical kit to tend to the wound on her head. "My abilities are rather inadequate. I scarcely utilize them a few times a day, rendering them ineffective. Qianxun, you urged me to practice more daily. Today, I assisted at the makeshift shelter at the Holy Angel Church. To my dismay, I couldn't even heal 2 people before exhausting all my energy and breaking into a sweat. Now, with you injured, I find myself unable to assist. It's all right. As an ability user, my healing capacity is quite remarkable. Such a minor injury will heal swiftly on its own," Chu Qianxun reassured her. Gao Yan let out a slight sigh of relief but remained meticulous as she applied medicine to Chu Qianxun's wound. She recalled overhearing a conversation between Gan Xiaodan and Chu Qianxun at the door. "Xiaodan, don't pay any attention to those individuals. Chun Wei and Peng Haoyu are not to be trusted. They are primarily interested in Qianxun's abilities and are attempting to win her over through us. Stay vigilant and avoid causing trouble for Qianxun, Gao Yan advised. Gong Xiaodan pursed her lips in silence. While Chu Qianxun discerned that Gong Xiaodan had not heeded Gao Yan's words, every individual is an independent entity. She neither possesses the inclination nor the authority to excessively intervene in others' affairs. Chu Qianxun believed that each person must choose their own path and, consequently, bear the corresponding consequences of their choices. Yet she also comprehended that a seemingly ordinary girl like Gong Xiaodan, suddenly thrust into a chaotic world without any means of self-preservation, would inevitably feel a sense of fear and helplessness, fostering a longing to rely on others. Xiaodan, when he Mingyan followed Xie Xiaobin out of the dormitory, I once attempted to persuade her, but to no avail. Now I hope to dissuade you. Chu Qianxun earnestly addressed Gong Xiaodan, declaring that those individuals are unreliable. The only person you can depend on is yourself. Although you may lack special abilities, there are repair workers beyond the wall, and hospitals are also seeking nursing staff. You might consider exploring these avenues. Gong Xiaodan's eyes reddened. Her mouth opened slightly as if to argue. Yet ultimately, she remained silent. She merely nodded and softly replied, Qianxun, you are right. I will heed your advice. Recently, Chu Qianxun had also heard whispers of plans within the base to mobilize personnel to dismantle the lairs of the defilers, but she had no intention of participating. Though the defilers are not particularly formidable in terms of offensive or defensive capabilities, they represent one of the most troublesome varieties among low-tier magical creatures. These beings possess a degree of intelligence, gathering in groups to capture humans and imprison them deep within their lairs as sustenance. They also set various traps within their nests, enticing other humans to rush in to rescue their companions. Even the most skilled and powerful demon hunters of later generations would think twice before confronting a defiler's lair. A low, ominous voice emerged at the door. Tomorrow, Chun Wei has arranged for me to join in the extermination of the defiler's lair. A member of his team, Wei, has been taken by the defilers. Yipei stood outside the door, refraining from entering. I assured him that we would set off early tomorrow morning. You? Are you going to save someone? Chu Qianxun exclaimed in astonishment. Chun Wei sat solemnly on the hood of an off-road vehicle in the parking lot. The previous day, he had fallen into the trap set by a blasphemer, and his sole capable brother, Wei, had been ensnared by those cunning creatures and dragged into their lair. He had lost several comrades there, and he was determined to obtain the magical seeds from those fiends. A burly man with thick eyebrows approached him. Chun Wei's face brightened as he jumped down and clasped the man's hand tightly, exclaiming, Arong, it is truly wonderful that you are here. Haha, Wei, is that blasphemer really so formidable that it requires you, me and Lao Jin to join forces? After shaking hands with Chun Wei, the newcomer greeted a lean, middle-aged man standing beside him. Chun Wei furrowed his brow. Formidable? Not particularly, but those creatures are exceedingly clever, almost akin to humans. Moreover, they operate in pairs, making them quite challenging to deal with. Even Wei fell victim to them. 2 of them? That is splendid. 2 magical seeds. The man named Arong exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. Let us hurry and not allow others to get ahead of us. Just a moment longer. Another brother has yet to arrive, Chun Wei replied. Who else is there? Arong asked, somewhat displeased. If it's some ineffective rookie, I will not agree to share the magical seeds with him. The person is here, Chun Wei said, replacing his frown with a smile as he personally went to greet him. As the crowd turned towards the sound, they beheld a tall, pallid young man approaching with a satchel slung over his shoulder. Perhaps it was an illusion, but as he walked, a subtle haze of yellow sand seemed to rise from the earth, accentuating his gaunt figure with an air of desolation. Have you seen him before? Who is he? Arong quietly inquired of the elder Jean beside him. Jean remained silent, merely shaking his head, indicating that the young man was not one of the veterans from their base, but rather a newcomer. I am curious to see what he is capable of. Arong scoffed. Come, let me introduce you, Chun Wei said. This is Brother Yipei Tian, who possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate sand. He continued with the introductions. This is Arong, who wields metal-based abilities and has formidable offensive power. And this is Elder Jean, whose unique ability allows him to control corpses to attack magical creatures. Within the lair, there were 2 magical creatures. Following their usual practice, Chunwei encouraged the group, stating, "We will eliminate the magical beings and then divide the proceeds from the magic seeds based on market value." During his stay at the base, Yi Peitian's dedication to honing his abilities was rivaled only by Chu Qianxun. Each day he ventured outside the base, braving risks in search of magical creatures to hunt for their seeds. He had yet to reach the level of being able to independently hunt first-tier magical beings like Chu Qianxun. Instead, he sought to join a hunting team in the square each day. Thus, when Chunwei approached him the previous day, he readily agreed to join. The group drove to a deserted village. The village was modest in size, consisting of a few interconnected self-built homes. The original residents had evidently enjoyed a decent standard of living, as the houses were impressive and grand. In the present day, the once thriving village now lies desolate and silent, with several unburied corpses scattered by the roadside, exuding an air of despondency and decay. At the village entrance, a few of Chunwei's subordinates stand vigilantly, anxiously scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Chunwei and his companions approaching, they hurriedly rush forward to greet them. The drone, which Chunwei had acquired at a steep price from the trading market at the base, boasts exceptional capabilities. As everyone disembarks from the vehicle, they gather around the screen. The drone's camera delves into a lush courtyard, where a large gate on the left side stands ominously ajar, with a trail of blood cascading down the steps. "Let us get closer and take a look inside," Chunwei instructs. The drone cautiously enters through the open gate, but the signal begins to falter due to the obstruction of the walls. The footage on the screen becomes shaky and intermittent. Inside the gate lies a spacious hall, its floor stained with darkened blood and dismembered limbs. One of the subordinates operating the remote control retches and quickly turns away to vomit. "Useless fool," Chunwei exclaims, snatching the remote control to take command himself. The hall extends deeply into the building, with the rear half shrouded in darkness, where a pitch-black doorway reveals a man of adult stature, his hands tightly bound and suspended from the doorframe. The dim lighting makes it difficult to discern his features through the screen, which flickers with static. However, it is evident that he is still alive. His legs thrash in desperation, and though his mouth is gagged with tattered cloth, he seems to be attempting to shout something. Chunwei expertly maneuvers the drone closer, eager to glimpse the man's face. Suddenly, a bloodied claw emerged from the pitch-black doorway, lunging towards the camera. The image on the screen shook violently, flickered, and then succumbed to a complete blackout. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Could it be that those monstrous beings actually understood the art of using living humans as bait, luring humanity into their lair? Arong exclaimed in disbelief, admitting that it was his first encounter with such an intelligent creature. The grains of sand on the ground began to roll, and an inexplicable wind whipped through the air, causing a whirlwind of yellow dust to swirl around the group. Yi Peition's eyes burned crimson, his fists clenched tightly, as his powers surged in tandem with his spiraling emotions. Brother Yi, what are you doing?" Chunwei noticed something amiss with Yi Peition, shaking his arm in an attempt to calm him. "Steady yourself, Brother Yi, we have yet to enter." Yi Peition closed his eyes, his chest heaving as he regained control over his emotions. How many living souls are inside? He gritted through clenched teeth, the footage captured by the drone stirring the most agonizing memories buried deep within him. The number of captives remained uncertain, but it was undoubtedly significant. The beasts did not feast upon corpses. Typically, when a person perished, they would simply depart. However, these desecrators were cunning. In order to maintain a supply of fresh sustenance, they would imprison their captives deep within their lairs, prolonging their suffering before feasting upon them gradually. It was then that Lao Jin, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. The lines etched deeply into his gaunt face seemed to deepen further in that moment. "One of my companions was once captured by these desecrators. When we found him, though he was still alive, he was no longer recognizable. In the end, I was the one who saw him off on his final journey." He crossed 2 fingers of each hand in front of his chest, uttering a low reprimand. The 7 or 8 corpses by the village path slowly rose, swaying under the control of old Jean as they made their way toward the house. "Let us proceed, we shall enter." The crowd followed behind the corpses, advancing toward the lair of the malevolent creatures. Chu Qianxun sat within the Holy Angel Charity Rescue Station, observing Gao Yan busily tending to the injured. Gao Yan possessed a low level of supernatural ability, which was depleted after only 2 or 3 uses. Most of the time, she could only assist the nurses with medication and bandaging the wounded. Nevertheless, she was a relatively rare supernatural being during this period, revered by these religious organizations as a saint. Here, she was tasked with only light and simple duties, receiving a daily ration of food for her sustenance. In stark contrast, Gan Xiaodan was assigned exceedingly arduous and filthy work, exhausting herself to the point of perspiration, scarcely able to catch her breath. Qianxun, Gao Yan said, taking a seat beside Chu Qianxun during a break. You haven't ventured out to hunt demons today? That is quite unusual. Chu Qianxun replied with a hum. I came to check on both of you. I shall head out later. What is troubling you? You seem distracted. Gao Yan handed Chu Qianxun a glass of water. Are you perhaps worried about Xiaoyi? Today, she is to team up and venture into the lair of the desecrators. Are those desecrators truly formidable? How could I possibly worry about him? He is not going to perish. Chu Qianxun took a sip of water, reflecting that this path is one he has chosen for himself. To enhance his supernatural abilities, he must inevitably confront various monstrous entities. Am I to watch over him every single day? The Undying Sand Emperor is hardly a concern for someone as inexperienced as her. She mused silently. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, a sense of unease plagued her today. Perhaps I should check on him? Consider it an opportunity to gather magical seeds. Chu Qianxun rationalized her decision. Within that dimly lit hall, a colossal hand formed of sand gripped the body of a defiler with relentless force. The defiler, struggling in the sand, elongated its neck and emitted a piercing scream. Under a Rong's command, several blades were thrust haphazardly into the defiler's skull, and from the gaping wound of its cranium rolled forth a vibrant green magical seed. A Rong felt a surge of joy, wiped the sweat from his brow, and exclaimed, Not bad, brother. How did you know the defiler's weakness lay at the back of its head? Have you dealt with such beasts before? No. A friend taught me, Yi Peition replied, catching his breath. He disregarded the need for rest, promptly approaching the doorway to lower the man who was suspended from the frame. Damn, that was tough. My powers are completely depleted, Chun Wei remarked as he extracted another magical seed from a different defiler. Fortunately, the man whom Yi Peition had rescued stared wide-eyed in terror, his mouth gagged with a rag, rendering him unable to speak, only able to whimper. Where are the other survivors? Do you know where they are being held? Have you seen someone named Ajia? Chun Wei untied the ropes binding him, pulled the cloth from his mouth, and inquired about his brother's whereabouts. They're all in the basement. All in the basement. The man cried out in horror, scrambling towards the door on his hands and feet. People and monsters. Chun Wei and the others exchanged alarmed glances, turning to look. Beyond the doorway behind them was a staircase leading down to the basement. At the bottom of the dark staircase, 2 pairs of blood-red eyes were fixed upon them. Damn it, there are 2 more defilers. When Chu Qianxun arrived at the village entrance, she encountered Chun Wei's group fleeing in disarray. Chu Qianxun seized Chun Wei by the collar. Where is Yi Peition? He's trapped inside, Chun Wei gasped, pointing towards the house behind him. We killed 2 defilers, but we didn't expect there to be 2 more in the basement. Our abilities are exhausted, we couldn't hold them off. Little Yi and Lao Jin, they were both dragged inside. When Lao Jin was dragged in by the monster, Yi Peition's first reaction was to grab his hand. In the narrow stairwell, Lao Jin was being pulled downwards by a tremendous force. Don't let go of me! Don't let go of me! He screamed in terror, clinging to Yi Peition's hand as he lay prone on the stairs. The sudden appearance of the monsters had caught them completely off guard, their abilities having been largely depleted in the previous battle. Yi Peition, utilizing the scant remnants of his extraordinary abilities, erected a barrier of sand to obstruct the corridor, preventing the profaners from ascending. He felt a profound emptiness surge within him, a painful awareness that his powers were nearing depletion. Chun Wei and Arong, recognizing the dire situation, exchanged glances before abandoning the 2 and making their escape. Do not leave me behind. I cannot bear the thought of being captured by the profaners. Old Jean wept, his face awash with tears, pleading in terror, fully aware that being dragged away would subject him to tortures worse than death. Yi Peition furrowed his brow, summoning the yellow sand to restrain the profaners, wrestling against the malevolent creatures. Suddenly, another profaner lunged from behind, seizing Yi Peition's ankle and violently slamming him against the wall. Blood erupted from his mouth, and before he could react, his body was once again hurled to the ground with a jarring impact. The acrid scent of blood filled his nostrils as he felt himself being dragged across a floor slick with viscous liquid. Struggling to pry his eyes open, he beheld the dimly lit, filthy walls surrounding him. On either side, live figures were bound, their vacant stares fixed upon this new member brought in by the malevolent beings. 2 profaners hoisted him onto a platform, binding his limbs while their coarse tongues licked the blood from his body. Yi Peition endeavored to summon his abilities, yet his body felt like a desiccated pond, yielding only the agony of cracked pain without producing a single ripple. His eyes widened, and within the darkened vista, the ghastly pallor of the creature's skin swayed before him. The scene before him seemed to overlap with a chaotic tapestry of painful memories. Yi Peition found himself ensnared in a tumultuous state. From the depths of his being surged a fierce desire for blood, and as this thought emerged, it swiftly spread throughout his limbs, forcefully seeking to dominate his entire corporeal form. Surrender, yield to it, and one could be eternally liberated from such fear. He remained wide-eyed, confronted by an endless abyss of darkness, where a voice gently whispered to him. At that moment, from a distant yet strangely proximate realm, a flicker of warm yellow light emerged, faint and elusive, as if it might vanish at any moment. No. Yi Peition's throat emitted a hoarse sound. Chu Qianxun cautiously stepped into the blood-scented basement, where the thick layer of blood nearly adhered to the soles of her shoes. From the dim recesses of the room, peculiar sounds echoed. Chu Qianxun's night vision was extraordinary, allowing her to discern clearly that in the depths of the room, there was an elevated platform upon which sat a human figure. The individual was smeared in blood, his gaze somewhat vacant, wordlessly sitting there. Above him hovered countless crimson grains of sand, which repeatedly compressed and kneaded, as the peculiar blood of the creature flowed incessantly from those clumps of sand. This basement housed many individuals, yet the creatures were nowhere to be found. No, they had not disappeared. It is said that he perished amidst the surging tide of blood and sand, crushed into mud, yielding nothing but blood. The figure upon the platform was Yi Peition, who, at a moment of crisis, transcended to the second tier through sheer will. Without the aid of demonic seeds, he achieved this breakthrough independently. Saints can enhance their extraordinary abilities through combat with magical creatures. Yet once their powers reach saturation and approach a critical point, it becomes exceedingly challenging to advance further without the support of a higher-tier demonic seed. This explains why, despite the considerable risks associated with consuming high-tier demonic seeds, countless individuals dare to take such perilous actions. However, there are exceptional talents who, in the throes of life and death duels, occasionally unleash tremendous potential, thereby surpassing their limitations and ascending to higher levels. Before Chu Qianxun stood a living testament to this phenomenon. Truly, he was none other than the formidable Sand Emperor. Even those who loathed him could not deny his genius. Chu Qianxun stepped over the sticky filth that littered the ground and approached Yi Peition. At this moment, this still youthful blood Azura king appeared fraught with trepidation and dread. His complexion was pallid, his body tense, trembling slightly in the darkness. It is over. The monsters have all been vanquished, little Yi. Relax a little. Chu Qianxun's palm glowed softly, illuminating Yi Peition's wan visage. She gradually brought the warm, yellowish orb closer to his form. Her unique ability served solely to soothe the emotions of others, aiding them in maintaining composure and self-awareness during moments of breakthrough. At this moment, although Yi Peition had successfully advanced, Chu Qianxun discerned his palpable tension. She yearned to assist Yi Peition in regaining his composure. It seemed that only then did Yi Peition truly comprehend the identity of their visitor. He glanced at the faintly glowing light, then turned his gaze to Chu Qianxun, his lips quivering slightly as he relaxed, his entire body succumbing to a state of languor. The swirling clouds of sand suspended in the air began to dissipate, scattering across the ground. Chu Qianxun caught Yi Peition as he collapsed. Doubt flickered in her mind, for in that fleeting moment, the eyes in the darkness appeared to glisten with a hint of moisture. Chu Qianxun ignited a torch, its flames illuminating the subterranean chamber, revealing the harrowing scene within. Undeterred, she navigated through the carnage, severing the bonds that restrained the living, and bent down to retrieve 2 demon seeds from the mingled flesh and sand, pocketing them.
Yi Peition,
Having just ascended, was rendered incapacitated by the excessive exertion of his powers. Chu Qianxun carried him out of the basement and found a clean corner in the hall to gently place him on the ground. Wait here for a moment, she instructed. Just as she stood up, Yi Peition suddenly grasped her garment tightly. What is it? Chu Qianxun inquired. He averted his gaze, his brow furrowed in a troubled expression, ultimately saying nothing, releasing his long, pallid fingers. Have them descend into the basement and bring the survivors out. One by one, the survivors were carried from the depths below. Those still capable of movement instinctively distanced themselves from Yi Peition's vicinity. The man had just single-handedly reduced 2 ferocious beasts to mere pulp before their very eyes. The brutality of the scene instilled a sense of dread within them. A young girl in a flurry scrambled to the ground. She was unscathed, her limbs intact, and in her haste to flee, nearly stumbled over Yi Peition's foot. Upon catching sight of his face, she gasped softly, stepping back several paces in fright. The hall was filled with faint whispers, a collective murmur of astonishment. Yi Peition sat silently, his damp bangs obscuring his brow and eyes, concealing his expression from view. Can you rise? Let us depart, Chu Qianxun urged, her hand extending as she grew impatient with the throng in the hall.
Yi Peition nodded, grasping her hand.
With her assistance, he slowly stood and began to make his way toward the exit. Wait a moment, someone called out to them. Old Jean, limping forward, sincerely expressed, Thank you, Brother Peition. Such gratitude is beyond words. We shall have ample time to repay you in the future. Yi Peition turned his face slightly, offering a soft acknowledgement with a nod. Once outside, Chun Wei leapt from the vehicle parked in the courtyard. He displayed no hint of embarrassment for abandoning Yi Peition to escape alone. He waved toward the car, saying, Come. Thank you, Brother Yi. Wei's face emerged from the rear window. He was missing an arm, yet somehow still alive. He pressed a palm to his forehead in a salute to Yi Peition. Chu Qianxun was at the wheel, opening her car door to usher Yi Peition into the passenger seat. Just as the engine roared to life, a knock echoed against the window. The girl who had just displayed a look of fright before Yi Peition stood by the window, twisting the hem of her shirt and biting her lip. I was merely startled earlier. I meant no offense. I would like to express my gratitude for rescuing us. The car sped along the familiar route. Chu Qianxun glanced at the figure beside her. His hair fell across his face, obscuring his features, yet his previously taut lips now appeared less constrained. Yi Peition's mouth tightened once more. Is he unhappy again? Chu Qianxun mused to herself, pondering the unpredictable temperament of the formidable one. Upon their return to the base, twilight was settling in. After driving for over 2 hours, Yi Peition's body and abilities had nearly returned to their normal state. As he leaped from the vehicle, no visible injuries remained. The two entered through the base's gates, where they spotted Peng Haoyu and Gan Xiaodan engaged in conversation outside the rescue station. To their surprise, Peng Haoyu appeared quite cheerful, approaching with a friendly demeanor. How could a girl like Xiaodan handle such dirty work? He remarked, hands tucked into his pockets, beaming as he drew closer. However, Peng Haoyu's expression soured abruptly. At that moment, a piercing alarm suddenly resonated through the air above the base. Within the confines of the base, countless individuals gazed upwards in bewilderment, uncertain of the unfolding events. They have arrived, thought Chu Qianxun, exhilarated at the prospect of confronting the second-tier demonic entities. None would escape her grasp. Attention all personnel. Attention all personnel. A substantial horde of demons has been detected approaching our base from the northwest. All combat saints are to assemble at the main gate. All support saints are to gather at the relief station. This announcement is repeated. All personnel are urged to cooperate with the command and assemble swiftly. Swiftly assemble. United in purpose, we shall weather this storm. Under the divine protection, We shall undoubtedly vanquish the fiends. The urgent broadcast echoed throughout the base, tightening the hearts of all present. Should this sanctuary be lost, they would be cast adrift, scattered across the wilderness, left to confront the lurking demons alone. People hurriedly moved about. Countless individuals adorned with winged insignias knelt in fervent prayer, beseeching the divine for protection. In this moment, even those devoid of faith found themselves silently yearning for safety. From the depths of the relief station emerged a squad of fully armed personnel, their movements agile and their postures poised. Each bore the emblem of the holy angels on their shoulders, a diverse assembly of men, women, and children. Most were clad in armor fashioned from the hardened shells of demons, wielding ice blades fashioned from the limbs of these creatures, exuding an air of resolute confidence as they strode forth. Clearly, they were no ordinary individuals, but rather a formidable combat unit composed of saints. Among them stood a nurse of exquisite beauty, adorned in her uniform, with long, cascading curls intricately braided and draping gracefully over her chest, setting her apart from the crowd. She cast a glance towards Chu Qianxun, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she called out, "Peng Haoyu, fall in line, it's time to assemble." Her voice was melodious and captivating, evoking a sense of warmth in anyone who heard it. Peng Haoyu responded promptly, turning to beckon Chu Qianxun and Yi Peitian. "Shall we go together? If the base is destroyed, we will all be left without a home." Chu Qianxun and Yi Peitian exchanged glances, silently questioning each other. "Are you capable?" Yi Peitian nodded slightly. The two followed Peng Haoyu towards the entrance of the base. "Who are these two?" the enchanting nurse inquired with a smile. Peng Haoyu, tempering his usual bravado in her presence, replied with a hint of deference, "Allow me to introduce them. These two are our new saints at the base. This lovely lady shares my strength-based abilities, while this brother possesses the power of sand manipulation." Chu Qianxun scoffed internally, realizing that Peng Haoyu had indeed inquired about their backgrounds. The nurse stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand. "Wonderful. Thank you for coming to assist us. My name is Fu Yingyu, a member of the Holy Angel Relief Society." Chu Qianxun shook her hand, introducing herself, Chu Qianxun. Fu Yingyu's smile was sweet, her tone gentle, and her grip was soft and tender. Yet, for reasons unknown, a sense of unease surged within Chu Qianxun. Had this individual ever encountered him before? Chu Qianxun searched her mind for any particular memories associated with that name, but nothing remarkable came to mind. The entrance to the base was originally comprised of two iron gates resembling barriers, which, despite being reinforced with various iron plates and steel sheets, and the presence of a deep trench dug in front, were evidently insufficient to withstand the onslaught of numerous magical creatures. At that moment, people hurriedly brought various obstacles to fortify this broad gateway as much as possible. Yi Peitian approached the entrance and said, "Let me give it a try." He knelt on one knee, placing his palms on the earth before him, a slight frown creasing his brow. The ground began to tremble gently, and a deep rumbling resonated from beneath. Slowly, a robust earthen wall rose beneath Yi Peitian's feet, ascending at a visible pace. This wall, both wide and thick, not only sealed the entrance completely but also reinforced the surrounding walls. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, stairs appeared on the inner side of the wall, facilitating ascent to its summit. Yi Peitian released his grip, inhaling deeply as he stood atop the wall. "Wow, that's incredible. How did you manage that? Are you an Earth-type ability user? I have a friend who possesses Earth abilities, but the most he can conjure is a thin, low wall before he is utterly exhausted. Yours is truly remarkable." The crowd, gathered at the base of the wall, praised him in a flurry of excited chatter. Yi Peitian turned his gaze towards Chu Qianxun, who led the applause, exclaiming, "Impressive, truly impressive. The secondary level Peitian has begun to exhibit the majestic demeanor reminiscent of the once mighty desert emperor." Jiang Xiaojie hurriedly arrived, taken aback by the spectacle before him. "Wow, when did Brother Peitian become so formidable? You've come just in time. Follow me," Chu Qianxun said as she borrowed a fire hose from Fu Yingyu, leading Jiang Xiaojie to ascend the city wall. She drenched the newly built earthen wall thoroughly. Turning to Jiang Xiaojie, she urged, "Give it a try." "All right." Jiang Xiaojie exclaimed. Freeze! From beneath his feet, A vast expanse of icicles radiated outward, gradually cloaking the surface of the earthen wall in a smooth layer of ice. Jiang Xiaojie, overwhelmed, lost his footing and fell onto the wall, panting heavily. This is all I can do, Qianxun Jie. Incredible. You did exceptionally well, Xiaojie. Chu Qianxun praised him generously. The crowd erupted in applause. With such a sturdy, impregnable ice wall, the morale of the people surged, bolstering their confidence in repelling the monstrous threats. Those who had been hesitant and indecisive began to reconsider how to seize the opportunity to acquire the demonic seeds. Among the crowd, a bald man with a fierce gaze approached Fu Yingyu. Yingyu? Who is this person? Fu Yingyu, her sweet smile fading, shook her head. A newcomer, still unclear. As the golden sun sank in the west, the evening glow ignited the horizon like fire. From the depths of the jungle, a flurry of birds and beasts erupted, while a throng of dark figures surged forth from the forest's edge, advancing towards the base with astonishing speed. On the battlements stood a multitude of saints, each endowed with various extraordinary abilities, gripping their weapons as they braced themselves for the initial onslaught of the enemy. Xiaojie, you should descend and rest. Chu Qianxun instructed Jiang Xiaojie, who, exhausted and drained of energy, could only nod in acquiescence before vacating the battleground. You two descend, she added, directing her words towards Yi Peitian. I shall not, he replied, not even casting a glance in her direction. Chu Qianxun hesitated momentarily. Although she was aware that he would one day become an extraordinary figure, her interactions with him over the past few days revealed a surprisingly agreeable nature, as he hardly contested any of her opinions. This familiarity led her to adopt a more casual demeanor with him. The fact that he could still engage in combat after enduring such a day was truly commendable, and she silently admired his talents. The horde of monstrosities comprised approximately 20 to 30 creatures, and with her utmost focus, Chu Qianxun discerned that most of them were first-tier and ordinary beasts, with only 2 second-tier monsters lurking among them. Leading the charge was a swift, blood-red second-tier creature known as the Bloody Roamer. Amidst the throng of monsters, a towering figure known as the Stalwart Walker emerged. Its skin, no longer resembling its former bloated, fleshy hue, was instead armored with patches of gray, signifying its second-tier form, the Stony Armored Walker. Yet, Chu Qianxun's gaze fixated on the rear of the monstrous assembly, where a diminutive yet inconspicuous creature awaited her attention. This was the target she had anticipated for many days, the third-tier monster known as the Sleepless One. The Sleepless One retains almost the same appearance as in life. If one were to gaze solely upon its visage, they would perceive an ordinary woman, albeit with an extraordinary allure. Her skin glistens with a radiant translucence, and her long hair cascades gracefully. Between her brows and eyes lies a semblance of a smile, a delicate balance between wakefulness and slumber, as if this unwillingly departed soul wanders among the living. Her form is remarkably elongated, adorned with a series of bizarre black and yellow alternating patterns, and from her back sprout 2 pairs of gossamer wings, incessantly fluttering. What a fortuitous encounter! It is indeed a sleepless one, a veritable stroke of divine providence. A glimmer ignited in Chu Qianxun's eyes. The Sleepless One ranks as the weakest among third-tier magical beings in terms of offensive capability, possessing the ability to command lesser magical entities to launch attacks against humans. As its level ascends, so too does its potential to pose a formidable threat to humanity. Yet, in the presence of numerous allies, the Sleepless One is presently the most manageable of third-tier magical beings. The bloodthirsty wanderer, racing at the forefront, suddenly found itself ensnared by a multitude of vines that erupted from the ground. The crimson-hued creature emitted a furious roar, violently thrashing to break free from the fragile vines. Nevertheless, the earth continued to yield countless tendrils, wrapping around its form in relentless succession. A bald man standing beside Fu Yingyu extended an arm, focusing intently to cultivate the vines, thereby restraining the wanderer's movements. Such mastery of plant-based abilities signifies one at the pinnacle of the first tier. Chu Qianxun cast a glance at the man, unsheathed her dagger, and with unwavering resolve, leaped down from the ice wall, her figure becoming a fleeting shadow as she charged directly toward the wandering creature. Peng Haoyu was rendered speechless, unable to articulate a single word. From the earth beneath the sluggish walker, Two enormous hands formed of yellow sand emerged, seizing the walker's ankles. The colossal figure of the walker crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, even toppling several nearby fiends. Various supernatural abilities rained down from the walls, targeting the multitude of grotesque monsters below. The inaugural defense campaign of the Goose City base unfolded fervently beneath a sky ablaze with twilight hues. Amidst the widespread casualties among the monsters, countless melee saints, driven by an insatiable thirst for the demon seeds, leaped fearlessly from the battlements, engaging in close combat with the creatures. Behind Fu Yingyu, a pair of immaculate wings unfurled, resembling an angel descending from the heavens, hovering above the battlefield. Should anyone suffer grievously, she would descend from the skies, casting down ropes to rescue the wounded. We have not been forsaken by the divine. The gods still cherish us, sending angels to save humanity, murmured an elder atop the city walls, tears brimming in his eyes. Surrounding him, countless ordinary citizens, filled with fervent emotion, desperately hurled incendiary devices and stones to aid the fight below. In the eyes of the devoted, the saints' possession of supernatural powers was a testament to the divine mercy. The terrifying fiends before them and the saints bathed in holy light fortified their unwavering faith. Chu Qianxun traversed through the throng of monsters, arriving before the Sleepless One. Suspended in mid-air, the Sleepless One bore a strikingly beautiful visage, adorned with a serene smile of compassion, gazing down from above. Come on, kill me, and I shall aspire to ascend to the third tier. Chu Qianxun brandished her sword, a blend of trepidation and exhilaration coursing through her. You wish to slay me? The entity circled around her, taunting. Can you truly bring about my demise? Having endured a decade of trials in the apocalypse, her mental fortitude was beyond the influence of such low-tier monstrosities. With unwavering focus, her gaze never wavered from her foe's movements. Her left hand reached behind her shoulder, drawing forth another silvery blade that shimmered like water. With a swift motion, both blades twirled through the air, transforming into two immaculate arcs of white, circumventing the Sleepless One's form and striking true upon its back. The Sleepless One, adorned with a mask that perpetually smiled, suddenly froze, its crescent-shaped eyes widening in shock, pupils morphing into concentric circles of black and yellow that spun with a sinister rhythm. It opened its mouth, emitting a series of silent sound waves. Positioned closest to the source, Chu Qianxun bore the brunt of the assault, blood streaming from her ears as a wave of dizziness overcame her. Yet, she merely shook her head, retaliating by hurling her dual blades once more. This minor injury would not impede her actions. Though the Sleepless One held a rank above her, imposing a level of suppression, Chu Qianxun was fortified by her own psychic abilities, granting her a natural resilience against such mental onslaughts. Once more, the blades soared from her grasp, striking at the creature's vulnerable spot on its back. Sensing the dire turn of events, the Sleepless One ascended into the air, its alternating yellow and black stripes glowing with intensity, resembling a colossal queen wasp suspended above, summoning other monstrosities for protection. The nearby human saints, unable to withstand the onslaught of sound waves, collapsed into unconsciousness upon the ground. As the monstrous beings engaged with them, they swiftly turned their forms, charging towards Chu Qianxun. From the direction of the city walls, a slender shard of iron soared through the air, hovering high above. Chu Qianxun sprang into action, her toes momentarily resting on the iron piece for leverage, propelling herself high into the sky. Feng Qianqian stood atop an ice wall, fully concentrated on manipulating the shard to assist Chu Qianxun. Earlier, Qianxun had instructed her not to approach the battlefield, allowing her only to lend support from a distance. However, that distance proved to be rather taxing for her. After a moment of contemplation, Feng Qianqian descended from the ice wall. In the air, Chu Qianxun leaped higher, her dual blades intertwining as she forcefully plunged them into the back of the Sleepless One. Both the warrior and the beast plummeted from the sky, the Sleepless One desperately flapping its wings in a futile struggle, its long, sharp arms stabbing into Chu Qianxun's leg, attempting to dislodge her from its back and cast her to the ground. Chu Qianxun resolutely gripped the hilt of her blade, disregarding the injury to her leg, tightly clutching the monster's waist, determined not to be thrown off. Her blades had already pierced the vital point of this third-tier creature, With just a little more effort, the demon's essence would be within her grasp. This woman is truly formidable. On the city walls, the man beside Fu Yingyu observed Chu Qianxun battling the sleepless one in the distance. No, my greater interest lies with that individual, the one controlling the sand, Yi Peition. It is said that his self-healing abilities are extraordinary, which may prove beneficial to the doctor's research. Fu Yingyu's wings folded back. Ever since she witnessed the emergence of the flying sleepless one among the monsters, she had kept her distance. At that moment, all the monsters beneath the ice wall relinquished their fight and surged towards Chu Qianxun. The nearest one had already reached the point where she was entangled with the creatures, and her situation grew increasingly perilous. A row of sharp earthen spikes erupted from the ground, timely shielding Chu Qianxun and impaling several of the advancing monsters. Simultaneously, a hand formed from swirling yellow sand appeared in the air, grasping the wings of the sleepless one, thus granting Chu Qianxun a fleeting moment to act. With a flash of her blade, she struck at the back of the sleepless one, extracting the seed of magic. She sprang to her feet, disregarding her injuries, and fled with all her might. The monsters, now bereft of the sleepless one's control, paused in confusion for an instant. Only a few nearby continued their pursuit while the rest scattered, returning towards the more populous areas. Wounded and pursued by several monsters, Chu Qianxun dared not linger in battle. She fled with frantic speed, desperate to escape the battlefield. Unbeknownst to her, not far behind, a person who had overexerted their abilities lay collapsed on the ground, engulfed by the swarming horde of monsters. Within the base, the remaining individuals, leaning against the strong walls, gradually eliminated the disoriented monsters, one by one. Finally, after the sky had darkened completely, they achieved a hard-fought victory, albeit at a significant cost. A great bonfire was lit atop the ice wall, its flames piercing through the darkness, illuminating the desolate battlefield, now stained with the remnants of a fierce struggle. Beneath the cloak of night, a desolate wilderness lay strewn with the grotesque forms of monstrous beings, intermingled with the countless lifeless bodies of humans, each bearing the marks of a tragic demise. Numerous wounded souls lay moaning amidst the barren expanse. The yellow blood of the monsters mingled with the crimson lifeblood of humanity, flowing into the trench before the grand gate, nearly filling the deep ravine. The massive form of the stone-armored behemoth lay sprawled upon the ground, surrounded by a cadre of the Celestial Angel Relief Society, who were intent on dissecting its body in search of the demonic seed within. This creature was remarkably powerful, and they had paid a steep price to finally subdue it. At this moment, some began to realize that within the body of this clearly superior first-tier monster, there might lie a seed of even greater power. Many ordinary citizens and medical personnel descended from the walls, bearing stretchers to aid the injured. Yi Peition lay amidst a thicket of withered grass, his eyes wide open, gazing at the inky black sky above. It was a gloomy day, devoid of stars and the moon's glow. His legs were broken, and a torrent of warm blood poured from the severed ends, his body losing heat, growing increasingly cold. He was unable to move or call out for help. He hoped someone would discover him swiftly, at least before he was forced to succumb to death. A familiar figure appeared in the distance along the desolate path. Blood streamed down her face, yet she seemed unfazed, a smile curling upon her lips. Her bright eyes sparkled, and her face radiated joy as she swiftly traversed the wilderness. With the last vestiges of his strength, Yi Peition emitted a faint sound, yearning for that brilliant gaze to turn in his direction. Halting her impetuous stride, Chu Qianxun was on the verge of casting her gaze towards an obscure thicket of thatched grass nearby. "Qianxun, hasten! Qianxian is wounded," Gao Yan's anxious cry echoed from afar. A pang of concern seized Chu Qianxun's heart, and she sprinted towards their location. Feng Qianxian, a first-tier acolyte who had ingested a demon seed, possessed considerable combat prowess. Alas, at the tender age of 6, and with a gentle nature, she had been overwhelmed by panic when confronted by a grotesque demon after descending the ice wall, sustaining grievous injuries. Fortunately, the healing capabilities of acolytes far surpassed those of ordinary individuals, ensuring that her life was not in imminent danger. Gao Yan was diligently administering emergency treatment, yet her abilities were only sufficient to staunch the bleeding from the most severe wounds. Chu Qianxun cradled Feng Qianxian's petite form, scaled the high wall, and arrived at the aid station. "Oh dear, the little one has suffered such severe injuries." Fu Yingyu, who was busily overseeing the triage of the wounded, greeted them. "Quickly, fetch a stretcher. Summon the head of surgery immediately." Fu Yingyu exhibited exceptional attentiveness and warmth. Despite the dire scarcity of medical resources, she ensured that Feng Qianxian was provided with a bed and medical personnel. Feng Junlei was overflowing with gratitude, and even Chu Qianxun couldn't help but relinquish her initial reservations about Fu Yingyu. Zhang Xiaojie and Chu Qianxun lingered outside the aid station. "Sister Qianxun, after a while, my abilities recovered somewhat, and I seized the opportunity to descend the wall amidst the chaos. I managed to procure one," Zhang Xiaojie whispered, gesturing discreetly as he approached Chu Qianxun. "Clever." Chu Qianxun gave a thumbs up, her other hand buried in her pocket, idly twirling a few magical stones between her fingers. Among them was a third-tier magic seed, a second-tier magic seed, and several first-tier ones. The spoils of this battle exceeded her expectations, leaving her thoroughly satisfied. At this moment, most individuals within the base were still encountering second-tier magical creatures for the first time. They were not yet fully aware of the distinctions between the levels of magic seeds. However, with the dissection of the stone-armored Slowwalker, this secret would soon become common knowledge. Holding a high-tier magic seed in her grasp, Chu Qianxun feared becoming a target of envy and began contemplating when to depart from the Goose City base. Surely nothing could happen to someone as formidable as him? She gazed toward the entrance of the base. The ice surface conjured by Zhang Xiaojie had already begun to melt slowly. The towering wall erected by Yi Peition remained steadfast and sturdy. During the critical moment of the battle against the Sleepless Ones, she was grateful for Yi Peition's powerful abilities, which had aided her. Otherwise, it was uncertain whether the magic seed would have found its way into her possession. How could someone as strong as Yi Peition encounter any misfortune? Chu Qianxun's gaze drifted over the high wall into the pitch-black expanse of the wilderness. "I'll go take a look," she said. In the wilderness, the number of individuals clearing the battlefield had gradually diminished. After a prolonged search, she eventually discovered Yi Peition in a patch of grass far from the base's entrance. His legs were broken, lying in a pool of blood, barely clinging to a faint breath, merely on the brink of not yet becoming a cold corpse. Chu Qianxun wanted to inquire, "Are you all right?" However, she found the words lodged in her throat, unable to be uttered. His condition could by no means be deemed trivial. Gazing at Yi Peition before her, Chu Qianxun suddenly discovered that the heart she believed to have turned to stone over the years was now stirred by an unfamiliar pang of sorrow. She removed her coat and carefully wrapped it around Yi Peition's wound, gently lifting him from the pool of blood. Yi Peition's lips moved slightly. "What did you say?" Chu Qianxun leaned down and softly inquired. "So dark." The two words, faint and indistinct, were nonetheless understood by Chu Qianxun. She illuminated her palm, raising it before Yi Peition's eyes. "Is this all right? I will take you to a brighter place." A rare tenderness and patience emanated from her. Yi Peition gave the slightest nod, and his weary eyes finally closed, surrendering to slumber against her shoulder. "At last I have found you." The relief station, prior to the apocalypse, had been a medical research institute under the auspices of the Holy Angel Church. After the cataclysm, it had been hastily transformed into the sole medical rescue center within the base. At that moment, in a corner of the overcrowded hall, Gao Yan was tending to Chu Qianxun's wounds. She gazed at the gaping blood holes on Chu Qianxun's legs, unable to suppress a gasp of dismay. "Qianxun, I had no idea you were hurt so badly." With a touch of sympathy, Gao Yan supported Chu Qianxun's leg, applying medicine while lamenting, "And you still ran all this way? I nearly missed your injuries." "It's nothing, Sister Yan. This is but a trifle." Chu Qianxun gazed at her bloodied and mangled leg, not even furrowing her brow. For her, sustaining injuries in battle was an everyday occurrence. Gao Yan lifted her gaze to glance at Chu Qianxun, who bore a youthful visage, her delicate skin resembling a flower nurtured in an ivory tower, sheltered from the harshness of the world. Yet, her heart was forged like that of a seasoned warrior, resilient and unyielding. She embodied a profound contradiction, at times overly eager to assist strangers akin to herself, while at other moments exhibiting a chilling indifference towards the brutal and sanguinary realities around her. even regarding her own grievous wounds with a dispassionate nonchalance. Qianxun, there are times when I find you utterly inscrutable. It's as if you were born into this apocalypse, completely unfazed by the chaos of this world, Gao Yan remarked, wrapping pristine white gauze around Chu Qianxun's leg. You are a young woman. Despite the dire circumstances, you must cherish yourself a little more and refrain from exhausting yourself so. Chu Qianxun looked down at Gao Yan, recalling the woman she had initially known as selfish and ruthless. She had never anticipated that Gao Yan, in her early days, could possess such a tender side. After the battles, she took the time to inquire about each friend's well-being, promptly aiding Feng Qianxian, noticing Yi Peiyan's disappearance, and even discerning the unspoken injuries that Chu Qianxun bore. Yan Jie, I plan to leave tomorrow, Chu Qianxun stated. Chu Qianxun nodded slightly. Yes, I have already spoken to him. What about Yi Peiyan? Yi Peiyan was gravely injured, currently undergoing treatment in the operating room. Upon hearing his name, Chu Qianxun felt a tumult of emotions within her. Visions of the cold, merciless figure who had forged mountains of corpses and seas of blood clashed with the image of the young man who would sacrifice himself to aid others, trembling in a pool of blood, terrified of the darkness. Qianxun, do you harbor some resentment towards Xiao Yi? Although he may not be very talkative, I truly believe he possesses a kind heart. He is not a villain, Gao Yan offered gently, having bandaged Chu Qianxun's leg wound and cautiously lowering her legs to the ground. Chu Qianxun declined Gao Yan's assistance, rising and taking a few steps. I am fine. Thank you, Sister Yan. Zhang Xiaojie approached the two. Why are you out here? Were you not supposed to stay with Yi Peiyan?
Chu Qianxun inquired.
Brother Yi is in the operating room, and I cannot enter. Rest assured, he just built a wall to save the entire city. He is a great hero. Numerous doctors and nurses have gathered around him. I heard even the hospital director, Dr. Ma, has come personally. What about Qianxian? How is she? Qianxian is fine. She has already received treatment and is currently resting in her hospital room, with her father by her side. Chu Qianxun took a few steps under Gao Yan's concerned gaze. Her abilities had enhanced her physique. Although her injuries were severe, as long as she bore the pain, it did not impede her mobility. Yi Peiyan felt a haze enveloping his consciousness, with blinding lights flickering before him and shadows of figures clad in white coats swaying about. The atmosphere around him was exceedingly noisy, as if many voices were engaged in conversation. Doctor, look at this remarkable recovery ability. It is indeed a special phenomenon. Have you encountered any similar cases? No, he is the only one. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. Very well, let us proceed with sampling and observation. Gradually, the clamor subsided, and Yi Peiyan awoke, opening his eyes to find himself in a tidy hospital room. His wounds had been meticulously bandaged and sutured. He was inhaling oxygen through his nose and receiving intravenous fluids in his arm. A nurse stood vigil at the foot of his bed. Upon noticing his awakening, the nurse, named Fu Yingyu, bent down with genuine concern. You're awake. How do you feel? Are you feeling any better? She inquired gently, her voice imbued with warmth. Yi Peiyan's gaze swept around the room, yet he did not catch sight of the familiar figure he yearned for, leaving him with a tinge of disappointment. Would you like some water? Perhaps something to eat? I have plenty of food. Shall I prepare some broth for you? Fu Yingyu beamed a sweet smile, for she was an exceptionally beautiful woman, and few men could remain indifferent to her charm. Yi Peiyan shook his head, his attention wandering towards the door of the ward. Fu Yingyu felt a pang of discontent. She had not experienced such disregard in a long time. The young man before her had not even spared her a glance. Maintaining her signature smile, she softly adjusted the blanket over Yi Peiyan. Rest well. For this time I am truly grateful for your assistance. Had it not been for the timely barrier you erected, we cannot fathom how many more lives might have been lost. Just as I spoke, the door to the hospital room swung open, and Chu Qianxun entered, carrying a lunchbox. Yi Peiyan's eyes brightened instantly, and he mustered the strength to prop himself up. Do not move. Chu Qianxun hurried to his bedside, offering him support, before turning to greet Fu Yingyu. Thank you, she said. Fu Yingyu exited the room with a beaming smile, and as she closed the door, she noticed Chu Qianxun leaning over to open the food container at Yi Peiyan's bedside. I brought some food. How are you feeling? Would you like to eat something? The man, typically distant, displayed a bashful expression and nodded shyly. Fu Yingyu shut the door, her smile fading as she let out a soft hum. Chu Qianxun opened the food container, pouring a bowl of porridge from the jar into Yi Peitian's hands. Securing plain kanji at this moment was no trivial matter. They had gathered a bit of rice during their journey, and their supplies were nearly depleted. She managed to salvage enough broken grains to prepare half a jar. With a flourish, Chu Qianxun arranged a small plate of pickles and a few tender, fresh spinach leaves on the bedside table. Eat up. I ran all over the market to acquire this little bit. Yi Peitian lowered his gaze, turning the small stainless steel bowl in his hands a couple of times before finally uttering a complete sentence. Shall we eat together? Fortunately, Chu Qianxun readily agreed, sparing him further embarrassment. All right, I shall share a meal with you. Chu Qianxun decisively fetched another bowl and ladled some porridge into it, settling down beside Yi Peitian at the head of the bed. At that moment, electricity was in short supply, and the ward was illuminated only by a dim night light. The two of them huddled together at the bedside, sharing the rare delicacy of plain porridge and vegetables under the faint, flickering light. Yi Peitian, gravely injured and unable to move easily, remained silent as he drank the porridge, while Chu Qianxun diligently placed the few green vegetables into his bowl. Thank you, he suddenly spoke. Why are you thanking me? Chu Qianxun chuckled. It is I who should express gratitude to you for your relentless assistance. Although your help has been invaluable, I must advise you, she continued earnestly, gazing into Yi Peitian's eyes. In future battles, you must carefully assess your abilities. Regardless of the circumstances or whom you fight for, you cannot allow your powers to deplete. Do you understand? Even if you are not in danger of death, it remains unacceptable. In the dim light, his eyes seemed to convey a silent narrative. Yi Peitian pressed his lips together, and the spacious ward fell into a prolonged silence. Chu Qianxun's gaze drifted to the empty space where his legs should have been, her mind swirling with confusion. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she blurted out, "Why not come with us?" The instant the words left her lips, she regretted them. She wished to slap herself for unwittingly inviting the formidable Yi Peitian to join them once again. Yet Yi Peitian suddenly lifted his head. He parted his lips, and in an instant, his entire countenance seemed to radiate with a newfound brilliance, revealing an expression that stirred a sense of guilt within Chu Qianxun. Was he truly this elated? Chu Qianxun pondered, realizing that he genuinely wished to accompany them. Perhaps he simply did not favor this base, she reasoned with herself. In the nocturnal stillness, Yi Peitian lowered his lashes and unexpectedly broached an unrelated topic. My mother is my stepmother. I grew up by her side from a young age. She was both affectionate and gentle towards me, often appearing to treat me better than my brother. Everyone claims she is a wonderful mother. His voice held a certain gravitas, drawing listeners into the narrative he wove. Yet, an unsettling intuition persisted within me, suggesting that her affection was not as genuine as it seemed. It felt as though she harbored a desire, lurking just beneath the surface, to cast me out of her life when the moment allowed. From a young age, I endeavored to earn her approval, striving to prevent her from revealing that disdainful expression behind closed doors. Yi Peitian fell silent, the weight of unspoken words hanging in the air. Chu Qianxun hesitated to contemplate the lingering tale, aware that Yi Peitian's confinement in that warehouse was a consequence of the very mother he spoke of. Previously, I always felt that you. Yi Peitian managed a faint smile of embarrassment, believing you also harbored disdain for me. I was mistaken, he chuckled. With a sigh inwardly, Chu Qianxun tidied the dishes on the table and assisted him in lying down. Rest now. I shall come to retrieve you when we depart tomorrow. Chu Qianxun walked towards her residence, carrying an empty food box. The injuries on her legs did not hinder her light-footed progress. Although she was acutely aware of her erroneous decision, a sense of relief washed over her heart. It was already past midnight, and the neighborhood, devoid of power, was shrouded in darkness and silence. In the alley adorned with drooping wisteria in front of their apartment building, a young couple was engaged in hushed conversation. The girl leaned against the wall, somewhat uneasy, her cheeks flushed, and her demeanor shy. In contrast, the man confidently leaned against the wall, whispering sweet nothings with ease. Chu Qianxun halted in her tracks. It was Gan Xiaodan and Peng Haoyu. Xiaodan, rest assured, I will take care of you from now on. I won't let you suffer like this again. Brother, how you? I can work at the relief station. How could I possibly bear to let someone as lovely as you do such menial and tiresome work? Pains my heart. Their sticky sweet dialogue floated through the air. Suddenly, Chu Qianxun was reminded of her own experience when she fled to the Goose City base alone. In that moment, she felt much like the current Gan Xiaodan, desperately yearning to find someone upon whom to lean, a yearning so strong that she would grasp at any semblance of support. Fortunately, the harsh realities of life had taught her invaluable lessons. Sometimes, individuals cannot truly heed the advice of others unless they have personally endured the pain. How could Yi Peition possess such remarkable recovery abilities? Where did you meet him? Pang Haoyu felt a slight sense of triumph. This woman was far too easy to manipulate. Now, he could elicit any information from her with remarkable ease. When we encountered him, it was in a dimly lit warehouse. Gan Xiaodan struggled to continue speaking, as an irksome cough interrupted her. She looked up to see Chu Qianxun standing not far away, gazing at them with indifference from the shadows of the street. Qianxun Gan Xiaodan felt a surge of panic. Pang Haoyu, following the sound, spotted Chu Qianxun and, unfazed, turned around with a grin. Oh, Qianxun, I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Xiaodan and I, we've hit it off. Chu Qianxun's voice was frosty as she replied, I remember the first time I saw you. There was a woman by your side. Oh, that hardly counts. It was merely a fleeting encounter. Ever since I met Xiaodan, look at how pure and gentle she is. That when I became serious. He tightened his embrace around Gan Xiaodan's shoulders. I senti that right, Xiaodan? Chu Qianxun shot a glance at her, silently bypassing them. Once inside the house, where the lights were dim, Chu Qianxun sat on the sofa, removing her muddy boots. Gan Xiaodan followed her in and quietly closed the door. Qianxun, she said, standing hesitantly at the entrance. Are you upset? Haoyu is actually quite a good person. Chu Qianxun felt a deep sense of aversion. She endeavored to summon her limited patience. Xiaodan, since you choose to remain here, you cannot rely on others. Once I depart, following such a man will lead to nothing but a dire fate. Gan Xiaodan's eyes immediately brimmed with tears. But I am not like you. I possess no skills. How can you expect me to survive in this chaotic world? Realizing that reasoning was futile, Chu Qianxun rose and walked toward the bedroom. We shall leave tomorrow. The remaining food in the house is yours. Take care of yourself. Qianxun, yes, I fear leaving the base. But have you not long contemplated using this opportunity to abandon me, your burden? Gan Xiaodan's voice grew agitated. You were never like this before. You were the gentlest in our dormitory, and our bond has always been strong. Why, when the apocalypse arrived, did you turn so cold? Chu Qianxun paused momentarily, her figure fading into the threshold of the bedroom. In the dimly lit living room, only the sound of Gan Xiaodan's sorrowful weeping remained. In her, Chu Qianxun seemed to glimpse her former self, the powerless and feeble woman, unable to stand firm in any aspect. She felt a sense of relief at having severed ties with her past, despite the agonizing process it entailed. She hoped that one day, Gan Xiaodan would comprehend this truth as well. Chu Qianxun did not rise until the dawn had fully broken. The sleepless possess a pair of sharp forelimbs, making them excellent materials for crafting weapons. Chu Qianxun brought the goods to the market, exchanging them for essential supplies for daily living. She, along with Gao Yan and Zhang Shaojia, shouldered their packs and headed to the relief station's ward to fetch Yi Peition, while also bidding farewell to Feng Junlei and his daughter. Feng Junlei emerged to see them off, while Fu Yingyu wheeled Yi Peition out of the room. Where is Qianxian? Chu Qianxun inquired of Feng Junlei. She is in the treatment room. Director Ma of the relief station stated that he would personally conduct a thorough examination today. Feng Junlei scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't inform her of your departure, fearing she might find it difficult to accept. He expressed his gratitude to Fu Yingyu, who had also come to see them off, saying, I truly appreciate Miss Fu and Director Ma's care. They have shown great concern for Qianxian. Otherwise, given the current circumstances, she would not have received such excellent treatment. Fu Yingyu beamed and replied, You're too kind. Both Qianxian and Peition were injured in the service of saving the base. They are heroes to us all. We are merely doing our part. Chu Qianxun discreetly pulled Feng Junlei aside and slipped him a first-tier magic seed. Feng Junlei was deeply moved but refused to accept it. Sister Qianxun, you should keep this for yourself. I cannot express how grateful I am for all the care you've shown us on this journey. If it weren't for Qianxian being so young, I would truly wish to continue traveling with you. Please take it, Brother Feng, and take care of yourself, Chu Qianxun said, suppressing her emotions. In this apocalyptic world, it was commonplace for friends to come and go. Merely encountering an old friend and sharing a moment together brought her immense solace. Chu Qianxun turned around, intending to take the wheelchair from Fu Yingyu's hands. I will not accompany you, Yi Peition suddenly declared. What? Chu Qianxun was momentarily taken aback. Even as she settled into the vehicle and departed from the base, she could not fathom why Yi Peition had abruptly altered his decision. Zhang Xiaojie glanced through the rearview mirror at Fu Yingyu, who stood outside the rescue station, waving goodbye fervently, alongside the silent figure of Yi Peition seated in the wheelchair. Do you think Brother Yi has become entangled with that nurse, which is why he won't join us? The driver, Gao Yenting, playfully slapped his head with one hand. At such a tender age, what nonsense are you spouting? Chu Qianxun sat in the back of the truck, observing the man who remained silently in his wheelchair. His silhouette grew increasingly indistinct amidst the dust kicked up by the vehicle. She felt a profound disconnect with Yi Peition, considering they had shared such a harmonious conversation the previous night. Chu Qianxun was puzzled as to what might have caused his complete change of heart overnight. Perhaps this is for the best. The base is far more secure and stable than the wilderness, she mused. He had endured so much suffering and had lost his leg. Choosing to recuperate in such an environment could indeed be a wise decision. In every corner of the rescue station's hall, battle-ready saints of the Holy Angel Church slowly rose to their feet. You see, there is no need for us to go to great lengths for you and Qianxun. Feng Qianxian and her daughter can happily reside in the base. Meanwhile, you merely assist the doctor in a minor experiment, which, in essence, serves the welfare of all humanity. Should it succeed, Peition, you will emerge as a hero in the eyes of many. After several days of travel, Chu Qianxun and her companions encountered a roadblock caused by a landslide, forcing the three to abandon their vehicle and proceed on foot. Before them lay a desolate town, a mere month since the apocalypse had descended. Once a bustling human settlement, it now stood as a testament to ruin and desolation. The silent buildings loomed amidst swirling dust, their darkened windows gazing down upon the insignificant passers-by. Scattered along the town streets were makeshift barriers fashioned from sharp wooden stakes, haphazardly entwined with barbed wire. Chu Qianxun and her companions approached with caution, halting at a safe distance. Suddenly, a faint sound pierced the air. Instinctively, Chu Qianxun seized Gao Yan by the arm and leaped backward. In a swift motion, she extended her hand and, as if grasping at thin air, caught a bullet that was aimed at her arm. She felt no pride in her keen reflexes. The bullet, having altered its trajectory in pursuit after their retreat, had slowed down enough for her to seize it effortlessly. Concealed in the shadows was a sniper, a novice wielder of a unique ability to manipulate the trajectory of bullets. In a fit of rage, Zhang Xiaojie summoned a dozen ice spikes that coalesced around him, charging towards the window from which the bullets were fired like a tempest. Ice powers, intriguing, a man's voice echoed, laced with a haughty nonchalance. A slender line of fire snaked across the ground, the flames racing toward Zhang Xiaojie with alarming speed. As it enveloped him, the intensity of the blaze surged, igniting a vast inferno. Zhang Xiaojie had encountered fire-type abilities before. Some could conjure mere fireballs, while others could generate semicircles of flame, none of which posed a formidable threat. However, the ferocity of this fire was unprecedented, catching him off guard. Chu Qianxun had already seized Zhang Xiaojie and Gao Yan, swiftly retreating into a nearby skyscraper. Oh, quite the speed, are you a speed type? The voice remarked again. She had consumed a second-tier magic seed obtained during the battle in Acheng, and had engaged in several skirmishes with magical creatures along the way, her abilities nearing the pinnacle of the second tier. Yet, if possible, she wished to avoid confrontation with the powerful fire-type saints and the formidable gun-wielding saints lurking in the shadows. Bright beams of light sprang up from behind a barricade as several individuals emerged to remove the obstruction. Where did you come from? Come with me. This is the Nanshi base. The leader wishes to meet you, one of them announced. Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan exchanged glances, then crossed the blockade with their guide. In the early days of the apocalypse, any newly established base was eager to recruit ability users and typically would not seek to trouble three capable saints without just cause. Behind the barricade sat several personnel responsible for registering entries and exits. One of them, visibly impatient, tapped his pen against the paper in his hand. If you wish to remain at the base, you must surrender all your provisions. After completing your assigned tasks each day, the base will provide you with meals. The guide whispered a few words in his ear, softening the man's demeanor slightly. All three of you are saints? Why not mention it earlier? Saints need not go through this formality. Just register and enter. The leader wishes to see you. In stark contrast to the apparent harmony and brilliance of the Goose City base, the South Stream base resembled a refugee camp rife with exploitation and violence. Along the way, one could observe ragged individuals being harshly reprimanded by overseers as they busily constructed various fortifications. Meanwhile, the endowed saints, impeccably dressed and exuding an air of ease, moved in and out with nonchalance. Chu Qianxun and her companions were led into a spacious conference hall, its windows facing the road from which they had arrived. At the center of the hall lounged a nonchalant young man. His complexion was pale, with dark circles beneath his eyes, and around his neck hung a haphazard assortment of pendants. Several metallic rings adorned his fingers. In any other context, Chu Qianxun might have mistaken him for a street performer of the hip-hop variety. Behind him stood a woman with a stern expression, her long hair pulled back into a high ponytail, equipped with professional goggles, meticulously cleaning a sniper rifle. Where do you come from? What abilities do you possess? The man inquired, his legs casually propped on the table, his posture lacking any semblance of formality. Brother Wan, these individuals hail from the Goose City base, the guide replied, bowing and nodding before him. In the city of Acheng, a man named Wan Goose scoffed disdainfully, expressing his aversion to that wretched place, where a multitude of people incessantly preached the notion that God loves all mankind, as if everyone were a fool. If there truly existed a deity who adored humanity, would he still be residing in such a dismal locale? Upon uttering these words, a fleeting thought crossed Chu Qianxun's mind, hinting at something she had overlooked. The phrase God loves all mankind resonated with an unsettling familiarity. Esteemed guests, this shall be your accommodation, announced a man named Quan, guiding Chu Qianxun and her companions to the doors of 3 dormitories. He handed over the keys with a sycophantic demeanor, fervently outlining the essentials for living within the confines of this base. He even busily swept the floors and wiped the tables, diligently tending to their quarters. In contrast to the larger Acheng base, the Nanchi base housed a significantly smaller populace, compelling all residents to congregate within the confines of a secondary school campus. The entire base operated under a militarized regime, thus establishing a nascent sense of class distinction. Ordinary individuals toiled under the most grueling conditions, earning points that could be exchanged for specially issued meal tickets to procure sustenance. In stark contrast, the saints enjoyed superior privileges. They occupied elevated positions within the base, receiving the servitude and flattery of the common folk. Saints like Chu Qianxun, upon their arrival at the base, were allocated bright, private dormitories complete with en-suite bathrooms. Ordinary individuals devoid of extraordinary abilities are often crammed into makeshift dormitories on the ground floor, with many more finding rest in the classrooms of the teaching building, sleeping upon beds hastily constructed from tables. From the window of a 3rd-floor dormitory, one can gaze down upon the playground where an extensive queue forms, awaiting the distribution of today's meager rations. The meal consists of a pot of broth resembling the water used for washing dishes, accompanied by another pot of overcooked, congealed fried noodles. Those in line clutch colorful tickets, bartering for food that even a beggar on the brink of despair might reject. An elderly man presents 2 green, specially designated meal tickets, the fruits of his labor throughout the day. The server scoops a meager portion of noodles, which plops into the man's bowl with a dull thud. The serving is scant, barely sufficient to cover the bottom of the bowl. Kind sir, please just a little more. I have a child at home. The server, growing impatient, ladles a bit of broth into his bowl. Just a bit more, please, this is hardly enough. Move along, what's the fuss without a ticket? The server's irritation escalates. Get lost, you old fool, don't hold me up. A man behind the elder forcefully pushes him aside, presenting 4 meal tickets. "Master, may I have a double portion?" The elderly man stumbles out of line, clutching his meager food, tears streaming down his face as he departs. Such a pity. Gao Yan stands by the window. There is nothing to pity. Does his weakness justify his reasoning? Zhang Shaojie dangled one foot while seated by the window. At this moment, having something to eat was already a blessing. During my retreat into the mountains, I endured 2 days of hunger. He noticed Chu Qianxun's gaze directed towards him and momentarily worried that she might find his demeanor overly aloof. "Did I say something wrong, Sister Qianxun?" Chu Qianxun reached out to gently pat his head. At such times, no one can afford to be idle. The organizer of the base, who provided such opportunities for all individuals to exchange labor for food, was indeed quite capable. Naturally, such a system may lead to numerous abuses of power, bullying, and injustices. However, in an era where even basic sustenance is not guaranteed, all human rights yield to the pressing issue of survival. Chu Qianxun recalled the carefree leader of the base she had encountered in the conference hall. The man was named Gao Wan. She could hardly fathom how such a person could possess such formidable and effective organizational skills. "You 3 need not queue at the playground. There is a cafeteria on the 2nd floor of the building across, specifically catering to the saints." After completing his chores, a Quan respectfully presented several red meal tickets, which were freely provided by the base to newly arrived saints. 1 red ticket equaled 10 green ones. Subsequently, you may earn tickets by participating in the base's organized activities, corresponding to your contributions. Within our base, all purchases are made using tickets. "Thank you." Chu Qianxun rummaged through her bag and tossed him a small packet of biscuits. A Qian gratefully accepted the task, having diligently secured this opportunity for himself. His motivations were twofold: to familiarize himself with the newly arrived formidable individuals and to earn a modest gratuity. Although the individual before him was a young woman, she displayed considerable generosity. This prompted a Qian to become even more attentive and warm-hearted. What if someone merely resides in the base without participating in missions? Chu Qianxun inquired. However, individuals like Miss Gao need not concern themselves with such matters. She simply needs to visit Teacher Jiang within the base to register and fulfill her assigned medical duties to receive her compensation, he replied. Chu Qianxun nodded, recognizing that this base was evolving into a model for the management of larger installations in the future. Yet, the names of the base and the individual known as Gao Wan were unfamiliar to her. Perhaps this base ultimately succumbed to destruction during some disaster. In the apocalyptic world, bases overrun by monstrous creatures or fallen to human folly were regrettably commonplace. Who is Teacher Jiang? Chu Qianxun continued her inquiry. Teacher Jiang is a remarkable figure in our base. He and his son were originally teachers at this school. After the apocalypse struck, Brother Wan brought a few individuals here and cleared the school of monsters. Teacher Jiang has been instrumental in managing this place. A Qian expressed with evident admiration. As you can see, the rules and systems we adhere to were all established by Teacher Jiang. The orderly state of our base is truly thanks to him and his son. Brother Wan typically focuses on slaying monsters. Chu Qianxun roughly assessed the situation at Nanchi base after bidding farewell to a Quan. Along with Gao Yan and Zhang Shaojie, she proceeded to the dining hall. As they traversed the playground, they spotted an elderly man, who had just collected his meal, seated at the edge, feeding his 7- or 8-year-old grandson noodles. With only a meager portion of food and a grandson who had been hungry all day, he seemed reluctant to take more than a few bites himself, instead shoving most of the meager, unappetizing noodles into the child's mouth. As the trio passed by, Gao Yan lagged behind. Noticing that Chu Qianxun was oblivious, she swiftly crouched down and placed a roasted bird egg from her pocket into the boy's bowl. This egg had been foraged by Chu Qianxun during their journey, roasted and split between them. At the time, Gao Yan had hesitated to consume it all in one go and had kept one tucked away. Chu Qianxun cast a sidelong glance at her but said nothing. The image of Gao Yan fiercely snatching food from a child's hands flashed in her mind. Sister Yan was indeed a stark contrast to her former self, Chu Qianxun mused. Upon entering the dining hall, they found the food, though not as sumptuous as before the apocalypse, to be a significant improvement over the meager rations distributed on the playground. There were rice steamed buns, and some meat dishes that were exceedingly rare in these times. Naturally, the prices were quite steep. If one was willing to part with their tickets, they could even request the chef to prepare a steaming bowl of noodles on the spot. As newcomers, the trio found themselves under the scrutinizing gazes of the other patrons, all of whom had turned to size them up. In order to avoid drawing excessive attention, they opted for the simplest of meals and settled into a corner to dine. Not far from them, a middle-aged man prepared to eat by retrieving a small booklet and reverently reciting a prayer. At that moment, Gao Wan, accompanied by a group of men, strode into the restaurant, carelessly kicking over the man's chair. The booklet fell to the floor, its cover adorned with a pair of angelic wings. Most patrons in the restaurant rose to greet Gao Wan, regardless of age, calling him Brother Wan.
Bare-chested.
With a jacket draped over his shoulder, he was flanked by a cadre of men with menacing expressions. Old Zhang, how many times must I tell you not to believe in that so-called laborer-esque cult? It's all just a ruse to dupe fools like you, he said, bending down, pointing to his own head, and stepping on the cover of the booklet. This really ruins my appetite. The man named Old Zhang, his face flushed, scrambled to his feet, lowering his head in silent indignation. Enough, Awan. Old Zhang has his own little hobbies. A refined older gentleman with glasses interjected, gently patting Gao Wan's shoulder in an attempt to mediate. Gao Wan snorted disdainfully, lifting his foot and plopping down into a seat. Old Zhang picked up the booklet and quietly expressed his gratitude to the bespectacled elder, saying, "Thank you, Teacher Zhang." He swiftly tucked the booklet away and left, while Gao Wan lounged with an air of irreverence, his face a mask of scorn. Forget it, Awan. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. Do not stoop to their level. The legendary teacher Zhang adjusted his spectacles and took a seat beside Gao Wan. Those who had entered alongside Gao Wan gradually settled around him. Courteous attendants had already brought forth a lavish array of delicacies for their enjoyment. As Gao Wan dined, he voiced his grievances to those nearby, exclaiming that divine love for humanity was utterly meaningless. Their institution in Goose City boasted a research center, where a woman with wings like a bird was said to be a holy angel. Damn it, I have seen that woman. Her ruthlessness in taking lives surpasses even mine. Blood Angel is a more fitting title. When the words Blood Angel reached Chu Qianxun's ears, her heart tightened suddenly. A fragment of memory flickered in her mind. In the years preceding the apocalypse, a notorious figure within the Divine Love Group was infamously known as the Bloody Angel. She was a cruel and bloodthirsty woman. As the Divine Love Group tore away the facade of charity and began to expand its power, this bloody angel often manifested with wings, soaring high above, her feathers transforming into blades that rained down like daggers. The once pristine wings became stained with the blood of dissenters, earning her the moniker of Bloody Angel. Following the emergence of the demonic breed, many vulnerable souls, unable to sustain themselves independently, chose to cling to the powerful for survival. In doing so, they willingly sacrificed their dignity, appearance, and even their bodies in exchange for mere sustenance, clinging to life. Such actions were not limited to women. Men, too, found themselves in similar predicaments. It is often observed that numerous powerful male saints are surrounded by a multitude of beautiful women. Likewise, there are formidable female saints who keep handsome men in their company. This infamous figure, known as the Bloody Angel, has gained notoriety to such an extent that even individuals like Chu Qianxun, who were once marginalized in society, have heard of her. This notoriety is primarily due to her many lovers and the frequent scandals involving the brutal murder of these lovers. A photograph crystallized in Chu Qianxun's mind, one she had seen many years ago in a newspaper, "Fooing you." Suddenly, Chu Qianxun stood up. A myriad of images and voices from conversations flashed through her mind. Memories from years past began to resurface, sparked by this clue. Back then, she had been struggling for survival in the mire, and the affairs of those magnates seemed utterly irrelevant to her. At most, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of a few words printed in prestigious newspapers. The once renowned Divine Love Group had originally been a modest pharmaceutical research company. Where did that company first emerge? What was its name? Chu Qianxun felt a chill enveloping her. The truth lay before her, awaiting her grasp. The famed healing elixir known as Holy Blood, produced by the Divine Love Group, is priceless and exceedingly rare. Holy blood is categorized into 3 levels based on its efficacy. The most basic form is a somewhat viscous liquid, while the mid to high levels, which Chu Qianxun had never encountered, are said to be semi-solid in nature. Chu Qianxun had once gritted her teeth and spent a fortune to acquire a low-level holy blood. The taste that lingered in her mouth. She suddenly clenched her fists and bent down, retching violently. Gao Yan and Jiang Shaojie were startled. Sister Qianxun, what's wrong? Are you all right, Qianxun? Chu Qianxun waved her hand dismissively, as her memories wove together into a coherent narrative. The Holy Angel Charity Association was the precursor to the renowned Divine Love Group of later years. Their pharmaceutical research center was initially located in E-City. 3 months after the apocalypse began, their researchers stumbled upon the barely alive Yi Peition within a warehouse. What had they done with Yi Peition? Why had Yi Peition transformed into a ruthless killer, relentlessly pursuing the Divine Love Group in a frenzied quest for vengeance? Without needing to ponder further, the repugnant truth lay before Chu Qianxun in a gruesome display. She declined Gao Yan's concern, gesturing for her to stop, and closed her eyes. The seemingly cold and selfish Gao Yan, in truth, was a gentle and considerate woman. The bloodthirsty Yi Peition was a naive soul who would readily sacrifice himself for others. The Divine Love Group, which claimed to have saved all humanity, secretly conducted inhumane experiments, even resorting to extracting human flesh and blood for their own gain. Retracing her past steps, the revelations seen from a different vantage point utterly shattered Chu Qianxun's memories. Upon returning to her residence, she wasted no time in packing her bag and arming herself. Clad in a black windbreaker, donning short boots and gloves, with twin daggers sheathed at her waist, a dagger strapped to her thigh, and a pistol at her hip, she exuded an aura of chilling lethality. Gao Yan and Jiang Shaojie were taken aback. Qianxun, where are you headed? Gao Yan grasped her arm. I need to be away for a few days. You and Shaojie must remain here and not wander off. Sister Qianxun, what are you going to do? I want to accompany you, Jiang Shaojie inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. He understood that with Qianxun's current demeanor, it was highly probable she was on her way to confront a conflict. Although her level surpassed that of all the saints in the E-City base, the sheer number of foes posed a considerable threat. Qianxun did not wish for her anger to inadvertently embroil the innocent youth, Jiang Shaojie. With her backpack secured, she propelled herself from the 3rd-floor windowsill, leaping into the night. Gao Yan and Jiang Shaojie rushed to the window, only to witness her dark figure darting across the expansive playground, swiftly heading toward the school gates. Within the suite once occupied by Feng Junlei and his companions at the E-City base, a woman rummaged through the dark, disordered room, illuminating her path with a flashlight. Although the 3 suites had recently housed saints, they had long since vacated, and the premises had been thoroughly searched innumerable times. Yet, she clung to the hope of uncovering even a morsel of food or useful supplies left behind in some forgotten corner. What are you searching for? Where are the former residents? A voice suddenly pierced the oppressive darkness of the room. On the windowsill of the living room, a shadowy figure sat, its features obscured by darkness, save for its chilling, glinting eyes that reflected a faint light. Startled, the woman dropped what she was holding and instinctively attempted to flee. In an instant, the shadow moved behind her. A cold, gleaming blade pressed against her neck. Please don't kill me. I live downstairs, and I don't know anyone who resides here, she exclaimed in terror, raising her hands cautiously. What do you wish to know? I will share everything I know. Fear coursed through her. She understood that those possessing extraordinary abilities had little regard for the lives of ordinary individuals. Where are they? Came the icy voice once more. There used to be a father and daughter living here. The daughter was a saint. However, I heard she committed some offense and fled. A few days ago, agents from the Holy Angel Church searched the place, claiming to be looking for someone, and took all the residents away for questioning. They escaped? What about the girl next door? She queried. That girl has become the woman of Patrolman Peng. She moved over to his side early this morning. I even encountered her on the street yesterday. With that revelation, the chilling sensation at her neck dissipated. After a moment's pause, she cautiously turned her head, only to find the room empty and desolate. Peng Haoyu's residence appeared chaotic. To thwart potential theft, He had carelessly piled an assortment of collected supplies and even the limbs of monsters in the corner of his bedroom. At this moment, a stunningly beautiful woman struck Gan Xiaodan sharply across the face. With a slender finger pointed directly at her, she exclaimed, "You shameless vixen, understand the rules. There is an order to everything, and you think you can compete with me for how you goo." Gan Xiaodan crumpled to the ground, covering her face and sobbing softly. Peng Haoyu lounged on the bed, casting a disinterested glance her way, casually remarking, "Ajuan, temper yourself." To him, the rivalry among women was merely a testament to his masculine allure. Moreover, Gan Xiaodan had lost her utility, rendering any need for appeasement unnecessary. Seeing that Peng Haoyu was indifferent, Ajuan's courage grew bolder. With her brows furrowed, she swung her arm downwards to strike. However, her wrist was seized by a powerful hand, and a shadowy figure had silently appeared beside her. Without a hint of compassion, the newcomer twisted her wrist sharply, sending her crashing to the ground. Ajuan let out a piercing scream before losing consciousness. Just as Peng Haoyu was about to rise, Chu Qianxun had already closed in, delivering a fierce kick that sent him sprawling onto the floor. Blood spurted from his mouth as a ringing filled his ears. It was Chu Qianxun. For the first time, he comprehended the vast disparity in strength between them. Chu Qianxun's boot pressed down on his back as she unsheathed a dagger with a metallic clink, positioning it against his carotid artery. "No, Qianxun, please." Bewildered, Gan Xiaodan rose to her feet, her hair disheveled, her complexion wan, one side of her face swollen and red. In just a few days she had undergone a complete transformation. Ignoring her, Chu Qianxun pressed down with her foot. "Where is Yi Peitian?"
Ye Peitian.
"This has nothing to do with me." "Ah, Sister Chu, please, be gentle." Gan Xiaodan took a couple of steps forward, attempting to dissuade her. "Qianxun." Gan Xiaodan's lips trembled, and tears welled up in her eyes. Chu Qianxun's blade parted her long hair, unflinchingly pressing against her pale neck, as she spoke. I don't know." Gan Xiaodan finally succumbed to fear. "The night you were to leave, members of the Holy Angel Church summoned me. They detained me and, under the guise of an inspection, held Qianxian. How did they know I was leaving?" Chu Qianxun fixed her gaze upon her eyes. Gan Xiaodan's gaze flickered momentarily as she glanced at Peng Haoyu on the ground. "So, you informed Peng Haoyu and Peng Haoyu informed them. Therefore, Yi Peitian was compelled to stay because of you and Feng Qianxian," Chu Qianxun stated icily. "This, I was unaware of it. I had no idea that the church would go to such lengths to keep little Yi," Gan Xiaodan hastily explained. In truth, even if Xiaoya did not choose to remain, he would still be unable to depart, leaving you ensnared in peril without cause. You are unaware of the multitude of saints from the church that lay in ambush on the day they bid you farewell in the hall. Those individuals merely sought to avoid conflict with you. Should the need arise, they would not hesitate to act with severity. Chu Qianxun gazed at her with growing disappointment. "Qianxun, truly I too have been deceived. Fooing you conveyed to us that it was merely an invitation for Xiaoya to partake in some experiments. How could I have known they would resort to such measures?" Gan Xiaodan's voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately daring not to meet Chu Qianxun's eyes. She was evidently aware of the events surrounding Yi Peitian. "And what of Qianxian?" Chu Qianxun's tone remained unperturbed. "Qianxian is unharmed." Gan Xiaodan finally exhaled with relief. "After you departed, Brother Feng attempted several times to visit Xiaoya, but was thwarted at every turn. Sensing something amiss, he fled one night with Qianxian. Their whereabouts now remain unknown." Chu Qianxun nearly laughed. "Qianxian and her father have escaped alone into the wilderness you would not dare to venture into. Do you truly consider that to be unharmed?" Gan Xiaodan averted her gaze. "Where is Yi Peitian now?" Chu Qianxun inquired. I do not know." Gan Xiaodan discreetly glanced at Peng Haoyu. Peng Haoyu immediately retorted, "You dead woman, why are you looking at me? I also do not know. I merely affiliate with the Holy Angel Church, not being one of their core members." Chu Qianxun executed a flourish with her blades, sheathing them swiftly. Just as Peng Haoyu thought he could breathe a sigh of relief, Chu Qianxun pressed her hand firmly over his mouth while drawing out a dagger, plunging it into his right leg. Peng Haoyu screamed in agony, but she kept his mouth covered tightly. She twisted the blade 180 degrees before withdrawing it and thrusting it into his left leg.
No.
Please. I'll talk, he pleaded. From Peng Haoyu's lips, Chu Qianxun extracted the information she sought. She sheathed the bloodied blade and delivered a heavy blow to render him unconscious, ensuring that he would be incapacitated for a considerable time before rising to depart. Qianxun, Gan Xiaodan called out to her. Chu Qianxun turned her head. Take me with you. I can't bear to stay here any longer. I was wrong. Let us leave together, shall we?
Gan Xiaodan implored.
Suddenly, a smile broke across Chu Qianxun's face. Once I rescue Yi Peition, all the disciples of the Holy Angel Church will pursue us. Are you truly certain you wish to accompany us? Gan Xiaodan was momentarily speechless. Her complexion paled, and she refrained from mentioning the departure again. Qianxun, do you really intend to save Yi Peition alone? It's far too perilous. They are watching him closely, and no matter how skilled you are, you cannot contend against so many. As she watched Chu Qianxun turn to leave, Gan Xiaodan, unwilling to relent, pressed on. Yi Peition is merely a stranger we have just met. Why would you risk everything for him? Xiaodan, I cannot explain why. Chu Qianxun's silhouette paused at the doorway. Many people in this world have changed from who they once were. Perhaps I have also transformed in some way. With that, she vanished into the corridor. Gan Xiaodan reached the doorway, only to find the dimly lit hallway utterly deserted. She was acutely aware that she had missed her final opportunity. At that moment, her heart was engulfed in fear and dissatisfaction. In retrospect, it was the only time she had taken a step forward on her own, marking the most tranquil days she had experienced in the aftermath of despair. Now, however, she no longer dared to take a step by herself and could only rely on this man, alongside other women, for her existence. The Saint Angel Charity Relief Center, originally a pharmaceutical research institute, now housed her fate. At this moment, on the top floor of a certain laboratory within the center, Fu Yingyu hummed a melody while washing her hands in the sink. The crimson blood flowed from her hands, streaming down the water and into the drain. Fu Yingyu appeared at ease, with her red lips slightly curled, clearly in a cheerful mood. What have you done to him this time? A man with graying hair, clad in a white lab coat, entered the laboratory, his expression tinged with discontent. How many times must I remind you that he is a crucial specimen? Do not treat him that way. Fu Yingyu turned towards him, gently drying her hands with a pristine towel. Pouting slightly, with her delicate brows furrowed, she replied, Doctor, in such a chaotic world, who can maintain a normal state of mind? I was merely venting my frustrations. She draped an arm over the doctor's shoulder, leaning close to his ear and whispering softly, He is simply perfect. Only he can bring me such joy. No matter how I treat him, I need not fear for his life. Dr. Ma, are you not the same? What you have done to him is surely more extreme than my actions. Doctor. Ma's expression hardened as he suddenly pushed Fu Yingyu aside. Have you been spying on my experimental footage? Fu Yingyu let out a light laugh, about to respond, when her countenance abruptly changed. The glass of the fume hood reflected a shadowy figure clad in black, crouched by the window, coldly raising a firearm. In an instant, Fu Yingyu pivoted her body and rolled to the ground. A gunshot echoed, striking Dr. Ma squarely in the chest. He gazed in disbelief at the indifferent woman outside the window as he slowly collapsed.
Chu Qianxun.
Fu Yingyu's heart raced. She had witnessed the formidable prowess of this woman on the battlefield and knew she was no match. Without hesitation, she unfurled her wings and lunged towards the opposite window. A vice-like grip seized her ankle, slamming her back to the ground. Chu Qianxun grasped her by the nape of her neck, pressing a knee against her waist, while yanking at her wing with brutal force, tearing a pristine feather from her in a bloody display. Fu Yingyu let out a sharp cry of pain as a flurry of white feathers filled the room, cascading toward Chu Qianxun. At her current level, Fu Yingyu could not yet transform her feathers into lethal blades as she would later. However, seizing the fleeting moment when Chu Qianxun's line of sight was obstructed, she exerted all her strength to break free, shattering the glass of the window and plummeting from the high rise. Chu Qianxun stepped onto the window ledge, raising her gun, and fired 2 shots at Fu Yingyu, who was falling with her tattered wing shielding her head and face. These were her last 2 bullets. The magazine gifted to her by Wu Hao had been entirely expended along her journey. Beneath the experimental building lies a courtyard, flourishing with verdant vegetation. As the figure of Fu Yingyu descends, the towering, dense canopy suddenly burgeons, extending long branches that gracefully catch her form. These branches envelop Fu Yingyu, layering upon her and passing her along in a relay beneath the shade of the trees, until she reaches the arms of a man standing below. This bald-headed apostle of the botanical realm embraces Fu Yingyu, lifting his gaze with fierce intensity towards the window where Chu Qianxun resides. The courtyard erupts into a cacophony, as numerous individuals rush towards the building. Chu Qianxun turns and strides into the inner laboratory. Upon encountering the surgical table at the center of the room, where a figure is bound, even she, who prides herself on her steely resolve, cannot bear to look away. Her gaze shifts to the side experimental table, where a row of crimson test tubes rests upon a long rack. The tray within the sealed box contains items that even Chu Qianxun hesitates to examine closely. These are the so-called holy blood. In her previous life, she had even ingested one. That very potion had once saved her life. Gritting her teeth, Chu Qianxun approaches the surgical table. There lies Yi Peition, his gaze scattered and unresponsive to her presence. She swiftly cuts the bindings around his neck and limbs, extracting the various tubes inserted into his body, and hastily binds his chest and abdominal wounds with a sheet. She gently patted Yi Peition's face, saying, "Peition, I have come to take you away." Yi Peition's gaze slowly shifted toward her, appearing bewildered as he regarded the figure before him. It seemed he recognized her, yet his response was muted. His lips barely moved, uttering no words. Chu Qianxun secured Yi Peition to her back with two straps, his head resting against her shoulder, his disheveled bangs hanging limply, obscuring his brows and eyes, revealing only the pallid lower half of his face and bloodless lips. Chu Qianxun retrieved a heated oil bath from the experimental station, saturating the visible crimson test tubes and bloody flesh with oil, before igniting this vile concoction. The corridor echoed with the cacophony of hurried footsteps. She fastened a long rope to the window railing. Then, carrying Yi Peition, she leaped out the window, sliding down the exterior of the building. She descended from the 13th floor laboratory to the 9th floor, entering through an open window, releasing the rope from her grasp. A group of agitated saints from the Holy Angel Church burst into the blazing laboratory. One individual rushed to the window, peering down, only to see a long rope dangling emptily from the building's exterior, with no sign of a soul in the dark courtyard below. "They've escaped." They went down from the window on the north side. "Hurry to the courtyard and search," he shouted into the walkie-talkie. The floodlights around the courtyard flickered to life, countless beams from flashlights intersecting in a chaotic dance, as cars hurriedly entered the courtyard, filling the entire research institute's grounds with a cacophony of voices and the sound of running feet. Amidst the cacophony resonating from above and below, Chu Qianxun sprinted through the dimly lit and silent corridor of the building, carrying Yi Peition on her back. At the end of the 9th floor lay an aerial corridor connecting to the adjacent edifice. Meanwhile, in the courtyard beneath the corridor, a squad of saints, armed with weapons and flashlights, anxiously scoured the trees and underbrush for threats. Yet, none noticed the shadow that darted past above them on the 9th floor sky bridge. Swift as lightning, Chu Qianxun entered the nearby building, opting not to descend but rather to ascend rapidly via the staircase to the rooftop. The rooftop was steeped in silence and darkness, the cold night breeze sweeping over their bodies. The figure draped over her shoulder emitted a faint murmur, almost inaudible unless one were to lean closely. "Dad, Mom, Pei Yuan, don't go. Don't leave me," Yi Peition whispered in a dreamlike state. Chu Qianxun halted, glancing at the unconscious face. The pallid Adam's apple moved slightly, and an involuntary sound escaped his throat. Qianxun. The chill wind tousled her bangs as the night was shrouded in darkness, an auspicious time for evasion and peril. With a determined leap from the rooftop's edge, Chu Qianxun soared to the top of the 3rd building. She traversed across 3 or 4 rooftops before finally descending to hide in a dark, unoccupied storage room, gently laying Yi Peition down. Near the window, Chu Qianxun gently lifted the curtain to observe the situation outside. In the distance, the laboratory building was ablaze with light, with thick smoke and fierce flames billowing from the topmost window. The entire research institute was in a tumult, akin to water in a hot oil pan, creating an almost chaotic uproar. Chu Qianxun lowered the curtain and illuminated a small flashlight, bending down to assess Yi Peition's condition. The bed sheet that had been hastily wrapped around his abdomen was now thoroughly soaked with blood. He had a large wound on his abdomen, and if left untreated, carrying him would not only cause him immense suffering, but could also lead to his internal organs rupturing during movement. Chu Qianxun tore away the blood-soaked sheet and efficiently tended to the numerous wounds on his body. Using medical dressings obtained from near the operating table, she temporarily covered the 3 most severe injuries on his abdomen, chest, and neck. Yi Peition lay still, allowing her to work without any reaction. Suddenly, a crackling voice resonated from the corridor outside, accompanied by a melodious and enchanting female voice. "Peition, dear Peition, where have you hidden?" In an instant, Yi Peition's eyes flew open, trembling as he propped himself up with one hand. In the darkness, his gaze was filled with hatred and fear. Yet, he was ultimately too weak to continue. He coughed up blood, clutching his abdomen as he collapsed. His body tensed, gasping for breath like a wounded beast struggling for survival in the wilderness. "Peition, little white mouse, you cannot escape. Come out obediently, and I may consider forgiving you, along with that oblivious Chu Qianxun." The voice was both sweet and enchanting, reminiscent of the softest lover whispering tenderly in the stillness of the night. "Should you choose not to emerge, I might lose control and commit actions that would instill fear within you." Yi Peition lay on the ground, gradually curling his body and covering his ears with his hands. "Xiaoyi." Chu Qianxun gently turned Yi Peition's face towards her. She had only been gone for 5 or 6 days, yet this naive soul had been bullied into such a state. In the darkness, Yi Peition looked at her with confusion. "It is I. Look at me, I am Chu Qianxun. Do not be afraid, we have escaped." To help Yi Peition recognize her, Chu Qianxun's hands began to glow. Gradually, Yi Peition's eyes reflected the twinkling light. His gaze swayed slowly in the warm yellow glow, fixating upon the face before him. He could not see Chu Qianxun shot him a glare and retorted, "Why didn't you tell me that day? Even a hint would have sufficed. If you had uttered a single word, I would have certainly found a way to take you away." Deep down, Chu Qianxun was aware that her words were merely a projection of her own ire. As they departed from Yi City, Yi Peition's demeanor had already struck her as peculiar. Yet she instinctively refrained from delving deeper, attributing it to her lingering prejudices against this man. Within the adjacent room, tranquility reigned. "Qianxun," a faint male voice emerged from the darkness. "Qianxun, I wish to leave with you. Please, take me away." As he watched Chu Qianxun ride away in the vehicle, traversing the road engulfed in swirling sands, despair consumed him. When he found himself deceived and strapped to the operating table, stripped of his freedom, enduring unbearable agony. He had repeated those words countless times in his throat, yet they remained unspoken. Regardless of whether he was a demon or not, regardless of the disdain he might face from humanity in the future, "I will take him away," Chu Qianxun resolved within herself. Those so-called angels and saints, with their pretense of virtue, deserved to be cast into hell. As the search team scoured the building below, Chu Qianxun hoisted Yi Peition onto her back and sprinted down the stairs. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, however, the staircase abruptly ended, obstructed by a massive iron door. Seated before the door was a guard, nodding off on duty. With a swift maneuver, Chu Qianxun incapacitated him and pilfered a set of keys from his person, unlocking the iron door and stepping inside. Beyond the iron gate lies a lengthy corridor, flanked on either side by cells secured with metallic bars. Chu Qianxun carries Yi Peition as she traverses the central passage. Within the dimly lit confines of the cages, some hold monstrous beings bound by thick chains, while others imprison humans. These enclosures contain specimens for the experiments conducted by the Holy Angel Relief Society. Chu Qianxun halts her steps. A slender vine extends from one of the cages beside her, swiftly creeping along the ground to her feet, where it raises its head to bloom a delicate little flower. Upon noticing Chu Qianxun gazing down at it, the flower seems to eagerly nod in a gesture of endearment. Following the vine, she peers into the cage, where a burly man is confined, his mouth gagged, issuing muffled cries for help. With a flick of her wrist, Chu Qianxun produces a key and unlocks the cell, freeing the man from his chains. Thank you so much," he exclaims, his large hand reaching out in gratitude as he steps into freedom. Chu Qianxun casts him a sidelong glance, choosing to ignore him. She unfastens the key to the main exit, tossing the remaining keys to him with a cautionary remark. Be careful. Without further ado, she turns and strides towards the exit. Upon leaving the building, she finds the surroundings momentarily deserted. Peering around the corner of a nearby structure, she observes an open area ahead, where several vehicles belonging to the Relief Society are parked. A number of men, brandishing torches, stand at the periphery of the space. Gently setting Yi Peition down on the ground, Chu Qianxun grasped the hilt of the dagger at her waist. The flickering flames shifted, revealing a familiar visage not far away. Chen Wei's gaze met Chu Qianxun's briefly, yet there was not a single specter in sight. Chen Wei exclaimed loudly, "Come on, let us explore another place. Old Jean, you truly are something. You keep us awake at this hour, dragging us into this arduous task. Alas, my woman in the warm bed awaits my return." Their voices gradually faded into the distance. Before long, a vehicle sputtered to life in the distance, swaying precariously as it approached, and with a screech, it halted before Chu Qianxun. The driver, his skin an ashen pallor, wore a vacant expression, his face marred by grotesque livor mortis. The driver's door swung open, and the driver tumbled out onto the ground, revealing a corpse long departed from life. This was old Jin's necromantic control. Chu Qianxun opened the car door and settled Yi Peition into the passenger seat before taking her place in the driver's seat. It seemed that even a misguided act of kindness bore some fruit, for there were still a few who remembered her favor. As she fastened Yi Peition's seatbelt, she jested lightly, Wait for us." The tall man whom Chu Qianxun had liberated from captivity rushed towards them, a frail elderly woman on his back and a child clutched in his arms. The three of them hastily squeezed into the back seat of the vehicle. One was a boy of about 10 years, his eyes devoid of focus, a blind child. The other was an emaciated old woman, her hair a cascade of white. Both individuals appeared haggard and disheveled, in stark contrast to the robust figure of the burly man with a plant affinity, who exuded vitality. He effortlessly hoisted the two onto the vehicle and, without a hint of fatigue, thanked them profusely after Chu Qianxun started the car. "I am immensely grateful. My name is Chu Qianxun, a local of E-City." Turning to the two beside him, it was evident that he was unaware of their names. He had liberated all the cages, releasing the imprisoned souls, who surged forth in a frantic escape. Only the elderly and the blind lagged behind. With his considerable stature and strength, Chu Qianxun managed to assist the two in their flight. Perhaps due to the chaos of their escape, they found themselves fortunate enough to reach this point unscathed. "My surname is Feng, and my given name is Lying." The elderly woman coughed lightly before gesturing towards the boy beside her. "This child is named Tuibai." Suddenly, Tuibai spoke up. "There are 10 individuals ahead, 5 of whom are combatants classified as saints." His gaze remained unfocused as he peered into the distance, yet he articulated details beyond the reach of ordinary sight. Chu Qianxun deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to alter their course. "Can you see anything?" she inquired. "I cannot. I have been blind since birth. This is my unique ability, to sense people and objects from afar." The boy displayed remarkable composure and poise, exuding a maturity that belied his youthful appearance, surpassing even the vivacious Zhang Xiaojia. Chu Qianxun had liberated those gifted individuals who had been clandestinely detained by the Holy Angel sect. The escape of this group incited chaos, inadvertently facilitating Chu Qianxun's flight. Unbeknownst to them, she had already reversed the vehicle's direction, heading deeper into the base. She had once resided in this base for 2 months, during which she tirelessly scoured the mountains for sustenance, becoming intimately acquainted with the paths upon those slopes. Now, accompanied by the severely injured Yi Peition, she could not afford a direct confrontation with the numerous forces of the Holy Angel sect. Hence, she resolved to breach the mountains behind the base. Pursuers were closing in, their numbers formidable. Tuibai's tone was tinged with anxiety as he instinctively turned his face towards the rear. Dust clouds billowed from the road behind them, revealing several vehicles rapidly approaching. "They are gaining on us," Chu Qianxun exclaimed, nearly pressing against the rear window. "This is outrageous. Why are they intent on capturing us? I can do nothing but make plants bloom. Epation slowly straightened his body, a fine mist of yellow dust swirling about the rear of the vehicle, only to swiftly descend and blanket the ground. He coughed up blood, clutching his abdomen. "Young man, what have they done to you?" inquired the elderly Feng lying. "Is it the suppressants?" "No, the suppressants have little effect on me," Epation replied, struggling to steady his breath. "I will be fine shortly." Chu Qianxun cast a glance at him. "You need not force yourself. Leave the fighting to me." She had treated his wounds herself and was acutely aware of the depths of human malice reflected in his injuries. In order to prevent Epation from having any opportunity for recovery, those individuals even resorted to the removal of some of his organs, repeatedly rendering him in a state of extreme weakness. Feng Luqing spoke up, "My abilities may be of little use, but perhaps I can offer some assistance at this moment." The elderly lady closed her eyes, her white hair gently lifting, and at that instant, the gazes of those present seemed to blur. A white mist gradually rose behind the vehicle, thickening to the point of completely obscuring the pursuers' line of sight. The enemies trailing them were finally thwarted by the dense fog, losing their sense of direction. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Chu Qianxun carried Epation from the car. "Shall I carry him instead? You are just a girl," Chi Yongchun remarked, running a hand through his hair. In his memory, girls were delicate beings meant to be protected, and it was his first time witnessing a girl carrying a man. "Xiao Bai, can you manage on your own?" Chi Yongchun inquired, casually bestowing a nickname upon Tui Bai. Tui Bai was somewhat displeased with the sudden moniker, but he lifted his foot and set off into the mountains, utilizing his abilities to navigate without being hindered by the mist. Chu Qianxun unceremoniously entrusted Epation to Chi Yongchun and chose to stay at the rear as a precaution. The group traversed over the mountain peak, moving through the dense jungle. The physical capabilities of the saints far exceeded those of ordinary individuals, so despite being a team of the elderly, weak, and ailing, their pace was not too slow. As night fell, the thick white mist gradually dissipated. Granny Feng coughed a few times, bent down, and shook her head. "This is all I can do. Old Lady Feng, please rest and refrain from using your abilities. We have ventured deep into the mountains. Those pursuers are unlikely to catch up," said Chi Yongchun. Tui Bai halted in his tracks. "No, that's not right," he stated. "A group is indeed following us." He stood still, straining to listen for a moment, his brow furrowed. The leader is a man who seems to wield control over plants. "How many of them are there?" Chu Qianxun inquired, her brow knitted in concern. "7, all skilled practitioners, and they move with remarkable speed. Now that the fog has lifted, they will soon be upon us." Chu Qianxun drew her twin daggers. "Chi Yongchun, use your botanical abilities to create some cover. You all should hide for a moment." I can't do that," Chi Yongchun stammered, his face flushed. "Such intricate constructs are beyond my capabilities. I'm more adept at making flowers bloom," he murmured. Chu Qianxun was taken aback. She recalled witnessing the bald man on the battlefield, where he had instantaneously summoned a plethora of vegetation, even managing to temporarily bind a second-tier magical creature. She had assumed that Chi Yongchun, a fellow practitioner of plant manipulation, would not be too far behind in skill. Epation raised a hand from Chi Yongchun's shoulder. The mountain wall beside them began to cave inward, forming a small pit. The pit gradually expanded, transforming into a cave barely large enough to accommodate 4 or 5 individuals. The group hurriedly scrambled inside, as the entrance slowly constricted, leaving only a small, soccer ball-sized opening for ventilation. The vines from the nearby land swiftly crept over, intricately covering the entrance, eagerly blooming a few delicate white flowers, as if to show off, and even swayed gently in the direction of Chu Qianxun. At least from the exterior, nothing seemed amiss. Chu Qianxun chuckled with a hint of annoyance. "All right then, you all stay hidden. I shall investigate the situation." "Little girl," a voice emerged from beneath the foliage, belonging to an elderly man. The man, surnamed Yen, was known as Yen Xiu. On the surface, he presented himself as a saint, but in truth, he was a man of a dark heart and ruthless hands, responsible for the demise of many, including members of my family. "You must exercise caution." Chu Qianxun sharpened her double-edged blade, producing a clear, resonant sound. Under the darkened moon and high winds, with the mountain mist swirling, she was determined to see whose hands were truly more ruthless. Qianxun, a worried voice called from beneath the vegetation. Chu Qianxun exerted force underfoot, leaping to the treetops, causing the canopy to sway as her figure vanished, leaving her voice lingering in the air. Yan Xiu raced swiftly through the forest, the dense underbrush his domain, confident that no adversary could rival him here. Furthermore, 6 well-coordinated companions followed closely behind him. How audacious for that woman to dare break Inyu's wings and snatch Yi Peition right under his nose. He was determined to capture her himself and make her experience the repeated torment she had inflicted on Yi Peition. Yan Xiu licked his lips, feeling a thrill of bloodlust surging within him. In the aftermath of the demonic advent, after his inaugural act of taking a human life, his hands stained crimson. He gazed upon the vivid hue, devoid of trepidation. Instead, he unearthed a profound yearning, stirring within the depths of his being, filling him with exhilaration. It was also through this that he encountered the woman he adored, Inyu, whose spirit resonated harmoniously with his own. They shared a mutual predilection for the sanguinary, comprehending the other's contorted heart. While the apocalypse represented a nadir for the common populace, for them, it was a realm where they could exist with unbridled intensity. A smirk played upon Yan Xiu's lips, for he derived greater pleasure in extinguishing human lives than in slaying demonic entities. He understood that women of Chu Qianxun's ilk invariably cast themselves as paragons of virtue, encumbered by a plethora of self-imposed restrictions, rendering them loath to inflict harm upon their own species. This constituted their Achilles' heel, and by exploiting this vulnerability, even the most formidable of metahumans had succumbed to his machinations. A subtle sound, a fleeting swoosh, sliced through the air. The fleet-footed convoy came to an abrupt, synchronized halt. One member lagged behind, standing transfixed.
Moments late.
His head lolled to the side, a torrent of blood erupting from his severed jugular as he fell. Old Yuan. The fallen old Yuan's neck was cleaved with surgical precision, a pool of blood spreading beneath him, leaving no doubt as to his demise. Who's there? Reveal yourself. What kind of hero hides in the shadows? The inky woods flanked them on either side, the occasional gust of nocturnal wind rustling the foliage, obscuring any trace of their adversary. The crowd huddled together, backs pressed against one another, vigilant and on guard. Yet, the unseen foe displayed a greater patience, lurking silently in the shadows, refraining from making any sound. Is it her? Xiu? A man beside Yan Xiu spoke anxiously. Yan Xiu clenched his jaw tightly, choosing silence. He realized that when the roles of hunter and prey were reversed, the bloodshed and slaughter morphed into a grim affair, devoid of any prior thrill. They must be nearby. Let us remain alert, gather closely, and flush her out. The group cautiously advanced, the dim forest occasionally pierced by the sound of insects, amplifying the eerie stillness. Sweat trickled down the brows of the men, for the lurking assassin could strike at any moment. Fear not. She only dares to attack when we are unaware. Now that we are vigilant, she has no choice but to flee. The moon, long obscured by clouds, revealed half of its face, its silvery light cascading down, soothing the apprehensive spirits of another silver blade ignited in Chu Qianxun's left hand as she spun her body, severing the countless branches that reached out behind her. The young girl, wielding dual blades, wove through her adversaries with a graceful dance of advance and retreat, unflinching in the face of danger. Wherever her silhouette flitted, 2 streaks of silver light, akin to the wings of a butterfly, left ephemeral traces at her sides, instantly disrupting the formation of her foes. Quick! 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 Surround her! She moves swiftly. Do not let her escape, a saint shouted vehemently, poised to unleash his extraordinary abilities. However, he suddenly misstepped, plunging into a concealed pit beneath him. A piercing scream echoed from within the trap. In that moment of distraction, Chu Qianxun's figure flashed behind a man, her long blade rising from below, piercing his back with a diagonal thrust. The crimson tip of the blade emerged momentarily from his chest before vanishing, along with the ghostly apparition of Chu Qianxun. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, and once again, silence enveloped the surroundings. The remaining 4 men stood at the edge of the pit, panting and exchanging glances. Yan Xiu's facial muscles tightened as he gazed down at the trap before him. Their fallen comrade lay impaled by several sharp stakes at the bottom of the pit, his eyes wide open, staring unblinkingly at him. That cunning and ruthless woman had first eliminated one of their own with a surprise attack in a brief span of time. She ruthlessly claimed 3 lives. She was far from an ordinary woman. She was, in fact, a seasoned assassin. This situation is too perilous, Brother Xiu. Perhaps we should retreat? One of Yan Xiu's team members could not help but voice his reluctance. Our intelligence is flawed. This woman possesses not only remarkable speed but also considerable strength. Another tall man remarked, a saint of the power category. I engaged her in combat, yet I could not overpower her. Chu Qianxun concealed herself in the shadows, keenly observing the enemy's movements while gently massaging her ankle. Among the remaining 4 individuals, apart from Yan Xiu, one wielded wind abilities, while the other remained uncertain. The last was a power-type saint whose abilities seemed to be perilously close to the first-tier critical state, much like Yan Xiu's. Although Chu Qianxun held a level advantage over him, she still slightly fell short in pure strength. During their recent skirmish, her leg had brushed against his fist, and after exchanging blows, she felt a lingering ache in her foot. Cautiously, Chu Qianxun stealthily followed from the shadows. Behind her, a vine silently began to grow, stealthily winding its way toward her ankle. The moment it made contact with her skin, she instantly became alert, leaping to evade the attacking vine. However, this swift movement inevitably revealed her position. The enemy feigned retreat, yet in the darkness, they used plants to track her whereabouts. A sharp and piercing sound echoed through the forest. In that moment, a saint stood with hands on hips, his belly protruding, unleashing a piercing and shrill howl directed at Chu Qianxun. This individual was a saint of the sound domain. Chu Qianxun, in agonizing torment, clasped her ears as blood oozed forth. Countless tendrils grew wildly, wrapping around her. Battling against dizziness, she leapt into the air. The resilience of these vines was sufficient to ensnare a second-tier stony dull walker. She could not afford to be ensnared by them in abundance and had to evade with her swiftness. The currents in the air began to swirl, a fierce whirlwind spiraling down to pull Chu Qianxun from the sky. Suddenly, a gigantic hand clasped around her ankle. The man's grip was immensely powerful, and with a single pull he shattered her leg bone. Ha ha ha, foul wench, let us see how you escape. The man, a brute of strength, seized the petite woman. Turning her head, her eyes glinted with an icy light as the unmistakable sound of bones cracking resonated in the air. Despite the excruciating pain from her fractured leg, she defied it, twisting her body with determination. Her left hand flung out a dagger, which swiftly found its way into the mouth of the man who emitted that grotesque sound. In the same breath, her right hand gleamed with silver as it sliced through the air, targeting the throat of the man who held her ankle. He released his grip, clutching his throat as blood gushed uncontrollably between his fingers. How is this possible? The strength saint, a tower of a man, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. The sharp sound in the air abruptly ceased as the sound saint, eyes bulging and a dagger protruding from his mouth, slowly fell. In the clash of masters, victory and defeat often manifest in a mere instant, and that distinction spells life or death. Staggering to her feet, Chu Qianxun leaned upon the bloodied edge of her blade. One of her legs was broken, her ears rang, and her head swam, yet 2 adversaries still stood before her. Yan Xiu watched the woman before him with unwavering focus, no longer daring to underestimate her simply for being a woman. Blood streamed from her ears, and one leg was broken, but her face bore none of the expressions Yan Xiu expected from a defeated foe. Indeed, there was not a trace of fear or despondency to be seen. She leaned slightly forward, blade held before her, her eyes gleaming with excitement, as if she were long accustomed to such brutal combat and firmly believed that victory would ultimately be hers. Yan Xiu summoned all of his abilities, unleashing countless vines that shot toward Chu Qianxun like a rain of arrows. Chu Qianxun planted the tip of her blade on the ground and leaped into the air, the rigid vines narrowly missing her as they plunged deep into the earth where she had just stood, emitting a series of dull thuds. Once more, the air around her began to flow in an unusual manner. Chu Qianxun unleashed her strength, brandishing two wind blades that sliced through the air currents. For the past decade, she had wielded wind-based abilities, and even though she no longer possessed them, no one was more familiar with manipulating and utilizing the flow of air than she. She landed steadily, instantly closing in on the wind-based acolyte. The light of her blade flashed, while beside her, countless tendrils entwined to form a massive spear that spun as it hurtled toward Chu Qianxun. If Chu Qianxun wished to slay the wind-based acolyte before her, she would be unable to evade this deadly blow. Yet, there was no sign of retreat in her blazing gaze. As the silver blade flashed, she merely tilted her body slightly to evade a fatal strike. Determined to endure the blow, she aimed to take the life of her adversary first. The head of the wind element saint rolled onto the grass, severed from its neck. Thick, sturdy green vines whirled toward Chu Qianxun's shoulder. Just as the sharp tip was about to pierce her flesh, the vine's end suddenly unfurled, blossoming into a magnificent white flower. The soft petals collided with her shoulder, bursting apart and scattering like confetti in the air. Chu Qianxun panted, standing not far away, drenched in sweat and flushed with exertion. It was evident that he had exerted all his strength in that critical moment to extricate Chu Qianxun from peril. Beside him stood a barely upright Yi Peition. Observing the blood-soaked Chu Qianxun, his eyes turned crimson, emanating a fierce light as he glared menacingly at Yan Xiu. Realizing the impending danger, Yan Xiu turned to flee. All the creeping vines on the ground rose upright, dancing and swirling in the air, obstructing Chu Qianxun's advance. Yi Peition raised his arm, and a sand-clawed hand formed in the air, grasping Yan Xiu. Just in time, Chu Qianxun caught up, her long blade piercing through his throat, decisively ending the arduous battle. Subsequently, she sank down onto the ground. "How did you two manage to escape?" She wiped her face, only to realize it was smeared with blood. Her entire body ached. Her left leg was utterly broken, and a ringing echoed in her ears. Chu Qianxun and Yi Peition hastened towards her, their mouths moving in anxious discourse, yet she could discern nothing of their words. A sense of urgency gripped her heart. She thought, "We must depart at once, or we shall be beset by another wave of pursuers." With a broken leg and Yi Peition incapacitated, there was no one left capable of combat. As she raised her gaze, it met Yi Peition's concerned eyes. He regarded her intently and slowly extended his hand, tearing away the surgical dressing affixed to his neck. Beneath the bandage lay a deep gash, hastily sealed by Chu Qianxun. As he forcefully removed the dressing, the wound reopened, crimson blood oozing forth and trickling down his fair neck. His lips moved frantically before her, his expression a blend of urgency and sincerity. Though Chu Qianxun could not hear him, the essence of his message was unmistakable. He was conveying that his blood held the power to heal. Turning her face away, she thought, "This cannot be. Do not compel me to undertake such an act. In a previous life, I had unwittingly tasted your blood, and the mere recollection of that event now induces nausea." Yi Peition waited patiently, observing her stubborn refusal to comply. Eventually, he rose slowly and extended his hand towards Chu Qianxun, imploring her, "You cannot leave. I shall carry you." Cursing inwardly, she braced herself against her blade and stood, seizing a handful of his hair to expose his bleeding neck. Leaning in, she pressed her lips to his in an instant. The dizziness that clouded her mind dissipated, and the sounds around her became increasingly clear. Yet, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by multiple daggers, the pain intertwining with the agony coursing through her body. It was all this man's fault, exacerbating her suffering. "This is the only time. You must never act this way again," Chu Qianxun declared, her gaze fixed intently on Yi Peition. Rejecting Chu Qianxun's offer of support, she fashioned a makeshift crutch from a tree branch and traversed the mountain path with a pace that belied any notion of weakness. She sensed the intense pain in her legs rapidly subsiding. Indeed, the sacred blood proved to be a miraculous remedy, and it was precisely because this man was infused with such potent essence that he endured torment beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Nevertheless, he still instinctively sought to use his blood to heal her. Infuriatingly, she could not refuse his offer. Yi Peition walked alongside Chu Qianxun. "Can you truly manage to walk? Are you able to continue?" They both queried in unison. Yi Peition was the first to bow his head, a hint of bashfulness surfacing on his otherwise aloof and weary countenance, revealing a faint smile. I have always been rather sensitive. I often worry that those around me do not harbor fondness for me. It seemed he found joy in something, as even his typically somber voice took on a warmer tone. I apologize, Qianxun. You have been so kind to me, yet I continually feel that. If I had trusted you a bit more back then, perhaps I could have given you a sign, and you might not have endured such severe injuries to save me. Chu Qianxun cast a fleeting glance at him, a twinge of guilt washing over her as she cleared her throat softly. Chu Qianxun and her party of 5 descended the mountain throughout the night, continuing their journey until noon the following day. After the extraordinary abilities of TYBI confirmed that no pursuers followed them, they sought a secluded spot to rest temporarily. To ensure that Chu Qianxun and YPITIN, the 2 injured members, could recuperate properly, QYNGCHN willingly took on the task of foraging for food. He gathered tea ears, fruits plucked from the oil tea tree, which were indeed edible. Chu Qianxun accepted some of the fruits from QYNGCHN's hands. Leaning against a large tree, she took a bite of the white tea ear. It was both crisp and refreshing, with a hint of sweetness, a delightful treat for those weary from a day and night of arduous travel. She offered the food in her hand to the reclining YPITIN. He gently shook his head, saying, "Thank you, but I cannot eat just yet." As he spoke, he subtly tightened his grip on the fabric over his abdomen, where his injury lay. Although he could not yet achieve the miraculous feats of regeneration described in ancient legends, his recovery had been astonishingly swift. Just days ago, his legs had been torn apart by a monstrous foe, yet they were now completely healed, save for the pale and translucent skin below the knees, which revealed no other abnormalities. The gruesome wounds that had seemed terrifying the previous night were now mostly unnoticeable. However, he lay curled slightly under the cool shade of tea since it hurt so much. Why persist in walking on your own?
Chu Qianxun inquired.
Ipatian opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips, leaving Chu Qianxun somewhat perplexed. It seemed this person found joy in the most inexplicable moments. Qianxun, Ipatian murmured, "I wish to sleep for a while. Go ahead, rest well. My leg is broken and hasn't healed yet. Where could I possibly run off to?" Chu Qianxun replied with a hint of annoyance. The man beside her appeared to relax, peacefully closing his eyes. His slightly curled bangs fell down, obscuring his striking features, revealing only a prominent nose and the subtle lift of his lips. He was indeed quite handsome. Chu Qianxun quietly studied the close visage, suddenly tempted to sweep away those dark bangs to reveal his long-lashed eyes. In a previous life, upon seeing him, she had perceived him as a commanding figure, cruel and deranged, too frightened even to gaze upon his countenance. Yet now, this demon who once instilled fear in the world lay obediently beside her, wearing an innocent smile, lost in a deep slumber. "I have vanquished those who harmed you. This time, please refrain from transforming into a monster," Chu Qianxun silently vowed to Ipatian. As Ipatian stirred from his hazy slumber, he realized Chu Qianxun was gone, his body battered and still confined within that cold, dim warehouse. Before him stood his father, wielding a hefty iron chain. "Dad?" Ipatian exclaimed in shock. "Where is Qianxun? Where did you come up with such absurdity? Are you merely dreaming?" His father, whose face remained obscured, approached menacingly, rattling chains as he prepared to bind him. "Dad, what are you doing? Stay still. You've grown defiant, refusing to heed your father's words?" "Ipatian, please endure," his stepmother sobbed nearby. "Your father has no choice. The neighbors are terrified of you in this state. If we do not restrain you, they will not allow us to remain here." A sense of foreboding washed over Ipatian. "No, I cannot allow them to bind me." He began to struggle desperately. TSK, that child has been bitten so severely that bones are exposed. Yet he still thrives. What else could he be but a monster? He must be restrained. What if he transforms like Old Wang and becomes a threat? Old Wang is known to devour people. Ipatian, heed your parents. It is merely a temporary measure to bind you. If you truly are unharmed, they will release you soon enough. In the darkness, countless familiar faces illuminated the surroundings, incessantly murmuring around Ipatian. No, it is not like this. Fear and confusion enveloped him. "Dad, "Mom, do not concern yourselves with my brother. I am hungry. Please fetch me something to eat." The silhouette of his younger brother emerged in the distance. Their parents turned in unison, leaving him behind to approach the younger child, their faces radiating warmth and affection. "Our Pei Yuan is hungry. Mother will prepare something for you right away. Quickly, make some noodles for your son. He looks utterly frightened from the journey." In the darkness, only a circle of light remained, where a harmonious family of 3 sat enjoying fragrant noodles. He, however, was merely an outsider, a monster confined to the shadows, neglected and alone. "Shall I bring some to Pei Tian? He hasn't eaten anything." The stepmother glanced in her direction. Pei Tian felt a pang of hunger, an unprecedented ache twisting his damaged stomach, as he desperately yearned for them to offer him even a morsel of food, something steaming hot to warm his insides, even if just a little. "Never mind. I don't need to eat." His father cast a fleeting glance in his direction, as if endowed with some peculiar ability that rendered him immune to death. Food was now a precious commodity. Taking a little less was acceptable, for since he wouldn't perish, it seemed wasteful to indulge. A sharp pain struck Pei Tian's heart, and he abruptly opened his eyes to find himself on a patch of sun-drenched earth, surrounded by vibrant green grass. As his gaze traversed the verdant blades, it fell upon a hand stained with dirt, belonging to a figure beside him, reclining against a sturdy tree, blissfully asleep. Her head tilted slightly in his direction, and the afternoon sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting speckled patterns upon her serene visage. In slumber, her face appeared youthful and gentle, devoid of the resolute demeanor she typically bore. He quietly extended his hand, his long, pale fingers gliding over the green grass to hover above the outstretched palm before him. The hand dangled unguarded among the blades, fingers pointing upward, not particularly clean, even marred by dried traces of blood. It was for him that the blood was dyed. "What are you doing?" Chu Qianxun suddenly opened her eyes. Pei Tian swiftly tucked his hands behind him. His expression flustered, his face instantly flushed. It was ripe, ready to be consumed. "Yongchun, first serve it to Qianxun and the others." Fortunately, the words of Granny Feng nearby alleviated Pei Tian's embarrassment. While they were all asleep, Qi Yongchun discovered a small stream flowing down from the mountains and managed to gather several river clams from the water. The shells of the clams were white, approximately the size of a child's fist. Granny Feng split a slender bamboo pole in the middle and placed the clams over the fire to grill them to perfection. Chu Qianxun did not refuse the goodwill of her companions and accepted the grilled clams from Qi Yongchun's hands. She pried open a clam shell with her dagger and tasted one, licking her lips. So fresh. She pried open a second shell and held it out before Pei Tian. "Can we eat now?" "Aye." Pei Tian glanced at the few clams by the fire, stating, "I don't need to eat. I won't die, so let's not waste it." At that moment, his stomach let out an embarrassing growl. Chu Qianxun chuckled at Pei Tian, having spent so long in the apocalypse that such scenes of sharing food had become rare. "I won't die from not eating. Hurry up. Stop hesitating. Don't you feel hungry?" She took Pei Tian's hand and, refusing to take no for an answer, placed the hot clam firmly in his palm. "Do not fret about the sustenance. Once my leg mends, I shall seek nourishment." Chu Qianxun deftly pried open each river clam, noting that their recent rations had dwindled. They could share and conserve their food. There was no need for anyone to suffer hunger alone. Moreover, the journey to the Nanchi base was merely 4 or 5 days away, and they would arrive forthwith. She picked up another clam and continued to pass it forward. Yet, Pei Tian remained motionless, his gaze cast downward, lost in thought as he stared at the empty white shell resting in his palm. "What troubles you? Are you unaccustomed to it?" "No, it is exquisite. There is nothing more delectable." At the Iching base, the blaze that had consumed the laboratory had been extinguished, leaving the soot-blackened building in utter disarray. Before Fu Yingyu lay a row of 7 lifeless bodies. "Please, everyone, leave me be for a moment," Fu Yingyu spoke softly. "Fu Jie, Xiao Fu." The concerned individuals urged her to reconsider. They understood that the deceased, Yan Xiu, had been Fu Yingyu's beloved, fearing her grief might overwhelm her. "It is all right. I merely wish to bid him a final farewell." Fu Yingyu's countenance was steeped in sorrow. She was a beauty, her smile enchanting, yet her sadness evoked profound sympathy. The followers of the holy angels retreated, leaving Fu Yingyu alone in the room. She reached out, caressing Yan Xiu's pallid face. Her expression was tender and sweet, as if she were touching not a cold corpse, but rather a living lover. A confounding and eerie smile graced her lips. "Dear, it is your visage in death that captivates me the most." Her fingers traced the pale contours of Yan Xiu's face, descending to the 2 gaping wounds in his neck. "Yet it matters not. I shall certainly seize her, catch both of them. When the time comes, I want her to witness firsthand how I treat the man she cherishes." "Ha ha ha, that shall be quite amusing, my dear. Will you accompany me in this delightful endeavor?" Fu Yingyu cradled Yan Xiu's lifeless head and erupted into laughter within the desolate room, her back unfurling with tattered wings. One side resembled the pure, angelic feathers, while the other was a grotesque remnant, a fragment of a demon's limb. The following day, Chu Qianxun's grave leg injury had nearly healed. Yi Peitian was even more agile than she, moving with a certain ease. It is well known that regenerative healing surpasses the mere closure of wounds in complexity. Even a decade into the apocalypse, most healers have yet to achieve the reconstitution of severed limbs. In Chu Qianxun's recollection, the only healer she had encountered capable of such miraculous feats was the renowned Saint Dr. Han Yuming of Luda Island. This illustrates the extraordinary extent of Yi Peitian's recuperative prowess. As soon as Chu Qianxun's leg improved, she promptly set about foraging for supplies in the mountains and waters. Others sometimes found it peculiar that a city-dwelling student of her age, expected to be engrossed in studies, would be so adept in foraging, seemingly oblivious to the ways of the world. Yet she appeared to possess an extraordinary familiarity with the wilderness, adept at identifying every edible morsel and skillfully devising traps to capture prey. Yi Peitian took the live fish from her hands, stating, "Allow me." He approached the stream, rolled up his sleeves and deftly gutted the fish, cleaning it thoroughly, removing the bones, and slicing the flesh into delicate, translucent fillets. He also casually accepted a handful of wild amaranth that Granny Feng had gathered and washed it as well. "Ah, are you quite the cook?" Chu Qianxun inquired, squatting nearby. "I merely know a bit. My parents are quite busy, and I often prepare our meals," Yi Peitian replied, his hands a flurry of activity. Chu Qianxun, taking a moment of leisure, squatted on the ground with 2 ibai, sharing the sweet and tangy raspberries while awaiting their meal. For Chu Qianxun, foraging and collecting various ingredients was her forte, yet the skill of cooking remained dimmed, untouched both before and after the apocalypse. Prior to the end of the world, she had never set foot in her home-esque kitchen. After the calamity, upon acquiring food, she sought to consume what could be eaten raw and hastily cooked the rest, shoving it into her stomach with urgency. A moment's delay could mean the precious sustenance being snatched away by others, leaving no time for meticulous preparation. Chu Qianxun watched in awe as Yi Peitian conjured a large clay pot from the earth, simmering a milky white fish broth from the bones, before adding the tender green amaranth leaves. Only when the broth reached a rolling boil did he gently introduce the delicate fish slices, allowing them to swirl in the pot before serving. Yi Peitian crafted 5 earthenware bowls, first serving one to Granny Feng, then personally bringing another to Chu Qianxun. "Without any seasoning, it may not be very palatable," he remarked. "Oh, I never realized your extraordinary ability was so practical." Chu Qianxun praised him. Chu Qianxun, quick to react, took a sip and winced from the heat. "Wow, this is incredibly delicious. Little Yi, you are remarkable. You could easily become a master chef." Yi Peitian remained silent, cautiously stealing glances at Chu Qianxun's response. Chu Qianxun slurped a sip and sighed contentedly. "It is the epitome of earthly delights." Yi Peitian smiled at this, then lifted his own bowl, savoring the steaming fish soup, which had just reached boiling point, warming his cheeks and the tips of his ears with a gentle blush. After relishing the meal, the sky gradually darkened. Everyone sought a dry and secluded spot to prepare for a night under the stars. "Peitian, come with me for a moment," Chu Qianxun whispered into Yi Peitian's ear. He paused, glancing around at the others, his fair complexion betraying a hint of crimson. Go on, I'll keep watch. You needn't worry. Take as long as you like," Chu Qianxun said with keen understanding. Tu Yibai sat up from the ground, his vacant gaze following the direction they departed. In the dimly lit woods, Chu Qianxun turned back, her eyes fixed intently on Yi Peitian. He found himself flustered, feeling his heart race within his chest, thumping faster and faster, as if it might spring forth. "What are you so flustered about?" Chu Qianxun asked, puzzled. She retrieved the softly glowing third-level magic seed from her pocket, her expression gradually growing solemn. "Peitian, I intend to advance to the third level." The smile vanished from Yi Peitian's face as he recalled the circumstances surrounding Gao Yan's consumption of the magic seed for her upgrade. Chu Qianxun stared intently at the magic seed resting in her palm. As a supernatural being, one's powers are most rapidly enhanced in life and death struggles. After the battle last night, I realized that my abilities have reached a critical point. "Qianxun," Yi Peitian grasped Chu Qianxun's hand firmly. "You must not take such risks. Guardian, yes, to safeguard my desire to live as a human and to die as one." Yi Peitian's face turned pale, his beautifully shaped brows nearly entwined, anguish evident in his eyes. "My sole wish is to continuously grow stronger. I will never halt my progress." Yi Peitian pursed his lips tightly, remaining silent. "But I do not wish to become a monster, Peitian. You are the only one who can protect me at this moment. Is that possible?" Chu Qianxun's demeanor radiated an undeniable resolve. Yi Peitian finally closed his eyes and nodded. With a sharp sound, Chu Qianxun drew one of her twin blades from her waist, offering the hilt to Yi Peitian blade down. "Do not hesitate. If I transform into a monster, you must end my life before I am fully corrupted." The green magic seed twirled between Chu Qianxun's fingers, and without a moment's hesitation, she swallowed the object that would determine her fate before Yi Peitian's eyes. Chu Qianxun was drenched in sweat, her hair disheveled and her appearance disordered. Yet her lips curled into a subtle smile, and her steps were light, reflecting a profound sense of joy. In stark contrast, Yi Peitian, trailing behind her, bore a pallid complexion, his steps unsteady, exuding an aura of despair and dejection. What transpired between these two? Qi Yongchun, consumed by curiosity, dared not inquire, obediently swapping duties with Chu Qianxun, before retreating to a corner where he tossed and turned for a considerable time before finally succumbing to slumber. To avoid attracting malevolent creatures or adversaries, they refrained from lighting a bonfire, leaving the surroundings enveloped in darkness and silence. Yi Peitian lay in the gloom, the recent scene replaying incessantly in his mind. He felt that sleep would elude him tonight. Qianxun was before him, so close, so tantalizingly close. The mere thought of Chu Qianxun perishing before his eyes sent shivers down his spine, for he could scarcely fathom what he would become. "What's the matter? Unable to sleep?" Chu Qianxun settled beside Yi Peitian, declining his offer to take her watch for the night. Freshly elevated in rank, she was in a state of exhilaration and delight, utterly incapable of resting. "Look at me, I've reached the third tier." A warm yellow light flickered in her hand, illuminating the small space between them. "Next time I encounter that scoundrel fooing you, I shall have the strength to snap her neck with a single hand, ensuring she never escapes again." Yet, she knew complacency was not an option. This world was rife with formidable foes. She must relentlessly hunt demons to enhance her abilities, and if she could slay a few more third-tier monsters to acquire their demon cores, it would be even better. Chu Qianxun spoke to herself with great enthusiasm, only to realize after a moment that the person beside her remained silent. In the darkness, a pair of eyes reflected the scattered glimmers of light, silently gazing at the small illumination in her hand. "What's wrong?" Chu Qianxun asked. "Were you frightened just now?" "It's all right, though it was a close call. We made it through, didn't we? Look at me now, lively and well, not a scratch on me." "Qianxun, am I too weak?" Yi Peitian suddenly spoke. "If I were a bit stronger, would you not have to put on such a brave front? What good is it for you to be strong? Am I to rely on you for the rest of my life?" Chu Qianxun laughed, looking at her palm as she formed a fist. "In this world, only one's own strength can be deemed truly reliable. Is that so?" She heard Yi Peitian's voice, tinged with disappointment and negativity. Gao Yan excitedly embraced Chu Qianxun, exclaiming, "Where have you been? You've been gone for so many days without a word. Xiao Jie and I were worried something happened to you, and we had nowhere to look." It was agonizing. As she spoke, her eyes reddened. Chu Qianxun felt uneasy in Gao Yan's embrace, She had not been this close to anyone in 10 years, and it felt somewhat awkward. No one had ever told her that she didn't have to be so strong, nor had anyone inquired about her well-being. Although these questions seemed somewhat ridiculous and meaningless, an indescribable feeling suddenly stirred within her. She touched her chest, feeling a place that had once been cold begin to warm with a hint of bittersweetness. As the crowd engaged in conversation, they made their way toward the accommodations within the base. Chu Qianxun introduced both parties and briefly recounted the events that had transpired in Iching. Upon hearing their experiences, Zhang Shaojie, visibly displeased, expressed his grievances with an air of indignation. In contrast, Chu Qianxun was in high spirits, gently ruffling his hair in a gesture of comfort. Numerous individuals traversed the path, occasionally greeting Gao Yan. Blessed with beauty and possessing a healing ability, Gao Yan was quite popular. Nearly everyone wished to befriend this enchanting woman who, despite lacking the capacity to compete for demon seeds, could offer healing assistance. A woman with a cold demeanor, tall and clad in form-fitting attire, approached them. Following closely behind was an attractive young man with an elegant demeanor. He radiated warmth, attentively carrying a water bottle and food, showing great consideration for the lady beside him. As they passed, the woman inclined her head slightly towards Gao Yan in acknowledgement while casting a cool glance at Chu Qianxun and the others. Chu Qianxun was left with a lasting impression of this woman, who had been the first to engage them upon their arrival at the base, identified as an adept in firearms. While her skill might not shine in encounters with monsters, it held significant advantages in human confrontations. Especially in later stages, the ability to control numerous bullets from a distance made a firearms adept a formidable presence that even the strongest would hesitate to disregard. Unable to resist, Chu Qianxun stole a few more glances at the woman. Her name is Yan Shui. Gao Yan leaned closer to Chu Qianxun and whispered. Over the past few days, she had evidently showcased her distinctive personality, becoming quite familiar with the circumstances within the base. She is an exceptionally formidable woman. In the base, aside from the leader, Brother Wan, no one dares to offend her. However, do not be misled by her icy demeanor. Her character is genuinely benevolent, particularly in her care for the women in the base. With her presence, the men at least refrain from openly committing despicable acts against the women here. Yan Shui strode forward, her back unwavering, without the slightest pause. Who is that man?
Chu Qianxun in quit.
That is Yan Shui's boyfriend, Zhang Hongkai, the son of teacher Zhang. You should ignore him. I doubt he is a man of good character, Gao Yan replied disdainfully. When Yi Peitian knocked on the door, Chu Qianxun was in her room, performing one-arm pull-ups. The door is unlocked. Come in, she called out, holding her breath to complete the last of her planned workout. Upon entering, Yi Peitian beheld Chu Qianxun gripping several small holes in the ceiling with one hand, suspended above, her long legs taut as she executed her pull-ups. After finishing her final repetitions, she leaped to the ground, clad in an army green sports tank top, the collar drenched in sweat, beads of perspiration trickling down her neck. Yi Peitian suddenly felt a flush rise to his cheeks and turned away to avoid her gaze. What is it? Chu Qianxun asked, casually grabbing a towel to wipe the sweat from her face. A mission was underway, orchestrated by the organization to procure supplies, with rumors swirling of potential encounters with numerous infernal creatures. The expedition was set to commence in the afternoon. Yi Peitian recalled his purpose for joining. He had indeed signed up, and oh yes, Shaojie would be accompanying them as well. He gazed at Chu Qianxun with a hint of uncertainty, for she had always ventured forth with Zhang Shaojie alone during their previous endeavors at the Goose City base. You are pushing yourself too hard, he remarked. Chu Qianxun, with a smile, responded, we have only just arrived at the base. Why not take a moment to acclimatize instead of rushing headlong into demon hunting? She set aside her towel, donned a jacket, and seized a pair of twin blades from the table. Very well, I shall join you, she concluded. In the playground, 2 or 3 vehicles were parked, and around 20 saints constituted the entirety of the team preparing for departure. The target of this operation was a small supermarket located 10 kilometers away, which was believed to house a significant stockpile of supplies. However, intelligence gathered by the advance team indicated that numerous infernal beings were also lingering in the nearby districts. Are we all clear on the rules? No need for further elaboration. Tang Wan addressed the assembly with an air of lethargy. Supplies are not to be hoarded. Everything must be surrendered for collective distribution. After the mission, red tickets will be allocated based on each individual's contribution. As for the demon species, the spoils belong to the slayer. If a team collectively vanquishes a creature, it will be sold at market value, with proceeds distributed among the respective squads. I shall reiterate once more. Tang Wan raised a finger adorned with a metallic ring, casting a glance over the crowd. Recently, everyone has become aware of the significance of the demon seed, and it has become all too common for brothers to turn against one another in their desperate attempts to seize it. Such behavior must not be witnessed again. Otherwise, do not blame me for becoming unrecognizable. Among the crowd, several individuals exchanged glances before lowering their heads. In these times, gasoline has become a precious commodity, and thus, one cannot expect to sit comfortably as before, except for Tang Wan and the core members who enjoyed a bit more space in the off-road vehicle. The majority were cramped in the back of 2 pickup trucks. Although Jiang Xiaojie was still a child, his formidable abilities and extensive experience in hunting demons rendered him quite valiant in battle. Consequently, even within just a few days, most of the saints in the base had become acquainted with this young ice-type ability user. Many of the saints sharing the vehicle with him sought to befriend him, addressing him as Shao Jiang Xiaojie, and even the audaciously informal Jiegu. With a childlike spirit, Jiang Xiaojie appeared somewhat smug in the presence of Chu Qianxun. Really? So soon? That's impressive, Chu Qianxun remarked, a hint of surprise in her voice. I've even practiced a new move. If the opportunity arises, I shall demonstrate it for you. Oh, you have a new technique? Does it have a name? Indeed, I call it Ice and Snowstorm, Jiang Xiaojie proclaimed proudly, puffing out his chest. Isn't it quite cool? Chu Qianxun gasped in astonishment, her mouth agape, not solely due to Jiang Xiaojie's somewhat juvenile naming prowess, but because this very name belonged to the signature technique of the renowned Frost Prince during the latter days of the apocalypse. Undoubtedly, this appellation is employed by people to flatter him in person, while behind his back, they refer to him as that creature of ice or that little bastard who wields ice. Chu Qianxun gazed at Jiang Ziyaj's face, where the youthful countenance of the boy intertwined with the visage of a young man frequently seen in newspapers during the latter days of the apocalypse. At that time, Jiang Ziyaj was already in his early 20s, serving as the captain of a renowned mercenary team composed entirely of youths and children of similar ages. Perhaps due to their tender years, they possessed formidable abilities that were ill-suited to their mental maturity in a brutal environment. These children, having survived the apocalypse, were often more ruthless and indifferent than adults, lacking a sense of right and wrong, acting solely according to their whims and desires. They frequently engaged in any task for money, earning a notorious reputation. So, this was the visage of the Frost Prince from a decade ago. Chu Qianxun observed the young boy before her, wearing a foolish grin and eagerly awaiting her praise, as she reached out to tousle his disheveled hair, feeling a pang of nostalgia. Ziyaj, who is this beautiful lady? I've never seen her before. Is she your sister? Why not introduce her to the older brothers? A man seated across from them inquired with a smile. Jiang Ziyaj shot him a sidelong glance and ignored him. Hello, I'm Chu Qianxun. I just arrived at the base. I look forward to your guidance. She introduced herself. Hello. My surname is Sher Deming, with Earth-based abilities, the man responded warmly, continuing the conversation. It's quite rare to see a pretty girl like you out hunting demons. Jiang Xiaojie scoffed lightly, resting a hand on Yi Peiyan's shoulder. Old Sher, do not make me laugh to death. With your meager Earth-based abilities, you cannot even compare to my brother Pei Tian. Yet you wish to take care of my sister Qianxun? Shi Mingde, possessing a good-natured temperament, did not take offense at Jiang Xiaojie's audacity. However, as the only Earth-based saint in the base, with his abilities having reached the mid to late stage of the first tier, and being a close confidant of Tang Wan, he was often lauded by others in the base, harboring a hint of arrogance. Upon hearing that the handsome and taciturn Yi Peiyan shared the same abilities, a sense of rivalry inevitably stirred within him. At that moment, while he wore a cheerful smile, his mind was secretly devising plans for the upcoming battle, contemplating how to subtly showcase his prowess and impress the newcomer Yi Peiyan. He also yearned for the beautiful Chu Qianxun to cast admiring glances in his direction. Suddenly, the vehicle came to a screeching halt as a towering monstrosity unexpectedly emerged from around the street corner. The creature, with pallid skin and an expressionless visage, was adorned with writhing tentacles hanging from various parts of its body. It dragged along a traffic light box, leisurely crossing the deserted crosswalk before the astonished onlookers. Before Sir Deming could fully comprehend the situation, the two individuals seated before him vanished in an instant. Shackles formed from swirling sands ensnared the creature's chaotic limbs, yanking its massive body down and securing it firmly to the pavement. In that same moment, a slender figure flashed onto the creature's back, where a glimmer of silver traced along its cervical spine. Before the crowd could even comprehend the situation, Chu Qianxun had already risen from the defeated monster, her delicate fingers twirling a vibrant green magic seed. With a beaming smile, she inquired, "Is it truly the case that whoever slays it claims it?" Shi Mingde and those accompanying him were left agape, rendered speechless by the spectacle. "Brother Wan, look at that woman," remarked one of the passengers in Tang Wan's off-road vehicle, as they all gazed through the window at the unfolding scene. "Impressive, isn't she? She's quite comparable to Yan Shui." Tang Wan raised an eyebrow. "Such comparisons are unfounded. My Shui is unparalleled." Seated beside him, Jiang Hong could not help but defend his girlfriend. Yan Shui's gaze flickered from behind her pale blue goggles as she wiped her firearm, choosing to remain silent. "Brother Wan, the situation within the base has grown increasingly precarious. Ever since the efficacy of the magic seeds became known, everyone has been preoccupied with obtaining them, fiercely competing for their acquisition. Shouldn't we establish new regulations regarding the distribution of these seeds?" spoke Lu Hian, a trusted confidant of Tang Wan. He and Shi Deming, who occupied another vehicle, had been loyal followers of Tang Wan from the very beginning, serving as his most trusted allies. "Humph, a group of ignorant fools. They have scarcely slain any monsters yet are already at odds amongst themselves. How to allocate them? These seeds are in such short supply, and everyone desires them. Naturally, those who exert more effort should reap the rewards." Tang Wan scoffed. "Some individuals tremble in the face of danger while expecting an equal share. They are deluding themselves. As long as I am here, such disorderly conduct shall not be tolerated in our base." The block housing the supermarket was once a densely populated area, but as vehicles ventured deeper, the lurking monsters multiplied. The saints of the Nanshi base, divided into several small teams that usually collaborated, gradually advanced into the heart of the supermarket. Zhang Xiaojie perched atop a lamppost, unleashing a relentless barrage of ice spikes that fell from the sky, resembling a localized snowstorm. A monster, besieged by the continuous assault of ice spikes, raised its neck in a futile roar of struggle, unable to rise for the moment. As the ice spikes ceased, Chu Qianxun flashed by, her dual blades crossing in a swift motion, carving a massive cross into the monster's abdomen and extracting the demon seed. Not far from them, 5 pillars of fire soared into the sky, casting a crimson glow over half the block. That was Tang Wan demonstrating his powers. Chu Qianxun stood atop the towering form of the monster, gazing upward in astonishment. "Red Lotus Purgatory?" she pondered, bewildered. It was surprising that a saint could wield such formidable fire-based abilities at such an early stage. She had never heard of him before. Her memories from a decade ago were somewhat hazy, yet she recalled passing through this vicinity, albeit a bit later than now. At that time, she had not encountered Tang Wan, nor had she even heard of the Nanshi base. The battle did not last long. The monsters inside and outside the supermarket were swiftly eradicated. With less than 2 months since the arrival of the demon seed, although the interior of the small supermarket was in disarray from several looting sessions by nearby residents, it still yielded a substantial amount of usable supplies and food. The 2 pickup trucks that arrived were filled to the brim, leaving everyone, except for the injured, to jog alongside. The team returned with a sense of joy, completely unfazed by fatigue. Chu Qianxun, with her hands tucked into her pockets, ran alongside Yi Peition and Zhang Xiaojie. The trio moved swiftly, keeping pace with the vehicles, their demeanor relaxed and at ease, occasionally engaging in hushed conversations. At this moment, the glances directed at Chu Qianxun had transformed. Terms like girl or beauty were no longer uttered frivolously. As the off-road vehicle passed them, the driver's window rolled down, revealing Yan Shui's cold and expressionless face. The occupants of the vehicle were all injured, including Tang Wan, who was leisurely jogging behind. Yan Shui knocked on the window, asking, "Would you like to come up?" Chu Qianxun politely declined her offer, thinking to herself that it was nearly time to leave this place. Upon returning to the Nanxi base, Chu Qianxun collected the red tickets distributed to her and wandered through the base's trading market. The Nanxi base was modest in size, with the trading market located on the elevated floor of a teaching building. Here, transactions could be made not only through barter but also with the use of the tickets issued by the base. Numerous individuals set up stalls to sell their goods, some of whom were saints, offering items they had collected during their solo demon hunting excursions or sturdy parts obtained from defeated monsters. Some ordinary individuals reside within the base, their wares often peculiar and diverse. They might offer a few homegrown leaves of vegetables, or display their scant possessions such as watches, flashlights, lighters, and weapons, hoping to exchange them for a meal ticket, even a half one. Among them, there are also luxurious items, such as exquisite jewelry, which were once highly prized before the apocalypse, yet these tend to attract little interest. The most prominent stalls are encircled by rows of desks, showcasing various supplies acquired during the base's organized large-scale search operations, thereby qualifying as official stalls. Due to the frequent search operations within the base, these official stalls are stocked with an abundance of diverse goods, contributing to a degree of price stability in the marketplace. Even the ordinary inhabitants of the base, provided they exert themselves and strive for work points, can accumulate some vouchers to exchange for reasonably priced essentials like blankets, dishes, and buckets. A patrol team continuously monitors the market to maintain order, strictly prohibiting any acts of theft or coercive sales. While the market is not extensive, it exudes a vibrancy and stability that surpasses that of the Goose City base. Chu Qianxun stands beside a stall selling weapons, inspecting her blade, which has become dulled, in search of a suitable replacement. Jiang Xiaojie squats beside her, casually sifting through makeshift weapons crafted from the limbs of magical creatures displayed on the ground. To possess the seed of demons yet remain unsatisfied is truly a display of ingratitude. Were it not for the intelligence, vehicles, and formidable comrades provided by the organization dedicated to hunting these beasts, do you truly believe that you could penetrate the depths of such countless fiends? A voice, laced with scorn, resonated through the air. Chu Qianxun and her companions turned to find Tang Wan, flanked by a cadre of individuals, standing not far behind them. The speaker was a man with dyed yellow hair, known as Lu Hian, who stood behind Tang Wan. The rotund Shi Deming squeezed forward from the crowd to mediate. "Oh, Lu, do not speak so harshly. We are all brothers seeking refuge in the same base. Our sister Qianxun and brother Peitian have only just arrived at our sanctuary and are already participating in collective endeavors. They are indeed quite commendable. Our base has never imposed restrictions on teams undertaking independent actions. Haha. Let us all strive for mutual understanding. Shall we, Brother Wan?" Lu Hian spat dismissively. "Old Shi, you are nothing but a naive good Samaritan. That man stole your thunder the moment he made his move yesterday. Are you truly oblivious?" Tang Wan, draped in a casual coat and exuding an air of nonchalance, raised a hand to silence those around him. He stroked his chin, fixing his gaze upon Chu Qianxun for a prolonged moment. "Was it you who vanquished the second-tier demon this time?" Chu Qianxun remained silent, merely nodding, awaiting Tang Wan to elaborate. She desired to discern the temperament of this leader within the base. "Allow me to have it. The terms are yours to dictate." Tang Wan raised his hand. "What do you desire?" "I possess an array of weaponry and armor crafted from the shells of second-tier magical creatures. Or do you have other needs, bullets, potions? Everything is negotiable." Chu Qianxun chuckled. "Brother Wan, if only you had mentioned this sooner. Alas, I have already consumed that magical seed." Tang Wan's expression softened, his brows furrowing into a sharp, menacing scowl that lent him an air of intimidation. Yi Peitian and Jiang Xiaojie instinctively stepped forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Chu Qianxun. "Hey, do you lot even comprehend who the leader of the base is? Do you still wish to remain here?" Lu Hian rolled up their sleeves, advancing. Tang Wan raised a hand to halt him, stating, "Let us consider it a loan from me. I shall return double within a week." Chu Qianxun remained unmoved, replying, "Brother Wan, you must understand. I truly have consumed it. If you, Brother Wan, have made a request, I cannot simply disregard it. Tang Wan snorted dismissively, turning away with his companions in tow. Jiang Xiaojia, with a tone of disdain, muttered to Chu Qianxun, "What a pompous individual, acting all high and mighty. He couldn't even acquire the magical seed himself and yet expects to take from others. Ever since my arrival, I have found him disagreeable." Chu Qianxun smiled lightly. As long as he refrains from resorting to violence, his attitude is of little consequence. At that moment, a middle-aged man with a gentle appearance approached. He extended his hand towards Chu Qianxun, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I have heard your name for quite some time, but today marks our first formal encounter. My surname is Jiang Yuanshan. I am, as it happens, a teacher at this school, and everyone still refers to me as Teacher Jiang." He spoke with an air of gravitas and elegance characteristic of an educator, making it difficult for anyone to harbor ill feelings towards him. Please do not take offense. Wan can be a bit hot-headed, but he harbors no malice. Not angry. How could I possibly be upset with Brother Wan?
Chu Qianxun lau ghét lai ti.
As long as Tang Wan refrained from seizing her belongings, she had no reason to be irate. Likewise, she would not lower her guard against Tang Wan simply because of a kind word from Teacher Jiang. Someone like Jiang Yuanshan, with his benign smile, could not sway her. She, too, could don an innocuous smile whenever she deemed it necessary. In a corner of the market, a woman's shrill scream captured everyone's attention. "Darling, what is wrong?" she implored, shaking the man beside her fervently. It's killing me." The man clutched his throat, his eyes bulging, spewing forth a greenish liquid while incoherent sounds escaped his throat. "He has been demonized. Someone has been demonized. Quick! Someone help!" Yet another soul had succumbed to the perils of failed demon seed consumption. The woman collapsed onto the ground, having exchanged all their possessions for a seed of magic. As her man consumed the seed, he smiled and promised her that he would soon become powerful, allowing them to escape the clutches of hunger and live a better life. The sudden and overwhelming upheaval left her weakened, trembling on the ground, at a loss for how to confront the reality before her. The man, transformed into a monster, turned his head, his pale eyes fixated upon her, while viscous droplets dripped from his mouth onto the floor before her. A warm hand reached from behind, covering her eyes, and simultaneously, the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air resonated, followed by a cascade of warm liquid upon her. "Do not look." Just before losing consciousness, she heard a woman's voice whisper in her ear. By the time Jiang Yuanshan arrived, Chu Qianxun had already concluded the battle with remarkable efficiency. The once magic-infused man lay severed in two, his massive form sprawled upon the ground, foul liquid seeping through the market-esque pathway. Young Chu Qianxun appeared remarkably accustomed to the scene, shaking the liquid from her blade as she entrusted the unconscious woman in her other hand to Jiang Yuanshan. "Please take care of her, Teacher Jiang." Jiang Yuanshan summoned 2 medical personnel from the base and handed the woman over. "Truly, your reputation precedes you, Miss Chu. You are indeed admirable," Jiang Yuanshan remarked with genuine admiration. He gazed at the blade in Chu Qianxun's hand and remarked, "I fear this dagger may no longer serve you well. Within the base, there exists a collection of weapons meticulously crafted for formidable individuals such as yourself. Would you care to accompany me to inspect them?" Chu Qianxun followed Jiang Yuanshan to an independent storage room on the upper floor of the trading market. There lay an array of components extracted from the bodies of demonic creatures, which the base's personnel had painstakingly developed and transformed into various weapons. As they walked, Jiang Yuanshan elaborated on the assortment displayed on the shelves, noting that these items were not typically available for public sale but were exclusively reserved for the core members of the organization. "Take your time to select a suitable weapon," he encouraged. "Do you require a second-tier magic core for an exchange?" "I unfortunately do not possess one." "Ah, Miss Chu, you are indeed amusing," he chuckled. "I did not bring you here to solicit magic cores for a Juan. Your prowess commands my admiration, and I wish for you to wield superior weapons, contributing to our shared base." Speaking of a Juan's urgency for magic cores, it is due to the recent emergence of a particularly formidable demonic creature near the base. As our strongest saint, a Juan is our pillar of support, and it is only natural for him to enhance his capabilities for the safety of our entire base. Jiang Yuanshan spoke with a tone imbued with the warmth and kindness of an elder, yet he candidly acknowledged the scarcity of second-tier magic cores. After all, it is understandable that individuals struggle to spare any, given their own needs. Teacher Jiang, you truly are a benevolent soul, and I appreciate your understanding, Chu Qianxun replied, her gaze drifting over the dazzling array of weapons. Her heart stirred with excitement, while her lips offered compliments. There were several weapons crafted from the limbs of second-tier magical beasts, which she found quite appealing. Thus, she inquired about their prices. Miss Chu could select any weapon she desired, and based on its performance, she would only need to pay a modest sum of a first-tier magic essence. If she found the weapon initially unwieldy, she could defer the balance without any qualms. I hold Miss Chu's character in high regard. I am truly grateful to Teacher Jiang. I will rely on his guidance at the base moving forward. Chu Qianxun's spirits were elevated. Jiang Yuanshan's overtures of friendship were exceedingly apparent, and she discerned a subtle discontent towards Tang Wan in his words. Whenever there was an opportunity for a bargain, Chu Qianxun seldom let it slip by, and she felt no guilt in doing so. Jiang Yuanshan was thoroughly pleased with her straightforwardness, unaware that she was already plotting her departure for the following day. As Chu Qianxun descended the stairs, she held in her hand a pair of amber-hued dual blades. The slender blades exhibited a translucent quality, faintly intertwined with peculiar patterns. As Chu Qianxun twirled the blades, two beams of bright yellow light emanated from her sides, accompanied by the melodic ringing of the blades resonating in the air. Truly, they were exquisite swords, and Chu Qianxun felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Sister Qianxun's blades are so beautiful, exclaimed Zhang Shaojie and Yi Peitian, who approached her after perusing the market, each having purchased a variety of items. Zhang Shaojie had acquired numerous snacks, manga, and even a palm-sized vintage gaming console. Yi Peitian, on the other hand, lugged several bags, predominantly filled with assorted delicacies, including a uniquely designed copper pot for charcoal cooking. During dinner, Yi Peitian unexpectedly invited everyone to his home for a hot pot feast. As Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan entered the room, they were greeted by the sight of a meticulously cleaned copper hot pot, its center ablaze with charcoal, bubbling with broth. The table was lavishly adorned with an array of prepared ingredients. Although it lacked the opulence of pre-apocalyptic times, it still boasted an assortment of rare delights. Fresh vegetables, mushrooms, black fungus, luncheon meat, noodles, and eggs, all difficult to come by in these times. Yi Peitian was at the sink, busily washing vegetables, and upon noticing the guests' arrival, he warmly invited them to take a seat. Who could have imagined that I would have the opportunity to indulge in hot pot in my lifetime? Chi Yongchun, nearly moved to tears, grasped Yi Peitian's hand with a hearty shake. Brother Yi, you are truly remarkable, capable in both combat and cuisine. From now on, I shall follow you. Please do not think less of me. In the humble dormitory, the group gathered around the steaming hot pot, momentarily transported back to the flavorful essence of life before the end. Old Granny Feng gazed wistfully at the rising steam, her eyes glistening with tears. My little grandson used to love coming here to enjoy my hot pot, she murmured, her voice breaking. Now he is no longer with us. I am the last of my family, a lonely old woman. What purpose is there in living? Tu Yi reached out, feeling for a ladle on the table, and scooped a quail egg from the pot, gently placing it into Granny Feng's bowl. She wiped away her tears with her frail fingers and offered him some food. Good child, thank you. Let us not dwell on sadness. Eat up, do have more. Yi Peitian prepared a dipping sauce and placed it before Chu Qianxun. She readily accepted it and dipped her food into the flavorful concoction. Chu Qianxun had never been picky with her meals. Anything edible was welcomed to her lips, and she consumed her food with remarkable speed and volume. However, the sauce that Yi Peitian had crafted was exceptionally to her liking, aromatic and rich, with a subtle hint of saltiness and spiciness that perfectly suited her palate. Yi Peitian certainly had a talent for food, Chu Qianxun mused, as he concocted various culinary delights in the wilderness and now even introduced hot pot at the base. If this continued, it wouldn't bode well. Everyone's appetites would become spoiled, making it difficult to find sustenance in the future. As Chu Qianxun ate rapidly, Yi Peitian occasionally added freshly cooked ingredients to her bowl. By the end of the meal, most observers had noted Yi Peitian's somewhat unusual demeanor towards Chu Qianxun, while she remained blissfully unaware, preoccupied with her own feast. Once they had satisfied their hunger, Chu Qianxun set down her chopsticks and declared, "I will be leaving tomorrow. What are your plans?" Yipatian's hand, poised to serve her more food, halted momentarily, his long fingers curling slightly. I will follow Sister Qianxun," Jiang Xiaojie replied, raising his hand while chewing. "I will certainly join as well. I promise to accompany you," Gao Yan added. "All right, Shao Jie, Yan Jie, and Pei Tian. You shall accompany me to Lai Island," Chu Qianxun announced after gauging the reactions of those around her. "What about you, Granny Feng?" she inquired. "This base appears decent, yet I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss beneath the surface. I do not strongly recommend that you remain here." Gao Yan spoke up. "Qianxun is right. Having spent a few more days here, I have observed that while they appear calm on the surface, there is indeed fierce internal strife brewing. It seems that factions are on the verge of surfacing, and it would be best for us to refrain from becoming embroiled in their conflicts." "Qianxun," Granny Feng interjected, "though this base appears to be somewhat more stable than E-City, after 2 days here, I sense an unsettling undercurrent beneath the tranquility. If you would not mind, we would like to accompany you on your journey." Qi Yongchun and Tui Bai both nodded in agreement. "Very well, everyone gather your belongings. Let us not disclose our plans to anyone. We shall depart quietly tomorrow," concluded Chu Qianxun. Gao Yan busied herself packing her luggage indoors. Bored, Chu Qianxun began to perform push-ups on the floor, balancing on her left index finger while her right hand rested behind her back. "Qianxun, what are you doing? Isn't this a bit too strenuous for you?" Gao Yan remarked, folding her clothes as she prepared for their departure the following day. "This is nothing. It pales in comparison to what I used to endure," Chu Qianxun replied, completing 100 repetitions before switching to her other hand. "That's nonsense. Weren't you just a student before? Attending classes and engaging in romances, what could possibly be taxing about that?" Gao Yan pondered over what items to take with her. Having spent only a few days at the Nanchi base, she found herself with an abundance of possessions, reluctant to part with any of them, caught in a dilemma. "Qianxun, don't you have anything to organize?" "Nothing at all. I can leave at any moment." Chu Qianxun possesses but a single backpack, which is perpetually stocked with emergency medications, a modest supply of high-calorie sustenance and water, alongside a few essential wilderness survival items such as a lighter and a flashlight. Whenever she dons her backpack and arms herself, she is prepared to venture forth. "Qianxun, have you not noticed that Xiao Yi has been tirelessly striving to bring you joy?" "Perhaps not." As she continued her movements, beads of sweat cascaded from her chin to the ground, and she mused that it was unnecessary. She had already promised to take him along in the future. Gao Yan cast her an exasperated glance, deeming her an exceptionally peculiar woman. It seemed that, with the onset of the apocalypse, she had instinctively severed ties with her past gilded years and vibrant youth, leaving behind a singularly focused warrior consumed by the desire to grow stronger. From an indeterminate source, the mingling of bass and guitar reverberated, and a deep, resonant male voice rippled through the night air. The individual possessed a broad vocal range, tinged with a distinctive husky quality. His song was both somber and exuberant, laced with a hint of melancholy. Chu Qianxun rose to her feet, accepting the towel offered by Gao Yan to wipe her face, her gaze drifting towards the pitch-dark window. It was Tang Wan, Gao Yan elucidated. Prior to the apocalypse, he had been a member of a band, even serving as the lead vocalist. Tragically, during their escape to this refuge, the rest of the band, comprising around 10 members, perished along the way. Only Lu and remain, along with Shi Deming, who shared a vehicle with you that fateful day. So it was him. Tang Wan was known for his irritable temperament and audacious demeanor, having offended many. Were it not for his formidable abilities, which kept him in check, chaos would have undoubtedly ensued long ago. "Everywhere is the same," Chu Qianxun scoffed. "As long as there is a semblance of stability, the chaotic struggles for power will inevitably arise." The rock music in the night was eerie and enchanting, a surging undercurrent that seemed to carry a sense of nostalgia for the deceased, while also brimming with an unexpressed sense of oppression and melancholy. This was a person with a story. Yet, in this era, who among us is devoid of a few tales? The following day, Chu Qianxun and her companions departed the base under the pretense of hunting demons, drawing no attention from anyone. After walking a short distance east from Nanxi, the road was utterly destroyed, forcing them to rely on foot travel. More than 100 kilometers from Nanxi lies a peninsula known as Wintermelon Island. It was only after a concerted effort from a multitude of demon hunters that it was eventually eradicated. Chu Qianxun intended to visit that peninsula to see if she could encounter the early form of that particular demon. At noon, they rested beside a strawberry field, munching on some simple provisions. Since they were heading to the seaside, they were certain to gather a bounty of seafood, and at that time, oh, how delightful it would be. Chu Qianxun bit fiercely into the biscuit in his hand, the sound of crunching resonating as though he were indulging in a sumptuous seafood feast rather than bland, tasteless compressed biscuits. At his words, everyone couldn't help but swallow hard. Throughout their journey, thanks to Chu Qianxun's foraging for ingredients and Yi Peitian's culinary skills, they had not only avoided hunger but had also developed a craving for delectable food. Before indulging in any seafood, they first had to finish what they had. Chu Qianxun pulled a few first-tier magical seeds from her pocket. Recently, the first-order magic seeds she collected have become of little use to her. Instead, it would be more beneficial to enhance the strength of her companions. Each person should take one, and in the future, when we act together, we will distribute the magic seeds based on our contributions, Chu Qianxun suggested. After consuming the magic seed, Tu Yibai closed his eyes and, after a brief moment, remarked, "It seems my range of perception has significantly expanded." Gao Yan joyfully added, "I feel that my abilities have also improved." Behind Chu Qianxun, a field of strawberries suddenly blossomed into a vast expanse of white flowers, starting from where he stood. "I say, Qianxun, is your ability limited to making flowers bloom?" Zhang Xiaojia chuckled, pointing at the little white flowers swaying in the breeze. No, I can do more than that," Chu Qianxun replied as he activated his powers. The nearest flower began to wither slowly, producing a greenish fruit. The fruit grew visibly before their eyes, transitioning from green to red, becoming increasingly vibrant and luscious. After a moment's breath, Chu Qianxun picked the ripe strawberry and handed it to Chu Qianxun. She was astonished. She knew that plant-type saints could induce plant growth. However, due to the forced acceleration of growth within a short time, once their powers ceased, these hastily produced plants would quickly wither away. She had never witnessed a plant-type ability that allowed for harvesting. "How many can you ripen at once? Can all plants do this?" Chu Qianxun inquired. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Currently, I can only hasten the ripening of 1 or 2 fruits, and then I am left without strength. This is still due to the enhancement brought by the magical seed. My ability is, in all likelihood, rather useless." "No, your ability is quite unique. Distinct from other plant-based powers," Chu Qianxun remarked. "It's no wonder the divine love, the holy angel sect, wishes to confine you for study. Those nefarious villains primarily capture individuals with extraordinary abilities." Granny Feng recalled the past, the wrinkles on her aged face deepening. "After the arrival of the magical seed, none of the youth in our family acquired any powers. Instead, it was us 2 old folks who gained peculiar abilities. My old man received the gift of soothing others' emotions." "Ah, that is a mental-type ability," Chu Qianxun interjected. She realized that Granny Feng's partner was also a supplicant. For safety reasons, Chu Qianxun refrained from disclosing her own abilities and their level to others. Most people around her still believed she possessed only a low-tier speed ability. Only Gao Yan and Yi Peitian, who had personally experienced her assistance, could surmise that Chu Qianxun's true power belonged to the mental category. Indeed, it is a mental-type ability. Neither of our powers possesses offensive capabilities. When those masked intruders broke into our home and stole our belongings, upon discovering my old man's ability, they sought to take him away. My children resisted." Granny Feng paused, turning her face away. "Later, both of us were taken to the laboratory, where I realized that the true demons behind these malevolent actions were the very saints who donned angelic exteriors. In his final moments, the old man used his extraordinary abilities to soothe me, urging me to remain composed and not to succumb to excessive sorrow over his passing. His powers seemed to hold little efficacy. I could not fathom why those individuals had captured him." A frail hand raised, Granny Feng swallowed the demon's seed in her grasp. Concerned, Tu Yibai clasped Granny Feng's hand. He was unable to see, which made life quite challenging. and she had cared for him since their time in prison. "I'm fine," Granny Feng reassured the young man. "For the glimmer of hope the old man left in my heart, I must continue to live well." He returned the demon seed to Chu Qianxun, stating, "My abilities have reached a critical state. During the last demon hunt, I consumed a first-tier demon seed, but it yielded no effect whatsoever. Do you wish to advance to the second tier?" Chu Qianxun inquired. Zhang Shaojie's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he nodded eagerly. At present, Chu Qianxun was at the third tier, 2 levels above Zhang Shaojie, making it entirely feasible for her to safeguard his ascent. Zhang Shaojie had fought valiantly alongside her on the battlefield, exerting considerable effort to acquire demon seeds. Naturally, Chu Qianxun desired for him to enhance his abilities, yet she possessed only 1 second-tier demon seed at that moment. She glanced at Yi Peitian, who also required a second-tier demon seed. "I'm not in a hurry. Let the demon seed be given to Shaojie," Yi Peitian promptly stated. Chu Qianxun smiled. Given Yi Peitian's temperament, it was fortunate that he was part of her team. Had he been in another group, he might have faced dire consequences before realizing the gravity of his situation. "The next second-tier demon seed will be yours," Chu Qianxun remarked. Zhang Ziyage's advancement this time was remarkably smooth, devoid of any signs of demonic transformation, and he required no assistance from Chu Qianxun. Shortly after consuming the demon seed, Zhang Ziyage leaped from the ground. A torrent of hail cascaded from the sky, striking the earth with a resounding crash and creating a shallow crater, sending dust swirling in all directions. Chu Qianxun cautioned him against complacency, reminding him that this fortunate upgrade did not guarantee future ease. "Each ascension is a matter of life and death. You must remain vigilant. If you wish to advance, you must inform me. When I am not present, you are not permitted to ascend. Do you understand?" Chu Qianxun instructed. The team's abilities were successfully enhanced, and they set off once more with renewed vigor. However, it was not long before a gunshot echoed through the air, and a bullet whizzed past, striking the ground before them and halting their progress. "There is danger ahead. We are engaged in a task. Please alter your course." Yan Shui's cold voice resonated ominously. From the distant jungle, a tremendous roar reverberated, and flames illuminated the horizon. As crimson pillars of fire shot skyward, an unmistakable manifestation of Tang Wan's signature ability, the Red Lotus Purgatory. The team was engaged in the extermination of high-ranking magical creatures. To prevent interference from outsiders or an unwelcome intervention at the last moment, they typically established checkpoints along the surrounding paths to deter intruders. The presence of Yan Shui guarding the path indicated the significance of the creatures within to them. Chu Qianxun exchanged a glance with Gao Yan, who stepped forward with a smile and spoke. "Sister Yan, we too are here for the purpose of hunting demons. We are unaware of the matters you are attending to ahead. We shall take our leave now, if you please. What do you say, Xiaobai? Are you aware of the situation ahead?" Chu Qianxun inquired. "There is a powerful creature, likely a third-tier demon. Many have surrounded it in combat, resulting in numerous casualties," reported Tui Bai, his eyes closed. "It seems the demon has sustained significant injuries and is preparing to flee. Wait here. I shall sneak in to take a look," Chu Qianxun declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Third-tier demons are not easily vanquished, and the last one she encountered, the Sleepless One, was among the weakest in combat within that tier, yet she had nearly failed to overcome it. She intended to sneak in, even though Tang Wan was already inside, but if there was an opportunity to seize, she would certainly take it. "Let us go together. Sister Qianxun, I shall accompany you," said Yi Peitian, as he, Chu Qianxun, and Zhang Xiaojie circumvented Yan Shui's blockade and stealthily approached the battlefield ahead. Upon their arrival, they found the battle had just concluded. The center of the area was scorched, littered with several human corpses, while the demon had vanished, evidently having fled. The remaining individuals must have pursued the injured magical creatures, leaving only 2 or 3 men on the scene. Among them, one was recognizable to Chu Qianxun. It was Yan Shui's boyfriend, Zhang Hongkai, the son of teacher Zhang. Zhang Hongkai kicked over a severely wounded man lying on the ground, laughing recklessly. "Tang Wan, Brother Wan? Who would have thought you'd end up like this?" The man, battered and bloodied, struggled to rise, but was forcefully pinned down by Zhang Hongkai's foot. Gritting his teeth, His eyes brimmed with hatred as he glared defiantly at Zhang Hongkai, unable to stand. "What is that expression you're wearing?" Zhang Hongkai taunted. "Even now, you dare to look at me like that?" His handsome face twisted with a perverse excitement. "You've been so arrogant for so long, and now look at you." With that, he pressed Tang Wan's head into the mud. A surge of inexplicable exhilaration washed over him as he recalled this once mighty brother Wan now reduced to being beneath his foot.
Brother Juan. Brother Juan?
He raised his eyebrows, revealing a twisted smile as he leaned closer to the man beneath him. "Weren't you the one who looked down on me the most? Always barking orders and mocking me? Did you think I was completely indifferent? Did you believe I was unaware? Deep down, did you think I was useless? Not a real man, merely relying on Schwer to survive among the magical beings? So what? Now you're on the brink of death and I am still alive, proving I am stronger than you. Look at yourself. You're about to perish at the hands of someone you disdain. Ha ha!" Zhang Hongkai relentlessly stomped down upon Tang Wan's head. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one might scarcely believe that a typically refined and gentle educator could exhibit such a grotesque and twisted expression. Tang Wan, pinned to the ground, suddenly seized Zhang Hongkai's ankle, and a surge of flames erupted from his grasp, licking up the leg of Zhang's trousers. Startled, Zhang Hongkai quickly jerked his leg away and retreated. His two companions rushed to his side, frantically attempting to extinguish the flames that engulfed him. Tang Wan propped himself up, lifting his head from the mud, while the three men cautiously stepped back, vigilantly observing his movements, ready to flee at a moment's notice. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Tang Wan slowly sat upright, a derisive smile plastered across his face. "Well done. Come on. Weren't you going to kill me?" The three men exchanged glances, none daring to advance. "Go on. You take care of him," Zhang Hongkai urged one of his companions. "Don't be afraid. Can't you see he's at his last gasp? He can barely sit up. Just stab him and he'll be finished. I wouldn't dare. You go if you want to." The man hesitated, recoiling from the prospect. The formidable impression Tang Wan had left on them was indelibly etched in their minds. No one could predict whether he might retaliate even in his dying moments. "Little teacher Zhang, I believe he's incapacitated. How about we use a gun to finish him off?" suggested another man. Yes, let us use a gun." Zhang Hongkai drew his pistol, taking aim at Tang Wan from a distance. Tang Wan let out a cold laugh and closed his eyes. A woman's voice echoed from the woods. "Isn't this a bit too despicable? Even I cannot bear to watch. Who goes there?" Zhang Hongkai turned to point towards the direction of the voice. Three figures emerged from the thicket: Chu Qianxun, Yi Peitian, and Zhang Xiaojie. "This is none of your business. Do not meddle." Zhang Hongkai gulped and feigned composure. "What can you do if I choose to meddle?" Zhang Xiaojie stomped his foot, and a shard of ice swiftly extended from the ground beneath him, surging toward Zhang Hongkai, its jagged spikes glimmering ominously and menacingly directed at the three men. "I have despised teachers since childhood, especially those who appear refined yet are truly repugnant perverts like you." Zhang Xiaojie scoffed, tilting his neck. "So what? Care to spar, little teacher Zhang?" Zhang Hongkai's face flushed with alternating hues of red and white. His companions urged him, "Little teacher Zhang, we are no match for them. Chu Qianxun and her companion Yi Peitian are formidable. We should retreat and report to teacher Zhang before making further plans." Chu Qianxun approached Tang Wan, who supported himself with one hand on the ground, idly fiddling with the several pendants hanging from his neck, a grin spreading across his face. "This is quite amusing, my brothers. I too wish to join your gathering." He raised his gaze to Chu Qianxun, tugged at his collar and sneered. "Come on, weren't you all intent on killing me? I'd rather perish at the hands of an outsider like you. Where have the monsters gone?"
Chu Qianxun in quit.
The smile that had adorned Tang Wan's face vanished, his expression darkening as he regarded Chu Qianxun for a moment before gesturing towards the northwest with a slight nod of his chin. Ignoring him, Chu Qianxun turned and walked away. As the silhouettes of the three receded, Tang Wan gradually rose to his feet and approached a severed corpse. With great effort, he dragged the lower half of the body over, attempting to reunite it with the upper half. The deceased man's eyes were wide open, his face frozen in an expression of disbelief at the moment of his demise. This man was none other than Shi Deming, who had traveled with Chu Qianxun on the hunt for monsters. Tang Wan stared at Shi Deming for a long while before removing a pendant from his neck and placing it around his own. He gently closed the man's eyes. Old Shi, you have always been the kind-hearted one. Why must you confront me and them in your final moments? Our brotherhood has suffered greatly along this journey. But rest assured, if I survive, I shall ensure that the scoundrel Lu Hian meets you below. Tang Wan began to dig with his bare hands, preparing to bury his comrade. The soil that would ordinarily yield easily to his efforts now felt like an insurmountable challenge. His eyes were swollen, his body drenched in blood. With every few strokes, he coughed up more crimson. Yet he remained undeterred, resolutely battling the earth before him. Suddenly, the ground beneath Zhao Deming began to collapse of its own accord, gradually forming a natural grave. Yi Peition extended his hand, and the yellow sand cascaded down, burying Shi Deming's remains. Tang Wan gazed at the patch of yellow earth before him, and after a moment, he whispered a word of gratitude. Ultimately, he could no longer withstand the weight of his exhaustion and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Chu Qianxun sighed in resignation, shaking her head as she approached and grasped his collar. "Allow me," Yi Peition interjected, taking hold of her wrist and lifting the man onto his shoulder. "It is indeed a difficult situation. In any case, the demonic creature remains elusive, yet we have witnessed quite a melodramatic spectacle," Jiang Xiaojie remarked. Yi Peition handed Tang Wan over to Gao Yan, instructing, "Please attend to him. He is on the brink of death." Tu Yibai closed his eyes, searching for a moment before shaking his head. "No, I cannot locate it either. That colossal demonic entity is nowhere to be found. However, there are numerous holy disciples active in the northwestern direction. Shall I accompany you?" After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qianxun recognized the advantage of having Tu Yibai by their side to expedite the search for the injured demon. She nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off once more with Tu Yibai. When Tang Wan regained consciousness, he found himself far from the battlefield, lying beneath the crumbling walls of a dilapidated courtyard. Not far away, leaning against the courtyard wall, sat an elderly woman and a robust man, strangers whose faces he did not recognize. The only familiar figure was a young woman named Gao Yan, a healer among the holy disciples, who had arrived at the base alongside Chu Qianxun. Tang Wan noticed that the most grievous wound on his body, a knife wound that had pierced through his lower back, had stopped bleeding and begun to heal. It was evident that this woman had employed her healing abilities on him. Upon witnessing him awaken and struggle to rise, Gao Yan swiftly restrained his movements, urging him to lie still, for his injuries were severe, and he must not exert himself. In the throes of his utmost effort, as he finally vanquished the formidable foe, he found himself grievously wounded. Yet, it was in this moment of vulnerability that his most trusted companion betrayed him, striking him from behind. For what reason? Tang Wan was acutely aware of his own tempestuous nature and reckless demeanor, which had undoubtedly offended many. However, he could not fathom that those he had steadfastly supported and safeguarded within the base would descend to the depths of wishing for his demise. How could he forget the moment when he, alongside Shi Deming and Lu Hian, eradicated the monsters within the school and rescued the survivors, only to be met with Zhang Yuanshan leading a throng of students and teachers, weeping and expressing heartfelt gratitude, imploring him to establish a base? All of it was a fade. He was even more astounded to discover that his longtime companion, Lu Hian, with whom he shared a profound bond and mutual aspirations, would choose such a critical juncture to betray him. Was it for power? For the allure of demonic influence? The brotherhood cultivated over the years paled in comparison to these absurd motivations. Ironically, it was Shi Mingda, the one he had regarded with indifference, who valiantly defended him in his hour of need. It was these unfamiliar individuals, some of whom he had even clashed with, who extended their hands to save him. Tang Wan raised his hand to shield his eyes, a silent laughter escaping him. "Brother, sister." A small girl peered through the collapsed wall, her timid face emerging as she called out softly, "Little girl, what are you doing here all alone? It is perilous. Where are your family?" Granny Feng rose to her feet. The girl's countenance betrayed her fear as she recoiled. "Fear not," said Chi Yongchun, plucking a vibrant, tangerine-hued bloom from the verdant lawn. He brandished it gently. "Enter, and find solace among your brethren. Her countenance was framed by a pair of luminous, orb-like eyes and a cascade of raven tresses. Her alabaster skin only augmented her endearing allure. Woe is me, she lamented, her voice laced with sorrow. Father has forsaken me, and mother is incensed. My belly aches with hunger, and I am consumed by dread. The girl wept, a picture of pitiable misery. Giggles echoed in the air as the girl tentatively emerged from the doorway, or rather crawled forth. Her upper torso was that of a typical maiden, graced with a comely, rounded face and delicate, ivory hands. Yet, from the waist down, her form was a serpentine coil that sprawled across the ground. Protruding from either side of her trunk were 7 or 8 pairs of human legs. "May I enter, siblings?" she chirped, her voice laced with mirth. Her body ascended, her diminutive head looming over the assembly as she spoke, her laughter tinkling like wind chimes. The fiends devoured my legs, and my stomach gnawed at itself with hunger. Thus, I was compelled to borrow father's legs. Mother, upon witnessing this, was consumed by ire and refused to grant me absolution. Therefore, I appropriated mother's legs as well. Indeed, she continued, her voice dripping with unsettling glee, I have since borrowed the legs of many uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. Behold, I possess a multitude of legs, allowing me to sprint with great alacrity, never again to fear the pursuit of monsters. The entity circumnavigated the courtyard gate. Its neck craned high as it swooped into the courtyard. Tang Wan clasped his palms together before his chest and uttered a hushed incantation. Instantly, a conflagration erupted along the ground, tracing the perimeter of the courtyard wall from the gate. The creature shrieked, retreating in distress. "It is you, you wicked being, who has caused me such pain, who has reduced my body to this minuscule form." The creature uttered chilling words in a childlike voice. "I am so hungry, on the verge of starvation. I shall seize you, eviscerate you, and bury myself within, consuming every warm morsel. Go on, you may leave first. She fears fire and cannot enter for the moment, but I cannot endure for long." Tang Wan released one hand, bracing himself against the ground. "How can this be? How can you stand against it alone? Your wound has reopened." Gao Yen panicked, pressing her hand against the wound on Tang Wan's back, desperately employing her abilities to aid in his healing. Chu Qianxun suddenly sprang to his feet and dashed toward the backyard. Granny Feng followed closely, seizing Gao Yen as she passed. "Hee, big brother, how long can you hold out like this? Once you can no longer endure, I shall enter and devour you. Consuming you will alleviate my suffering." Tang Wan's arm trembled slightly. He understood that the creature before him, though seemingly arrogant, was gravely injured. It could no longer maintain its former colossal form, nor would it dare risk traversing even a small wall of fire. Yet he too was nearing his limit. The flames on the ground dwindled, gradually extinguishing, and Tang Wan's strength gave way as he collapsed. His vision began to blur, and the creature, resembling a centipede, slithered into the courtyard, countless legs of varying lengths drawing near. At that moment, 2 amber blades of light crossed and flashed. Tang Wan realized that his body was being lifted into the air. As he lowered his gaze, he witnessed the monstrous creature above him severed into 3 parts, its fallen head glaring at him with a fierce and unyielding roar. "How are you? Are you all right?" Chu Qianxun asked, gently bringing Tang Wan to rest on the rooftop at the rear of the courtyard. "I understand, thank you. Please rest here," he replied. The young girl, wielding a pair of amber-hued long blades, leaped from the rooftop, heading straight for the battlefield. Countless sharp spikes of earth erupted from the ground, intertwining to pierce the segmented body of the creature. The severed remains were ensnared among the spikes, unable to escape yet still writhing in a desperate struggle. A storm of ice and snow descended from the sky, freezing the thrashing monster just as Chu Qianxun arrived, pinning down its waist. Amidst the creature's piercing screams, she extracted a vivid green demon seed. "Ha! I've got it!" Chu Qianxun exclaimed joyfully, clutching the seed. "That is our demon seed. Hand it over!" Came the furious shouts of men from a distance. A group of saints from the Nanxi base, led by Jiang Yuanshan and others, hurried toward them. "Miss Qianxun, we have expended considerable effort and sacrificed many lives to severely wound this creature. It seems rather unreasonable for you to seize it at the last moment," Jiang Yuanshan said. Though visibly anxious, he managed to compose himself and maintain his decorum. His men had quietly formed a semicircle, encircling the dilapidated courtyard. Is that so?
Chu Qianxun smiled.
Tucking the demon seed into her pocket. I truly apologize for that. Jiang Yuanshan's expression darkened. You, wretched woman. The individuals behind Jiang Yuanshan erupted in fury. Lu Hian glanced at Tang Wan, who was perched upon the ceiling, and approached Jiang Yuanshan with an unfriendly demeanor, whispering a few words in his ear. Jiang Yuanshan's eyes flickered momentarily before he donned a smile. Ah, the demonic seed. Shall we negotiate this at leisure? However, the matter between Tang Wan and us is of a personal nature. Miss Chu is an outsider and should refrain from meddling. If you hand Tang Wan over to us, we can consider this matter settled. Shall we? Chu Qianxun replied with a beaming smile. Indeed, this is not my affair. However, since you, Teacher Jiang, have spoken, it would be impolite of me to refuse. I kindly request that you and your company step aside. If you leave now, I shall not hold it against you. As Chu Qianxun uttered these words, the half-collapsed earthen wall beside her began to rise and thicken at a visible pace, transforming into a formidable fortress seemingly out of thin air. Atop the high wall stood a strikingly handsome young man, his gaze piercing through the swirling sand, coldly observing the throng below. On the opposite end of the wall, a youth hovered several shards of ice in his hand, exuding a sense of excitement as if anticipating the onset of battle. A faint veil of gray mist enveloped the air, gradually thickening and obscuring visibility, rendering the faces of the adversaries indistinct amidst the swirling haze. Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow. This was undoubtedly the ability of Granny Feng. Yet, as they fortified their position within the earthen bastion, the enemies scattered around them, and the mist served only to their advantage, shrouding their vision. Turning her head, Chu Qianxun intended to request that Granny Feng dissipate the mist. Suddenly, she beheld a multitude of bullets materializing around Jiang Xiaojia, who was perched atop the wall. With a heart-wrenching cry, Jiang Xiaojia plummeted from his perch, his body awash in blood. A surge of apprehension gripped Chu Qianxun, and she dashed towards his fallen form. In that instant, a perilous gust swept towards her. With remarkable alacrity, Chu Qianxun evaded the attack, a translucent beam grazing her scalp, severing several strands of her hair, and hurtling towards Yi Peition, who was positioned against the wall. Evade it swiftly, Chu Qianxun bellowed. Before her cry had even subsided, Yi Peition was cleaved in twain by the imperceptible ray, his remains cascading from the wall. A torrential downpour of blood obscured the heavens above Chu Qianxun. His vacant eyes stared fixatedly at the sky, devoid of any semblance of life. An inexplicable pang resonated within her chest, and Chu Qianxun jostled his inert form. Peition? Yi Peition, awaken, are you not immortal? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon her. This was amiss. An ominous premonition surged from the depths of her being, shattering the chaotic emotions within her mind. Abruptly, Chu Qianxun's eyes snapped open, the world before her now vividly clear. There was no dense fog, nor any sanguinary rain. Jiang Yuanshan, directly across from her, had just adopted a stern countenance, while Lu Hian at his side cast a venomous gaze in her direction. Perhaps a mere fraction of a second had elapsed, yet within that fleeting moment, Chu Qianxun had been ensnared within a bizarre reverie. Among the adversaries, there exists a saint endowed with psychic abilities. His power enables him to ensnare individuals in a dreamscape of his design, unbeknownst to them. Chu Qianxun's gaze traversed the crowd, landing upon a gaunt, pallid man who lurked at the back, his face partially shrouded in shadow. It is this man whom she must eliminate first. A surge of murderous intent welled up within her. Almost as if mirroring the scenario from her dreams, a subtle, barely perceptible flow of air stirred in the atmosphere. With a decisive motion, Chu Qianxun thrust her arms forward, the amber blade humming as it intercepted an invisible beam of light that surged toward her. The blade emitted a piercing, shrill sound as it scraped against the attack, yet she firmly grasped the hilt, successfully thwarting the enemy's ambush. Lu Hian's facial muscles twitched. His ability allowed him to unleash unseen, razor-sharp light. When confronting monstrous foes, this light often proved insufficient to breach their formidable exteriors, rendering it less practical. However, when employed against his own kind, it was invariably effective. Previously, during their clandestine assault on Tangwan, Sher Deming and several others had attempted to assist, only to be severed by that very light. Unexpectedly, in this moment, he joined forces with the psychic saint capable of manipulating dreams to ambush this woman. Yet he had not succeeded. Dad, please don't die. Jiang Shaojie, positioned behind Chu Qianxun, clenched his eyes shut, hands pressed against his head, uttering cries of agony. With determination, Chu Qianxun leaped onto the high wall and delivered a swift kick, sending Jiang Shaojie tumbling into the fortress's interior. He landed painfully on the ground, momentarily stunned, before opening his eyes and awakening from the nightmare. Within the fortress, all the first-tier individuals were ensnared in a nightmarish reverie, their expressions contorted in anguish, evidently unable to extricate themselves from the horrors that plagued them. Despite bearing grave wounds, Tang Wan had managed to awaken on his own, summoning a flicker of flame to rouse Gao Yen, who lay beside him. Suddenly, the ground beneath Chu Qianxun quaked, startling her. She raised her gaze towards Yi Peition, who stood at the opposite end of the high wall. A swirling tempest of yellow sand enveloped Yi Peition, his eyes tightly shut, while the solidified earthen rampart beneath him showed signs of yielding.
Yepitian, Avaken. Yepitian.
Chu Qianxun called out to him. With a sudden jolt, Yi Peition opened his eyes, tears cascading down his cheeks, his still drowsy gaze reflecting a profound desolation akin to ashes. Clear your mind. It is merely the enemy's manipulation of your dreams. Chu Qianxun approached him, grasping his frigid hand and squeezing it firmly. Gradually, the focus of Yi Peition's gaze converged upon Chu Qianxun's face, his chest subtly rising and falling, his eyes rimmed with crimson. Abruptly, he turned his face towards the adversaries below, a tempest of fury surging within his eyes. How dare you present this to me? Yi Peition extended a hand, grasping the air as the earth trembled violently. Jiang Yuanshan and the others felt the ground beneath them soften instantaneously, disintegrating into yellow sand, their feet sinking into the treacherous terrain. Quickly, we must flee from this place. The enemy, now in disarray, scattered in a frantic attempt to escape from the sand-ridden land. I am trapped. My foot is ensnared. Who will lend me a hand? A frail, pallid man cried out in desperation at the heart of the sand dune. To his horror, he realized that all his companions, eager to aid him, were unable to approach. The suffocating yellow sand concealed the sky and moon, swirling ominously around him. No, save me, spare my life. He wished to scream, yet the sand poured into his gaping mouth, silencing his cries. All could only watch in horror as the merciless sands engulfed the man, cocooning his body in a thick shroud. Initially, his hands and feet struggled amidst the grains, but as the tempest above whirled with increasing ferocity, crimson streams began to seep from the sand-clad figure. The eye of the storm gradually fell silent, and the bloodied cocoon slowly descended, consumed by the earth. The violent storm dissipated, and the dim sky regained its tranquility. On the yellowed ground, smooth and undisturbed, only a few minute grains of sand ebbed gently. A man stood atop a towering sand wall, silhouetted against the light, coldly surveying the land before him. Beneath this serene expanse of yellow sand lay the recently buried, bloodied body he had condemned. All enemies felt a chilling dread in the face of such terrifying power, instilling a desire to retreat. Let us speak amicably, do not resort to this. Jiang Yuanshan retreated to the edge of the sand, urging for departure. What is happening? What transpired? A frigid female voice emerged from the crowd. It was Yan Shui. Though her figure was absent, she was likely concealed somewhere, aiming her dark gun towards this very spot. Shui, you have arrived, how wonderful. Jiang Hongkai felt a surge of joy. Please assist us. We have striven to acquire the magic seed of the third-tier demon, only to have it snatched away by this Chu Qianxun. 3 bullets shot forth from the forest, arranged in a triangular formation, hurtling towards Chu Qianxun. With a graceful leap from the high wall, she dashed toward the enemy ranks, her form akin to a phantom, weaving left and right. The 3 bullets, as if possessed, curved through the air, relentlessly pursuing her. In her frenzied sprint, Chu Qianxun deftly deflected 2 bullets with her dual blades, then seized Jiang Hongkai from the throng, positioning him before her as a shield. The remaining bullet abruptly halted, spinning ominously before Jiang Hongkai's chest. The long blade in Chu Qianxun's hand was poised at his throat. Swear, be careful, it's me. Jiang Hongkai cried out in terror. Miss Chu, please show mercy. Jiang Yuanshan implored with a forced smile, seeking to plead for leniency. Miss Chu, observe, we harbor no enmity, merely some misunderstandings. Must it escalate to this? I entreat you, considering my humble standing, to spare my son. Within, Jiang Yuanshan seethed with resentment. They had plotted meticulously, intending to eliminate the oblivious Tang Wan after acquiring the precious high-tier magic seed. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, but unexpectedly, several exceptionally powerful saints had arrived at the base. Jiang Yuanshan had observed for several days, noting that Chu Qianxun and her companions bore no friendship with Tang Wan, and even harbored some conflicts. To secure his interests, he had even gone so far as to offer precious weapons in hopes of winning over their leader, Chu Qianxun. In this moment, Chu Qianxun not only disrupted their plans, but also wielded the weapon he had gifted her, positioning it ominously against her son's throat. Release him, or I shall take your life, Yan Shui declared, emerging from the shadows, her cold gaze piercing through the icy blue goggles she wore, infused with a palpable intent to kill. Yan Shui, Tang Wan, supported by Gao Yan, ascended the high wall. Wangu, Yan Shui exclaimed in surprise. How did you end up here, and why are you so gravely injured? Have these people abducted you? Tang Wan remained silent, his body riddled with wounds as he silently regarded Yan Shui. The bullets, suspended in mid-air, began to fall. Yan Shui redirected her weapon, aiming it at Jiang Yuanshan. No wonder you wish to transfer me to the periphery. It appears you intended to conduct such vile deeds behind my back. Shui, what are you doing? How can you aim the gun at my father? Jiang Hongkai exclaimed anxiously. I am your boyfriend, and yet you are pointing a weapon at my father for the sake of Tang Wan? Yan Shui removed her goggles and cast them to the ground, her striking eyes glistening with unshed tears. Yet, her hands remained steady, firmly grasping the gun as she turned her back on Tang Wan, retreating step by step until she positioned herself before him. Yan Shui, you. Tang Wan closed his eyes briefly. You need not go to such lengths. Simply refrain from aiding either side. Wangu, they may have forgotten, but I have not, Yan Shui asserted, her gun held high, her posture unwavering. At that time, Hongkai and I were nearly consumed by the monsters. It was you who rushed through the school gates and saved us from their clutches. She initially intended to swiftly eliminate this shameless and feeble man. However, in such a delicate moment, she hesitated to exacerbate Yan Shui's unpredictable emotions, fearing it might drive her to the enemy's side. Shui, I know you have long wished to leave me. Jiang Hongkai quickly hid behind his father, then peeked out, pointing at Yan Shui. My powers are not strong. I cannot compare to you, so you have always looked down upon me. You are infatuated with that Tang Wan, aren't you? Yan Shui's gaze turned icy as the muzzle of her gun aimed directly at Jiang Hongkai. He softened, adopting a facade of deep affection. Shui, you cannot abandon me like this. Have you forgotten everything between us? I have always been obedient and devoted to you, caring for you in every way. Is your heart truly so cruel that you cannot recall my kindness? I once thought you were merely a bit weak and ineffectual. But that was fine. Your weakness could be complemented by my strength, and your shortcomings could be offset by my efforts. Yan Shui gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. But I was mistaken. You and your father are not only inept but also utterly shameless. On my way here, I witnessed the corpses of several of my brothers. Who is responsible for this? Was it you? No, it wasn't me. Jiang Hongkai hastily denied, casting a frantic glance at Lu Hian. The bodies, brutally severed, were unmistakably the work of Lu Hian's powers. A gunshot rang out. Lu Hian turned and fled, but ultimately could not evade the relentless pursuit of Yan Shui's bullets. He was struck by a bullet, rolled on the ground, and fled in a panic, shielded by his companions. Upon witnessing Lu He and An's escape, Jiang Yuanshan, Jiang Hongkai, and the others also retreated in disarray. I apologize, Brother Wan, Yan Shui said, lowering her gun. We had a bond, yet I could never bring myself to act against him. In the future, when your wounds have healed, and you seek vengeance, I shall not stand in your way. As dusk descended, the setting sun bled across the horizon. After a day fraught with perilous battles, the group found refuge in a secluded dwelling. Today was far too dangerous, Chu Qianxun remarked, shaken. I never expected to encounter such powers. I dreamt of the day the demonic seed descended, and it frightened me to the brink of losing control. So did I. It was terrifying. I was sitting there, yet I fell into a dream where my boyfriend devoured me. I felt something was amiss, but I could not awaken. Gao Yan touched her chest. Tang Wan, wrapped in a coat, sat by the fire. His abilities are ineffective against monsters but utterly overwhelming against humans. Unless one possesses powers far superior, once ensnared, escape is nearly impossible. He always conjures your deepest fears by invoking those you hold most dear. Jiang Shaoji's eyes glistened with tears. I dreamt of my deceased father. He was never a good parent, yet in that moment something shifted, and he instinctively pushed me away. What did you dream of? Asked Chu Qianxun. The crackling embers illuminated Yi Peiyan's face, casting flickering shadows as he remained silent for a considerable time. A low murmuring voice reached my ears. I witnessed your demise, right before my eyes. Upon hearing these words, Chu Qianxun casually offered comfort. It's nothing. That was merely a dream. I saw you perish in my dream as well. This revelation startled her greatly. No sooner had she spoken than Yi Peiyan turned his head sharply, his clear eyes shimmering faintly in the dim light, gradually igniting with fragmented brilliance. Chu Qianxun found herself momentarily entranced by that piercing gaze. Indeed, I was startled, yet he was the one who was truly frightened to tears. A laugh escaped her lips as she placed her hand on Yi Peiyan's shoulder. Brother, you must cultivate this aspect. We will encounter spiritual saints again in the future. You must learn to distinguish between illusion and reality. Given your level, you should have been able to break free from control swiftly, much like Tang Wan did. Yi Peiyan gazed at her for a moment, his eyelashes lowering, softly responding with an Tang Wan, severely injured, leaned against the wall, staring into the flickering campfire, lost in thought. Yan Shui sat curled up in a corner, burying her head in her knees. Gao Yan, somewhat familiar with Yan Shui, approached with a bottle of water and sat beside her. Yan Shui, are you all right? Would you like some water? Yan Shui lifted her head, her long hair cascading down, her nose flushed and her face streaked with tears. Yan Shui choked on her words for a moment, her face crumpling before she burst into tears, exclaiming, I feel so miserable. Gao Yan, accustomed to her aloof demeanor, was momentarily taken aback. It is indeed a fortunate revelation to discern the true nature of that scoundrel at an early stage. Zhang Hongkai is far from being a commendable man. I have always found him distasteful. You may not have noticed, but whenever a beautiful woman appears, his gaze never strays from her. Gao Yan consoled her. Shui, you are so exceptional. You will undoubtedly encounter someone far better in the future. I have already experienced failure 5 times, Yan Shui sobbed. I had my doubts about him as well, but over the past 2 to 3 months since the demonic seed manifested, he has completely changed his demeanor, treating me with extraordinary tenderness and consideration. I thought I had finally found my true soulmate. He merely seeks to exploit you, dear sister. Your judgment appears rather lacking. Gao Yan expressed her frustration. Hardly anyone in the entire base had ever supported their union, save for Yan Shui herself, who remained blissfully unaware. What do you even look for in a man? Well, I look at his face, Yan Shui replied. Her eyes reddened as she raised her gaze to Gao Yan. Unable to restrain herself, Gao Yan playfully poked her forehead. Tang Wan leaned against the wall, eyes shut, gently humming a song. His voice, weary and hoarse, lacked its usual ethereal resonance yet carried a hint of softness, resonating with the English song Far Away from Home. Within the deep, lingering notes lay the concealed yearning and sorrow of a man whose spirit seems unrestrained. In the previous life, Tang Wan must have perished at this very moment, and the Nanshi base would soon cease to exist. Meanwhile, Yi Peiyan remained ensnared in that hellish warehouse, enduring torment, soon to be discovered by the Divine Love Group. Following the path of her previous life, every step taken by Chu Qianxun treads upon the same ground, yet invokes an intricate web of changes. The song sung by Tang Wan was one that Chu Qianxun had heard countless times. In her dreams, she had never departed from her homeland, yet that dreamlike home had long ceased to exist in this world. The emergence of demonic forces has shattered hearts, and with the loss of home, where will her journey culminate this time? As she gazed at Tang Wan, who leaned against the wall, intermittently humming a tune, a wave of nostalgia washed over her for her family residing on Lai Island. She pondered how her cousin and his family were faring now. Yet, it was precisely this excessive tranquility that rendered the island's inhabitants devoid of effective training in their abilities. When colossal demonic creatures eventually crossed the sea, the secluded island, reminiscent of a paradise, swiftly transformed into a slaughterhouse for these monsters. Despite her yearning for a peaceful existence, Chu Qianxun had initially chosen to traverse this perilous path rather than remain in her hometown, where growth was difficult to attain. She lowered her gaze to her hands. Though she still lacked strength, she had improved considerably since her last endeavor. She held steadfast belief that she would eventually wield formidable power, capable of safeguarding all whom she cherished and living the life she desired. As Chu Qianxun contemplated her hands, Yi Peition was observing her. After a moment, Yi Peition rose, assisting Granny Feng in ladling bowls of wild amaranth soup from the clay pot. He discreetly pricked his finger, allowing a few drops of blood to mingle with the violet broth, which he then presented to Tang Wan. Tang Wan expressed her gratitude in a hushed tone and accepted the bowl, drinking it down in one gulp. He furrowed his brow, seemingly puzzled by the subtle changes within himself, and gradually leaned his body, succumbing to slumber in the corner by the wall. The following morning, Yi Peition and Chu Qianxun ventured into the forest and gathered a bountiful supply of ingredients. "What a delightful aroma! What are you cooking?" Gao Yan, rubbing her eyes, approached to lend a hand. Yi Peition, preoccupied, responded with a distracted murmur. Following his gaze, Gao Yan chanced upon the sight of Chu Qianxun and Tang Wan conversing outside in the courtyard. "It's nothing. Don't be tense." She nudged Yi Peition's arm, teasingly remarking, "Isn't it just that he sings beautifully? That's of no real use. In this day and age, it's far more practical to possess skills like yours in the kitchen. Someone as pragmatic as Qianxun would surely choose you." Little did she know, it was still you who saved my life. Outside, Tang Wan expressed his gratitude to Chu Qianxun, saying, "Thank you. What are your plans moving forward?" Chu Qianxun inquired. "We intend to head east towards Lai Island. Would you like to join us?" Tang Wan fell silent for a moment, his fingers tracing the pendant hanging around his neck. His eyes narrowed, momentarily revealing a chilling aura of menace. Before he feigned ease and replied, "I won't be accompanying you. I have matters to attend to." Chu Qianxun regarded him with a glance. "Are you planning to seek revenge alone?" Yan Shui, upon grasping her firearm, resumed her icy demeanor, reminiscent of a glacier. "Ah Shui is a good girl. I do not wish for her to be placed in a difficult position. She admires girls like you and Gao Yan, so let her accompany you. I shall take my leave without bidding her farewell." Tang Wan extended his hand to shake with Chu Qianxun. For a fleeting moment, his typically carefree demeanor turned serious. Gratitude is often unspoken. There is ample time ahead, and one can only hope for another encounter. Did Brother Wan leave on his own? Yan Shui abruptly stood up. "Indeed," Chu Qianxun replied, gently patting her shoulder. "You ought to understand his intentions. He does not wish to burden you. I believe he will not let those who caused his brother's demise escape unscathed." Yan Shui bowed her head, caressing the firearm in her hands. It was a specialized rifle used by competitive marksmen, its body bearing the marks of extensive wear, clearly a testament to many years of use. "Were you once an athlete?"
Chu Qianxun inquired.
There are few saints capable of manifesting extraordinary abilities with firearms. Most of these individuals had a fervent engagement with firearms prior to the apocalypse, often arising from backgrounds in the military, special forces, or competitive shooting. "Yes, I practiced the 50-meter rifle event," Yan Shui said, expertly raising the gun and aiming into the distance. "I began training at the age of 6. My childhood lacked entertainment. I had few friends, and nearly all my free time was devoted to the training facility. It was my only companion. I relished shooting. I found great joy in spending solitary hours in the training hall, listening to the echo of gunfire. Regrettably, no matter how hard I tried, I could never ascend to the ranks of the elite. After reaching adulthood, my family and coach urged me to abandon this path. I began to explore a life of normalcy, but I discovered that I had likely become unaccustomed to the ordinary existence. I couldn't even navigate the realm of romance. The woman with a frigid expression pressed her gun tightly against her, pulling the trigger. From the empty chamber, an illusory bullet was conjured into existence, splitting into 2 mid-air, and then into 3. The 3 bullets soared towards the distant sky. The crowd traversed the severely damaged road, climbing mountains and crossing ridges, spending the night in a lonely village as they journeyed eastward. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, the pitch-black road glimmered intermittently under the beam of a flashlight, revealing a few shimmering reflections. On either side lay silent mountains, the thick night seemingly devouring even the faintest sounds of insects and birds. The road was unnaturally quiet. How much farther to reach Winter Melon Town? Zhang Xiaojie formed an icicle and began to gnaw on it. Chu Qianxun glanced at the map on her phone. It shouldn't be far now. If we endure a little, we can directly reach the outskirts of the town. A wild apple tree stood by the roadside, adorned with a few small, unripe green fruits. Chu Qianxun joyfully ran over, using his abilities to hasten the ripening of 2 apples, which he plucked and handed to the 2 young boys, Tu Yibai and Zhang Xiaojie. There's no helping it. I could only manage 2. You 2 can have these first, Chu Qianxun said. Tu Yibai split 1 apple in half, giving 1 portion to Granny Feng. He then tore his own half into 2 pieces, returning 1 to Chu Qianxun. Zhang Xiaojie shared his apple with Chu Qianxun, dividing the remaining half with Gao Yan. Chu Qianxun broke her apple and tossed a piece to Yi Peitian. Similarly, Granny Feng's half was shared with Yan Shui. Thus, the 2 diminutive wild apples were divided into 8 portions, allowing each individual to savor but a mere taste. She cast a glance at Yi Peitian and realized that her appetite had been spoiled by him. In times past, she could easily endure 2 or 3 days without sustenance without any particular yearning. Now, however, a mere day without a decent meal left her preoccupied with thoughts of what her next dish might be. It seemed as if something was amiss. Tu Yibai halted his steps and activated his unique ability. He took a few steps back, his voice trembling slightly. The creature is just beyond the mountain. It approaches. Tu Yibai, a remarkably composed youth, was not easily frightened by ordinary monsters. Everyone drew their weapons, bracing themselves for the impending encounter. The low bushes on the hillside rustled ominously, and from the opposite side of the mountain, a spine-chilling figure emerged. The creature's head resembled that of an oversized human infant, possessing large, round, obsidian eyes, yet its body was disproportionately small, adorned with 3 pairs of delicate, short arms. It stumbled into the clearing, evidently startled by the presence of so many individuals. Its 6 hands instinctively clutched its chest in a gesture of surprise. The round, glistening eyes soon crinkled with delight as it spat out a half-chewed human hand, emitting a cacophony of laughter. Chu Qianxun, undeterred, charged forward, and with a flash of amber blades, cleaved the towering monster from top to bottom. The fiend's physique split asunder vertically into 3 sections, collapsing resoundingly upon Chu Qianxun's descent. "TCH, what's this? So useless after all?" Zhang Xiaojie scoffed, nudging the fiend's remains with his foot. "Do not approach it. It is not yet concluded," Chu Qianxun cautioned. The fiend's trisected form abruptly transmuted into 3 identical entities, each diminished to a third of the original's magnitude. The trio of fiends rebounded from the earth, their fists clenched. Crimson maws agape, they emitted piercing shrieks, ejecting a myriad of acute barbs from their gullets. Chu Qianxun interposed herself before Zhang Xiaojie, her dual blades crossed, barely safeguarding her vitals, while numerous darts pierced her limbs and torso. Scalding ichor splattered upon Zhang Xiaojie's countenance. Undaunted, Chu Qianxun resumed her assault, her blade a blur, instantly cleaving the fiend before her into irreparable fragments. Sanguine and resolute, she lunged toward the remaining pair of fiends. An arm extended from behind, seizing her collar and propelling her into Gao Yan's embrace. Yi Peitian's silhouette shielded her. Ochre sand billowed in the air as the earth fissured into a vast chasm, engulfing the fiend's duplicates in a single gulp. Muffled detonations echoed from the depths, and 2 hummocks incessantly swelled upon the surface. Hypation growled, clenching his teeth, his hands firmly pressing upon the ground before him, preventing the fiends from escaping his grasp. The earth quaked violently. Mounds ceaselessly erupted from the soil, attempting to elude Hypation's restraint, only to be relentlessly subdued. In the final moments, 7 or 8 mounds of earth suddenly swelled up simultaneously, yet they were ultimately unable to escape their fate of being trapped in the yellow sand, and complete silence descended. With frantic haste, Gao Yan assisted Chu Qianxun in tending to her wounds, but she felt helpless as she gazed upon the long thorns that had pierced Chu Qianxun's limbs. "I'll manage it myself." Chu Qianxun reached out, grasped the sharp thorns, and slowly extracted the blood-stained spikes from her body, casting them to the ground with a clatter. Onlookers gasped, averting their gazes, unable to bear the sight. Chu Qianxun merely furrowed her brow, plucking out the thorns embedded in her flesh one by one and tossing them aside. "Qianxun, please don't move so much. Let me staunch the bleeding," Gao Yan pleaded, her eyes reddening. She suddenly realized how laughable her usual advice to Qianxun, urging her not to train so relentlessly, had been. It was precisely because of individuals like Qianxun, who stood in the front lines, fighting to the death, that she had the ridiculous illusion of being able to live an easy life. Jiang Xiaojie crouched beside Chu Qianxun, his eyes fixated on the bloodied spikes discarded on the ground. His head lowered, and he remained silent. Chu Qianxun, supported by Gao Yan, stood up and ruffled his hair. "It's nothing, just a minor injury. Be more careful next time. Don't be so careless." Jiang Xiaojie kept his head down. "I'm too weak. If only I were as formidable as Brother Pei Tian, I wouldn't have caused you to suffer such grievous wounds." Chu Qianxun peered over Gao Yan's shoulder, observing that Yi Pei Tian remained in a crouching position, motionless. His slender back trembled ever so slightly. Suddenly, there appeared on the road a third-tier monstrosity, the Splitter, which had long terrorized and wreaked havoc on Wintermelon Island in a past life. The most challenging aspect of this creature lies in its ability to divide into multiple bodies. If one fails to eradicate all its manifestations within a short period, it will incessantly generate new forms. The higher the tier of the Splitter, the more bodies it can simultaneously create, rendering it increasingly formidable. Yet, even as a mere third-tier entity, it poses a significant threat. It is indeed astonishing that Yi Pei Tian managed to eliminate 2 of the Splitter's manifestations while still at the second tier. However, the current situation seems rather peculiar. Chu Qianxun intervened to stop Gao Yan and the others, approaching Yi Pei Tian herself. "Pei Tian?" She circled to the front of him, softly calling out, "What's wrong? You don't come near," he rasped, his voice low and terrifying. Chu Qianxun's pupils constricted in alarm. Yi Pei Tian knelt on the ground, his hands buried in the earth, green veins crawling up his neck, and horrific black scales emerging along the sides of his face. He was transcending tears and had begun to succumb to a state of corruption. "Yi Pei Tian." Chu Qianxun grasped his shoulders, urging him, "Pull yourself together." Her hands glowed brightly in the darkness, merging into his being. Yet, deep down, Chu Qianxun understood the gravity of the situation. Yi Pei Tian's tier was too close to her own, and her abilities could scarcely influence his current state of mind. The process of demonic transformation resembles the sudden eruption of the deepest desires harbored within one's heart. Once tempted into a state of corruption, it feels akin to the most severe onset of addiction. Even with a clear awareness of impending destruction, one remains ensnared in the abyss of temptation. It is exceedingly difficult for similarly ranked supplicants to reign in the extreme emotional outbursts experienced during the saintly transformation. "Pei Tian, look at me. Maintain your composure. Calm yourself." Chu Qianxun cradled Yi Pei Tian's face, exerting every ounce of her extraordinary abilities. Yi Pei Tian's eyes widened, his gaze scattered and vacant. A fissure appeared in the center of his brow, from which a black horn slowly emerged. Qianxun, his eyes regained a glimmer of life, looking at Chu Qianxun with a pleading gaze. "Kill me. I do not wish to become a monster." "No, you will not become a monster." Chu Qianxun leaned closer, locking eyes with him. "You will live for a long time and grow ever stronger. How could you possibly transform into a monster? How could you succumb to corruption at this moment? I cannot hold on any longer. I cannot do it." Two streams of black tears flowed from Yi Peition's eyes. Kill me, quickly. His body trembled uncontrollably, clearly struggling against the overwhelming urge. Yet, black scales began to sprout across his body, sharp spines erupting forth, some even piercing into Chu Qianxun's own flesh. You can do it, trust me. You absolutely can. I am here with you. We will strive together. Bathed in blood, yet seemingly impervious to her agony, Chu Qianxun's voice resonated with an unprecedented resolve and warmth. In the heart of the night, the maiden knelt before a man teetering on the brink of demonic transformation, her form radiating a comforting, amber light. However, the light did little to thaw the chilling indifference that crept across Yi Peition's once handsome countenance as he stared, devoid of emotion, at the blood-soaked figure before him. Yan Shui, with a metallic rasp, raised her weapon, taking aim at Yi Peition. Gao Yan swiftly intervened, grasping her arm. What are you doing? That's Xiao Yi. I won't allow you to shoot. It's too late. He's on the verge of succumbing to the demonic influence. Yan Shui's brow furrowed as she regarded Gao Yan. Once transformed, he'll be far more formidable than he is now. None of us would stand a chance. Qianxun is too close. She's in grave danger. Gao Yan found herself ensnared in a tormenting dilemma. Qi Yongchun suggested, perhaps you should retreat to a safer distance. I'll remain and see if I can assist Qianxun. No, you all must leave. It is I who should stay. Granny Feng interjected. Should the worst befall Xiao Yi, my abilities can obscure vision, granting Qianxun at least a chance to escape. I'll stay and accompany you, Granny, offered Tui Bai. Jiang Xiaojie remained silent, his neck rigid as he stood, his gaze fixed on Chu Qianxun and Yi Peition, his eyes reddened with emotion. Despite their deliberations, none ultimately chose to depart. Meanwhile, Chu Qianxun appeared oblivious to their words, her eyes closed, kneeling motionless before Yi Peition. Upon her first full exertion of her extraordinary abilities, she found herself enveloped in a wondrous and tranquil state. Though her eyes were firmly closed, she could distinctly perceive her essence transforming into a warm, golden light that radiated outward. Before her emerged another tumultuous and anguished orb of light. Cautiously, she enveloped this fragile, disintegrating sphere within her own realm. An overwhelming torrent of violent emotions surged forth, initially restless and tumultuous, yet gradually, under her influence, it began to synchronize with her breath, slowly calming and regaining control. Pitn, do not succumb to monstrosity, she fervently prayed within her heart. Just before her extraordinary powers drained her into unconsciousness, Chu Qianxun faintly sensed a presence that timely cradled her form. Through her hazy vision, she observed this figure biting into their wrist, forcing their pallid arm to her lips. A warm, metallic-tasting liquid flowed down her throat. When Chu Qianxun awoke, a faint cacophony surrounded her. She realized she lay within a modest encampment, her body aching, feeling as if she had just emerged from a severe illness. The camp was alive with the flickering of campfires, tents pitched in various arrangements, and clusters of people engaged in conversation, some preparing meals. The myriad sounds of daily life buzzed and intertwined, resonating within her foggy mind. As she attempted to move, a raspy voice cautioned her from beside, "Do not stir." A hand gently supported her, lifting her slightly as it carefully offered her a few sips of water. As Chu Qianxun beheld the visage of the man before her, she recognized him as Yi Peition. At that moment, his countenance bore dark circles beneath his eyes, and he appeared haggard, resembling a person gravely wounded even more than herself. "Are you all right?" Chu Qianxun gently raised her hand, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her, a consequence of having overexerted her abilities. "I told you, you will not transform into a monster." Yi Peition displayed an indescribable expression, abruptly turning his face away. "What is with that look? I merely overextended my powers. It's nothing serious." Chu Qianxun placed a hand on Yi Peition's shoulder, struggling to sit up, yet was overcome by dizziness and a darkening vision. Yi Peition's voice was nearly choked with emotion. Indeed, the dizziness was severe, and Chu Qianxun suspected she was experiencing an illusion. "Qianxun, you are being utterly thoughtless. How could you just spring up like that? Lie down and rest," admonished Granny Feng, who hurried over, placing cushions behind Chu Qianxun's back and assisting her to recline comfortably. Tu Yibai followed closely behind, carrying a ceramic pot covered with a blanket. He settled beside Chu Qianxun and cautiously opened the pot. Sister Qianxun, this is pigeon soup. You must drink it. Sister Yanxue worked hard to procure it. Granny has been simmering it for quite some time, keeping it warm for you. Is Qianxun awake? Let me see. Gao Yan rushed in from outside, her complexion somewhat pallid, having exhausted her own abilities multiple times in her efforts to heal Chu Qianxun. Finally awake, you have frightened everyone with your prolonged unconsciousness. Gao Yan gently touched Chu Qianxun's forehead, lamenting that her abilities were too weak to heal her sooner. Chu Qianxun slowly sipped from a small bowl of broth made from an entire pigeon, the warm, rich liquid flowing down her throat and warming her entire body. Where are we? What about the others? She inquired. We have arrived at Wintermelon Island. This place was previously ravaged by monsters, resulting in many casualties. The survivors have nearly all congregated in this makeshift camp. We just arrived not long ago. Yongchun, Yanxue, and Jiang Xiaojie have gone out to forage for food. It was peculiar. Despite her injuries and limited mobility, which should have made her feel the most anxious and uncomfortable, she found herself surprisingly relaxed, as if she could cast aside all worries and comfortably accept the care of her companions. Companions? Is this what it feels like to have trustworthy allies? Chu Qianxun mused to herself. The camp was a chaotic assembly formed by the survivors, lacking any organization or leadership, appearing particularly disordered. Chu Qianxun had slept through the entire night, brought to the camp by her companions, and awoke to the early morning light. Some individuals squatted in corners, washing up simply, while others had relinquished their pre-apocalypse hygiene habits, sitting disheveled and vacant-eyed at the entrances of their makeshift shelters, cluttered with refuse. Various makeshift earthen stoves exude wisps of smoke, while most individuals possess merely a meager broth in their pots. Even so, many are unable to savor this modest warmth, gazing enviously at others cooking while swallowing their disappointment. Over 2 months have passed since the arrival of the demonic scourge, and the fabric of morality and etiquette has unraveled completely. Humanity has cast aside the veil of compassion, revealing its most savage and ruthless visage. Here, conflict is omnipresent. Battles erupt over food, resources, and sometimes even the mere acquisition of a drier place to rest, leading to bloody confrontations. This has become a world where the weak struggle to survive, where strength reigns supreme. A woman, just emerging from her tent, hastily tidies herself before languidly posing, contemplating the exchange of her body for a mere breakfast. A mud-streaked man approaches a woman clad in a sundress, raising a piece of biscuit in his hand. She glances at it, scoffs, and shakes her head. The man rummages in his pocket, producing 2 more biscuits, raising them as a final offer. Such transactions transpire in every corner of the camp, where the barter of one's body for sustenance is not exclusive to beautiful women, but also includes young, handsome men. Reclining against a cushion, Chu Qianxun observes the myriad of human experiences before her, feeling a semblance of familiarity with this harsh reality. Yi Peition remains at her side, guarding her with the utmost care as if she were a critically ill patient. Observing his dark circles and pallid complexion, Chu Qianxun could not fathom how a newly ascended saint could have reduced himself to such a state. She extracted a makeshift pillow fashioned from a blanket beneath her and placed it on the grass beside her, patting it gently. I am quite well. Have you not slept at all throughout the night? Perhaps you should take a moment to rest? Yi Peition blinked, his face flushed. He glanced around, somewhat flustered, before timidly lying down next to Chu Qianxun. In that instant, she felt a profound generational gap between them. She realized that she often struggled to comprehend some of Yi Peition's reactions and sentiments. Having endured such harrowing times, she found it hard to recall what her contemporaries, let alone her former self from a decade prior, had pursued or pondered. Previously, when Gao Yan and Gan Xiaodan often conversed about trivial matters pertaining to young girls, she frequently felt unable to join the dialogue. A mere minor injury was hardly a concern, especially considering it was not as if she had consumed your miraculous elixir. I feel my recovery is progressing swiftly. I am grateful. Chu Qianxun licked her lips, feeling a twinge of frustration as she recalled how, before losing consciousness, Epation had bitten his wrist to provide her with a mouthful of his blood. Since she had ingested it and indeed benefited from it, she deemed it unnecessary to be overly sentimental and expressed her thanks candidly. Epation turned on his side, retrieving a third-tier magical seed, cradling it in his hand and presenting it before Chu Qianxun. I collected this for you while you were unconscious. The man reclining beside her, with his pale hand, effortlessly lifted the verdant crystal before his eyes, separated only by a few blades of grass. A subtle stir of emotion flickered within Chu Qianxun's heart. In her perception, no one possessed the inclination to relinquish a magical seed. To her, a magical seed held greater significance than sustenance. Whoever seized it would rightfully possess it. Attempting to wrest a high-level magical seed from another was akin to snatching food from a tiger's jaws. Achieving such a feat without a desperate endeavor was virtually impossible. Her fingers brushed against Yepation's palm, then hesitated. Although she yearned to enhance her abilities with the third-tier magical seed, it undeniably belonged to Yepation. Would you not keep it for yourself? You too have reached the third tier. Finding a justified reason, Chu Qianxun accepted the magical seed from Yepation's grasp, consuming it on the spot. With her abilities and physique significantly enhanced, she felt invigorated, finding Yepation increasingly agreeable to her gaze. What a commendable person, she mused inwardly. You will not succumb to demonic transformation. I assured you that you would endure, he remarked. At that moment, I genuinely believed I could not hold on any longer. It was a mere breath away from the demonic entity overtaking my entire being and consciousness. I truly do not wish to undergo such an experience again. Pation, Chu Qianxun said, I have warned you more than once. When utilizing your powers, you must act within your limits. At all times, refrain from overexerting your abilities. This time, your advancement on the battlefield resulted from excessive use of your powers. Yepation lifted his gaze to her and inquired, What about you? Since you are well aware of this principle, why exhaust your extraordinary abilities? A young woman, not far off, sought assistance, asking, Do you have any fever-reducing medicine? My sister is gravely ill. The response she received was met with indifference and mockery, yet she persisted, enduring the disdainful glances as she continued to inquire. Fever-reducing medicine? A man, seated on the ground, brazenly scrutinized the woman's exquisite figure from head to toe and replied, We do have it, but what will you offer in exchange? The woman, feigning composure, stammered, I have a little food. Food? What do I want with your meager rations? The man stroked his stubbled chin and gestured toward his companions. 5 men in total. If you entertain us, we shall provide you the medicine. The beautiful woman's face drained of color. She bit her lip fiercely, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The man narrowed his eyes, producing a blister pack of tablets from his pocket, tauntingly raising it. What do you say? Will you take it? If not, your twin sister may not survive this ordeal. The woman clenched her hands at her sides, and after a moment's hesitation, she finally bowed her head, shuffling toward the group of predatory men. Wait, Chu Qianxun called out to her, retrieving a pack of fever-reducing medicine from her backpack. Come here. The young woman dashed from the clutches of those men and hurried to Chu Qianxun, eager to inquire what assistance she might offer rather than face the predatory group. Chu Qianxun tossed the medicine to her, urging, Take it. There is no need for concern. Your sister has likely evolved and will soon be fine. The woman stood before Chu Qianxun, nervously twisting the corner of her garment while inquiring, What can I do for you? Unfazed, Chu Qianxun waved her hand dismissively. Go on. Since your sister is experiencing a severe fever, once she gets through this ordeal, life should become easier for both of you. Hey, newcomer, you've crossed the line, haven't you? I had my eye on her first. It's first come, first served. Understand? A disgruntled man from the side rose, joined by 4 others. They assessed the situation, noting that aside from Yepation, Chu Qianxun was accompanied only by individuals who posed little threat, thus deemed as easy targets. However, the woman was armed, and it was best not to provoke her. With nearby wildlife already hunted to depletion, anyone capable of capturing prey at this time was no ordinary person. Perhaps it was wiser to refrain from confrontation. Yan Shui approached Chu Qianxun, setting down her catch. Qianxun, have you awakened? How do you feel? You certainly startled everyone. Gao Yan, removing her sunglasses, remarked, "Didn't your goggles break? Where did you manage to find another pair?" Yan Shui possessed a pair of alluringly beautiful eyes, which contrasted sharply with her sharpshooter demeanor. Consequently, she had grown accustomed to wearing glasses wherever she went. Without them, she felt disoriented and flustered, hurriedly trying to snatch them back from Gao Yen. "Stop it, give them back to me." Meanwhile, Jiang Shaojie had wandered to the seaside, gathering a pocketful of oysters. He silently placed the damp bag beside Chu Qianxun, lowering his head without uttering a word. "Wonderful. I have been longing to eat this," Chu Qianxun exclaimed as she rose and examined the plump oysters. "Shaojie, you are truly impressive. Now everyone is in for a treat." Yi Peition had taken a stroll around the camp, exchanging for some provisions and even borrowing a set of cooking utensils. The journey from Nangxi Base to Donghua Island had been marked by a scarcity of food and an even greater lack of cooking tools and seasonings, rendering even the most well-intentioned efforts fruitless. At this moment, however, he finally had a chance to showcase his culinary skills, so he rolled up his sleeves and busied himself energetically for the better part of the day. An enticing aroma wafted from the corner of the camp, drawing curious glances from those nearby. Before long, a pot of rich partridge soup and a platter of oyster pancakes were served. The crowd gathered around the rare delicacies, indulging themselves amidst the envious gazes of the entire camp. A pair of twin sisters approached, hand in hand, and one of them asked, "What is the matter?" Chu Qianxun instinctively protected her bowl, for Yi Peition's culinary prowess was truly remarkable, and she was reluctant to share such delectable fare with anyone else. "I am here to thank you," the elder sister of the twins spoke, "not only for the medicine but also for watching over my sister." She glanced at the patch of grass nearby, which had been flattened into a precise rectangle by an unseen force. Her special ability was the manipulation of gravity. "Are you all indulging in seafood?" the astonished younger twin inquired. "You are new here and still unaware of the circumstances. You must never venture there. There exists a monstrous creature in the sea, exceedingly perilous. Because of this, many are too frightened to enter the water, leading to the needless demise of numerous individuals." "Oh?" Chu Qianxun's interest was piqued. "What manner of creature is this? Are they planning to slay the sea demon?" "Slay the sea demon? Such a small group attempting this? They are utterly deluded. Alas, if the sea demon could truly be vanquished, we could descend into the ocean to procure some sustenance, and our lives would not be so arduous." Due to the cramped living conditions, news of Chu Qianxun and her companion's intention to confront the sea demon quickly spread throughout the camp. The inhabitants began to surreptitiously observe the small team preparing their gear, engaging in hushed whispers. "Hey, the sea demon is not something to be trifled with. Don't go seeking your death." A middle-aged man residing nearby could no longer contain himself and shouted. Chu Qianxun tightened her shoelaces and secured her twin blades before approaching the man. "Good sir, have you encountered this sea demon? I would greatly appreciate your guidance." With a radiant smile, she extended her fair hand, offering him a cigarette. In these times, cigarettes were a valuable commodity. Though she herself did not smoke, she always kept a couple of packs on hand for occasions such as this. Indeed, the man who had previously spoken with sarcasm immediately altered his demeanor. He accepted the cigarette with a grin, tucking it behind his ear, reluctant to smoke it right away. His tone became noticeably warmer. "I am unworthy of your guidance. My brothers have all perished at the hands of that monstrous creature, leaving me as the sole survivor, barely clinging to life. I advise you, dear sister, to refrain from embarking on such a perilous venture, for living is far more precious than anything else." He vacated his seat to allow Chu Qianxun to sit down, recounting his encounters with the sea demon. This creature, possessing the head of a human and the body of a fish, only emerges from the depths of the ocean, and thus the nearby inhabitants have dubbed it a sea demon. In Chu Qianxun's recollections, the early days of the apocalypse saw little activity among oceanic monsters, with the more formidable sea creatures only becoming well-known years after the onset of the catastrophe. Had it been otherwise, Lai Island would not have remained isolated and secure for such a duration. Hence, Chu Qianxun surmised that this so-called sea demon was not an ordinary monster, but rather a fallen one, a unique creature birthed from the failed ascension of human saints, transformed into a monstrous form. fallen ones are exceedingly challenging to confront. These entities, derived from humanity, are distinct from typical monsters. Each possesses unique offensive abilities, and more troublingly, they retain all the memories and intellect from their human existence, yet lack the emotions and vulnerabilities of humanity. One of humanity's significant advantages against monsters lies in their capacity to deploy human ingenuity against the ignorance of these beasts. While most monsters, despite their formidable strength and resilience, ultimately succumb to the traps and intricate teamwork devised by humans, the emergence of these intelligent, emotionless fallen ones, who are well acquainted with human behavioral patterns, has plunged humanity into a genuine crisis in their battle against the monstrous realm. Chu Qianxun inquired humbly and meticulously about the myriad details concerning the fallen being referred to as the Sea Demon. The team members set forth towards the shores of Donghua Island. They soon located Tui Bai, who stood precariously on a cliff overlooking the tumultuous sea, positioned at 3 o'clock, approximately. He clutched his head, struggling to maintain his balance, and half knelt upon the ground. "What troubles you, Ibai?" Granny Feng promptly supported him. "It has detected my presence and is swiftly approaching us," Tui Bai uttered with evident anguish. The sea demon evidently possessed abilities of psychic assault, exceeding the mere first level of Tui Bai. It not only astutely sensed his exploration but could retaliate from such a distance. In the far reaches of the sea's surface, a white wave surged directly towards them. "Xiaobai, keep your distance. I shall confront it first." Chu Qianxun boldly leaped from the cliff, charging towards the oncoming white wave. Yi Peition closely followed in her wake, his gaze fixed upon the figure ahead wielding dual blades, advancing fearlessly. Though Qianxun was merely a girl of a similar age to his own, she exuded unwavering determination and resilience, never faltering in the face of adversity, always leading the charge in battle. Yi Peition silently resolved to strive harder, vowing not to be left too far behind. Chu Qianxun came to a halt on the sandy beach. Upon the undulating surface of the water, there resided a colossal creature, its upper body resembling that of a human male, while its lower half was adorned with emerald green scales, culminating in an elongated fishtail. If one were to disregard the patches of green scales gracing its cheeks and the long, dark purple hair reminiscent of seaweed, its visage could be described as that of an exceedingly handsome young man. "Ah, humans! It has been many days since I have encountered so many of your kind, and it fills me with delight." The creature possessed a voice that was irresistibly enchanting. As it swirled its tail, a serpentine appendage emerged from the depths of the sea, sending forth a spray of white foam. "Would you care to hear a song? I can serenade you before your demise." It gazed down from its lofty perch at the figures upon the shore, speaking with a human-like cadence, accompanied by a gentle smile. Unbeknownst to when it began, a haunting melody began to resonate from all directions. A sound unattainable by human vocal cords, at times ethereal and airy, at others laden with temptation, as if it could heal all earthly woes. The siren, seemingly oblivious to the presence of others, leisurely commenced its song upon the water's surface. Its upper body was bare, and its seaweed-like, damp hair cascaded down its perfectly sculpted form, trailing into the frothy waters below. With a gaze steeped in longing, it directed its attention toward Chu Qianxun, akin to a tender lover gazing adoringly at their beloved. Suddenly, that visage transformed into that of Yi Peition. Alarm bells rang in Chu Qianxun's mind. She understood that the siren's assault had commenced. Psychological attacks often transpire in the briefest of moments, yet for those ensnared in such an instant, it may feel as though they have endured an eternity. Should one fail to extricate themselves from this predicament, they may find themselves irrevocably trapped in a veritable illusion. In the throes of battle, succumbing to a genuine delusion without the aid of comrades virtually guarantees demise. The beach and the sea vanished in an instant, replaced by a desolate wilderness adorned with lush vegetation. Beside Chu Qianxun stood a business vehicle, and not far from its front, a shimmering pond sparkled in the light. With a splash, a young man emerged from the water, shaking the damp strands of hair from his forehead, his cold, penetrating gaze fixed upon Chu Qianxun. A shiver coursed through Chu Qianxun. It was Yi Peition, the demon. No, Yi Peition was no longer a demon. This was merely an illusion, she reminded herself. The once somber and indifferent visage of Yi Peition transformed as he stood before her, lowering his head slightly to reveal an expression of profound sorrow. Qianxun, why did you abandon me? Chu Qianxun opened her mouth, yearning to offer some explanation. Yi Peition's face flushed crimson, appearing bashful and ill at ease. I have always harbored feelings for you, Qianxun. In that fleeting moment, the scene before Chu Qianxun shattered, revealing a brilliant sky, the ocean alive with frothy white waves, and the colossal sea creature lingering upon the water's surface. The haunting melody persisted, and as she extricated herself from the illusion, Chu Qianxun's heart raced uncontrollably. She pondered what vision this sea creature had imparted to Yi Peition. Cursing inwardly, Chu Qianxun aligned her twin blades, unfurling a radiant amber corona around herself, and dashed across the water toward the sea demon. The creature's gentle mien instantly hardened into an icy visage as its seaweed-like tresses billowed behind it, each strand coalescing into a rigid lance aimed at Chu Qianxun. Chu Qianxun pirouetted through the air, her bright yellow blades etching dazzling afterimages in her wake. A resounding clang echoed as the combatants abruptly disengaged. Several tall, rammed earth pillars rose from the sea as Chu Qianxun, blades crossed, knelt upon one, wiping blood from her face. One of the demon's arms had been severed, plunging into the sea, its ichor cascading down its torso. The sea subtly pulsed, swirling into minuscule whirlpools as the earth pillar beneath Chu Qianxun began to crumble. A chorus of guttural, eerie chants arose from all directions, their sound like needles piercing the mind, causing unbearable nausea and agony to those nearby. Save for Chu Qianxun and Yi Peition, the others were compelled to retreat from the fray. Yan Shui, find its weakness, Chu Qianxun exclaimed. As a bullet pierced the demon's cardiac region, it emitted an enraged shriek, thrashing its tail to summon a towering wave before diving into the abyss. The demon seed is in its heart. Chu Qianxun plunged into the sea. The surface stilled for a moment, then roiled violently once more. Countless fragments of soil surfaced. As Yi Peition knelt upon the shore, his brow furrowed in deep concentration, a hand pressed against his forehead. Yet, with great effort, he extended a hand, and a small earthen platform gradually emerged from the sea. Chu Qianxun, drenched to the skin, leapt from the water, alighting upon the platform and gasping for breath. The immense tail of the sea monster floated up from the depths, its translucent emerald scales shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The upper half of the creature's body lay severed, a massive wound oozing a copious amount of pale yellow liquid, staining the surrounding waters. Near the shore, the upper torso of the sea monster, having lost its arm, emerged from the waves. Its humanoid form remained remarkably agile, briefly surfacing before plunging back into the depths, attempting to escape. At that moment, Jiang Xiaojie appeared at the water's edge, and the surface of the sea instantaneously froze, trapping the monstrous body in its icy grip. The sea monster's eyes blazed crimson as it glared menacingly at the supernatural being who had impeded its flight, letting out a shrill, piercing cry. Its violet hair hardened, breaking through the ice. Jiang Xiaojie coughed up blood and immediately lost consciousness. Just as the sea monster sought to break free, it suddenly plummeted back into the depths with a resounding splash, seemingly burdened by an immense pressure. It struggled to lift its arm, attempting to rise from the sandy bottom, but was again forcefully submerged beneath the waves. Not far from the shore, upon a precipice, a pair of twin sisters appeared hand in hand. The elder sister raised her arm, adjusting the gravitational force to assist in suppressing the remaining half of the monstrous creature. Chu Qianxun grasped the sea demon's hair, dragging him onto the sandy shore, mounting his form with the blade poised directly at his chest. "Are you, Rengu?" came the voice of Yan Shui. The Nanki base lay charred, the playground scorched under the relentless blaze. Tang Wan slowly withdrew his knife from the lifeless body of Lu Hian, while the saints within the base collectively recoiled, facing the formidable man before them, their former leader, devoid of any courage to resist. Among the crowd, Zhang Hongsai's legs bore the severe burns inflicted by Tang Wan's fiery onslaught during the recent battle. Pain racked his face, tears mingling with mucus, yet he gritted his teeth in silence, desperately crawling towards the rear of the throng, fearful of drawing Tang Wan's attention once more. Jiang Yuanshan stood at the forefront of the group, similarly retreating step by step, his heart weighed down by resentment and regret. In pursuit of the coveted third-tier magic seed, he had succumbed to the persuasion of Lu Hian, deciding to eliminate Tang Wan, only to find that fate had other plans. The magic seed had been intercepted by the unexpected arrival of Chu Qianxun. Even more infuriating was the realization that the base, which he had thought firmly in his grasp, began to waver after the loss of Tang Wan and Yan Shui. When Tang Wan was present, the people within the base had submitted to and flattered Jiang Yuanshan, slowly nurturing the delusion that he was the true leader of the base. Reflecting on Yan Shui as his son's girlfriend and viewing Lu Hian as nothing more than a fool, he believed that once he eliminated the arrogant Tang Wan, the magic seed would naturally converge in his possession. Little did one know that with the departure of the seemingly irascible and unpopular Tang Wan, the entire base's disciples suddenly began to harbor various thoughts, no longer adhering to management, and their attitudes towards him shifted instantaneously. Nowadays, not only were the disciples of the base reluctant to submit the portion of demon seeds obtained from hunting, but many also began to pay lip service while secretly undermining the base's organization in its efforts to gather supplies. The reserves within the base began to dwindle, and rumors gradually circulated, leading to unrest among the populace, with conflicts of all magnitudes arising, leaving Jiang Yuanshan in a state of utter disarray. He recognized that the base was beginning to fragment, and he even harbored doubts that should a formidable demon appear, the base would crumble under the pressure. Contemplating this, Jiang Yuanshan forcibly suppressed the fury that surged within him, averted his gaze from his son, whose legs had been rendered useless, and feigned a sincere expression. Tang Wan regarded Jiang Yuanshan for a prolonged moment before suddenly tilting his head back and erupting into boisterous laughter. His laughter was unrestrained and audacious, as if oblivious to the presence of others. Only when he had laughed to his heart's content did he adopt a nonchalant demeanor and speak. "Mr. Jiang, when we brothers first arrived here, it was you, with this grandiose display of righteousness, who swayed us. Some of our brothers have perished, others have transformed into demons. In the end, only Lu He and an Shi Deming remain." He reached out to touch a necklace hanging around his neck, one of which bore the scars of flames, charred completely, revealing a dark pendant that had been repeatedly rubbed, inscribed with the character Rin. As Tang Wan caressed the necklace, he seemed to reminisce, retracting his flamboyant demeanor, his tone turning somber. "I pondered, since my brothers have met their demise here, I shall remain as well. I am but a reckless youth, who has always held respect for you cultured instructors. I shall heed your commands regarding matters within the base, while I take on the charge of leading the charge ahead. Ensuring that everyone can live in peace, I consider it a tribute to the sacrifices of my fallen comrades." He lowered his gaze to the lifeless body of a once-beloved brother, using the tip of his knife to extract a blood-stained necklace from Lu Hian's neck, holding it tightly in his grasp. "Now that all are gathered, wherever I may meet my end, let it be known that my brothers and I shall find our resting place together, regardless of circumstance." He wiped the blood from his blade, and amidst the astonished and wary gazes of those around him, he turned and walked away, lost in his own thoughts. "Ah Wan." Jiang Yuanshan attempted to dissuade him. Tang Wan paused, turned his face, a mask of suppressed ferocity etched upon it. "Jiang Yuanshan, I advise you not to provoke me further. Were it not for the fact that I single-handedly established this base, I would not hesitate to reduce you miscreants to mere ash. Choose your path wisely." With this ominous declaration, Tang Wan clutched the blood-soaked necklace and exited the gates of the base. He entered alone, eliminating those he sought to vanquish, incapacitating those he intended to dismantle, and departed with an air of defiance, leaving the entire Nanshi base to behold his audacity, none daring to obstruct his passage. At that moment, on the shores of Wintermelon Island, Yan Shui approached the sea monster, removing her sunglasses. She gazed upon the creature's visage, astonished, and exclaimed, "Ringu? Is that truly you, Ringu? But I thought you were dead?" The sea siren turned its gaze towards Yan Shui, a visage marked by indifference. Yan Shui's eyes reddened. "We all believed that Tang Wan had personally slain you. It appears that, in the end, he could not bring himself to do so." The siren's eyes flickered, as if a memory had finally surfaced. "Ah, it is that individual. You hail from Nanshi," it recounted. "He inflicted grievous wounds upon me with flames, yet ultimately refrained from extracting the demon seed, allowing me to drift along the river to this very place. With keen interest, the siren shifted its attention back to Yan Shui. Does that person still sing? To be honest, I find great pleasure in his melodies. I once concealed myself in the waters by Nanchi and had the fortune of hearing him sing several times. Since arriving in the sea, however, I have not been graced by the songs of your kind. At that moment, the siren retained only half of its form, having lost an arm, yet its voice remained clear and melodious. An extraordinarily human-like expression graced its handsome face, embodying a haunting beauty. Yan Shui suddenly covered her mouth, tears spilling forth. Do you still remember the past? Indeed, I do. Your name is Xiao Shui, and that person is Tang Wan. When this body was still human, I often sang alongside him. I cherished those songs. The siren spoke of memories that, to it, were merely echoes from another species. Gao Yan approached. Shui, what troubles you? Do you recognize it? Yan Shui leaned against Gao Yan's shoulder, bursting into tears. Ren, during his lifetime, was an exceptionally gentle soul. We fought side by side, and he cared deeply for everyone around him. Who could have foreseen that fateful day when he ingested the demonic seed, unable to endure its effects, and tragically transformed into a monstrous being? Yan Shui wept inconsolably. Chu Qianxun restrained the creature's form, and with a swift stroke of her blade, revealed the emerald-hued demonic seed nestled within its chest. Yan Shui, do not dwell on this. The person you once knew has long since perished. What stands before us now is merely a monster bearing his visage. Chu Qianxun had vanquished countless fallen beings, including former acquaintances and comrades. Yet, once they succumbed to corruption, they became irreconcilable foes to humanity, deserving of her unyielding wrath. Why do you wish to kill me? The creature, pinned beneath her, suddenly addressed her. Taken aback, Chu Qianxun hesitated momentarily. For her, the enmity between humans and monsters was a fundamental truth. The act of slaying such creatures was inherently justified, and she had never contemplated a monster questioning her motives. We consume humans out of necessity. I only partake when hunger beckons, never indulging in waste or indiscriminate slaughter. The monster, with its human-like features, gazed earnestly at Chu Qianxun. Yet I observe your kind often engage in inexplicable acts of mutual destruction, even slaying companions, only to leave their precious forms untouched, squandered in vain. If this is the case, why do you harbor such profound disdain for us? The creature inquired with a sincere expression. Chu Qianxun found herself momentarily at a loss for words. There is no need for flowery language. No matter what you say, I will not relent. Our races are inherently adversarial. The siren blinked, asking, before I perish, could you sing me a song? For some reason, I have a particular fondness for your human melodies. I have only been alive for 2 months and have scarcely heard them. I,
Chu Qianxun really
cannot sing. After years of fierce battles against myriad monsters, it was the first time she had received such a request from one of them. Her heart stirred momentarily, wavering, yet she ultimately did not hesitate. With a deft flick of her blade, she extracted the brilliant green gem. A deep male voice resonated as Yi Peition began to sing the song that Tang Wan had performed on the eve of their departure. Far away from home, the melody soared, harmonizing with the waves, carried far by the wind. Yes, that was the one. The siren slowly closed his eyes, devoid of anguish, a faint smile lingering on his lips. Yan Shui buried her head in Gao Yan's shoulder, weeping silently. The members of the team stood in solemn silence around them. Chu Qianxun rose, glancing at her hands, which had claimed countless monster lives without a shred of hesitation. Yet, in this moment, an indescribable emotion welled within her. The remnants of the monster gradually sank into the sand, golden grains cloaking his bizarre visage, leaving only a gently mounded dune, atop which bloomed delicate white flowers, swaying softly in the sea breeze, accompanied by Yi Peition's song. Who can mend those delicate, shattered hearts? Without you, I shall feel so distant from home. As the song reached its finale, Yi Peition lifted his gaze, fixing it upon the figure standing before the flower-laden grave. Who can comfort my broken spirit? Without your companionship, I am left with nowhere to go. He silently repeated these lines in his mind. In the distance, Silhouettes began to emerge on the cliff, peering curiously, their eyes catching sight of the massive fishtail floating upon the surface of the sea. Confirming the demise of the creature, they erupted into jubilant cheers. Many surged toward the shoreline, while others had already launched their small boats into the water, leaping aboard with excitement, equipped with fishing gear to seek nourishment from the ocean. For these coastal dwellers, the absence of the sea monster made survival considerably easier. The ocean promised an abundance of sustenance, sufficient to meet their basic needs. As they passed, numerous individuals rose to their feet, greeting them with reverence. The surrounding crowd hastily gathered their belongings, smiling amiably while clearing ample space for their arrival. The middle-aged man, who had previously sought information from Chu Qianxun, approached with a large bag filled with lively, wriggling crabs. "Qianxun, you are truly remarkable. I never anticipated such capabilities from you." He insisted on leaving the crabs for Chu Qianxun. "Thanks to you all, we can venture into the sea again, and my brother's grievances have finally been avenged. This small token of gratitude must be retained." Thus, during dinner, everyone gathered together to feast on crabs. Chu Qianxun was not his usual self, lacking his usual appetite as he listlessly picked at the crab. "What is troubling you today, Qianxun?" Granny Feng inquired. "For some inexplicable reason, I find that creature rather pitiable." Chu Qianxun replied, his broad shoulders slumped in despair. "Do not overthink it." Granny Feng gently patted his shoulder. "While the creature may evoke pity, should we not also feel sorrow for ourselves as humans, who serve as their sustenance? How many of our kind have perished at the hands of these monsters? My father was brutally slain by one right before my eyes. I shall never extend sympathy to such beings." Jiang Shaojie retorted bitterly. "I know. I merely speak my mind," Chu Qianxun murmured as he continued to eat his crab. Yi Tian, having grown up inland, was not adept at consuming seafood. Chu Qianxun, raised by the seaside, deftly assisted him in cracking open the crabs. "Finally, there is something you struggle with. I thought you were truly capable of everything," Chu Qianxun teased. "You possess formidable abilities, cook exceptionally well, and sing beautifully." Yi Tian's face flushed slightly. "I do not sing well, not nearly as proficiently as Brother Wan. I believe your voice surpasses his. His singing is rather melancholic, while your melodies are far more pleasant to the ear." Chu Qianxun excelled at offering compliments to others. She reached into her pocket and retrieved the third-tier magic seed obtained from the sea monster, offering it to Yi Tian. He hesitated, wishing to decline. "Take it. It is rightfully yours. I cannot continue to take advantage of you," Chu Qianxun insisted, pressing the magic seed into his hand. For her, the desire to level up swiftly was fervent, yet she understood that, as a team, the equitable distribution of spoils was essential for lasting camaraderie among the members. Currently, both she and Yi Tian were at the third tier, and it was unreasonable for her to monopolize all the third-tier magic seeds by exploiting his gratitude. Observing Yi Tian's youthful and delicate profile, she recognized him as a genuine prodigy. Despite possessing numerous advantages since her rebirth, she had exerted herself tirelessly, never relenting. Whether in combat, training, or consuming magic seeds, she had left no stone unturned and was only slightly above Yi Tian by less than half a tier. In the presence of such brilliance, jealousy was futile. Only through doubled efforts could she hope to avoid being eclipsed. Chu Qianxun reminded herself. To prepare for the journey ahead, Yi Tian and the others resolved to search within Donghua town for easily preserved food. Nearly 3 months had passed since the arrival of the magic seeds, and most of the food remnants from the civilized era had begun to spoil. A multitude of survivors had flooded into the wilderness in search of sustenance, and the edible resources in the wild had been nearly depleted by the ravenous crowds. Until new settlements were established and stabilized, humanity would face an increasingly dire struggle for survival. In the wake of enduring injuries during 2 consecutive battles, Chu Qianxun was compelled by her companions to remain at the camp to guard the supplies. Lying in the camp, with her hands tucked beneath her head, she idly propped her feet up, counting the few drifting clouds in the sky. She longed to rise and practice a few sets of punches, to engage in some fundamental training. However, her companion Gao Yen firmly opposed the idea. "You need to rest peacefully. Look at all your injuries," Gao Yen stated gravely. "Unlike Xiao Yi, you lack such remarkable recovery abilities. If you don't take this time to recuperate properly, I will genuinely be upset. Yan Jie. Chu Qianxun reluctantly complied. You weren't always like this. What was I like before? Gao Yan inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Qianxun turned her head to look at her. You used to be exceptionally fierce. I have never seen you be this gentle. Stop rambling. I have always been both gentle and beautiful. Gao Yan retorted, playfully poking Chu Qianxun's forehead with her finger. Chu Qianxun fell silent, merely smiling in response. At that moment, one of the twin sisters approached. The elder sister, Zhao Yuling, and the younger sister, Zhao Yuzhu, bore an almost identical appearance. Yet the elder exuded a sense of poise and competence, while the younger displayed a gentler and more timid demeanor, making it easy to distinguish between them. Chu Qianxun sat up and extended her hand. Hello? Thank you for your assistance yesterday. You're welcome. Had it not been for you, I shudder to think of what might have befallen my sister, Zhao Yuling replied, shaking Chu Qianxun's hand. I wanted to ask, do you still have any antipyretics and analgesics? Last night, Yuzhu started running a fever as well. In her hand, she clutched a first-tier magic seed, evidently freshly extracted from a magical creature. I will exchange this with you. Only then did Chu Qianxun notice the mud that clung to Zhao Yuling, her body marked with numerous wounds, particularly 3 severe gashes on her arm, inflicted by sharp claws. She was a resilient girl, unwilling to owe anyone a debt of gratitude, and thus she had ventured out at night to hunt a magical creature, using the magic seed as a trade for medicine. The medicine can be yours, but the magic seed will suffice. Your sister is feverish. She is likely on the verge of evolution, just as you are. There is no need for excessive concern. Taking medicine may not be significantly beneficial, Chu Qianxun remarked. It is undoubtedly the evolution that has caused the fever. We all underwent this process during our evolution. Gao Yan grasped Zhao Yuling's arm, a white light emanating from her hand as she began to heal her wounds. You are truly remarkable. Having just acquired your abilities, you dared to hunt the magical beasts alone. The healing light enveloped the gaping wounds on Zhao Yuzhu's arm, gradually staunching the blood flow and promoting some healing of the deep claw marks visible down to the bone. Thank you. I appreciate your concern, Zhao Yuzhu responded, gazing at the pure white light in Gao Yan's hand. I suspect Yuzhu may be similar to me. However, during my own evolution, I experienced excruciating pain, as if I had plunged into molten lava, enduring relentless burns and torment. Throughout this ordeal, my consciousness remained alert, yet my body was immobilized, and I was rendered speechless. My sister has always been particularly delicate, crying for half a day over the slightest grievance. I fear she may not withstand such pain, which is why I sought to exchange for some pain relief and antipyretic medication. Chu Qianxun retrieved the pills and handed them to Zhao Yuling. Upon her insistence, she accepted the demon seed. Thus, the girl would not require futile charity from others. All she needed was to be treated with respect and equality. Yuling, Chu Qianxun called out to the departing Zhao Yuling, we are about to set off for Luda Island. If you sisters have no particular destination in mind, would you care to accompany us? Zhao Yuling turned to gaze at Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan, who were seated on the grass. Since the arrival of the demon seed, she and her sister had been struggling to survive, enduring a multitude of sinister malevolence in a mere span of 2 to 3 months. These 2 girls of the same age were the first to bring her warmth in the aftermath of the apocalypse. This warmth might profoundly alter the lives of both her and Yuzhu. In a state of high fever, her consciousness remained strangely lucid. She could hear everything happening around her with clarity. When her typically timid sister stood before the 5 men to procure medicine for her, she felt a surge of panic. In that moment, a cold and unfamiliar emotion welled up from the depths of her heart. She experienced an odd sensation. If her sister were to be dragged away by those repugnant men, she might never awaken in her human form again. The faint, genuine smile broke through Zhao Yuling's usual aloof demeanor. Thank you, Qianxun, Gao Yan. My sister and I still need to search for our family. In the future, if fate allows, I hope we can meet again. Chu Qianxun and Gao Yan set about making a fire to cook. Would you like to take over the cooking, Sister Yan? Before the apocalypse, Gao Yan was a woman reliant on takeout, scarcely having set foot in a kitchen, let alone cooked with such primitive utensils. Qianxun, aren't you the one who can? Gao Yan deferred the task to Chu Qianxun. Me? I can only manage to boil things. In Chu Qianxun's experience, anything that could be eaten raw was never subjected to heat. As for items that could not be consumed raw, they were merely cooked to a point where they could be hastily devoured, minimizing waste. The two women exchanged glances, and together they clumsily prepared a bland, tasteless concoction that they reluctantly consumed. As Chu Qianxun sipped the unappetizing broth, she realized that she no longer held an indifferent attitude towards her meals as she once did. Indeed, it is easy to slip from frugality into luxury, yet difficult to descend from luxury to frugality. She reflected on how, after a decade of similar fare, she had grown accustomed to the indulgences provided by Yi Peition, becoming rather delicate in her tastes. Meanwhile, Gao Yan, sipping the uninviting soup, mused that life quality had significantly diminished in the absence of Xiao Yi. She cast a sidelong glance at the rather oblivious Chu Qianxun, who failed to seize the opportunity presented by the splendid cabbages before them. As evening approached, the two women, in perfect synchrony, dawdled and refrained from mentioning the need to prepare a meal, frequently glancing toward the entrance of the camp. "Have you not yet eaten?" Yi Peition asked, setting down his belongings and rolling up his sleeves to begin the meal preparations. He first wrapped a bag of clams salvaged from the seashore in aluminum foil he had scavenged from the mall and placed it over the fire to roast. He also steamed a pot of white rice in a clay pot, enriched with the sausage they had found. Zhang Xiaojie beamed with pride, proclaiming, "Aren't I impressive? I discovered this rice, still fresh and edible. Unfortunately, this is all we have. Who knows when we will next enjoy a meal of rice." The pristine grains absorbed the rich aroma and fat of the sausage, swelling into glistening morsels that drew the curious gazes of everyone in the camp. What was once an ordinary staple transformed into a coveted delicacy in these dire times. Few teams possessed their capability to venture into towns teeming with monsters, seeking out food that had yet to spoil. Yi Peition lifted his hand slightly, effortlessly conjuring another earthen stove on the ground. He accepted the dried scallops, shiitake mushrooms, and vermicelli that Granny Feng had prepared, using a clay pot to simmer a generous pot of soup. Chu Qianxun crouched beside him, assisting, her eyes fixated on the bubbling pot filled with an array of ingredients, unable to resist licking her lips. "Are you hungry?" Yi Peition turned his face, discreetly producing a small, golden sphere wrapped in foil from his pocket and quietly offering it to her. "Have this first." As Chu Qianxun unwrapped the foil, she discovered a small piece of chocolate that had melted, reshaped, and solidified once more. "Sister Yen, would you like some chocolate?" she inquired, directing her attention to Gao Yan, who was preparing bowls and chopsticks nearby. Yi Peition felt a subtle wave of tension pass through him. With an incredulous eye roll, Gao Yan distanced herself from Chu Qianxun and Yi Peition. Puzzled by Gao Yan's reaction, Chu Qianxun consumed the small sphere of chocolate. A warm current surged within her, swiftly cascading down her throat before she could fully register it. A familiar sensation arose within Chu Qianxun's core, the presence of a demonic seed. Startled, she gazed up at Yi Peition, who had concealed a Tier 3 demonic seed within the chocolate, inducing her to ingest it. "Please don't be upset," Yi Peition stammered, hastily attempting to explain. "I felt it was imperative to elevate your level first. That way, when the rest of us advance beyond our current tiers, your assistance will ensure our safety." As Chu Qianxun regarded Yi Peition, she experienced a sudden palpitation. She suspected that Yi Peition had yet to fully grasp the immense value of high-level demonic seeds in the post-apocalyptic world. Rarely would anyone willingly relinquish a seed suitable for their own advancement, regardless of the closeness of the relationship, be it friendship, kinship, or romance. Irrespective of the intimacy shared, one's own self-reliance was paramount. The prowess of others paled in comparison to the significance of enhancing one's own strength, a sentiment deeply ingrained in nearly all who survived into the later stages of the apocalypse. Unveiling the foil-wrapped razor clams, the unadulterated essence of the seafood was preserved, rendering it so delectable that one could almost devour their own tongue in the process. The cured sausage had infused the rice with its rich, mellow oils, permeating each translucent grain and delivering unparalleled gratification with every mouthful. Savoring the delectable clams paired with the savory lap chong rice, and sipping the steaming scallop vermicelli mushroom soup, everyone was enveloped in the bliss of culinary delight. Particularly, The experience was heightened as the entire camp cast envious glances in their direction. This dinner reached an unparalleled level of enjoyment. However, only Chu Qianxun, in a state of bewilderment, finished this sumptuous meal. After a day of rest with Gao Yan, they were to take the first watch that night. In the stillness of the silent night, Chu Qianxun tended to the small campfire before her and suddenly turned to Gao Yan, asking, "Sister Yan, do you think Xiao Yi?" "What about him?" Gao Yan turned to look at her. It's nothing." Chu Qianxun shook her head, believing she must have been mistaken. At such a precarious time, it was amusing to find herself pondering such inexplicable matters. Yi Peition was indeed correct. With her abilities enhanced, it provided greater assurance as all her comrades leveled up. Since Yi Peition could selflessly sacrifice his personal interests for the greater good, what reason did she have not to accept it? Chu Qianxun mused happily. Focusing on enhancing her own abilities was of paramount importance at present. As long as she maintained a level advantage and was unafraid to engage in actual combat, even if her powers were slightly inferior, she would never be deemed weak. Departing from Wintermelon Island, the group made their way northeast along the coastline towards Egret Island. The roads en route had largely fallen into utter disrepair, with collapses and blockages rendering them impassable for long-distance vehicular travel. A motley assortment of vehicles littered the highways, their doors ajar, bearing the grim testament of decaying corpses and the macabre spectacle of blackened bloodstains. Carcasses, both human and monstrous, lay scattered along the roads, mostly putrefied and liquefied, revealing the stark, skeletal remains beneath, while swarms of flies buzzed overhead in a dense, morbid ballet. Occasionally, small bands of demon hunters would pass by the carnage, their faces betraying no emotion. Each clutched a weapon, their expressions wary, silently sizing each other up as they passed. The once familiar sensations of camaraderie, conviviality, assistance, solicitude, and amity had become alien, yet they flickered like nascent flames in the recesses of Chu Qianxun's heart. These feelings began to thaw the thick, indurate shell that had formed around her, yet simultaneously left her feeling disoriented. Imperceptibly, her solitary journey had transformed into a shared expedition. In the past, she would have considered this assemblage of individuals as an ill-suited configuration for venturing into the wilderness to hunt demons. Yet, against all odds, this seemingly unbalanced team, comprised of a less-than-ideal ratio of offense to defense, and encumbered by numerous non-combatants, had gradually forged an unexpected synergy through various trials and tribulations. Initially, Chu Qianxun believed she was leading the group. However, as time wore on, she found herself inexplicably comforted by their presence. It seemed that, with these individuals by her side, she could fight with unwavering determination, unafraid even in the face of severe injuries. Each night, she dared to lie down and sleep soundly on the ground in the wilderness. Trust, a sentiment she believed had long since vanished from her heart, inexplicably began to sprout anew from within her. At the intersection ahead, a colossal head, towering as high as a two-story building, rolled into view. This smooth, giant cranium, devoid of a body or limbs, possessed a pair of large, bell-like eyes that, upon spotting Chu Qianxun, whirled around a few times, displaying a joyful expression before careening towards her, crushing a road sign that read Gourd Town. Originally a small town with a sparse population, Gourd Town was nestled amidst mountains on three sides, its distinctive gourd-shaped terrain giving it its name. The town's sole exit was narrow, obstructed by a tumultuous river, and access was only possible via two bridges spanning the waters. Following the descent of the demonic seed, the fate of the town remained unknown. Most townsfolk failed to escape, and it was only when demon hunters infiltrated the area that the destruction of the bridges became apparent. They discovered that the town was devoid of life, with corpses strewn about, and dozens of monsters roamed the streets, transforming it into a veritable den of evil. However, due to the unique geography and abundance of creatures, the arriving demon-hunting teams devised strategies to exploit the terrain. By daringly venturing into the town and luring the higher-tier monsters to the narrow entrance, they could relatively easily hunt for the demonic seeds. At this moment, a slender figure raced frantically at the town's entrance. A colossal, head-shaped monstrosity rolled towards her like a wheel, emitting a thunderous laughter that echoed through the air. The creature's head tumbled down the slope, gaining speed until it came to a sudden halt, wedged between two houses. One side of its face, bloated and grotesque, barely squeezed into the narrow alley, its thick, twisted lips caught. Stuck, Chu Qianxun, wielding twin blades, stood in the dim alley, fixated on the immense head that obscured the sky above. Suddenly, the head transformed, sprouting countless flesh-colored arms that resembled human limbs, extending infinitely as they surged into the alley, reaching out towards Chu Qianxun like a dark tide. With a leap into the air, Chu Qianxun unleashed crescent-shaped blades of light that intercepted the initial wave of attack. Several of the fleshy hands were severed and fell to the ground. Wiping the blood from her forehead, she revealed a defiant smile to the monster. How infuriating! How enraging! The creature strained to force its massive face further into the alley. A thick cloud of white mist inexplicably rose within the narrow passage, shrouding the diminutive figure of the human amidst the swirling fog. The creature extended its multitude of flesh-colored arms to grasp the walls of the alley, attempting to push its enormous head free. Yet, to its astonishment, a towering wall had risen behind it, imposing and sturdy, its surface encrusted with a thick layer of frost, confining the creature to the cramped space. The air was pierced by the sound of gunfire, 3 bullets whirling towards the creature's brow.
No. No.
No. Countless arms of the monster reached out, layered upon one another to shield its vital points. Chu Qianxun's figure emerged in the air, her amber blade slicing through the thick mist, the glimmering light of her sword severing pale limbs that fell to the ground. Enraged, the remaining arms of the monster abandoned their defense and surged madly towards Chu Qianxun. Just in time, a figure appeared before her. Yi Peition raised his hands, conjuring a sand shield in front of them. As the monster's arms shattered the shield, 3 bullets seized the opportunity, accurately piercing the creature's brow. The monster let out an earth-shattering roar, its enormous head suddenly fracturing into countless smaller heads that rolled swiftly in all directions. Yongchun-gu, there only one is real, a youthful voice echoed from somewhere. From the distant ground, several green vines emerged, intertwining to ensnare a fist-sized head that was attempting to flee, blooming into a vibrant red flower that swayed anxiously in the wind. Chu Qianxun dashed forward and cleaved the brow of the tiny head. With a loud pop, the small head expanded, reverting to its massive form. The creature's eyes darted wildly. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Standing atop the colossal head, Chu Qianxun hesitated not a moment. With a deft flick of her blade, she extracted an emerald-hued seed of the monster into her hand. The creature's low, guttural voice abruptly ceased, and its massive head lay still. Yi Peition stood at the alley's entrance, lifting his gaze to the elevated figure of Chu Qianxun. The young girl, silhouetted against the light, sat atop the enormous head, joyfully gazing at the gem-like demon seed in her hand. The remnants of the setting sun enveloped her in a soft, radiant glow. Though blood streamed down her face and her form was sullied, a fervent smile adorned her features. As Yi Peition beheld Chu Qianxun, who seemed to shimmer in the sunlight, he found himself entranced, unable to divert his gaze. The rhythmic thumping of his heart echoed within him, quickening with each beat. In Chu Qianxun's eyes, there was solely the demon seed. Her heart was fixated on the distant path ahead, leaving no room for superfluous thoughts. Yet it was her unwavering determination and audacity, exuding an immense confidence from within, that captivated Yi Peition profoundly. He yearned to remain by her side, to fight alongside her. Chu Qianxun turned to see Yi Peition standing behind her. She leaped down from the creature's head, inquiring, "Are you hurt?" She examined his injuries and lifted her own wounded arm for him to see. "I am too. Look, I nearly couldn't grasp my sword. Thankfully, you helped shield me in the end." As she spoke, she walked beside him. "What do you feel like eating tonight?" Walking alongside her, Yi Peition replied, "How about chestnut chicken?" Yongchun caught a mountain chicken. "Do we still have chestnuts? The last time you cooked it was absolutely delicious, though I barely managed to snag 2 pieces. All right, I will prepare it for you." At this moment, atop a tall building in the town, 2 men sat. One of them, bearing 3 scars across his face, held a high-powered telescope, scrutinizing the scene below. The chaotic assembly of individuals, a mix of the elderly, the infirm, and the weak, caught his attention. The primary force appeared to be a woman, It was utterly astonishing that they managed to subdue that monstrous figure. The man beside him sported shoulder-length hair, high cheekbones, and a gaunt visage. One should not underestimate them. That woman was formidable, likely possessing agility akin to mine. Although her level was slightly lower, her ferocity in combat was remarkable, making her a challenging adversary. Additionally, the boy wielding ice powers and the woman adept with firearms were at least of second-tier strength. The most troubling was the man who manipulated sand. His strength was inscrutable to me, but what did it matter? Regardless of their prowess, they would ultimately fall to the hands of old Liao. Wouldn't they? Ha! I must ensure to search them thoroughly. They are bound to possess a plethora of magical seeds. Originally, a grand bridge spanned the entrance to Hulu town, now severed into two halves, with tumultuous waters surging below. Under normal circumstances, magical creatures would not willingly venture into the flowing waters unless pursuing humans. Chu Qianxun and her companions gathered on the remaining portion of the shattered bridge, dining while observing the happenings in the town. Here, the view was unobstructed and relatively safe, allowing them to eat without concern. Suddenly, Tu Yibai lifted his head to gaze into the town. It seemed there were others present. Someone was approaching, and he was swift, far swifter than Sister Qianxun. He had also attracted the attention of magical creatures. The sun had already dipped below the horizon, and a shadow flickered through the dimly lit town, moving with such speed that it appeared as nothing more than a series of fleeting phantoms. Within mere breaths, the figure materialized atop the broken bridge. "Greetings, ladies," he exclaimed. "Allow me to present you with a splendid gift." In an instant, he stood before Gao Yan, reaching out to caress her cheek. Almost simultaneously, a blade of amber light sliced toward his arm. The man let out a scoff, a flash of malice crossing his gaunt features. He then swayed and vanished from the bridge, reappearing far beneath the structure in the next moment. Yan Shui, her expression icy, crouched to fire her weapon, unleashing 3 bullets that pursued the man. He dodged and weaved, speeding away into the distance, the bullets relentlessly trailing behind but unable to catch him. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed through the town as countless monsters surged forth from the entrance, having lost their target but fixing their sights on Chu Qianxun and her companions. The creatures emitted a cacophony of discordant shrieks as they lunged forward. The earlier speedster had drawn a horde of these monstrosities from within the town, intending to lead them to the demise of Chu Qianxun and her party. "Run!" Yipei shouted. Everyone turned and fled, as a new path made of yellow sand mysteriously materialized upon the previously broken bridge. This surface rapidly succumbed to sand after the group had traversed it. A multitude of monstrous beings surged toward the bridge, their momentum momentarily unhalted. Several colossal creatures tumbled from the crumbling structure, plunging into the tumultuous waters below. They astonishingly managed to escape. In the pitch-black night, a man with 3 jagged scars etched across his face lay atop a high building, keenly observing the situation at the town's entrance. The broken bridge was eerily silent, when suddenly, a grasshopper leaped from the underbrush, landing upon the bridge railing and fluttering its wings. His extraordinary ability was vision. Even in the darkness, he could discern everything in the distance with crystalline clarity, with no subtle movement escaping his gaze. "Old Liao, they likely do not dare to return. What a pity for that cursed demon seed." They had chosen an excellent vantage point, overlooking the entire situation of Gourd Town. This town possessed but a narrow exit. Should Chu Qianxun and her companions attempt to re-enter from outside, they would undoubtedly fall within his watchful eyes. "Humph, it seems they have been fortunate." The man named Old Liao lamented as he rubbed his fingers together, as if remnants of a slick sensation lingered. That woman was truly exquisite, her gaze pure and her skin tender, a far cry from the women in the base. Those women were easily manipulated, yet each appeared despondent and lifeless, lacking any allure. Lean and wiry, Old Liao was a speed-type saint. Much like the scarred man, neither possessed any offensive capability, and they had struggled to survive in the aftermath of the apocalypse. It was not until they discovered the remarkably advantageous terrain of Gourd Town that their fortunes began to change. They have finally conceived a method to acquire demonic seeds effortlessly, without the arduous task of battling demonic entities. Instead, they merely lurk within the town's confines, where the scarred man observes the skirmishes from a distance whenever a demon-hunting squad enters. Once the squad has valiantly fought and obtained a demonic seed, Liao exploits his exceptional velocity and intimate knowledge of the terrain to lure forth a multitude of demonic creatures. These fiends are then used to dispatch the weary demon-hunting squad, allowing Liao to seize the seeds they carry. To ensure their success, they patiently lie in wait, ambushing demon-hunting teams when they are both wounded and fatigued, and have begun to unwind. Since their initial acquisition of demonic seeds by preying upon the bloodied corpses of their comrades, the duo has indulged in this vile practice daily. In a remarkably brief period, they have elevated their rank to the apex of the second tier. Merely a ragtag team, Liao muttered, his true interest lying with the demonic seed possessed by Feng Qingyu. He turned his gaze towards the depths of the town, remarking, the base has lauded him so highly, yet he seems unremarkable. He has been battling for an entire day and has yet to prevail. I know not the tier of the demonic creature, but it has kept me waiting for an eternity. In the obscurity, intermittent bursts of intense blue light emanated from a specific sector of the town, indicative of a fierce confrontation in progress. The scarred man harbored both envy and resentment, coveting the high-tier demonic seed himself, yet he dared not vie with Liao, instead resorting to obsequious flattery. Rest assured, Lao Liao, I have observed that both Feng Qingyu and Xian Ziming are injured. Their entire squad has exerted themselves throughout the day and are now at the brink of exhaustion. Once the demonic creature falls, you shall deliver the final blow, and the demonic seed will surely fall into our hands. Lao Liao chuckled with self-satisfaction, as if the demonic seed were already his possession. He sneered, what of Feng Qingyu's prowess? After all their toil, it will ultimately benefit me. He laughed heartily. Oh, acquiring women is no longer a challenge. They are quite easy to charm nowadays. A few biscuits and a bag of flour, and they can be swayed. It is quite degrading. Suddenly, a circular hole appeared in the ground beneath the building where they stood. Chu Qianxun's head emerged from the hole. She surveyed her surroundings before leaping forth, with Yi Peition following closely behind. A wireless intercom was clipped to her waist, and the voice of Tu Yibai echoed in her earpiece. On the rooftop of this building, 2 individuals stand in the northeast. Qianxun, you and Brother Peition should approach from the southwest to avoid detection. Draped in black, she resembled a nocturnal cat, silently scaling the southwestern wall of the edifice. On the rooftop, Lao Liao licked his lips as he spoke about the women he had encountered earlier, contemplating the possibility of capturing one. Before he could finish his thought, a hot liquid cascaded over him. Turning old Liao was taken aback, hastily attempting to retreat, yet his feet were inexplicably ensnared by the yellow sands. He lost control of his momentum and fell onto his back. Oh, which of those girls was quite appealing just now? A woman clad in black, appearing like a phantom, suddenly descended upon him, her foot pinning him down as the amber tip of her blade pressed against his throat. Was it with that very hand that Sister Yen was touched? The woman tilted her head, revealing an innocent smile. A misunderstanding. It was merely a misunderstanding. In a flash, he beheld a severed arm soaring into the sky, followed by an excruciating pain radiating from his shoulder. Old Liao clutched his shoulder, which had been severed at the joint, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. His legs remained firmly shackled by the yellow sands, rendering him incapable of escaping even a fraction. Under the moonlight stood the young girl, youthful and innocent in appearance, yet she wielded her blade with the ruthlessness of a demon. Spare me, do not kill me, I realize my wrongs. Fear gripped old Liao as he experienced, for the first time, the terror of those who had perished beneath the claws of monsters. I possess a magic seed. I will give it to you, spare my life. Oh, a magic seed? Present it, and I shall refrain from ending your life. The girl's voice chimed sweetly, offering him a promise. Enduring the agony, old Liao used his remaining arm to retrieve a small pouch from within his garments. Here it is, all of it, I beg for my life. I was merely hiding here to observe. Indeed, there is quite a bit, Chu Qianxun remarked, as she pried open the pouch with the tip of her blade, casting a glance inside. Indeed, I possess no superior demonic seeds. However, within the town, a company led by Feng Qingyu is contending with a formidable entity, surpassing even the ghoul you vanquished. Perchance you might investigate. The maiden's gaze shifted towards the town's depths, the ochre blade withdrawing from Liao's throat. A subtle exhalation of relief escaped Liao's lips. A mere glint of ochre light preceded a disorienting whirl of his senses. A body, ensnared by the ochre sand, materialized before him. A torso devoid of a right hand and head, immersed in a pool of blood, bearing an eerie familiarity. Deep within the ravaged confines of Gourd Town, a centaur-like demon stood defiant. Her lower body was that of a robust white steed, while her upper torso was that of a woman of striking beauty and voluptuous figure. She stood amidst a cerulean inferno, her azure, flame-like hair blazing behind her. Her hooves struck the ground with impatience, each impact spawning new azure flames from the depths. Her eyes were wide, pupils absent, replaced by swirling, arcane azure light. Several men encircled her, their eyes bound, wary of the demon's unsettling gaze. A refined young man stood upon a distant rise, his eyes similarly bereft of pupils, emitting a white luminescence. He maintained a steadfast gaze upon the demon, ceaselessly relaying its movements to his companions. Indeed, the configuration of this team is particularly commendable. Chu Qianxun and Yi Peition stealthily infiltrated a nearby building, concealing themselves behind a window, quietly observing the fierce battlefield. "Look at that man, the one with the luminous eyes," Chu Qianxun whispered to Yi Peition. "He employs a technique known as pupil art, belonging to the realm of mental abilities. However, he faces a fourth-tier magical creature, which is no trivial challenge. I doubt he can endure for long." Yi Peition, lost in thought, emitted a soft sound, his face slightly flushed in the shadows. As anticipated, it wasn't long before the man's eyes began to bleed, and he slowly sank to his knees. They had two ranged attackers, one wielding fire abilities and the other metallic powers, both possessing formidable offensive capabilities. Yet, my attention is primarily drawn to that individual. He must be the team leader, Feng Qingyu, the true melee saint. If only I possessed his abilities. A centaur-like creature was engulfed in flames, yet a man wielding a long knife stood fearlessly amidst the inferno, confronting the beast. His exposed body was adorned with a layer of black, hard scales, offering formidable protection that enabled him to engage the creature in close combat. His swordsmanship was both bold and intricate, the blade resonating powerfully within the flames, blending raw strength with cunning, a rarity indeed. In the early days of the apocalypse, few could master the use of cold weapons effectively. Chu Qianxun had diligently honed her skills for nearly a decade to achieve her current prowess, and whenever she witnessed a master in action, she could not help but quietly observe and learn. The man before her, with his adept knife techniques and unique style, was evidently the result of years of rigorous training. "His prowess pales in comparison to yours," Yi Peition suddenly remarked. "How can you assert that I am inferior? You wield no blade, yet when I observe your technique, each stroke appears honed from the crucible of life and death. This man's swordplay, though aesthetically pleasing, is still woefully inadequate compared to yours."
Chu Qianxun smiled,
acknowledging the astute and ruthless insight of this prodigy, embracing Yi Peition's commendation. "It's nearing its end. Everyone, hold steady. Xi and Ziming, take a moment to rest." Feng Qingyu emerged from the inferno, his form enshrouded in black smoke, scales peeling away in large patches, skin torn and oozing crimson blood. One of the demon's forelegs lay severed, its flames dimming, and the azure glow in its eyes faded to reveal a pair of enchanting, beautiful orbs. "Merely humans, nothing more than sustenance to me. Do you truly believe you have bested me?" A captivating, magnetic voice resonated within the space. The demon extended an arm, as white as jade, and playfully tousled its fiery hair. "Lie down and do not resist. I shall afford you a modicum of suffering." Feng Qingyu scoffed derisively. "A defeated foe dares to boast? Your demonic essence now belongs to me." Having trained in martial arts since childhood, Feng Qingyu was a national-level athlete prior to the apocalypse. Following the cataclysm, he swiftly evolved an ability suited for close combat. Fearlessly, he led the charge in every demon hunt, gathering like-minded companions around him, forming the strongest team within the base. At this moment, a bandage encircled his eyes as he soared through the air, his long sword slicing downwards through the void. Despite his inability to see, he could acutely discern the positions of his adversaries by means of air currents and sounds. "Changyu, Retreat with haste. Upon hearing Xianziming's resounding cry, Feng Changyu was taken aback, the blade in his grasp seized by an immense force. A sharp crack echoed, and suddenly his hand felt weightless. Had the blade been shattered? Unable to arrest his momentum, Feng Changyu suffered a brutal blow to his abdomen, his body sent hurtling through the air. As the blindfold slipped from his eyes, he struggled to rise, a searing agony erupting as the scales on his abdomen peeled away. Copious amounts of blood streamed down his face, obscuring his vision. Yet through the viscous crimson, Feng Changyu could vaguely make out a centaur engulfed in cerulean flames standing not far off. It pranced lightly on its hooves, scattering azure embers in its wake. Its hair was fire, its eyes were fire, its face was fire. The entire demonic entity had shed its previous solid form, transmuted into a being of pure, cerulean flame. Were I that fiend, I would first dispatch the man with psionic abilities. Without his ocular powers to contend with, the others would be far easier to subdue. Epatian's perspective was peculiar. Yet, scarcely had his words left his lips when the demon unleashed its fiery hooves, charging towards Xianziming, who stood in the distance. Its velocity was astonishing. Before anyone could react, a streamlined azure flash streaked by, and the blazing firehorse stood before the ocular acolyte, Xianziming. With a sweeping motion of its fiery arm, Xianziming was struck down from his elevated position, crashing into the earth with a sickening thud, blood gushing from his mouth, his condition precarious. Indeed, they have launched an assault against him. The psychic saints are indeed frail and easily defeated. They have erred. They should have designated a protector for this individual. Observing from the shadows, Chu Qianxun remarked. Epatian turned to face her. Are you not a psychic ability user? Therefore, I must diligently hone my skills, Chu Qianxun replied, her gaze fixed intently on the battlefield. Otherwise, what shall I do in the future? I cannot rely solely on your protection. Two street lamps abruptly uprooted themselves, their steel poles entwining around the body of the demon, thwarting its pursuit of Xianziming. Countless abandoned vehicles soared into the air, crashing down upon the demon with a cacophony of noise. A burst of crimson flames pierced through the surrounding azure flames of the demon, revealing its form, as several sharp metallic objects surged forth toward the creature. The metal and fire saints, witnessing their comrade's injury, hastily intervened to render aid. The two felt a sudden warmth on their cheeks as the cloth masks covering their faces were scorched and fell away. Caught off guard, they beheld the demon not far from them, a creature of stunning beauty, engulfed in brilliant blue flames. Its eyes, ablaze with a mesmerizing spiral of azure halos, seemed capable of drawing the very souls of humans into the abyss of that cerulean depth. The demon passed over them, inflicting grave wounds upon the two. Their ranks, both at the second tier, found themselves ensnared in an illusion under the relentless psychic assault of a fourth-tier demon, quickly succumbing to defeat. The streetlights and cars entangled around the creature clattered down, as it shook off the flames enveloping its body and leaped to the ground, approaching the unconscious Xianziming. Suddenly, it pivoted, extending its hand to seize a metallic pole that Feng Changyu had thrust into the air. Ignorant of its own mortality, the creature turned its flame-like visage towards Feng Changyu, swinging its arm with force, slamming Feng to the ground, and raising its foreleg to stomp heavily upon Xianziming's chest. With a pained cry, Feng Changyu coughed up blood, the black-scaled armor that had protected him shedding away entirely, leaving him defenseless. The azure flames surrounding the creature gradually extinguished, revealing a diminutive equine form, its upper body no longer the mature and alluring figure of a woman, but rather that of a youthful and beautiful girl. She extended her tiny, pink tongue to lick the blood on her hands, exclaiming with delight, delicious. Your levels are not low. If I consume you, I shall restore my strength, perhaps even grow more powerful. Why are you keeping your eyes closed, big brother? The creature bent down, gazing at Xianziming, who had turned his face away with tightly shut eyes. Open your eyes, just one glance, and I shall grant you a death devoid of suffering, filled with joy. However, that innocent and carefree smile suddenly froze. In a moment it leaped, but was a step too slow. Behind it, unbeknownst to the creature, a girl clad in black had appeared. A flash of yellow light from her blade cut through the air, and the astonished creature fell from the sky, its four limbs severed, its body tumbling to the ground, unable to rise. Chu Qianxun descended with her blade, intent on claiming the demon seed. "Spare me, sister, I implore you," the demon pleaded, its tender visage awash with tears akin to those of a human. "I have dwelled within this town since birth, never venturing beyond its borders, nor committing any transgression. Why do you inflict this upon me?" Prior to her rebirth, Chu Qianxun had never tempered her hand against demons in battle. Yet, inexplicably, beholding the weeping countenance before her, so reminiscent of a human girl, she was abruptly reminded of Feng Qianxian, whom she had not seen in ages. Her actions faltered for a fleeting moment. In that ephemeral instant, the demon's eyes ignited with cerulean luminescence. "Disaster," Chu Qianxun inwardly lamented. Darkness enveloped her vision, within which a pallid surgical table materialized, upon which a man was restrained. The man gazed vacantly at the ceiling, his naked form marred by ghastly wounds, connected to a myriad of tubes. "Pei Tian?" Chu Qianxun furrowed her brow and approached. Pei Tian turned his face towards her, his gaze meeting hers. "I have committed no wrong. Why do you inflict this upon me?" Chu Qianxun's heart ached with sorrow. "I shall deliver you hence." Pei Tian arose and deliberately tore away the white bandage from his neck, causing a stream of crimson blood to cascade down his pallid flesh. "Qianxun, are you wounded?" He lifted his head, his gaze intense, his lips glistening, his Adam's apple subtly quivering, his translucent skin stained with the vermilion ichor. Chu Qianxun was momentarily spellbound, her heart inexplicably quickening its pace. "Qianxun, Qianxun." Pei Tian continued to call her name fervently. Chu Qianxun suddenly awakened from her illusion. Before her stood a barrier made of yellow sand, shielding her from the searing heat, which was being scorched by a brilliant blue flame. Pei Tian shook her shoulders, desperately shouting her name. Steadying her mind, Chu Qianxun pressed against Pei Tian's arm and leaped forth from behind the barrier. The four-legged demon, ensnared by the yellow sand, roared in fury, unleashing blue flames that seared the sand before them. Descending from the air, Chu Qianxun delivered a precise strike to the demon's nape, enduring the searing heat as she reached into the creature's body and extracted a green demon core. At last, the blue flames extinguished, and the centaur's body collapsed. The yellow sand dispersed as Pei Tian gasped for breath, blood streaming from his eyes, which he had tightly shut, slowly rising to his feet. "What happened to your eyes?" Chu Qianxun hurriedly supported him. "It's nothing. It will heal soon." In the midst of the dire conflict, he had sacrificed his own sight to prevent being unwittingly controlled by the demon. Chu Qianxun helped him to a nearby spot to sit down and pointed her blade toward the unconscious Xian Ziming. This was a formidable battalion. She had seized an opportunity among them, acquiring this exceedingly rare fourth-tier demon core. By convention, she ought to eliminate these men to avoid any future troubles. Feng Ziming crawled over, positioning himself in front of his fallen comrades, declaring, "You may kill me first." He clutched his chest, glaring intently at Chu Qianxun. Her blade rested against his neck, wavering several times, yet she couldn't bring herself to strike. She turned her gaze towards Pei Tian, the once notoriously formidable Pei Tian, who sat idly by, wiping blood from his face, wearing an expression of disarming innocence, and reaching out to her with a gentle caress. It seemed futile to expect Pei Tian to embolden her to act ruthlessly. Chu Qianxun sighed at her increasingly compassionate nature, finally sheathing her blade and helping Pei Tian to his feet, then departing. It was now the dead of night, and from the depths of the silent, pitch-black town, an occasional screech of a demonic creature echoed. Chu Qianxun, holding Pei Tian's hand, cautiously scurried through the deserted streets.
"Vianyun, Pei Tian pauset."
His thumb gently caressing the back of her hand. "Is your hand burned?" "Aye." Pei Tian began, his eyes closed, his mouth slightly open. Chu Qianxun immediately understood what he was about to say, suddenly recalling her illusion, and in considerable embarrassment, interrupted him. It's really nothing. Let's hurry. It's dangerous here." Having left Calabash Town, they rendezvoused with their companions. Were those two really that formidable? Zhang Xiaojie grumbled resentfully. "I told you I wanted to go with you." He averted his gaze, sulking slightly. "Sister Qianxun, you haven't been taking me along lately." Do you think I'm too useless and always holding you back? Chu Qianxun was deftly wrapping bandages around Yi Peition's eyes. Upon hearing his words, she shot him a disapproving glance. How could Xiao Jie be useless? Xiao Jie was the most capable among them. Initially, she had thought his assistance wouldn't be necessary to deal with a couple of petty rascals, but an unexpected turn of events had occurred along the way. All done. Rest well and recover swiftly. After tending to Yi Peition's wounds and gathering her belongings, she prepared to rise. Suddenly, someone tugged at the hem of her clothing. Deprived of his vision, Yi Peition found himself enveloped in darkness, an inexplicable sense of panic gripping his heart. It was merely darkness. Everyone was nearby, and there was nothing to fear. He reassured himself, gradually lying back down on the grass. You are a man. How can you fear the dark? Others will mock you for it. The sound of rustling nearby caught his attention as someone settled close to him. A warm, gentle hand emerged from beneath a blanket, grasping his cold palm. Go to sleep. I'm here with you, a familiar voice whispered in his ear.